Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 2768 to Chapter 2821. Junior brother. A rare look of surprise appeared on the farmer's swarthy face, and then he grinned, haha, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Not far away, the wounded thin figure was also stunned for a moment, and then he laughed heartily, how lucky it is to meet again after a long separation. Looking at Lin Sun, his face was also full of excitement. Senior brother Pu Jin, senior brother Xianxia, how did you become like this? It should be a great joy to meet again after a long separation. But looking at the injuries of the two senior brothers, Lin Sun was a little worried. It's nothing. We met some powerful figures of the Zen sect and had a fight. Pu Jin smiled honestly. Alas, it seems that we are in a mess. Sorry to make you worry. Xianxia hurriedly used a secret method to repair the blood stains and wounds on the surface of his body. He also combed his long hair, which made him look less messy. But his face was pale and transparent, and his chi was a little chaotic. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Lin Sun saw all this and said, Senior brothers, let's have a rest in the room. We can talk while healing. Okay. Pu Jin and Xianxia agreed with a smile. In the room. The three of them sat cross-legged, and Lin Sun personally poured tea for them. You focus on healing. I will talk to Xianxia. Pu Jin told Xianxia that the latter's serious injuries must be healed as soon as possible. Alas, I have suffered some injuries before. Senior brother, you don't have to be nervous. Before Xianxia finished his words, Pu Jin glared at him. Xianxia immediately shut up and meditated quietly. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. It could be seen that Xianxia, who was known as the Emperor's Path Scholar, was still in awe of Pu Jin. Junior brother, why are you here? Pu Jin asked. Lin Sun told him everything he had experienced when he went out from Yuan sect. When he learned that Lin Sun killed the 4 demons in the hidden world of Void, Pu Jin was finally moved. Junior brother, you have finally grown up. He sighed with emotion, and his dark and simple face was full of gratification. When he met Lin Sun for the first time, he was only in the Saint realm. Yet now, when they met once more, he was already an influential figure on the path of the eternal Tao, and he'd swept through all of them by himself. Senior brothers, what about you? After talking about his own affairs, Lin Sun also asked about Pu Jin. Jun Huan had once said that eldest senior brother Dozhan Di, 5th senior brother Qi Jun, 8th senior brother Bo Swanzi, 11th senior brother Piao Shen, 12th senior brother Shen Yin, and 13th senior brother Li Xianwei had gone to the Great Universe True Realm a few years ago. It was said that they were searching for a great fortune related to transcendence. As for senior brother Xianxia, senior brother Qing Ting, senior sister Qingyu, and the others, they headed for the Numinous Church's ancestral court with 3rd senior sister. But now, senior brother Pu Jin, who had gone to the Grand Universe True Realm, was with senior brother Xianxia, who had gone to the Numinous sect's ancestral court. Furthermore, he had been severely injured by the Zen sect's ancestral court's experts. This was undoubtedly very strange. It's a long story. Pu Jin was silent, as if she was pondering and deliberating. Although senior brother Xianxia had his eyes closed, he quickly said, Senior brother, you're too talkative. Let me explain. Little junior brother, it's like this, he went on and on about it. It had to be said that senior brother Xianxia was indeed a knowledgeable person. His words were like pearls, and he vividly explained what Lin Sun wanted to know. Pu Jin also felt helpless. He also knew that he was too talkative. Although he was worried about Xianxia's injuries, he didn't interrupt Xianxia in the end. When Xianxia finished speaking, Lin Sun finally understood. The matter wasn't complicated. Senior brother Pu Jin and the others accompanied eldest senior brother to seek transcendence in the Great Universe True Realm, but they were obstructed by the power of the Zen ancestral court. In the end, although eldest senior brother and the others obtained the fortune related to breaking through to the transcendent realm, they were trapped in the Great Universe True Realm by the power of the Zen ancestral court. The Zen ancestral court was extremely ruthless. They set up an inescapable net, heavily sealing off the Great Universe True Realm, and even joined forces with the 8th Heaven's immortal forces to guard the Great Universe True Realm. However, although they were trapped, eldest senior brother and the others didn't suffer a fatal blow. They had been hiding in a forbidden area of the great universe true realm, so their lives weren't in danger. According to eldest senior brother and the others' thoughts at that time, they weren't in a hurry to leave the great universe true realm. Instead, they planned to wait for an opportunity to let 5th senior brother Qi Jun, 11th senior brother Pu Zhen, and the others also strive to break through to the transcendent realm. Just like that, dozens of years passed. What eldest senior brother and the others didn't expect was that the 8th heaven's immortal forces sent a message to 3rd senior sister and the others in the spiritual sect ancestral court. They said that eldest senior brother and the others were besieged and didn't have long to live. 3rd senior sister Ruosu also speculated that this was most likely a conspiracy of the 8th heaven's immortal forces. However, because she was worried about the situation of eldest senior brother and the others, she sent senior brother Xianxia to the great universe true realm alone to inquire about the situation. Just to inquire about the situation, one person was enough. Moreover, senior brother Xianxia had many trump cards, enough to deal with some dangerous situations. However, they still underestimated the intentions of the Zen ancestral court and the 8th heaven's immortal forces. When Xianxia was on his way to the great universe true realm, he was ambushed and attacked. The Zen ancestral court sent a transcendent Buddha and 4 nirvana gods Fan Zhu to attack Xianxia in one fell swoop. At the critical moment, senior brother Pu Zhen appeared, rescued Xianxia, and returned to the Cloud Guard house. When he learned about this, Lin Sun was shocked. Although senior brother Xianxia was eloquent, his words were filled with great danger. After calming down, Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Pu Zhen, how did you know that Xianxia was in trouble?" Pu Zhen said, "Although we were trapped in the great universe true realm, with senior brother Bo Dianzi's talent and secret technique, we could spy on the movements and conversations of the enemies outside. When we learned that the enemies spread the news that they wanted to lure 3rd senior sister and the others to the great universe true realm, we realized that something was wrong. So, eldest senior brother made a decision to send one person out and inform 3rd senior sister and the others not to come. Then, eldest senior brother and the others fought together. After a great battle, they found a chance for me to rush out of the enemy's encirclement. After that, I met junior brother Xianxia on the road. After saving him, I escaped here." Senior brother Pu Zhen was indeed a dull person. His words were bland and simple, and he finished it in a few words. Lin Sun could only imagine some bloody, dangerous, and shocking scenes of fighting at that time. Fortunately, although senior brother Pu Zhen's words were simple, he still explained the whole thing clearly. "Are eldest senior brother and the others okay?" Lin Sun asked. Pu Zhen said, "They are all injured. There are at least 10 old transcendent realm guards outside the great universe true realm. If it weren't for eldest senior brother who has already reached the transcendent realm, he would have been doomed to suffer serious consequences." Lin Sun's heart tightened. Xianxia comforted him with a smile, "Don't worry, junior brother. Our senior brothers have experienced all kinds of horror and danger. They will be fine." Pu Zhen nodded, "Yes, this is what eldest senior brother wanted me to tell you after coming out. You can just focus on your own things. Don't worry about the great universe true realm." As if worried that Lin Sun didn't understand, Xianxia added, "Eldest senior brother and the others don't have to worry about their lives if they hide in the great universe true realm. If we go to help them now, we will fall into the enemy's trap. That's why eldest senior brother and the others tried their best to send senior brother Pu Zhen out. It's to tell us to do our own things and not be affected by this matter. Otherwise, we will fall into the enemy's trap." Xianxia rambled on and on. Pu Zhen nodded and said, "Yes. But if," as soon as Lin Sun opened his mouth, Xianxia interrupted, "There is no if." Lin Sun was silent for a moment, and said, "Then when do we go to help eldest senior brother and the others?" "When 3rd senior sister and the others finish the matters in the ancestral court of the spirit sect, and when you finish the matters in the ancestral court of the Yuan sect," Xianxia said seriously. Lin Sun was shocked, "Become the lord of Yuanqing Pavilion? Doesn't that mean we have to wait for nearly 100 years? Pu Zhen said in a low, muffled voice, "We can wait, but they can't. Don't worry, junior brother. We have waited for so many years in Mind Heart Mountain for this situation. There's no hurry." Shui's smile was warm and mellow, his voice clear and bright. "Variables can happen at any time, but they can only passively wait outside grand universe reality. Their every move will be noticed by us. This is our advantage. He paused for a moment and continued. Presently, they've set up such a great battle formation, and it undoubtedly proves that they've already sensed the true threat that we pose. This is absolutely not a bad thing. In the past, besides Master, all of us who are disciples of the core realm were never taken seriously by them. Lin Sun calmed down a little and said, "What do you plan to do next, senior brothers?" Pu Zhen and Xueya looked at each other, and Xueya said, "Go to the ancestral court of Yuan sect and warn third senior sister and the others not to act rashly." Lin Sun nodded and suddenly asked, "Senior brother, is Master still alive?" This was the biggest doubt in his heart. The enemies of the eighth heaven all said that their master, the master of the heart core, was destroyed when he went to the ninth heaven many years ago. "He is alive," Pu Zhen said calmly. "He must be alive," Xueya said firmly. No matter who it was, they all seemed very sure. "Where is he now?" Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. Xueya laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, we don't know. We just need to do our own things." Pu Zhen also nodded and was about to say something. At this moment, a deep Sanskrit voice sounded like a morning bell and evening drum. "Taoist Xueya, you are laughing so happily. Do you really think that you have escaped this disaster?" Every word had a strange, deafening power that went straight to the heart. As this sentence resounded, an indescribable sense of peace, tranquility, and majesty filled every inch of the void in the room. As soon as that majestic and imposing voice rang out, Pu Zhen took action. He waved his sleeve. He, Lin Sun, and Xueya disappeared into thin air. It was so fast that Lin Sun couldn't react in time. Boom, suddenly, the heavens and earth shook, as if the 9 heavens' thunder had resounded. "Old bald donkey, why is it you again?" Xueya's voice resounded with a hint of coldness. "It's just a battle of orthodoxies. If you convert to my Zen sect, this calamity can be resolved." The majestic, tranquil, and majestic voice resounded. Then, Lin Sun's vision recovered. The world was vast, and golden light shone. Auspicious clouds formed a sea, and Sanskrit chants resounded throughout the world. It was like the legendary Western paradise. 5 figures stood in the distance. The figure in the lead was skinny, with slender white eyebrows and a thin face. He stood on a 36-petaled green jade lotus platform, and a divine wheel appeared behind his head. A vast Buddhist kingdom appeared within it, and it shone brightly. In his hand, he held a purple-gold demon subduing pestle. He stood there casually, as if he was the only ruler of the world. Flowers fell from the sky, Sanskrit chants resounded, and countless rays of light scattered down. Looking at him from afar, one would feel insignificant and in awe. In Lin Sun's eyes, it was as if he wasn't looking at a person, but the incarnation of a supreme path that transcended the world and stood above all living beings. It had the charm of overlooking the heavens. It was terrifying. There were 4 figures standing behind the skinny old monk. All of them wore monk robes and straw shoes. Their bodies circulated an immortal aura and emitted boundless light. One of them held snow-white prayer beads, and his figure was lifted up by the auspicious clouds and light. One held a black ruler, like an angry Vajra, and the image of a Buddha appeared around him. One held a withered wooden staff, and there was no aura, as if he was meditating. One smiled amiably and held a green lamp. The 5 Zen sect cultivators presided over this world. Their aura was like the golden light of the great path, soaking the mountains and rivers, illuminating the world. Little junior brother, the bald donkey in the lead is called Shi, and he's one of the Zen sect's 9 Buddha supremes. He possesses transcendent realm cultivation. The other 4 are the Zen sect's Brahma Lord, Hong Ku, Hong Jing, Hong Yi, and Hong Yuan respectively. All of them possess Nirvana God realm cultivation. Senior brother Xueya's voice sounded in Lin's mind. "It was these bald donkeys who seriously injured me not long ago. Fortunately, with the help of senior brother Pu Zhen, I escaped back to the guarding cloud house. I never thought that they would catch up with me." His voice carried surprise and coldness. "The place we're at now is called the Gold Light Dharma Realm, and it's condensed from one of the 7 great orders of the Zen sect, the Gold Light Order. It's called the Buddha's Pure Land and the Devil's Purgatory. Being trapped within it will cause one's cultivation to suffer terrifying suppression. When the battle breaks out later, senior brother Pu Zhen and I will use our full strength to open a path of survival for you." No matter what, we must send you out. As he spoke, the sound of Sanskrit rumbled in the distance, and it sounded like the chanting of a Buddha. Buddhist Supreme Shri opened his mouth and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the person beside you should be the 50th successor of the heart dimension, Lin Sun, am I right?" A pair of dazzling golden lotus marks appeared in the depths of his eyes, and they shone with a mysterious light as he sized up Lin Sun with surprise and surprise. The other 4 Brahma lords also had different expressions on their faces. It was as if they had never thought that they would run into this young man whose name had already spread far and wide during their mission to kill Pu Zhen and Xianxia. "There's no point in saying all this," Pu Zhen said in a muffled voice. Surging nomological laws of the great path surged from his tall figure, and they transformed into mysterious Tao diagrams that stood in front of him and Lin Sun. "It's indeed very boring. We're just here to determine the victor, so why bother with all this nonsense?" Xianxia said calmly. He held a scroll in his hand, and his entire body was filled with a majestic aura. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his aura was so strong that it seemed as if it could reach the heavens. In the distance, Shri said calmly, "This isn't nonsense. If we allow this young man to convert to our Zen sect, then the heart dimension's efforts will be destroyed in a single day. To us, this is naturally the most important matter in the world." How laughable. Xianxia waved his sleeve, and rows of dazzling Taoist symbols that looked as if they were forged from divine gold appeared in the air. They shone brilliantly and swept out. A little bit of majestic aura could move 1,000 miles like the wind. Huff. Hong Ku, the Brahma Lord, stepped forward and tossed the snow-white prayer beads in his hand into the air. Boom, there were a total of 108 snow-white prayer beads, and they transformed into 108 figures of Buddhas in the air. Each of them waved their hands and performed the supreme inheritance of the Zen sect. Intense rumbles resounded through the air, and the Taoist symbols on Xianxia's Taoist symbols were shattered one by one, turning into a rain of light that scattered in the air. At the same time, Shri said calmly, "Xianxia, you're heavily injured, and you're already at the end of your rope. If you continue to fight, you'll only harm the foundation of your great path. I advise you not to have any more thoughts of anger or killing intent." Xianxia raised his brows and laughed. "What do you mean by anger, greed, and greed? I'm not a bald donkey, so why should I listen to you? I'm going to fight you." As he spoke, he tore off a page from the scroll in his hand and flicked his wrist. A majestic sword aura condensed. It was 1,000 feet long, and it pierced through the air like a rainbow. The sword aura seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. "A long sword and a cup of wine, the heart of a man," Shri frowned. This time, he didn't wait for the other 4 Brahma lords to make a move. A ray of Buddhist radiance shot out from the 36-petal green jade lotus platform beneath his feet and shot towards Xianxia. Bang, the Buddhist radiance was incomparably sharp, and it easily shattered the sword aura. Its momentum didn't diminish, and it continued to stab towards Xianxia. This was the strength of a transcendent realm cultivator. A single ray of Buddhist radiance could suppress the reincarnation of the world. "Let me." Pu Zhen waved his fist. It was a simple and direct attack, but it contained an indomitable might. Boom, the golden Dharma realm trembled, and it was as if the auspicious clouds in the sea were being crushed by a giant hand. It dispersed like cotton, and the heavens and earth trembled. Boundless undying energy swept through the area. Lin Sun only felt a piercing pain in his eyes, and his mind felt extremely pressured. He felt like he was suffocating. This kind of confrontation had already surpassed the limits of those in the same realm. It was unimaginably powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he possessed the potential of an undying sovereign, he wouldn't have been able to stand here. He would have been instantly destroyed by this kind of power. Pu Zhen's body swayed, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His tanned face was devoid of color. "Senior brother." Xianxia's heart ached. Pu Zhen grinned. "The strength of a transcendent realm cultivator is indeed powerful. However, it can't kill me. You don't have to worry about it." He took a deep breath, and his aura became even more terrifying. In the distance, Buddhist Supreme Shri and the 4 Brahma lords had calm expressions on their faces. They didn't show any emotions, as if victory was already in their grasp. "Most of your trump cards have already been used up in the previous battle. Now, you are at the end of the road. Whether you live or die, it all depends on a single thought from me." Xianxia's voice was like a great bell that resounded through the heavens. I can't bear to destroy the Heartmaster's efforts, which he has waited for so long. Now, I will give you 10 breaths to consider. If you submit to my sect, you will be reborn. Otherwise, I can only use my strength to protect you and eliminate your enemies. His expression was calm and solemn. Ha ha ha, since the beginning of time, the battle between orthodoxies has always been a battle to the death. Stop talking nonsense and just make your move. Xianxia laughed, and his aura grew stronger. A man's heart was made of steel. The Heartmaster has never produced a traitor. Puzhan's voice was deep and determined. In the distance, Xianxia nodded and said calmly, I knew this would happen. If that's the case, I will personally help all of you. He raised the purple gold demon subduing pestle in his hand. Boom, countless rays of golden order energy as thick as dragons and pythons appeared in the air. All of them gathered towards the purple gold demon subduing pestle, causing it to shine brightly like a burning sun. An indescribably terrifying and fatal aura instantly surged into the hearts of Puzhan, Xianxia, and Lin Sun. Let's attack together and pave a path for our junior brother. Puzhan said in a deep voice. A black hole appeared in his hand. His aura erupted like a volcano, and he seemed to be in a frenzied state. Of course. Xianxia smiled. His righteous aura shook the heavens and the earth. Vaguely, the sound of the great Tao resounded. Obviously, they'd decided to put their lives on the line when facing Xianxia's attack. Bang! In the distance, Xianxia's expression was calm and solemn. He waved the violet gold demon subduing pestle in his hand, and it instantly seemed like a violet sun had soared into the sky. There were 3,000 Buddhas within the sun, the sound of Buddha's chanting was like thunder, and a myriad of rays of light shot out violently. This attack was too terrifying. It was terrifying to the point it caused any rebirth God realm expert to feel despair. Puzhan and Xianxia exchanged glances, and then they couldn't help but smile. They seemed to be composed after throwing all caution to the wind. They looked death in the eye and were composed. Senior brothers, let me do it this time. Suddenly, Lin Sun's voice resounded. Puzhan and Xianxia's pupils constricted, and they were just about to stop Lin Sun. Right at this moment, a figure that was mighty like a god suddenly appeared high up in the sky. He emanated a brilliant and resplendent glow, and eternal energy that was vast like an ocean transformed into a myriad of dazzling swords that coiled around him. Clang! Clang! They surged like a tide and swept through the world. Merely his imposing aura was able to oppress the gold light dimension to the point the sky collapsed and everything was destroyed, and it revealed a terrifying scene of destruction. Almost at the same time, Xianxia's attack swept through the sky. It was as if a blazing purple sun was crashing down on Zhou. The golden light of order transformed into raging light that scattered everywhere, and it seemed as if it wanted to melt the heavens and the earth. Boom! The mighty figure was arrogant and domineering as he swung his fist. With a single strike, the blazing purple sun exploded into pieces. Boundless golden light of order scattered everywhere, and even the heavens and the earth shook. Such a tyrannical and domineering punch attracted the attention of everyone present. Puzhan and Xianxia were shocked as well. They noticed that even though it was just an avatar, the terrifying might that belonged to a transcendent realm expert surged within it. This was naturally the Origin Sky Pavilion Master Yanji's avatar. In the distance, Xianxia's eyes narrowed for a moment before he regained his composure and said, so it's Taoist Yanji. Only his primordial spirit remains, and only his avatar is left. How pitiful. The shock on the 4 Brahma lords' faces disappeared as well, and they regained their composure. It was just an avatar that belonged to the Origin Sky Pavilion Master. It wasn't enough to make them feel fearful. After all, they had Buddhist Supreme Shi and the Gold Light Dimension. Since when did I end up in such a miserable state that even you bald donkeys are sighing in pity? Yanji's avatar snorted coldly, and the billions of sword-shaped laws around its body resonated. Such might made it hard for others to believe that an avatar could possess such power. As he spoke, he took a step forward with his sleeves fluttering. He shouted thunderously, "Bald donkeys, come and fight me." The 4 Brahma lords' expressions turned ugly when they heard the word bald donkey. Xianxia's expression was as calm as ever. He said, "All of you, go deal with the 3 remaining core sect disciples." Remember not to hurt Lin Sun. I'll deal with old devil Yanji's will. As he spoke, the 36-petal azure jade lotus platform beneath his feet rumbled, and it carried him up into the sky while the violet gold devil subduing pestle in his hand suddenly swung down. Boom, the vast and blazing purple gold laws condensed into a beam of light that shot towards Yanji. Today, I'll fucking let you know that even my Dharma image isn't something that just anyone can slander. Yanji grunted coldly, and then a strand of brilliant sword chi suddenly shot out explosively from within his fluttering sleeve. A great battle broke out. The two clashed above the 9 heavens, displaying the intense battle of the transcendent realm. Yanji was extremely terrifying indeed. Even though it was only a manifestation of will, his words carried the law, and his sword insight covered the sky. Every single strike of his sword simply seemed to intend to tear the ages apart and break through the obstruction of the Grand Tao. It was domineering to the extreme. Such might was simply like the supreme gods of the sword Tao of legend. However, Shi was a true transcendent realm existence, one of the Zen sect's 9 Buddha venerables. His age was ancient, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of years he had attained this realm. The 36-petal lotus platform beneath his feet was formed from the immortal laws, and the violet golden devil-slaying pestle in his hand was a treasure used to control the golden light Dharma realm. At this moment, he was not much inferior to Yanji. Boom, the area where the two of them fought simply transformed into chaos. It was turbulent and chaotic, and the aura of destruction was shocking. It was impossible to imagine how many cities and rivers would be destroyed if such a battle were to occur in the outside world. However, Lin Sun didn't care about it. This was because the 4 Brahma lords, Hong Ku, Hong Jing, Hong Yi, and Hong Yuan, had all made their moves at the same time. The Dhyana sect's Fan Zhu was equivalent to the elders of the Yuan sect's 3 pavilions. Each and every one of them had been in the Nirvana God realm for countless years. They were true old monsters who had lived for at least 10,000 years. At this moment, as the 4 Fan Lords attacked together, unparalleled murderous intent flooded over like a tidal wave. Ha! Honka's expression was solemn as he took out the snow-white prayer beads in his hand. Immediately, 108 illusory figures of Buddhas rushed out and pressed down. Boom, Hongjing was like a guardian deity with furious eyes. He held a black ruler in his hand and raised the phenomenon of the myriad worlds of the Buddha as he slapped it over, causing the surrounding space to suddenly shatter. Silently, Hong Yi, who was holding the Buddhist staff made of withered wood, moved forward. His aura was firmly locked onto Xianxia. Little friend, do not struggle. Otherwise, you will suffer physical pain. On the other side, Hong Yuan, who was kind and smiling, rushed towards Lin with a bronze lamp in his palm. Senior brothers, just do as I say, and we'll definitely be able to deal with these bald donkeys. At the same time, Lin Sun told Pu Jin and Xianxia about his decision. The situation was critical, so he didn't dare to hide anything anymore. In such a situation, he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. All right. For the first time, Pu Jin and Xianxia protected Lin Sun in the center. Pu Jin waved the hoe and Xianxia controlled the scroll to fight against the enemies. Lin Sun, on the other hand, took out the abyssal sword cauldron and emitted a myriad of rays of light that protected the 3 of them. Immediately, Pu Jin and Xianxia keenly sensed that the golden light realm's oppressive power on their cultivation had been dissolved. This made them feel energized. Boom, the battle erupted, and the scene was completely chaotic. For a time, the silhouettes of Buddhas could be seen moving about as they performed various supreme and unfathomable secret techniques. Every time the black ruler struck out, the scene of Buddha suppressing the world surged out, and strands of obscure and crystalline sharp lights that were like blades revealed a peerlessly sharp and fierce aura of slaughter. This was the power of the withered wooden staff. When the bronze lamp swayed in the air, the snow-white Buddha fire was like a burning star, filled with an unimaginable purifying power. The 4 Dafan lords each used their own skills and treasures to surround Lin Sun and the other 2 and launched an overwhelming attack. That scene caused one's heart to palpitate. It was too terrifying. Xianxia was already severely injured, and Pu Jin was also injured. Even though they tried to resist together, they were still in a passive position and were quickly suppressed. The 4 Dafan lords approached step by step. Lin Sun didn't make a move from the beginning to the end. He activated the abyssal sword cauldron and firmly protected the 3 of them. His expression was terrifyingly calm. Normal attacks couldn't cause any harm to the four Dauphin lords. If he made a move, it would give the enemy an opportunity to attack. He was waiting. The battle was getting more and more dangerous. Pu Zhen and Xianxia were already riddled with injuries. At this moment, they were using all their strength to fight. New and old injuries piled up, causing them to cough up blood repeatedly. Their miserable and pathetic appearance made Lin Sun's heart wrench. At the same time, he felt incomparable anger and hatred. This wasn't because Pu Zhen and Xianxia were weak. It was because their injuries were caused by Buddha Supreme Shi. If they were at their peak, the two of them would be able to fight against the four Dauphin lords. But it was useless to say all this now. You can't stop me. Why do you continue to struggle? The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. Hong Ke let out a long sigh. His expression was sorrowful, as if he couldn't bear to see Lin Sun and the others' miserable state. But when he made a move, he didn't hold back at all. His aura was strong, and he pressed forward step by step. There is no room for pity in the battle of orthodoxies. I see them as heretics, and they see me as one. I will sacrifice my life to protect them. Hong Jing's expression was resolute. He glared at the world, and his aura was terrifying. His attacks were the strongest. Don't forget what Buddha Supreme said. Capture Lin Sun alive. Hong Yi reminded. As they spoke, their aura became stronger and stronger. Pu Zhen and Xianxia almost couldn't raise their heads. Young friend, come with me. Suddenly, the kind-looking Hong Yi reached out and broke through Pu Zhen and Xianxia's defenses. He grabbed at Lin Sun. It was unbelievably fast. At this critical moment, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. The talent that he had been suppressing for a long time was released at this moment. The next moment, the four Dauphin lords appeared slightly sluggish. The next moment, a space-time crack that seemed to lead to hell appeared quietly. It turned into a gate that was thousands of meters tall and shrouded them. The two talents, the Death Forbid Dance and the Gate of Exile, appeared at the same time. It was hard to describe how strange and terrifying this scene was. Be it Lin Sun, Pu Zhen, or Xianxia, they were all waiting for this moment to come. When it was time to counterattack, they didn't hesitate and moved with all their might. The four Dauphin lords who were affected by the Death Forbid Dance reacted quickly. However, they had been pressing forward step by step. By the time they reacted, the Gate of Exile had already arrived in front of them. Retreat! Hong Ke shouted. The four of them relied entirely on the instincts that they had honed through countless years of killing to retreat at this critical moment. They completely unleashed their cultivation. They all sensed that something was wrong and smelled fatal danger. However, they were still one step too late. This was because Pu Zhen, Xianxia, and Lin Sun had already attacked. When the four Dauphin lords tried to retreat, they were intercepted by them. Boom, the terrifying sound of collision rang out. It was as if chaos had exploded. Undying turbulence swept out and engulfed the entire area. No! Amidst the panicked and unwilling shouts, Hong Yuan was the first to be swallowed by the Gate of Exile. Previously, he had been kind and amiable, but at the critical moment, he suddenly tried to capture Lin Sun. He was also the closest to Lin Sun, so he became the first Dauphin lord to be swallowed. Immediately after, Hong Yi, who was holding the wooden staff, staggered and was sucked into the Gate of Exile by the terrifying devouring power released by the Gate of Exile. He was attacked by Pu Zhen and could not escape. Next was Hong Jing. He was like an angry Vajra, and the moment he was swallowed by the Gate of Exile, he used his instincts to shatter Xianxia's right arm with a punch. However, he was not spared in the end and completely disappeared from the Gate of Exile. Only Hong Ke stayed far away. He reacted the fastest and was the first to choose to retreat. Even when Pu Zhen, Xianxia, and Lin Sun attacked together, he forcefully broke through and escaped from the Gate of Exile. However, his face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. The scene just now had happened so suddenly that it was as if the Gate of Death had descended and caught them off guard. At this moment, he could only watch as the three Dauphin lords, Hong Jing, Hong Yi, and Hong Yuan, were swallowed by the strange and terrifying Gate of Exile. This made him shudder, in the distance, Xianxia was heavily injured, but at this moment, he was grinning and extremely carefree. Even he did not expect that his little junior brother would bring them such a big surprise. Pu Zhen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Just one more left." He seemed a little unwilling. Lin Sun was even more unwilling and said without hesitation, "Kill him." He had a stomach full of anger and hatred, so he had to completely vent it. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the forbidden death mystique again. In the distance, Hong Ku was not unprepared. In fact, he had immediately used all his defensive powers and tried to escape. However, the terrifying thing about the forbidden death mystique was that it was a forbidden technique that used the power of time. As long as the power of time existed in this world, this mystique would be successful. Although Hong Ku was already a nirvana god, he had not touched the threshold of the mysteries of time. At this moment, even though he used all his power, he was still stopped for a moment. It was also at this moment that Pu Zhen, Xianxia, and Lin Sun appeared in front of him and used their strongest attacks. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Hong Ku, a late-stage nirvana god, was hit by Pu Zhen's hoe. His body exploded and his Yuanshan was severely injured. Xianxia's boundless power turned into sword chi and, together with Lin Sun's abyssal sword cauldron, smashed Hong Ku's Yuanshan into pieces. One attack killed. The enemy, the three brothers could not help but feel extremely delighted at the bloody scene. This series of killings actually happened in an extremely short period of time. When all of this came to an end, Xianxia's icy cold shout suddenly resounded in the sky. "Next time I will definitely take your heads." Almost at the same time, Yan Ji's cold voice also sounded. "You left before the outcome of the battle was decided. When did you bald donkeys become so spineless?" Lin Sun and the others looked up. In the sky, Yan Ji's will avatar was broken and dim, but its aura was still so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. Buddhist Supreme Shi was also in a sorry state. There were cracks on the 36-petal green jade platform under his feet. His face was slightly pale, and there was a bloody sword wound on his cheek that was so deep that bone could be seen. When Lin Sun and the others looked over, Shi snorted coldly and activated the violet gold demon subduing pestle. His figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. Immediately after, the golden Dharma realm collapsed and disappeared like a bubble. Only then did Lin Sun see that they were now standing in the sky of Cloudguard House. Buddhist Supreme Shi was long gone in the vast wilderness. At that time, the sky was clear and the landscape was picturesque. Everything that they had experienced before was as unreal as a dream. Under the sky, Lin Sun was still puzzled. How could a transcendent figure like Shi give up so easily? Did that old bald donkey really run away like that? Xianxia was also surprised. If he doesn't escape, the 36 lotus platforms that he spent 100,000 years to condense will be severely damaged. This is the foundation of his Tao Eternity. Perhaps he can repair it, but he will miss the opportunity to attain Tao Eternity because of it. Between two evils, he can only escape. While they were talking, Yan Ji's broken Dharma idol moved over. Lin Sun and the others suddenly understood. "Let's get out of here." Before he finished speaking, Yan Ji's Dharma form, which was already severely damaged, disappeared. "Let's go." Pu Zhen took Lin Sun and Xianxia and disappeared. After a while, streams of terrifying divine senses swept towards Hanyu City. Although the previous battle took place in the Golden Light Dharma realm, the appearance of this level of power was too shocking. Ordinary people couldn't detect it, but it alarmed many old people in the central main region. After all, this was the seventh heaven. There were many immortal emperor clans and many old people who had stepped into the immortal realm. However, after these divine senses swept over, they found nothing. Whether it was Emperor Shi or Lin Sun, they had already left this world. 3 days later, in the depths of a desolate mountain range, "Junior brother, Xianxia and I will leave first." Pu Zhen smiled honestly. After 3 days, he and Xianxia's injuries had recovered by less than 30%. This made Lin Sun quite worried. "Senior brothers, why don't you rest for a while? Now, time is pressing. We can't delay." Third senior sister and the others still don't know what happened in Taiyu True territory. Xianxia smiled brightly. "Moreover, these injuries won't affect our movements. Don't worry. Well, if you encounter any trouble in the future, you must tell me immediately. I will be in the Yuan sect these years. Lin Sun said seriously. Okay. Pu Zhen and Shuya nodded in unison. After the battle 3 days ago, they all deeply realized that the little junior brother in front of them was no longer the young eagle that needed their protection. The power he grasped could even help these senior brothers to turn the tide. Lin Sun smiled immediately. The attitude of the two senior brothers was undoubtedly the greatest recognition of his current cultivation. Now that he could finally help his fellow disciples, Lin Sun felt very happy. On the same day, Pu Zhen and Shuya left together. Lin Sun returned to Chaoyuan sect alone. The most important thing for him to go out this time was to avenge senior brother Yi Chenjun. However, he didn't expect to experience so many things along the way. However, it could also be considered a great harvest. Killing the 4 venerables of the hidden space realm gave him a chance to make a breakthrough in his cultivation, allowing him to step into the mid-heavenly longevity realm in one go. When he returned to the Cloud Guard house, he saw his 2 senior brothers, Pu Zhen and Shuya, and fought side by side with them. They killed 4 Brahma lords, Hong Ku, Hong Jing, Hong Yi, and Hong Yuan, and even forced the Buddhist Supreme Shi to flee in panic. This would definitely be a blow to the ancestral court of the Chan sect. After all, Fan Zhu's status was equivalent to the elders of the Yuan sect's 3 pavilions, and all of them were at the Nirvana realm. Losing 4 of them at once would definitely be a huge blow to the Zen sect. At the same time, this battle also allowed Lin Sun to see how terrifying a transcendent realm was. The power wielded by someone at that level had already reached an unimaginable level. This time, if it wasn't for Pavilion Master Ingji's will avatar, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. The transcendent realm was too far away. To Lin Sun, Nirvana realm combat power gave him the possibility of catching up and even surpassing it. During these 3 days of meditation, he had already understood from his 2 senior brothers that the 4 Brahma lords had proven themselves for a long time. The strongest, Hong Ku, was at the Nirvana realm great perfection, while the weakest, Hong Yuan, was at the Nirvana realm intermediate realm. Every single one of them had been in the Nirvana realm for many years, and ordinary cultivators in the same realm couldn't compare to them. This finally made Lin Sun not feel so disappointed. Originally, he thought that the difference between the heavenly longevity realm and the Nirvana realm wouldn't be so huge. Only now did he understand that the 4 Brahma lords were top-notch Nirvana realm old monsters. With his current cultivation, it was naturally difficult for him to fight against them. As for Pu Zhen and Shuya, they were at the Nirvana realm late and intermediate Nirvana realm respectively. According to Shuya, if he was at his peak, with Pu Zhen's ability, he would definitely be able to kill Hong Ku, who was at the Nirvana realm great perfection, within 3 punches. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Pu Zhen's foundation was. Of course, Shuya wasn't weak either. Although he was humble about his cultivation, his words revealed the confidence that he could beat up those in the same realm. At the bottom of it all, the reason they were pursued to such a sorry state this time was because the enemy had the Buddhist exalt, Shi, holding down the fort. Otherwise, just the strength of the 4 Brahma lords alone wouldn't be enough. Yuan realm, near the ancient teleportation array. In a palace, Jin Zhongyue was sipping tea leisurely. A month ago, when Lin Sun left the ancient teleportation array, he immediately sent the news to Sky Pavilion Elder Qiao Beidu. After that, Qiao Beidu sent the news to Deputy Pavilion Master Fu Wenli. On that day, Jin Zhongyue received Qiao Beidu's praise and promised that as long as Lin Sun couldn't return to Yuan clan, he would use his power to restore Lin Sun's position as deputy deacon. After all, with Lin Sun's death, the position of Sky Pavilion's deputy deacon would be vacant. There was no need to fight for it. This naturally made Jin Zhongyue excited and expectant. Especially as time passed and Lin Sun didn't return, Jin Zhongyue became more and more delighted. The bloody scene of Lin Sun being hacked to death often appeared in his mind. As a result, during this period of time, the humiliation and anger in him, who had been reduced to a gatekeeper, dissipated a lot. Suddenly, the ancient teleportation array vibrated. Jin Zhongyue didn't need to guess to know that it was someone from the sect who had gone out to travel. However, when he leisurely held the teacup and took a sip, his eyes widened. Pfft! In the next moment, he spat out the tea in his mouth and almost lost his grip on the teacup. His face was full of disbelief. A tall figure walked out of the ancient teleportation array. Jin Zhongyue was all too familiar with him. During this period of time, he had been dreaming of the figure being killed. Who would have thought that the figure would come back alive, all of a sudden, as if the expectation in his heart was shattered? Jin Zhongyue felt unprecedented loss and unwillingness. How could this be? Just as his expression was uncertain, Lin Sun came from afar and said indifferently, Jin Zhongyue, do you know your crime? Lin Sun's condescending attitude made Jin Zhongyue extremely uncomfortable. He got up from the chair and said expressionlessly, Deputy Deacon Lin, may I ask what crime I have committed? When I went out this time, I was assassinated by someone from the hidden void world. I seriously suspect that there was a traitor in the sect who leaked my information. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, staring at Jin Zhongyue, and you are the biggest suspect. His words were cold and his momentum was frightening. At this moment, Jin Zhongyue, a veteran of the heavenly longevity realm, felt the pressure coming on his face and faintly felt suffocated. His body was stiff and his heart was in turmoil. Did this guy's cultivation seem to have broken through? How could this be possible? Although he was frightened, he said sternly, Deputy Deacon Lin, don't slander me. There is no evidence. You are slandering me. He had nothing to fear. But Lin Sun smiled indifferently and said, didn't you hear me clearly? I said you are the biggest suspect. Whether you are a traitor or not, let Deacon Lin interrogate you personally. In this way, you can also prove your innocence. Jin Zhongyue's heart sank when he saw Lin Sun smile. It was true that Lin Sun had no evidence to prove all this, but Lin Sun could suspect him and interrogate him as a deputy deacon. How can you suspect me of being a traitor with just a few words? I also suspect that you are using your position to retaliate against me. Saying this, Jin Zhongyue turned around and left. I want to see Elder Qiao Beidu. But as soon as he took a step, Lin Sun grabbed him by the neck and pulled him to his side. After the interrogation, you can go to Elder Qiao Beidu to complain. Now, you have to come with me. Revenge, you are deliberately taking revenge. Jin Zhongyue shouted, trying to cause some noise so that other people in the sect could stop all this. But Lin Sun smiled and said, this area is sealed by my power of prohibition. It's useless even if you shout yourself hoarse. Just come with me obediently. Besides, if you are not a traitor, why are you panicking and afraid? In the primordial realm, I will not harm your life. That is a great crime. As he said this, he stuffed Jin Zhongyue into the abyssal sword cauldron. This scene was seen by some of the nearby heirs and they couldn't help but be shocked. But when they reacted, Lin Sun's figure was long gone. But even so, these heirs still realized that something big was going to happen today. Quick, spread the news that Deputy Deacon Lin is back. He captured Jin Zhongyue and brought him to Sky Pavilion. It's been a month, but Deputy Pavilion Master Lin is still as elegant as ever. All kinds of news began to spread rapidly throughout the primordial realm. Sky Pavilion. Penalty Hall. You suspect this guy of being a traitor? Knowing Lin Sun's intention, Tao Lung couldn't help but look strange. Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. If Deacon Tao thinks that I am deliberately taking revenge on Jin Zhongyue, then you are wrong. I can guarantee that he is the most suspicious. Please interrogate him personally. Tao Lung pondered and said, if you have no evidence, this matter is very likely to be left unsettled. It will also have some adverse effects on you. After all, everyone in the sect knows that you and Jin Zhongyue have a grudge. If you do this, it is hard to guarantee that people won't speculate that you are deliberately taking revenge on him. It doesn't matter if it is left unsettled. The key is to make it big. Otherwise, when I go out in the future, won't my traces be leaked in advance every time? Lin Sun said. Make it big? Tao Lung thought. Yes, it must be big. I have something in my hands. I believe that after everyone in the sect sees it, they will certainly not think that I am making a fuss. Lin Sun said softly. Tao Lung had just interrogated Jin Zhongyue for less than a quarter of an hour. Inside the disciplinary hall, someone came in with a fierce aura. It was Elder Qiao Beidu. The first person he saw was Lin Sun, who was sitting in the hall with his eyes closed. He couldn't help saying coldly, how dare you slander and attack our disciples with your power when you just became a deputy deacon? How arrogant. Lin Sun opened his eyes and said, the right and wrong haven't been decided yet. If Elder Chao accuses me like this, it won't end well. Chao Beidu snorted and looked around the hall. He shouted in a deep voice, where's Tao Lung? Why don't you come out and see me? His voice shook the hall in an aggressive manner. Tao Lung pushed open the door and came out from the side hall. He cupped his hands and said calmly, Elder Chao, what can I do for you? Let Jin Zhongyue go. Don't make the same mistake again. Chao Beidu looked cold. Tao Lung said unhurriedly, the interrogation has just begun. If we let Jin Zhongyue go now, we won't be able to clear his name. If we can confirm that he is not a traitor after the interrogation, wouldn't it be better? Is it possible? Who doesn't know that you are cold-hearted and cruel? Anyone who is interrogated by you will confess under torture even if he is wronged. Chao Beidu's face was gloomy. Let me ask you again. Will you let him go? No. Lin Sun stood up from the chair and looked at Chao Beidu. Elder Chao is so angry. Are you worried that Jin Zhongyue will say something related to you? How dare you question and slander me? Chao Beidu was furious. He said expressionlessly, you are just a deputy deacon. How dare you disrespect your elders and offend your superiors? Tao Lung, let me ask you, how should you be punished according to the law? Before Tao Lung could speak, a voice came from outside the hall, 1 year's salary will be forfeited and 30 lashes. Along with the voice, a short and fat man in a brocade robe strolled in slowly. He had a mustache, a red nose and small eyes. One of the 9 elders of Yuankong Pavilion, Chu Jian. Brother Chu, you came at the right time. Chao Beidu was refreshed. Today, Deacon Tao Lung and Deputy Deacon Lin Sun colluded to force Jin Zhongyue to confess under torture. How should we punish them? Chu Jian stroked his mustache and said with a fake smile, that's a little serious. If it's light, he'll be dismissed from his position. If it's heavy, he'll be imprisoned. Tao Lung's expression changed slightly. At this moment, another person entered the hall. Do you have any concrete evidence to convict Tao Lung and Lin Sun with just a few words? Or perhaps, as elders of the Sky Pavilion, you intend to use the authority in your hands to run amok? A group of people came, all of them important figures of the Sky Origin Pavilion. There were elders and attendants. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun immediately realized that the news had spread. This was exactly what he wanted to see. As expected, in the following period of time, more and more important figures came after hearing the news. For example, some of the elders and attendants of the Origin Void Pavilion and Origin Clarity Pavilion also rushed over. Some of the peak masters of the 9 peaks also showed up one after another. For a time, the punishment hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Outside the punishment hall, many successors and disciples gathered. They were not qualified to enter the punishment hall, but this did not prevent them from coming to watch the fun. In today's ancestral court of Yuan religion, Lin Sun was a figure of great attention. His every move had long been seen by many big shots. This time, after he returned from a trip, he immediately captured Jin Zhongyue and suspected that Jin Zhongyue was a traitor. This gave those big figures the feeling that Lin Sun was going to make trouble again, therefore, they all came after hearing the news. If it were someone else, they would not be attracted at all. Such a big movement. Soon, even the 3 deputy heads of the Sky Pavilion were alarmed and showed up in person. The originally noisy and chaotic punishment hall also became quiet. All eyes were on the 3 big figures, Xian Feiling, Fu Wenli, and Qi Xiaoyun. Everyone knew that this dispute, at the end of the day, still depended on how the 3 deputy pavilion masters would decide. Lin Sun, what's going on? Tell me the whole story. Xian Feiling said in a deep voice. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Sun looked very calm and said, a month ago, I went out to travel, but I didn't expect that soon after I left the Infinite Star Sea, I would be assassinated from the hidden void world. His words surprised all the big figures in the hall. Hidden void world, how dare you? You actually dare to attack the people of my Yuan sect? It's crazy. Aren't they afraid that we will destroy their hidden void world if they annoy us? This is really strange. Since when did the hidden space world dare to provoke our Yuan sect without fear? His words were full of anger and undisguised contempt. In the outside world, the hidden void world might be frightening. But in the eyes of the big figures of Yuan religion, the hidden void world was just an ancient assassin force. It was not worth mentioning. But now, the hidden void world was so rampant that they dared to assassinate the people of Yuan religion, which was undoubtedly very abnormal. It's inevitable to encounter some dangers and disturbances when you go out to travel. This time you were attacked by assassins from the hidden void world. How can you prove that this matter has something to do with a traitor in our sect? Fu Wenli said coldly. If it was an ordinary danger and accident, it would be fine. But this matter was obviously premeditated. When I left the sect, my trace had been leaked. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the hidden void world would not be able to find me in such a short time. Lin Sun said calmly. So, just because of this, you believe that it was Jin Zhongyue who did it? Qi Xiaoyun snorted. Lin Sun said, as I said, only Jin Zhongyue is the biggest suspect, because he is the disciple who guards the ancient transmission formation. Only he knows the time and whereabouts of my departure. Do you have any evidence? Fu Wenli asked directly. No. Lin Sun looked very calm. The hall suddenly burst into an uproar. Capturing Jin Zhongyue without any evidence? Wasn't he worried that others would suspect that he was trying to take revenge on Jin Zhongyue? Sure enough, Fu Wenli said coldly, as a deputy deacon, you arrested Jin Zhongyue for interrogation just because of suspicion. Don't you think it's too much? This isn't going overboard. This is disregarding the law and is acting recklessly. Qi Xiaoyun said in a low voice. There was a depressing silence in the hall. Everyone could see that the situation was faintly unfavorable for Lin Sun. Unless he could show evidence, he would pay the price for capturing Jin Zhongyue today. Xian Feiling frowned and said, Lin Sun, what else do you want to say? Yes. As Lin Sun spoke, he took out a jade scroll and said, the hidden void realm sent the Ji, Mei, Wang, and Liang to assassinate me. There are some interesting things recorded in this jade scroll. I believe everyone here will understand why I made such a big move and why I wanted to capture Jin Zhongyue, who is the biggest suspect. Jade Slip, Fu Wenli, Qi Xiaoyun and others narrowed their eyes. Other big shots on the scene were suddenly enlightened. It seemed that they finally understood why Lin Sun dared to capture Jin Zhongyue with such confidence. Buzz along with a wave of fluctuations, the jade slip began to display a series of scenes, all of which were taking place in the depths of the mountains outside Starstream City. However, it was not the scene of the battle, but the conversation between spirits, monsters, and demons before the battle with Lin Sun and Fei Yun. Seeing such scenes, the eyes of the big shots present flickered with different expressions. Who is this Fei Yun? Someone couldn't help asking. An old man who escaped from the hidden void world. I planned to use his power to find Monster and avenge Chen Jun. I didn't expect that Monster and the other three would take the initiative to come to me. Lin Sun explained casually. As he said, the voice of Monster came out from one of the pictures. After all, he is the descendant of the ancestral court of Yuan sect. It's normal for him to have such confidence. According to the news, although he has just broken through the realm, his combat power is against the natural order and his Tao weapon is amazing. We can't underestimate him. Otherwise, how could the four of us attack him together? As his voice fell, Lin Sun put away the jade slip. When he looked at the great figures present again, surprise and bewilderment appeared on their faces. You must have seen and heard clearly that the four spirits got the news, so they came to deal with me at the first time. Lin Sun said calmly, why did they attack me together? Because someone leaked the news to them that although I have just broken through the immortal realm, my combat power is against the natural order and my Tao weapon is amazing. Everyone, before I went out this time, I have been practicing in the sect. Who told the hidden void world that I have reached the immortal realm? Who told these assassins that my combat power is so against the natural order that they need to send the four top assassins in the heavenly longevity realm to deal with me? His voice resounded through the hall and hit people's hearts. These words can't prove that there is a traitor in our sect. Chao Beidou couldn't help interrupting. Lin Sun asked, I just want to ask you, how can the hidden void world know what happened in our Yuan sect so clearly? Everyone here should know that I have only used my immortal Tao weapon once in our sect. That one and only time was when I defeated Jin Zhongyue. But those assassins from the hidden void world knew my Tao weapon before they took action. Speaking of this, Lin Sun stared at Qiao Beidou. Elder Qiao, in this case, do you think I have reason to suspect that it was Jin Zhongyue, who was defeated by me, who leaked some of my news and whereabouts to the hidden void world out of resentment? Qiao Beidou was speechless for a moment. The jade slip that Lin Sun took out just now clearly showed the scenes that happened at that time, including the words and expressions of those people. This made Qiao Beidou unable to refute. No wonder you are so angry. If I were betrayed by a traitor, I would also be furious. Xianxia sighed with emotion. This sentence won the approval of many big shots. The hidden void world was nothing, but if there was a traitor in the sect who leaked and sold Lin Sun's traces, it was absolutely heinous. But this can't prove that Jin Zhongyue is a traitor. Do you think that with Jin Zhongyue's identity, he can still instruct the hidden void world to send the four spirits to deal with him? Qiao Beidou held back for a long time before he squeezed out such a sentence. Lin Sun nodded seriously and said, Elder Qiao is right. Jin Zhongyue doesn't have the ability to instruct the hidden void world at all. That's why I captured Jin Zhongyue as soon as possible. I suspect that there is another mastermind behind Jin Zhongyue. His words were earth-shattering. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became silent and unprecedentedly depressed, thanks to Awadara, 90,032, 1770, 518, 8216 and other children's shoes for the monthly tickets in the past 2 days. I will continue to update tonight. Like being hit by a stick, Qiao Beidou was so depressed that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He just said that Jin Zhongyue was not qualified to command the hidden void world, but Lin Sun took the opportunity to say that there was another mastermind behind Jin Zhongyue, which made people feel that he was throwing a brick to attract jade. He couldn't help but take a look at Fu Wenli, who frowned. Although he looked calm, there was a chilling power under the calmness. The atmosphere in the hall was very quiet. In fact, those big shots knew that Jin Zhongyue was just a small role, but they didn't expect that Lin Sun wanted to use this small role to find out the big role behind the scenes. Our pavilion will find out the truth of this matter. The silent atmosphere was broken by the voice of Fu Wenli. His words made people unable to guess what he was thinking. Xianxia nodded and said, Deputy Pavilion Head Fu will be responsible for this matter. Be sure to give a satisfactory explanation to the sect and Lin Sun. When Lin Sun was about to say something, Xianxia's voice came to his ears, just stop when it's appropriate. If you continue to make trouble, you will end up with nothing. On the contrary, it will stimulate some people to hate you more. Lin Sun nodded. He also knew this, but he couldn't help but feel helpless when such a result happened. On the same day, what happened in the punishment hall of Yuan Pavilion spread all over Yuan Church, causing countless discussions. The contradiction between Lin Sun and those enemies is getting more and more intense. Many people realized that the assassin in the hidden void world was just a trivial matter. In the final analysis, Lin Sun's rapid rise had already made those big shots who hated him feel threatened. No one would be stupid enough to say these things out. Even those big shots were aware of it, but they wouldn't point it out. Even the 4 demons failed to kill Lin Sun. How terrible is his background? That's why those big shots are afraid of him. I'm afraid that disputes and conflicts like this will happen frequently in the future. It depends on whether Lin Sun can get out of danger again and again like this time. Jin Zhongyue is so unlucky. I'm afraid that he will become a victim this time. While everyone in Yuan Church was talking about this storm, Lin Sun returned to his blessed cave. Only 1 day later, Tao Lung came to visit him with good news. Jin Zhongyue is finished. Seeing Lin Sun, Tao Lung said in a low voice, Today, Vice Pavilion Head Rune Li issued an edict and Elder Qiao Beidou announced it in person. Last night, Jin Zhongyue committed suicide for fear of disturbing the order of the sect because of his mistakes. Lin Sun's pupils shrank, and he felt a chill in his heart. What a nice way to commit suicide. His eyes darkened. These old fellows are really ruthless. Tao Lung said with deep meaning, This is the price you should pay for doing something wrong. Otherwise, would you be willing to accept it? Will those big shots in the sect be willing to accept this? Lin Sun sighed and said, I just didn't expect that Jin Zhongyue, a strong practitioner at the full completion of Heavenly Longevity Realm, could kill him so easily. Tao Lung corrected him seriously, he committed suicide to escape punishment. Lin Sun sneered, is there any difference? Tao Lung also laughed, it's great wisdom to see through it but not say it. After a pause, he continued, in addition, Vice Pavilion head Xian Failing has issued an edict that Feng Qixi and Drifting Cloud Feng, Huang Muji, the successor of the 9th peak, and Xianxia Yuan, the successor of the 7th peak, will be released today. Lin Sun was refreshed. This was undoubtedly good news. Will Runli and Qi Xiaoyun agree? He asked. Even if they don't want to agree now, they have to pinch their noses and accept it. Speaking of this, Tao Lung corrected Lin Sun seriously, in the future, you can't directly call the 2 vice pavilion heads by their names, or you will be regarded as disrespectful and insubordinate. Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, don't worry, they won't. It didn't take long for Tao Lung to leave. In the afternoon, Lin Sun met Feng Qixi and Drifting Cloud Feng. In the blessed enclave, Lin Sun set up a banquet to welcome them in person. I'm sorry to let you two suffer. Lin Sun raised his glass and said apologetically. Feng Qixi, who was still dressed in a black warrior suit with a ponytail, looked valiant and charming. Hearing Lin Sun's words, he sighed and said, it's not a grievance. It's just a pity that I couldn't witness Brother Lin's breakthrough. It was Chao Beidu who ordered Qi Lingzhen, Zhong Liran and others to capture us and imprison us in the purgatory of reflection. Drifting Cloud Feng said, but now, these 4 people have been killed by Brother Lin. I'm very happy. How can I feel wronged? As he said, he toasted Lin Sun, if you really take me and Miss Feng as friends, don't say those words. Let's drink. Okay, let's drink. Lin Sun happily raised his glass. That night, after the banquet, Lin Sun went to the 9th peak to visit Yi Chenjun, Huang Muji, Qin Ruoling and other brothers. Yi Chenjun and others already knew that Lin Sun's previous travel was to avenge Yi Chenjun and kill the 4 demons, monsters and demons. All of them were deeply touched. Without a doubt, Lin Sun treated them as his own family. After leaving the 9th peak, Lin Sun went to the 7th peak to visit Xianxia Yuan, who was also quite excited. The two chatted for a long time before Lin Sun left. When he returned to his cave residence, he felt relaxed all over. I'm only one small realm away from entering the late heavenly longevity realm. At that time I can seek the position of a deacon, Lin Sun pondered. The conditions to become a deacon were extremely harsh. But for Lin Sun, no matter how harsh the conditions were, he had to do his best. And the first condition to become a deacon was to have the cultivation of the late heavenly longevity realm. In fact, most of the 12 deacons in the Sky Pavilion had broken through to the Nirvana realm. Only 2 or 3 of them were still in the heavenly longevity realm, but they were all in the great perfection realm. Lin Sun got rid of all distracting thoughts and started meditating. After knowing that his senior brother and others were trapped in the Taiyu True realm, Lin Sun felt a sense of urgency. After all, although he had already set foot on the immortal path, he was still far behind those big shots in the transcendent realm. Only by improving his strength could he truly help his senior brothers and sisters in the Heart Mountain in the future. A month later, Tao Lung came to visit again and told Lin Sun that in another month, the 9 Peaks discourse that happened once every 1,000 years would begin. He asked if Lin Sun would like to participate. Of course, it was not to participate in the discourse, but to maintain the order of the event. Lin Sun thought for a long time and decided to refuse. The 9 Peaks discourse was a competition between the core disciples of the 9 Peaks. For him, it had long lost its appeal. At that time, the Spirit sect, Zen sect, and Witchcraft sect will all send envoys. Moreover, the 8th heaven's 10 immortal giants and the top forces of the 7th heaven will also send important figures to attend the ceremony. Do you really not want to go and have a look? When Tao Lung said this, Lin Sun immediately changed his mind and agreed. Tao Lung sneered and said, I knew you wouldn't miss such a grand event. Soon, Tao Lung left. Lin Sun couldn't help but look forward to it. Would the senior brothers and sisters of the Heart Mountain be among the envoys sent by the Spirit sect's ancestral court? Time flew by like a shuttle. The day of the 9 Peaks discourse was gradually approaching. The core disciples of the 9 Peaks had been training hard recently, conserving their energy and making preparations for the upcoming grand event. The top 10 would enter the 3 pavilions to cultivate. The top 3 would be nurtured by the sect and obtain cultivation resources for them to prove their immortality, They could also choose any pavilion to join. For any core disciple, the Nine Peaks discourse was related to their reputation and future. It's a pity that junior brother Lin Sun's advancement speed is too fast. Otherwise, with him here, the first place of the Nine Peaks discourse would definitely belong to our ninth peak. Qin Ruoling sighed in the ninth peak. Her words caused Yi Chenjun, Huang Muji, Meng Haochen and other core disciples to sigh. They had cultivated in the ninth peak for many years, but compared to Lin Sun, they were nothing. In just over a year, he was promoted from a true disciple to a core disciple, a disciple of the Sky Pavilion, and now the deputy deacon of the Sky Pavilion. This kind of advancement speed made those big shots feel amazed and shocked. But it was also because of this that Lin Sun had no chance to participate in the Nine Peaks discourse. Don't you think our ninth peak is not in the limelight enough? Lin Sun alone is enough for the entire Yuan church to pay attention to us, Qin Wuyu, the peak master, said in the distance. You don't have to care about the ranking in the Nine Peaks discourse. Just fight for the top with your own ability. That's right. As long as Lin Sun is here, no matter what identity he has in the future, he came from our ninth peak after all. Who would dare to look down on us? Yi Chenjun said with a smile. When Lin Sun first joined the sect, the peak master was quite against him. But now, when talking about Lin Sun, although the peak master tried to hide his inner emotions, the pride between his eyebrows and the seemingly distressed but happy tone in his words all betrayed his inner thoughts. The day before the Nine Peaks discourse was about to begin, Lin Sun got the exact news from Taoleng. This time, the ancestral court of the Spirit Church sent a total of 9 messengers. They were led by Green Cloud Spirit Master, one of the 10 great Spirit Masters. Spirit Master was a title, equivalent to the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Yuan Church. Of the other 8 people, 4 were Spirit Masters, equivalent to the elders of the 3 pavilions of the Yuan Church. The remaining 4 were Spirit Lords, equivalent to the deacons of the 3 pavilions of the Yuan Church. Lin Sun got the list of the 9 people of the Spirit Church from Taoleng. At a glance, he saw a familiar name. Qingyu, senior sister Qingyu, ranked 16th. Lin Sun couldn't help but recall a scene in his mind. When he was on the Starry Sky Ancient Path, in order to deal with the nameless Supreme Emperor, a game of chess broke out. At that time, the senior brothers and sisters of the Mountain of Mind and Heart appeared on the stage one after another, each showing their earth-shattering skills. Senior sister Qingyu was one of them. She had a petite figure, ear-length short hair, and wore a plain cotton dress. Her big eyes were as bright as stars, and her face was extremely delicate. Her beauty was a kind of reserved and pure beauty. Those who didn't know her would think she was a pure and cute girl next door. But once she fought, she showed extremely dazzling and terrifying light, which could be described as fierce and overbearing. It was hard to imagine how her delicate body could burst out such a strong power. Because of the huge contrast, Lin Sun was deeply impressed. P.S. Send more updates to me. Today is the 82nd anniversary of the July 7th incident. Don't forget the national humiliation, and the alarm bell rings. Next to senior sister Qingyu's name, it was marked Spiritual Lord. In other words, senior sister Qingyu was now a big figure in the ancestral court of the Spirit sect, comparable to the deacons of the 3 pavilions of the Yuan sect. Realizing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that the situation of the 3rd senior sister in the Spirit sect wasn't bad. This was, of course, a good thing. I have to find some time to have a good chat with senior sister Qingyu. Lin Sun thought. The next morning. In the center of the Yuan realm. Accompanied by a roar, an ancient Taoist field slowly rose from the ground, and countless rays of light shot out, straight into the sky. Between heaven and earth, there was a faint ancient sound of the great Tao. When the dojo was revealed, the surrounding area was immersed in an uproar. Tianqi Dojo. It was a Taoist field personally refined by the Yuan sect master at the beginning of the establishment of the Yuan sect. It was said that it was made by gathering the origin of the 9 great chaos, mixed with 3,000 kinds of immortal divine iron, and tempered with supreme magical power. Since ancient times, every 1,000 years, the 9 Peaks discourse would be held in the Tianqi Dojo, and every time a group of dazzling peerless figures emerged. For example, those big figures who held important positions in the 3 pavilions and 9 Peaks had all participated in the 9 Peaks discourse when they were young, and all of them had shown in the Tianqi dojo. At this time, the leaders, elders, and descendants of the 9 peaks had all appeared in the 9 areas near the Taoist field. On the other side of the Taoist field, a beautiful cloud platform was built. This was the viewing platform. The messengers from the 3 ancestral halls of the Spirit sect, the Witch sect, and the Zen sect, as well as the big figures sent by the 10 immortal giants, had already taken their seats on the cloud platform. Any one of these big figures had a monstrous power that was enough to make people awe and look up to them. In addition, there were also some old antiques from the top forces of the 7th heaven, each of whom was above the Nirvana realm. There were also characters at the heavenly longevity realm, but they were only embellishments and foils. Just the lineup of messengers and spectators was already so luxurious. One could imagine how great the influence of the 9 peaks discourse of the Yuan sect was. Not far from the viewing platform, sat the big figures of the 3 pavilions of the Yuan sect. Vice Pavilion Master Xian Feiling, Fu Wenli, and Qi Xiaoyun. Vice Pavilion Master Du Guyong, Yuan Wutian, Qi Wen. Yuanqing Pavilion Vice Pavilion Lords Feng Daoping, Yu Xing, and Tang Qiu. They were all seated. Below them were the elders of the 3 pavilions. As for the deacons and vice-deacons of the 3 pavilions, they were distributed around the Heavenly Enlightenment Square. A portion of them maintained the order of the 9 peaks of the Tao discussion, and a portion of them were responsible for various matters related to the Tao discussion. Lin Sun was assigned to stand beside Tao Ling at the side of the Tianqi dojo, and he was responsible for maintaining the order of the 9 peaks discussion. That being said, there was nothing to do at all. Big shots were densely packed in the vicinity of the Heavenly Enlightenment Tao ground, and there was a large group of them. Who would have the gall to dare cause trouble here? As far as Lin Sun knew, there were 9 transcendent-level old guys who came to watch the ceremony. Apart from that, there were more than 60 Nirvana gods. This was a number that could make the entire eternal true world tremble. If such a force gathered together, they could sweep through the world. Just think about it, the 4 great ancestral courts, the 10 immortal giants, and some of the top forces in the 7th heaven. Unless the eternal gods in the 9th heaven took action, this was enough to represent the strongest, most prosperous, and most terrifying force in the eternal true world. At that moment, the atmosphere was solemn and silent. Lin Sun was fine. He did not have the right to participate in this kind of discussion, so he was very calm. The core heirs of the 9 peaks were all excited, and their eyes were filled with eagerness. Everyone knew that the Tao discussion was a huge stage. As long as they performed outstandingly, their names would spread far and wide. Lin Sun looked at the grandstand. There were many big shots sitting there. If an ordinary person looked at it from afar, they would definitely feel shocked, as if gods had descended upon the world. Even Lin Sun's heart was filled with awe. Those big shots might have restrained their auras, but each of them sitting there was like a god sitting in the 9 heavens, and each of them was stronger than the last. Lin Sun noticed that there was a familiar figure sitting in the Dhyana sect's ancestral court. Buddha Supreme Shri. Lin Sun's pupil shrank. 2 months ago, he, Pu Zhen, and Shuya were fighting against the other party. Who would have thought that the other party would openly come to the Origin sect's ancestral court? Moreover, he was the leader of the Dhyana sect's ancestral court messengers. Shri had the cultivation of the transcendent realm. When Lin Sun looked at him, he immediately sensed it and looked up. When he saw Lin Sun's figure in the distance, Shri smiled slightly, put his palms together, and nodded at Lin Sun from afar. His expression was calm and tranquil. There was not a trace of strangeness, nor was there a hint of murderous intent. It was too casual and calm, as if he had met an old friend. The big shots near the grandstand all noticed Shirye's movements and couldn't help but look in the direction he was looking at. So it's him. Lin Sun, Lin Daoyuan, we finally meet in person. Interesting. This is the lotus that the master of the heart core has been waiting for. Unfortunately, the master of the heart core has already suffered in the 9th heaven. I'm afraid he won't be able to see the little disciple he has been waiting for. The legendary immortal supreme road is like a legend in the 9th heaven. I don't believe that such a path would appear on the successor of the heart core mountain. The voices of discussion resounded. These big shots came from different forces. Their words were casual, calm, and not sharp. However, this made many people who noticed this scene unable to remain calm. Perhaps it was the first time for the big shots in the grandstand to see Lin Sun. However, they had already heard and understood about Lin Sun before. This was already shocking enough. In the entire world, among those in the same realm as Lin Sun, there might not be another person who could be remembered by the 3 ancestral courts, the 10 immortal giants, and other major forces. Noticing the gazes of those big shots, Lin Sun also felt a wave of pressure. The owners of those gazes included Transcendent Realm big shots and Nirvana God Realm old antiques. When their attention was focused on one person, the pressure was unimaginable. Fortunately, these gazes were extremely restrained and didn't carry any pressure. Soon, Lin Sun saw senior sister Qingyu. She wore a plain long dress, and her delicate figure sat in the spiritual church's ancestral courts camp. Her hands were crossed in front of her knees, and her jet-black ear-length short hair accentuated her snow-white and delicate skin. Her facial features were delicate and beautiful, and her big eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. She looked like a pure and innocent girl next door. When she noticed Lin Sun's gaze, she blinked her eyes and smiled faintly. There was a kind of reserved charm to her. After thinking about it, Lin Sun suddenly waved his hand, signaling Qingyu to come out and speak. Qingyu was startled and turned her head to look at the man on the side. The man was wearing a Taoist robe, with his hair tied up in a bun, and holding a horsetail whisk. His appearance was delicate and strange. He was one of the spiritual church's ancestral court's 10 great spiritual elders, Qingyun. Go. Qingyun nodded slightly. Qingyu got up and left the grandstand. This scene was seen by many people. Some frowned, some pondered, and some looked at Qingyu with a trace of coldness. Qingyu didn't care about this at all. Lin Sun naturally wouldn't care. Everyone knew that he and Qingyu came from the Heart sect. Since there was a chance to meet, he naturally wouldn't avoid anything. Deacon Tao, I'll take my leave first. Seeing senior sister Qingyu walking over, Lin Sun smiled and asked to leave, planning to take Qingyu back to his cave residence. I know you don't care about the 9 Peaks discourse. Go. Tao sneered and waved his hand. Lin Sun nodded and left straight away. Senior sister, this way to my cave residence. Lin Sun said to Qingyu with a smile. Qingyu nodded and followed. Her jet-black ear-length hair fluttered with her steps, adding to her beauty. The two left on their own. This scene was seen by many people. The bigwigs of the Yuan Church were all startled and had different expressions. But no one stopped them. When they arrived at Lin Sun's cave residence, Qingyu let out a long breath and seemed to be much more relaxed. Senior sister, were you nervous before? In the cave residence, Lin Sun smiled and poured tea for Qingyu. Qingyu lowered her head shyly and said, I was indeed a little uneasy. Lin Sun was startled. He had heard from Jun Huan that Qingyu was introverted and shy, but he didn't expect that she was already at the immortal level. How could she be so shy? It's okay. This is the Yuan Church. We didn't do anything shameful, so we don't need to care about their opinions. Lin Sun said with a smile. Qingyu nodded and held the tea Lin Sun handed over with both hands. Her star-like eyes drooped, looking obedient and silent. This made Lin Sun have an illusion that he was not facing Qingyu, but an obedient baby who needed his protection and concern. It was so lovable. Junior brother, why did you call me here? The atmosphere was a little subtle and dull. Qingyu hesitated and asked in a low voice. Well, nothing. I just want to ask about you and third sister in the ancestral court of the Spirit Church, Lin Sun said. Qingyu's voice was gentle and clear, but she still lowered her eyes and said, we are all very well. When I came, third senior sister said that if she saw junior brother, she should tell you not to worry about us. Senior brother Pu Zhen and junior brother Xueya have already told everyone about your recent situation. Knowing that Pu Zhen and Xueya had already met third sister, Lin Sun immediately relaxed a lot and said with a smile, that's good. After saying that, he didn't know what to say for a while. Qingyu really gave him a different feeling. It was like facing a well-behaved and shy girl. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, he would be rude to her. It felt weird. Thus, the atmosphere became subtle and dull again. Well? Senior sister, don't you have anything to say to me? Lin Sun finally couldn't help asking. Qingyu was startled and put down the teacup in her hand. After hesitating for a long time, she said in a low voice. Junior brother, I have been cultivating with Master since I was young. I have never understood what love is, so I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Lin Sun was stunned. Afraid of what? Qingyu's delicate and beautiful facial features were flushed like a burning sunset. She seemed to have gathered up her courage and said, I'm afraid I will let you down. After saying that, she lowered her head as if she wanted to bury herself on the ground. She was extremely shy. Lin Sun felt like he was struck by lightning. What the hell was going on? Lin Sun was confused. His expression was sluggish and his eyes were fixed. Lin Sun didn't speak for a long time. When she carefully peeked at Lin Sun's uncertain expression, Qingyu suddenly became worried. Could it be that Lin Sun was hit too hard? She couldn't help but ask, Junior brother, are you okay? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said this as soon as we met. I apologize. Her delicate and fair face was full of guilt and uneasiness. Lin Sun finally came back to his senses and quickly said, Senior sister, listen to me. What you said just now, what did you mean? Qingyu's expression became more and more worried. Lin Sun must have been hit too hard and couldn't accept it. What should she do? She gently bit her pink lips and said in a low voice, Junior brother, calm down first. I'm not rejecting you. I'm just worried that I'm not as good as you think. I'm afraid I'll let you down. Sigh. I don't know what to say. It's just that. I need to think about this matter bit by bit. I can't promise you at once. Now, you should understand, right? Lin Sun's expression became more and more strange. His mind was in a mess. After a long time, he rubbed his stiff cheeks and said, Senior sister, this should be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Qingyu's beautiful clear eyes widened. Yes. Lin Sun affirmed, Senior sister, may I ask, about this matter you mentioned, who told you? Wasn't it you? Qingyu was also a little confused. Lin Sun smiled bitterly, since I entered the seventh heaven, I've been cultivating in Yuan sect. I never knew there was such a thing. Qingyu said in a daze, but Junior Martial Sister Juanhuan sent me a message, saying that you've been in love with me for a long time and that you've been longing for me for many years. If you still don't pour out your heart to me, I'm afraid that it will affect your state of mind of the Great Tao. If that happens, it's very likely that it will affect your path of attaining immortality. So, you let Junior Martial Sister Juanhuan send me a love letter. Lin Sun's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth in hatred. So it was Senior Sister Juanhuan's doing. What love for a long time? What unrequited love? What pouring out one's heart? What love letter? How could he do such things? It was definitely her doing. No wonder Senior Sister Qingyu was so shy when she first saw me. It turns out that she treated me as the object of her love to confess her heart to her. Lin Sun finally understood everything. For a moment, they wished that they could capture Jun Huan and teach him a lesson. Wasn't this just messing around? Qingyu asked in confusion, Shitty, is there something wrong with this? Lin Sun smiled bitterly, deliberated over the wording, and finally told his speculation. Hearing this, Qingyu's charming face became hot and bright red. Thinking of what she said to Lin Sun before, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. This was too embarrassing. Junior Sister Juanhuan is really too infuriating. Qingyu said angrily and shyly, when I see her next time, I'll definitely get third Senior Sister to teach her a lesson. Yes, we must teach her a lesson. Lin Sun was so angry that he ground his teeth. He and Qingyu stared at each other. After a long time, they couldn't help but laugh. In the end, they laughed so hard that they rocked back and forth. The atmosphere also became cheerful, no longer as subtle and dull as before. Qingyu felt much more relaxed. Lin Sun also finally understood why Senior Sister Qingyu was shy before. The truth was revealed, and both of them became at ease. However, many years later, when Jun Huan learned of this matter, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His little junior brother was really useless. Senior sister, can you tell me about what happened in the ancestral court of the Spirit Church all these years? Lin Sun changed the topic. Qingyu hummed, stroked the short black hair beside her ear, and said softly. Without the subtle and charming atmosphere from before, the two of them conversed rather harmoniously. Unknowingly, time had actually flown by. Later, Lin Sun personally cooked some delicious food, took out a pot of good wine, and drank with Qingyu. As for the Nine Peaks discourse that was happening in the outside world, Lin Sun didn't care at all. What he didn't expect was that senior sister Qingyu, who seemed to be introverted and gentle, could actually hold her liquor very well. She drank one cup after another, not inferior to men at all. Drinking was a matter of mood for people at their level, so they didn't use cultivation to suppress and dissolve it. Lin Sun noticed that the more senior sister Qingyu drank, the brighter her big eyes became, and the more energetic she became. Her porcelain white skin glowed with a pink luster, making her look charming and cute. On the contrary, he himself was a little tipsy. "Senior sister, I didn't expect you to be so good at drinking," Lin Sun couldn't help but exclaim. The wine he collected were all aged good wine, refined with all kinds of divine materials. If one didn't dissolve it with cultivation, it was extremely easy to get drunk. But Qingyu was full of energy and fighting spirit. "Junior brother, I grew up by eldest senior brother's side. He loves to drink wine the most, so I've been drinking with him since I was young. Master scolded eldest senior brother for raising me into a drunkard, but I feel that drinking wine is the most enjoyable thing for us cultivators. In the end, besides eldest senior brother, no one amongst us could surpass me in the Tao of drinking." Qingyu held the wine cup, smiled brightly, and said proudly, "I remember a long time ago, Martial Uncle Kong Ju liked to drink with me. Every time he saw me, he would compete in drinking with me, but he would always be dead drunk." Lin Sun suddenly felt like he was looking up to a high mountain, and exclaimed, "So senior sister is actually so amazing." Qingyu chuckled, charming and cute, making it hard for people to imagine that she was a spiritual lord of the ancestral court of the spirit church, an immortal level existence. At this moment, the restriction outside the cave dwelling fluctuated, instantly attracting Lin Sun's attention. He removed the restriction, and heard Tao Ling's anxious voice, "Lin Sun, Vice Pavilion Master Xian invites you, quickly come with me." Lin Sun and Qingyu looked at each other, and the drunkenness on their bodies was instantly swept away. What happened? Walking out of the cave dwelling, Lin Sun saw a trace of anger and anxiety between Tao Ling's brows. Tao Ling quickly told him the reason. It turned out that after 16 hours of competition, the curtains to the Tao discussion of the Nine Peaks had been drawn. Originally, a banquet was supposed to be held, firstly to celebrate the top-ranked core disciples, and secondly to entertain the guests who came from afar. But who would have thought that just after the Nine Peaks discourse ended, a grand wizard from the sorcerer cult named Xing Jun suddenly came to the Tianqi dojo, and threatened to spar with Lin Sun. All of a sudden, the whole audience was shocked. The grand wizards of the sorcerer cult were equivalent to the deacons and vice-deacons of the 3 pavilions of the Yuan Church, and their cultivation was between the heavenly longevity realm and the nirvana realm. Xing Jun, who issued the challenge, was a powerful figure who had just advanced to the Grand Wizard. Regardless of his identity, Xing Jun was a guest after all, and when he threatened to spar with Lin Sun, those big shots of the Yuan Church couldn't refuse. But Lin Sun wasn't present at that time. In the face of the challenge, the 3 pavilions of the Yuan Church naturally wouldn't admit defeat. Very soon, a vice-deacon from the Yuan Clear Pavilion stood up and fought on Lin Sun's behalf. This vice-deacon was called Xiaomian, and he had the cultivation of the great perfection of the heavenly longevity realm, which was a level higher than Xing Jun's cultivation of the late heavenly longevity realm. Moreover, he had rich combat experience. In fact, none of the powerhouses of the Yuan Church were ordinary people, and all of them were monsters and monsters. But as one of the 4 ancestral halls, the powerhouses of the sorcerer cult were naturally not weak, and Xing Jun was an extremely powerful and dazzling figure. At the beginning, Xiaomian still held back, thinking that his cultivation was a level higher than his opponent's. If he went all out, it would be an unfair victory. Even if he won, it wouldn't be glorious, and it would also damage the reputation of the Yuan Church. But who would have thought that Xiaomian would encounter danger at the beginning of the battle? Even if he went all out, he was still suppressed to the point that he couldn't even lift his head. In less than 30 breaths, he was heavily injured by Xing Jun, and his Taoist body was shattered with a punch. If it wasn't for a big shot who intervened in time, Xiaomian would have been completely destroyed, this kind of crushing defeat caused the expressions of everyone in the Yuan church to turn sour. The most hateful thing was that Xingjun did not hide his ferocity and disdain while he stood in Heavenly Awakening Dojo. He still insisted on challenging Lin Sun. Everyone in the sorcerer cult disrespected ghosts and gods, did not adhere to etiquette, and did not follow the rules. This point was vividly reflected by Xingjun. At that time, there were powerful warriors from Spirit Cult, Zen Cult, the 10 Immortal Giants, and other factions near Heavenly Awakening Dojo. There was no way that anyone in the Yuan Church would back down from Xingjun's provocation. Ruo Yunheng, a vice deacon from Sky Origin Pavilion, immediately walked out. But he still lost, and his Taoist body was still destroyed by Xingjun's punch. This caused the great people of the Yuan Church to feel a little embarrassed. The Dao sparring session between the 9 peaks was supposed to be a grand event for the Yuan Church, but something like this had happened. If the people of the sorcerer cult were allowed to strut around in their own territory, how would the Yuan Church be able to maintain its dignity in the eternal true world? But no matter who it was, they had to admit that Xingjun's foundation was incredibly terrifying. It far surpassed all others, and he could be said to be a heaven-defying character among monsters. Since he dared to jump out and issue a challenge in the Yuan Church's territory, he was destined to not be an ordinary person. Then, Taolong hurried to find Lin Sun. After learning this, Lin Sun could not help but raise his eyebrows and said, "There are a total of 72 vice deacons of the 3 pavilions of the Yuan Church. Can't you choose one who can fight against Xingjun?" Taolong let out a long sigh. "Can't you see that the sorcerer cult came prepared this time? It's very likely that they have already arranged for Xingjun to provoke them at this time. In other words, Xingjun is definitely a trump card of the sorcerer cult. Under such circumstances, if you don't show up, Xingjun will definitely not leave Heavenly Awakening Dojo." Speaking of this, he said with a firm expression, "Our Yuan Church has already lost 2 rounds. We can't lose again. And we can't let Xingjun continue to be arrogant." Speaking of this, he patted Lin Sun on the shoulder and said, "Lin Sun, this is an excellent opportunity for you. As long as you win, you will definitely be able to unite the hearts of many people in the Yuan Church. This will definitely be of great benefit to you in the future." Lin Sun said, "Aren't you worried that I will lose?" Taolong almost rolled his eyes and said, "If you can't win, I will dig my eyeballs out." Lin Sun immediately smiled and turned his head to Qingyu, who was beside him, and said, "Senior sister, do you want to go and see what this grand sorcerer Xingjun is capable of?" Qingyu's voice was gentle and clear, "I'll listen to you. P.S. I'm busy tonight. I will continue to add more tomorrow." Tianqi Dojo. The atmosphere was depressing. The descendants of the 9 peaks were all furious. The faces of those important figures were also filled with gloom. On the grandstand, the Spirit Cult, the Zen School, the 10 Immortal Magnates, and other forces from all over the world were whispering to each other. Xingjun stood alone in the Tianqi Dojo, looking arrogant. He was thin and strong. His skin was bronze, and his hair was messy. His eyes were like a pair of golden lamps, surging with frightening flames. Wisps of scarlet immortal principles emanated from his body and interweaved into ancient and barbaric totem symbols. His aura was ferocious and terrifying, as if he was a brutal barbarian god. Why hasn't Lin Sun shown himself? Is he afraid? Xingjun was getting impatient. He frowned and snorted. Everyone in the witchcraft cult didn't hide their emotions. They didn't respect ghosts or gods, and they didn't follow the rules of etiquette. As a result, the outside world joked that everyone in the witchcraft cult was barbaric. This was the Yuan sect's territory, but Xingjun was still as arrogant as ever. Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, and the others frowned even more. How could they not know that Xingjun's challenge must have been ordered by those old guys in the witchcraft cult? But this wasn't a conspiracy. It was an overt plot. He was challenging the Yuan sect in an open and aboveboard manner, intending to embarrass everyone in the Yuan sect. "Brother Fu, Lin Sun isn't here yet?" Xiong Tu, the priest of the witchcraft cult, said in a thunderous voice from the grandstand. The priest of the witchcraft cult was equivalent to the deputy pavilion master of the Yuan sect. Xiong Tu was as strong as a mountain. He had a rough appearance, and there was a lightning tattoo on his forehead. Fu Wenli said expressionlessly, although Lin Sun is the deputy deacon of the Yuankong Pavilion, it's up to him whether he will accept the challenge or not. Ha ha ha, so the youngest disciple of the Master of Hardcore is also scared? Xiongtu laughed. As a transcendent realm cultivator, he didn't hide his hostility and disdain towards the Master of Hardcore. This was how the witchcraft cult did things. Fu Wenli didn't say anything, as if he was an outsider. Xian Feiling snorted coldly and said, "Old bear, if you're tired of waiting, why don't you spar with me?" Xiongtu narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Xian Feiling, don't try to provoke me. If I beat you to the ground in your Yuan sect's territory, old man Yan Ji will definitely be furious." Xian Feiling spat, "If you don't dare, then you don't dare. What nonsense are you talking about? Have you forgotten how I chased you all the way to the front of your witchcraft sect in the past? Who was the one who shouted that he would seek revenge on me in the future? But it's been more than 10,000 years, and I've never seen you, old monster bear, dare to come here." If Xianjiuyin was here, he would definitely notice that his great ancestor was even more arrogant than him. His words stirred the crowd. Some of the older generation's expressions became strange. They thought back to the intense pursuit from a long time ago. At that time, Xiongtu had indeed been chased by Xian Feiling. Xiongtu's old face became gloomy when Xian Feiling exposed his humiliation in front of everyone. His eyes were filled with killing intent. After a long time, he said coldly, "Don't worry, I will return this humiliation 100-fold in the future. Today, I'm here to watch the ceremony. No matter what, I have to save some face for your Yuan sect." In the distance, Xingjun said coldly, "Lin Sun still hasn't shown up at this time. In my opinion, he's really scared. How disappointing. I'll fight you." Suddenly, a person stood out with a cold expression. Ying Tianhong, he was the head of the Yuanshu Pavilion's deputy deacons and in existence at the peak of the heavenly longevity realm. It was said that he already had the foundation of the Nirvana realm, but he rarely showed up these years. "Senior brother Ying, you must defeat this guy. He's too arrogant." There was a commotion nearby, and many descendants of Yuan sect cried out. In the Tianqi dojo, Xingjun said coldly, "I blew up the bodies of the previous two people. Do you want to repeat the same mistake? I advise you not to humiliate yourself." Ying Tianhong's face flashed, and he was about to rush to the dojo. "Tianhong, stand down." Du Guyong spoke with a dignified expression. Ying Tianhong instantly frowned and said, "If Lin Sun doesn't come, are we going to allow him to run wild in our Yuan sect?" Everyone present had complicated emotions in their hearts. Originally, they were looking forward to Lin Sun showing up and teaching Xingjun a lesson. But until now, Lin Sun's figure still hadn't appeared, and they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that Lin Sun really doesn't dare to accept the challenge? He was never like this in the past. The entire Yuan sect actually doesn't have a single person at the same realm as him that dares to accept the challenge. Could it be that the rumors in the outside world are really true? The Yuan sect is declining day by day and isn't as strong as before? Xingjun sneered. His words infuriated all the great figures of the Yuan sect. This fellow is simply too arrogant. On the distant observation platform, many people watched coldly from the sidelines and wanted to see how the Yuan sect would deal with this provocation. Right at this moment, an apologetic voice resounded, "Sorry, I'm late." The voice wasn't loud, but it resounded clearly in everyone's ears. After that, a tall figure appeared out of thin air and appeared in everyone's field of vision. Lin Sun, Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, Fang Daoping, and the other great figures secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, they were quite dissatisfied in their hearts. Lin Sun still hasn't shown up at this time. Do you really intend to watch a barbarian from the voodoo cult bully everyone in the sect? However, when they saw Lin Sun finally appear, the trace of dissatisfaction in their hearts dissipated. "Lin Sun, it's junior brother Lin Sun. It's Deputy Deacon Lin. Great, he's finally here. My admiration for him for so long hasn't been in vain." The successors of the 9 peaks of the Yuan sect were all excited, and all of them looked excited. Even the elders and attendants of the 3 pavilions felt a sense of relief. It was a wonderful feeling. It was as if everything could be solved as long as Lin Sun came, and they could truly feel at ease and at ease. It's only been less than 2 years, And the prestige that this kid has established in the sect has actually penetrated to such an extent. Noticing this scene, the hearts of Fu Wenli, Qi Xiaoyun, and the other great figures sank. At this time, the reaction of the people in the sect was undoubtedly a great recognition of Lin Sun. This was prestige, an extremely terrible influence. Perhaps nothing could be seen in ordinary times. But when something really important happened, this prestige and influence could be reflected. At this time, some peak heads and elders who had always remained neutral couldn't help but smile at this moment. For example, Yu Wuchou, the head of the first peak, Yu Shangting, the head of the fifth peak, and Wen Dongmian, the head of the sixth peak, all chose to be neutral and act according to the rules when it came to Lin Sun in the past. But now, they were obviously full of expectations and confidence in Lin Sun. This was undoubtedly the scene that Fu Wenli and Qi Xiaoyun didn't want to see the most. On the distant viewing platform, all eyes were fixed on Lin Sun. Spiritual Lord Qingyun of the ancestral court of the Spirit sect, Buddhist Lord Shiyi of the Zen sect, Earth Priest Xiong Tu of the Voodoo cult, and the great figures of the 10 immortal forces all showed different expressions. Some had a strange look in their eyes, and they were full of interest. Some had a cold look, and there was a faint killing intent. Some had a calm look, as if they were watching the fire from the shore. Some were lost in thought. Everyone knew that Xingjun's appearance was obviously instigated by the great figures of the Voodoo cult to deliberately target Lin Sun. Now that Lin Sun had appeared, the next step would be to see if the successor that the master of the square inch was waiting for was really as powerful as the legend said. "Why did you come so late?" Ying Tianhong was a little angry at Lin Sun's late arrival. Lin Sun cupped his hands apologetically and said, "Don't be angry, senior brother. Leave the rest to me. We can't lose this battle. Otherwise, we will lose the face of the Yuan sect." Ying Tianhong looked serious. At the same time, his voice sounded in Lin Sun's ears. "This man has refined his body to an incredible level, comparable to an immortal Taoist soldier. Moreover, he has the talent of golden witch blood and has mastered the invincible and overbearing magic. You must be careful when fighting against him." After saying that, he turned around and left. Lin Sun smiled knowingly and then looked up at Xingjun on the Tianqi Taoist field. "What are you waiting for? Come and fight." Xingjun crooked his finger and shouted in an overbearing manner. Lin Sun was calm and unmoved. Instead, he looked at the viewing platform in the distance and said, "I want to ask who else wants to challenge me. You'd better come out now. Otherwise, I won't accompany you after I defeat Xingjun." Everyone was stunned. Xingjun was also stunned. He laughed and said, "Lin Sun, you are as arrogant as the rumor says. I promise I won't beat you up easily. I will have a good time with you." His voice was violent and fierce. Lin Sun ignored him and kept his eyes on the viewing platform. "Is there no one? Well, then I will have a good time with my friend from the witch cult." As he said that, he was about to go to the Tianqi Taoist field. Suddenly, a cold voice resounded. "If you're able to win, then I won't mind giving you some guidance." The crowd was shocked. The person who spoke was from the Jing family of the 10 immortal giants. His name was Jing Qingjia, a very prestigious and peerless figure in the Jing family with the attainment of the heavenly longevity realm. He was wearing a black armor and a scarlet crane cloak. He was handsome and his eyes were bright. His momentum was outstanding. "You won't go back on your words?" Lin Sun asked. Jing Qingjia sneered, "I can't do such a shameful thing in front of so many people. But you'd better not be beaten up by Xingjun." Lin Sun took out a jade document he had prepared and said, "Come on, put your fingerprint on it. Then I will believe that you won't go back on your words." Everyone present couldn't help but look at the jade document. There was a line of bold and unrestrained characters written on it. "Whoever goes back on his words is the grandson of everyone present." Everyone was stunned. How could this be? Nonsense. Fu Wenli frowned and snorted, "At this critical moment, you still make such a childish thing. Won't our Yuan cult be a laughingstock if it is spread out?" Qi Xiaoyun, Qi Wen and others were also annoyed. Lin Sun was too good at making trouble, but more people were excited. They couldn't help but think of the scene that happened on the day when Lin Sun proved the immortal realm. At that time, he also let Qi Lingzhen, Zhong Liran, Master Fu, and Fu Chaoxing enter the Heaven's Judgment Arena together to fight against 4 people. At that time, everyone thought he was crazy. But it turned out that Lin Sun did this because he didn't want any of his opponents to go back on their words and escape. Jing Qingjia was shocked as well. Under this kind of situation, under the attention of countless great figures, as an undying existence, Lin Sun actually raised such an absurd request. Jing Qingjia's heart couldn't help but surge with rage because of this. Regret? Lin Sun waved the jade scroll in his hand and said. Jing Qingjia snorted and left the platform. He came to Lin Sun's side and pressed his palm on the scroll. He then stared at Lin Sun and said coldly, I advise you not to lose to Xing Jun. Lin Sun smiled and pointed to the side, you've got some guts. Then stand here and line up. Pfft, in an instant, many people laughed out loud. Jing Qingjia's face darkened, but he suppressed it. Anyone else? Lin Sun's eyes scanned the platform, don't blame me for not giving you a chance to challenge if you keep wasting time. His voice resounded. At this time even the big shots raised their eyebrows. This kid was really arrogant. I'll go. Count me in. Humph. You really think you're invincible? At this time, some figures stood up and couldn't hold it in anymore. Almost all of them came from the 10 undying giants. There were 6 or 7 of them. Seeing this scene, some people were secretly shocked and worried for Lin Sun. Because all those who stood out at this moment were ruthless and had abnormal foundations. When they saw a figure standing out from the Diana sect's ancestral court, the atmosphere became silent. This person wore a white monk robe. His appearance was delicate, his eyes were clear, and his body was spotless. He exuded an ethereal aura. Yu Fengzi, the head protector of the Diana sect, a natural-born Buddhist child. He was said to have the 9 orifices Zen heart and was known as the first Heaven Longevity Realm disciple of the Diana sect in the last 10,000 years. Rumor has it that when he was born, 100,000 rays of light fell from the sky and 3,000 golden lotuses appeared on the ground. He was bathed in the sound of Sanskrit and light, looking extremely holy. One could say that Yu Fengzi was extremely famous among the 4 ancestral courts and the 10 undying giants. Many old monsters believed that in the future, Yu Fengzi would most likely inherit the present-age Buddha of the Diana sect. The 3 Buddhas were the past Buddha, present Buddha, and future Buddha. It was also a title equivalent to the Yuan sect's pavilion master. In other words, Yu Fengzi was very likely to be the future Buddha, who wouldn't be shocked when such a famous arhat stood out at this moment to accept the challenge. The hearts of everyone in the Yuan sect sank at this moment. Without a doubt, the appearance of Yu Fengzi made them realize that the matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. It was extremely likely that the Zen sect had already arranged this. Lin Sun seemed to be completely indifferent towards this, and he waved his hand and said, Come, come, come. All of you press your fingerprints one by one, and then line up over there. These words instantly destroyed the oppressive atmosphere in the surroundings, and it caused countless people to be speechless. At a time like this child is actually still so arrogant. Looking at those strong men who stood out, they all looked gloomy. Some of them gritted their teeth secretly, obviously irritated by Lin Sun's provocation. Isn't this nonsense? Fu Wenli was really a little annoyed. Do you think these people won't jump out after Lin Sun defeats Xing Jun? Xian Failing asked. Fu Wenli narrowed her eyes. Everyone knows that Xing Jun is just the first one. Even if he is defeated, there are bound to be others who will jump out to challenge Lin Sun. Xian Failing said indifferently, rather than saying that these guys are here to watch the ceremony, it's better to say that they want to take this opportunity to find out Lin Sun's real strength. After all, there has never been an immortal supreme path in this world. When such power may appear in Lin Sun, I'm afraid those enemies of Taoism will not sit still. Those big shots of the Yuan sect were all silent. Naturally, they had already seen through this. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many twists and turns after the end of the discussion. Until those challengers pressed their fingerprints one by one, Lin Sun put away the jade silk document and said to himself, including Xing Jun, there are 9 people in total, which is not too few. These words were very casual, but for Xing Jun, Jing Qingjia, and other people, it was extremely harsh. Did this guy really think that he had the chance to defeat them one by one? Arrogant, Xingjun couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at Lin Sun and said angrily, "Why don't you come up?" Lin Sun nodded, "Then let's start with you." Before his voice died away, his figure had already appeared in the Tianqi Taoist field out of thin air. All of a sudden, all the people present focused their eyes on him. Xingjun had defeated Xia Wumian and Ruai Yunheng of the Yuan sect one after another, and smashed their Taoist bodies, which made him look extremely fierce. There was no doubt that he was a trump card of the witchcraft cult, and his strength was extremely terrifying. At this time, even the descendants of the Nine Peaks who were full of confidence in Lin Sun couldn't help but hold their breath and become slightly nervous. Remember, don't use secret treasures beyond the scope of this realm, don't use the power of order, and don't kill people. Xian Failing reminded in a deep voice in the distance. The atmosphere became more and more solemn and oppressive. Xingjun's expression was vaguely ferocious. He stared at Lin Sun and said word by word, "Don't worry. As I said just now, I won't beat you up so easily. I promise I'll play with you." Scarlet immortal laws emerged on his bronze-colored skin and interweaved into an ancient totem. His power suddenly rose to the extreme. From a distance, he looked like an ancient barbarian god. This made many descendants of the Nine Peaks' eyes sting and their hearts palpitate. After all, they were Juxia's ancestors. Lin Sun said casually, "But I don't have too much time to accompany you now. Don't you see that there are still many people waiting down there? Let's start." "You are really arrogant." Blue veins appeared on Xingjun's forehead. He could no longer control his killing intent and rushed out. Swish, his figure was swift and fierce, as if he had turned into a sharp bloody blade, and he slashed at Lin Sun angrily. One punch shook the earth and the sky. That was the physical power released to the extreme. Like a dark cloud pressing down on a city, the nearby void suddenly collapsed, and mysterious ancient shaman totems emerged. It was so fierce that it made people feel desperate. Lin Sun stood still until Xingjun approached him. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Xingjun's face. It was also extremely simple and violent. Bang! The collision of the fist and the palm was like the collision of the sun and the moon, and a violent turbulence burst out between them. Then, Xingjun's overbearing punch was shattered. The remaining force of the palm didn't reduce and spread out, and Xingjun's figure flew backward. The audience was silent. Many people gasped in astonishment. Everyone had seen Xingjun's overbearing and ferocity. He had beaten Xia Wumian and Ruai Yunheng one by one before. But now, as soon as he punched, he was shaken back. Again. Xingjun let out a long roar. His bronze skin bulged, and a terrifying scarlet light burst out. He suddenly became much taller. His long hair was loose, and he punched again. There were terrible visions of the sky collapsing, the earth sinking, the sun and the moon sinking, and so on. It gave people the feeling that this punch could chisel a part of the sky and destroy mountains, rivers, and all living things. Compared with before, it was much stronger. Some seniors of the heavenly longevity realm felt a chill in their hearts. They had to admit that although Xingjun was arrogant, he had the confidence to be arrogant. But facing this punch, Lin Sun just swung out a slap casually and naturally. Boom! On the Tianqi dojo, the roar was like thunder, shaking the universe. The strength of Xingjun's punch was visibly and fiercely crushed and dispersed, and the sleeve of his right arm exploded inch by inch along with this, causing it to flutter and disperse like a butterfly flying through a flower. When the force of Lin's palm spread out, Xingjun's figure seemed as if he'd suffered the impact of a raging sea, causing him to be directly blasted flying, and he was only able to stabilize his figure after flying an entire 30 m away. And his face was already alternating between green and white, and his eyes were solemn and doubtful. Outside the field, there was already a great sensation, and there was a lot of boiling voices. "Junior brother Lin, kill him. Fierce, too fierce, this is how it should be. Strong." Everyone in the Yuan sect was very excited. Just 2 blows had made them clearly feel Lin Sun's strength. Previously, Xingjun's fierceness and ruthlessness had brought great anger to them, and they were all holding back their anger. Now, they finally felt exhilarated. Junior brother Shuya is right. It turns out that junior brother is already so strong, In the distance, Qingyu was also surprised. On the viewing platform, a group of big shots revealed serious expressions as they watched the battle with rapt attention, and they were not as casual and calm as before. Lin Sun's identity was very special, and his cultivation path was also extraordinary. However, they did not know exactly how strong he was, and now, they had the opportunity to observe and understand it personally. Clang, in the Tianqi dojo, a black bone spear appeared in Xingjun's hand. This was the first time he used a treasure since he stood on the Tianqi dojo. Everyone realized that Xingjun was going to fight with his life. The people of the shaman cult were the least afraid of fighting with their lives. Boom, he stepped on the ground, and his body was like a scarlet lightning that tore the sky apart. In the next moment, the bone spear in his hand burst out, like a spear of death thrown with all his strength by an ancient god of barbarians, and it emitted an unparalleled sharpness. Many exclamations resounded. Even watching from afar, there was a sense of fear as if their minds were being pierced. This blow was too terrifying. The control and application of the immortal law had reached an unimaginable level. Clang! Lin Sun still stood on the spot without moving, and he swung his palm forward. The black bone spear suddenly bent, and it emanated a deafening explosion while the eternal light of the Tao that shot out from it drowned the entire area. Boom, the black bone spear that was bent like a bow finally seemed to be unable to bear the heavy load, and together with Xingjun, it was forcibly shaken out by the power of this palm. Xingjun coughed up blood. Everyone's expression changed. The power Xingjun used was so powerful, but he still could not shake Lin Sun, and was defeated again. Before the crowd could react, Lin Sun, who had been standing where he was, suddenly moved. Swish, just as Xingjun stood firm, Lin Sun's figure had already arrived. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed, breaking through Xingjun's resistance and defense like a hot knife through butter. In the exploding rain of light, Lin Sun clenched his 5 fingers and firmly clamped Xingjun's wrist. Then, he suddenly swung Xingjun up and smashed him to the ground. Bang! The Tianqi dojo shook violently. Xingjun's facial features were badly mutilated, and he saw stars. His body twitched violently because of the sharp pain. All the spectators felt pain just by watching. Too overbearing. P.S. More updates tonight. Do you have monthly votes? You're about to enter the top 20 from the 21st. Do you want to help? Xingjun had been destroyed too quickly. From the beginning of the battle, he attacked with 2 punches, each more powerful than the last. But they were all pushed back by Lin Sun easily. On the 3rd blow, he used the Taoist bone spear without hesitation, but he was still pushed back with the spear. And when Lin Sun counterattacked, it was simply all-powerful, and it broke through Xingjun's defenses with peerless might, crushed the defenses on Xingjun's body, and captured Xingjun in one go. A series of actions happened in the blink of an eye. People couldn't help but have an illusion that even Xingjun, who went all out, seemed to be too weak in front of Lin Sun. How could it be? Xiong Tu, the priest of the witchcraft, narrowed his eyes. The other big shots on the grandstand couldn't calm down either. Xingjun was not weak, otherwise, he couldn't have defeated Xia Wumian and Ruai Yunheng. But in front of Lin Sun, his combat power was not enough. They were both in the longevity realm, but how could the gap be so obvious? People couldn't help but think of that rumor. Was there really an immortal path in this world? This place was in an uproar. The Origin Sex inheritors were all excited, erupting with commotion. Strong, he was really too strong, no wonder he was the most popular person in the Yuan Church. Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, and the others looked much more relaxed, and their eyes were full of praise. Lin Sun's appearance and defeat of Xingjun also helped them vent their anger, and greatly restored the reputation and face of the Yuan Church. Fu Wenli, Qi Xiaoyun, and the others felt very complicated. They should have been happy about this, but because it was Lin Sun who fought, they couldn't be happy. Bang! 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 In the Tianqi dojo, Lin Sun carried Xingjun like a piledriver. Xingjun's body was so strong that it was comparable to an immortal Taoist soldier, but it didn't take long for him to be smashed. His flesh was torn, and blood was dripping. Many of his bones were broken. The blood that splashed out dyed the ground red, which was shocking. Many people couldn't bear to see it. It was too tragic. The trump card of the witchcraft cult, who was so arrogant and had attracted the attention of the audience, was directly defeated after Lin Sun appeared. Xianxia and the other experts waiting in line changed their expressions at this moment, and they felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't expect Xing Jun to be defeated so quickly. Stop! Xiong Tu's furious voice rang out from the distant viewing platform. Lin Sun said indifferently, "He's not dead yet, and he hasn't admitted defeat himself, which proves that he still has the strength to fight." As he spoke, bang bang bang, another round of random smashing caused Xing Jun's body to be smashed to a horrifying state, and it seemed as if it would fall apart at any moment. Many people outside the arena couldn't help but gasp. Surrender! Xiong Tu was anxious, fearing that Xing Jun would be disabled by Lin. Xing Jun looked extremely stubborn, but it didn't take long for his head to be smashed open, and his spirit was firmly imprisoned by Lin Sun, unable to escape. "I admit defeat." His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." As Lin Sun spoke, he twisted Xing Jun's arm and tore it off. Blood splattered everywhere. They seemed as if they intended to tear Xing Jun into pieces. "Me. Admit it. Lose." Xing Jun's roar was filled with incomparable anger, humiliation, unwillingness, and hatred, which resounded through the world. As expected, Lin Sun stopped and kicked Xing Jun's smashed body out of the Tianqi dojo. Then, he clapped his hands calmly. There was an uproar in the field, which was extremely sensational. Apart from those who hated Lin Sun, everyone in the Yuan sect, no matter if it was the big shots or the successors, felt delighted and excited. Even Taolong couldn't close his mouth. Lin Sun won this battle too beautifully. He suppressed his opponent with a thunderous momentum, which shocked those who came to watch the ceremony. This feeling was too great. This is what people want. Looking at those sects who cheered for Lin Sun, Xian Feiling couldn't help sighing with emotion. Fu Wenli, Qi Xiaoyun, and others looked more and more gloomy. Next. In the Tianqi dojo, Lin Sun looked at Jing Qingjia and said lightly, which immediately quieted the boiling atmosphere in the field, and attracted everyone's attention. Humph. Although Jing Qingjia was bewildered, he had confidence. In a flash, he arrived at the Tianqi dojo. He wore black armor and a scarlet cloak. He was handsome and had an outstanding aura. Swoosh, as soon as he got on the stage, 9 stone steels appeared around him. Every single steel was branded with a diagram of the Zhou dynasty, and they emanated an unshakable aura that was like a mountain. They coiled around his figure like 9 mountains of the Zhou dynasty, 9 light universe suppression steel. It was a group of mysterious and unfathomable immortal Dao soldiers. It was the inherited treasure of the Jing family, and it was rumored that it was refined from the chaos source of 9 worlds. It could suppress the universe and suppress Zhou Su. At the same time, the 9 light universe suppression steel's defensive power could be said to be tyrannical. It surrounded him like 9 worlds, and ordinary opponents couldn't break it at all. There was an uproar outside the field. Obviously, they realized that this was Jing Qingjia's trump card. Clang, in Jing Qingjia's hand, a green spear that looked like it was burning appeared. Circles of flames formed by the immortal law spread out, giving people a feeling that it could burn the world. Flame God Spear. At this moment, Jing Qingjia was like a god of war, mighty and proud. The cultivation and treasures he possessed made some of the older generation envious. Lin Sun, show your Dao soldiers. Jing Qingjia raised the green spear and pointed it at Lin Sun. I don't need it to deal with you. Lin Sun said casually. Humph. Jing Qingjia leaped forward as fast as lightning. He twisted his wrist, and the flame god spear tore through the sky like a line of fire, piercing towards Lin Sun. At the same time, the 9 light universe suppression steel surrounded him, making him seem to move horizontally with 9 worlds. His power was terrifying. Many people were amazed. In fact, whether it was Xing Jun or Jing Qingjia, they were all heaven-defying figures in the heavenly longevity realm. Their foundation was extremely abnormal. In the outside world, they were almost invincible in the same realm. In a sense, they could already be regarded as the true peak in this realm, but unfortunately, Jing Qingjia met Lin Sun this time. Then, Lin Sun's sleeves fluttered as he strolled like an exiled immortal. His right hand stretched out from his sleeve and clenched into a fist. It was a simple, and natural punch, but it caused Jing Qingjia's blazing tyrant divine spear to vibrate and tremble violently. Boom, the 9-light universe suppression steel pressed forward, releasing a terrifying power in an attempt to suppress Lin Sun's attack. It had to be said that this was indeed an extremely powerful set of treasures. It made Lin Sun's figure stagnate, showing signs of being blocked and suppressed. But in the next moment, the sound of Tao rumbled around him. Tens of thousands of Tao rose together and interweaved into an obscure and inexplicable immortal halo, forcefully dispelling the pressure. Jing Qingjia's eyes narrowed, and the flame god spear swept out. It pointed at the sky and struck the earth, setting off a myriad of flames. The fiery red laws danced and burned the sky red. It was violent and overbearing. Bang! 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 In an instant, the two fought fiercely. It was an unprecedented battle, causing the Tianqi dojo to fall into a violent torrent of destruction. The spectators were dazzled by this scene, and they exclaimed repeatedly with admiration. Those great figures held their breaths in concentration as they observed carefully. They tried to discern more things from the details of the battle so that they could accurately measure Lin Sun's current combat strength. But unfortunately, Jing Qingjia only persisted for a short moment before falling into a passive state of defense. Even though Lin Sun was barehanded, the energy of the great Tao he possessed was peerlessly formidable. He struck out with his fists, slapped out with his palms, slashed out with his fingers, or formed seals to suppress. Every single strike caused the flame god spear to wail violently, and it shook Jing Qingjia to the point his vital energy and blood roiled. Not to mention counterattacking, if it wasn't for the 9-light universe suppression steel protecting him, he would have probably been unable to resist such a crushing attack since a long time ago. This caused the hearts of many to tremble, and a wave of astonished voices resounded in the surroundings. Even the great figures and disciples of the Yuan sect were shocked by Lin Sun's godlike might. However, needless to say, the 9-light universe suppression steel was extremely inconceivable. It was like 9 worlds that stood before Jing Qingjia, causing him to be practically invincible. Lin Sun, it's already come to this. Are you still not going to use your treasures? Shouted Jing Qingjia. In his opinion, being suppressed by Lin Sun barehanded was a form of humiliation in itself. I told you, you're not qualified. As soon as Lin Sun finished speaking, the imposing aura on his body changed abruptly. He seemed to have transformed into a cauldron of chaos, and his spirit, energy, and essence seemed to be burning as he suddenly struck out with his fist. Bang! Amidst the earth-shattering sound of collision, one of the 9-light universe suppression steels was actually forcefully blasted away, and it shook violently and caused an explosion. The surroundings fell silent as everyone was shocked by the scene. Rise! Jing Qingjia's expression changed abruptly, and he exerted all his strength to control the 9-light universe suppression steel. But Lin Sun didn't give him the chance to struggle anymore. In the next moment, Lin Sun flashed forward and instantly struck out over 1,000 punches. The force of his punches surged out like a tsunami. The 9 steels seemed like 9 worlds that had suffered the impact of a natural disaster, and they showed signs of collapsing, being destroyed, and withering. Rumble, in the end, accompanied by a heart-shaking rumble, the 9 steels were crushed and flew away from Jing Qingjia's figure. All of them shook violently, and their light dimmed. Under such an impact, Jing Qingjia immediately coughed up blood, and his face turned ghastly pale. He still wanted to resist, but Lin Sun, who had rushed forward, split open his defensive force with a punch, and his head exploded. His body was destroyed by this punch, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Some big shots almost thought that Lin Sun wanted to kill Jing Qingjia, and they shouted in shock. Stop! How dare you? Don't you dare! It was even to the extent that some old fogies of the Jing clan had already stood up and were about to rush over. In the Tianqi dojo, Lin Sun held Jing Qingjia's spirit in his hand and spoke indifferently, "Everyone, calm down. He's not dead yet." The big shots of the Jing clan heaved a sigh of relief, but their expressions were very ugly. Jing Qingjia, who had wielded the 9-light universe suppression steel and the flaming tyrant divine spear, had still been shattered by Lin Sun, who was barehanded. This was too humiliating. Lin Sun's gaze swayed as he looked at the big shots of the Yuan clan, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Previously, when she saw Jing Qingjia being killed, Fu Wenli had stood up immediately and reprimanded him sternly. She seemed to be even more nervous than the big shots of the Jing clan. P.S. Send more updates to me. Although Fu Wenli's expression was calm, her heart had sunk. He was keenly aware that many people in Yuan's sect, including Lin Sun, were looking at him with anger and disappointment. Obviously, many people were disgusted when he stood up and scolded Lin Sun. "Brother Fu, you lost your composure just now," Xianxia said coldly. "It's already been stipulated that killing is forbidden in this kind of duel. I was warning Lin Sun to prevent him from making a big mistake. I was also thinking about our sect. How could I lose my composure?" Fu Wenli said indifferently. Xianxia said no more. The reaction of many people in Yuan's sect was to retaliate against Fu Wenli's action just now, and Lin Sun was undoubtedly using this battle to unite the hearts of the people in the sect. "Don't ask for trouble next time." Lin Sun casually threw Xianxia's spirit away like throwing garbage. "I'll remember you." Xianxia left the Tianqi Taoist field gloomily with the blood, flesh, and treasures of his body that had been smashed by Lin Sun. The audience was getting more and more excited. Since Lin Sun appeared, he first defeated Xing Jun and then beat Xianxia. Each battle was stronger and more beautiful than the last. This also won a lot of cheers and support from Yuan sect. Looking at the grandstand again, the expressions of the lords from different forces all turned solemn. The foundation Lin Sun showed in the heavenly longevity realm was completely beyond their expectations and imagination. Next, Lin Sun looked outside the Tianqi dojo. There were still 7 people waiting there. However, all of them looked dignified, without the previous relaxed and disdainful look. The fiasco of Xing Jun and Xianxia undoubtedly had a great impact on them. "Zhongying, it's your turn." Someone in the distance reminded him loudly. Zhongying was the second person to jump out after Xianxia and put his fingerprint on it. He was tall in a yellow robe, carrying a ferocious blood-colored halberd on his back, and his breath was extremely terrible. He came from the Zhong clan, one of the top 10 immortal giants, and was at the peak of the heavenly longevity realm. Whether it was fame, foundation, or combat power, he was not inferior to Xianxia, or even slightly better. "Humph. I don't need your reminder." Zhongying took a deep breath, suppressed the surprise and fear in his heart, and jumped to the Tianqi battlefield. He had to come. Otherwise, the "whoever admits defeat is the grandson of everyone here" written on the silk paper would be the greatest humiliation of his life. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who'd lost face, the Zhong clan that stood behind him had as well. It was also at this time that he realized Lin Sun's sinister intentions. He used such a piece of paper to make those who accepted the challenge regret even if they wanted to, but after she stood on the square, Zhongying calmed down completely, discarded all distracting thoughts, and revealed the bearing and might that a peerless figure should possess. Clang, he took a deep breath, and a faint silver divine ring of immortality appeared behind him. As the divine ring rotated, the scarlet halberd on his back let out a clear cry and fell into his hand. Boom, eternal light surged on his body and shot into the sky. His yellow robe fluttered, and his might shook the heavens and the earth. "Light shadow will slash." With an explosive shout, he directly attacked. The scarlet halberd brandished about, drowning heaven and earth in blood. It was as if they had fallen into a bloody purgatory. This was a strange and unfathomable 9th rank heaven rank immortal. The power of law was integrated into Zhongying's cultivation and blended with his own bloodline talent. As soon as he attacked, he went all out. With the lessons of Xing Jun and Xianxia, everyone knew that they couldn't underestimate or hold back when fighting against Lin Sun. Lin Sun was still empty-handed. He didn't dodge, but leaped forward. The two immediately fought fiercely. One of them had the image of a great abyss, and the obscure power of law intertwined between his palms and fingers, wantonly conquering. The other held a scarlet halberd, and his movements were bold and unparalleled. At the first time, all the eyes outside the arena were attracted to them. But just a moment later, Zhongying was defeated. A peerlessly sharp sword chi slashed down, slicing open his chest and almost cleaving him into 2 halves. He also went all out and used his talent without reservation, but he was still no match for Lin Sun and was seriously injured on the spot. Unlike Xing Jun and Xianxia, Zhongying decisively admitted defeat. Lin Sun stopped immediately. Although you're an enemy, I have to admit that you're very strong. Zhong Ying's eyes were complicated, full of unwillingness and bitterness. He shook his head and turned away. Outside the arena, there was silence. Everyone was shocked and speechless. There was a depressing atmosphere on the viewing platform. Lin Sun's strength had been vividly demonstrated in the 3 duels. Under normal circumstances, anyone who wanted to challenge him would have to weigh the consequences. But now, such a battle was destined to continue. Before the battle, Lin Sun had asked those challengers to press their fingerprints on the jade silk document, making it impossible for them to have any other choice. Fight or admit defeat. It was also at this time that everyone finally understood why Lin Sun took out such a jade silk document. He was afraid that those challengers would be terrified. Thinking of this, the adults on the viewing platform were all depressed. If they were defeated like this, the old guys who came to watch the ceremony would lose face and be unable to raise their heads in front of those old guys, but they couldn't stop all this. The key was that there was a jade silk document with fingerprints in Lin Sun's hand. And the sentence on the document was extremely vicious. Whoever reneged would be the grandson of everyone present, who wouldn't dare to brace themselves and accept the challenge. Lin Sun didn't care about this. He was drinking and chatting with senior sister Qingyu, but they were interrupted by such a storm. Especially when he heard that the opponent wanted to challenge him, how could he be in a good mood? What's more, all the characters who accepted the challenge this time could be considered enemies of Mount Innerheart. Lin Sun wouldn't let them off just like that. For example, that jade silk document was specially prepared by him. Next, Lin Sun said calmly. Outside the Tianqi Taoist Hall, there were still 6 challengers. Except for Yu Fengzi, the expressions of the other 5 people were very ugly. They were very gloomy and depressed. The reason why they dared to accept the challenge before was that they were not weaker than Xingjun and Jing Qingjia. However, Xingjun and Jing Qingjia had been trampled to such a state, causing them to lose their confidence. Don't you dare? Lin Sun took out the jade silk document and shook it. Do you want me to read it in front of everyone? See who the grandson of everyone present is? This was undoubtedly a humiliation. The old people on the viewing platform couldn't help frowning. They all wanted to rush up and teach Lin Sun a lesson. It was so infuriating. Yuan Sec, there was a burst of laughter in the camp. Although no words were said, the mocking laughter made the faces of the challengers even more gloomy. Let me go first. Yu Fengzi sighed softly. He was dressed in a white frock, with delicate features and ethereal aura. He was a natural-born arhat of Zen sect, only seen once in 10,000 years and ranked as the chief protector of Zen sect. His background was unfathomable. When he stood out, the atmosphere in the field suddenly changed. On the viewing platform, many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Yu Fengzi made a move, he might be able to turn the tide and kill Lin Sun's prestige. The other 5 challengers also breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had just escaped from a desperate situation. For them, if Yu Fengzi could defeat Lin Sun, they wouldn't have to fight on the stage anymore. But Lin Sun said coldly, "What did I say just now? Line up and come one by one. How can the latecomers catch up? Monk, retreat to the back." His words stunned all the people present. Yes, go back. You are the last one. Don't worry. Yu Fengzi, although you are the #1 figure in Zen sect, you have to follow the rules. Don't forget that you have left your fingerprint on Deputy Deacon Lin's document. Those people of Yuan sect all clamored to support Lin Sun. All of a sudden, the faces of the 5 challengers turned green, and they even wanted to kill Lin Sun. Even the big shots on the viewing platform looked a little gloomy. Only Xian Feiling and Du Guyong were smiling and watching the fun. They were in an indescribable mood and began to plan in their hearts what kind of reward they should seek for Lin Sun after today's event was over. Lin Sun had won glory for Yuan sect. How could they not give him a good reward? Hey, it's your turn. On the Tianqi Taoist field, Lin Sun looked at the next challenger. It was a man as thin as a hemp stick, wearing a white robe and a black hat. His cheeks were long and narrow, and there was a slender green snake hanging on each of his ears. His name was Mao Qiu, from the Mao family in the 8th Heaven region. Being called that by Lin Sun, Mao Qiu's face darkened. Didn't he have a name? This guy was so arrogant. Mao Qiu, come on. Many successors of Yuan sect booed. Mao Qiao took a few deep breaths and said in a low voice with a cold look, "It's the behavior of a reckless man who knows he can't do it. So, I admit defeat." He was very magnanimous and calm. Obviously, he admitted defeat, but he said it in a righteous and powerful way, which stunned all the people present. Immediately, many people scolded him for being shameless. "Admit defeat?" Lin Sun asked. "Yes, admit defeat." Mao Qiao braced himself and said. Being stared at by Lin Sun, he felt a little diffident. Lin Sun turned over his palm, and a jade slip appeared. He said, "This jade slip records the scene of you admitting defeat. I'll keep it as a souvenir." Mao Qiao was stunned at first, and then he pulled a long face and said angrily, "Lin Sun, I have already admitted defeat. How can you humiliate me in this way? You've gone too far. If you admit defeat, you should act like it. If you don't accept it, why not come up and fight me?" Lin Sun said calmly. All the people present looked strange. They didn't expect that Lin Sun could be so cruel that he could publicize the embarrassing scene of Mao Qiao admitting defeat at any time and make Mao Qiao a laughingstock. Mao Qiao gnashed his teeth in anger. "If you admit defeat, stay aside. Don't waste my time and others' time." Lin Sun didn't even bother to look at him again. He looked at the next challenger and said, "Hey, it's your turn." Mao Qiao left angrily. He was humiliated and ignored by Lin Sun in full view of the public, which made him feel ashamed. The challenger who was stared at by Lin Sun also felt his scalp tighten at this moment, and his expression was stiff. His name is Zhu Tianyu, from the Zhu clan, one of the top 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven. He has cultivated for thousands of years in this realm, and his foundation is extremely solid. In terms of real combat power, he is even stronger than Xianxia. "Lin Sun, do you dare to fight with me in one move?" Zhu Tianyu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. One move, this was extremely difficult, and the most likely outcome was that they were evenly matched. Don't tell me this guy is trying to use this method to get a draw? What a cunning idea. Many voices rang out, guessing Zhu Tianyu's intentions. Many people revealed looks of disdain. One move. If Zhu Tianyu were to defend with all his might, it would be impossible to determine the victor. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun agreed. "Sure," he said casually. Zhu Tianyu was overjoyed, and his whole body relaxed a lot. He didn't believe that he couldn't even block one move. "Okay, you can't go back on your word." With that, Zhu Tianyu rushed to the Tianqi dojo, his eyes fierce, and his whole body full of confidence and disdain. Mao Qiao, who left in shame and indignation, saw this scene, and his heart was filled with regret. Why didn't he think of using this method to seek a decent draw? This Zhu Tianyu was too cunning. Kill. Zhu Tianyu attacked immediately. Offense is the most impeccable defense. His thin figure charged out explosively while dark-colored armor that was sharp like blades surged out from his skin. It was formed from eternal laws at the 9th grade of the heaven rank, and it possessed both defensive and offensive abilities. It was profound and unfathomable. In an instant, his whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of black armor, and his whole body was covered with black mist. Divine armor, it was a peerless magic that integrated his talent, cultivation, and law. In his left hand, he held a round bronze shield engraved with dense immortal patterns, and in his right hand, a long and narrow sword. Yin-Yang Fish Shield, Desolation Breaker, it was a pair of eternal Tao weapons that were capable of both offense and defense. One was a blade while the other was a shield, and they circulated like a cycle of Tai Chi. They were capable of drawing out and dealing with all attacks, and they revealed the miraculous effect of dealing with a huge force with a small amount of force. When attacking, it was like a blade sweeping through the 9 desolate lands, sharp and fierce without end. In an instant, Zhu Tianyu was simply armed to the teeth, and he'd utilized all his trump cards to the limit, causing many great figures outside the battlefield to be shocked. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun moved. Buzz, the abyssal sword cauldron emerged, its quaint and natural body emitting billions of rays of light. Together with Lin Sun's figure, it soared across the sky. Crack, when the sword cauldron and the Yin-Yang Fish Shield collided, the latter's surface cracked and exploded with a deafening explosion. This miraculous immortal Tao weapon was as fragile as paper. At the same time, a Taoist sword flew out from the mouth of the cauldron and flashed. Bang! The saber that Zhu Tianyu had slashed out with fury exploded in his hand, turning into fragments that splattered everywhere. The shield and the saber were destroyed almost at the same time. The destructive impact knocked Zhu Tianyu into the air, with blood spurting from his mouth and nose. It was as if he had been hit by an ancient tyrannosaurus, and all his muscles and bones made an unbearable friction sound. He was so shocked that he instinctively activated the divine armor to an unprecedented level. But Lin Sun's punch had already arrived. This punch was like a mountain falling from the sky, wrapped in the majestic power that could suppress all the heavens. Before Zhu Tianyu could stand firm, he was smashed to the ground. By this punch. Bang! The Tianqi dojo shook violently, and the hearts of all the people outside the battlefield trembled. It was painful to watch. In the smoke and dust, Zhu Tianyu's skinny body lay on the ground, twitching violently as if he was having an epileptic seizure. The divine protection armor that covered his skin had been completely destroyed, and his body was cracked and tattered. Blood soaked the ground, and his face was filled with agony as he moaned involuntarily. There was a dead silence in the battlefield. This battle started quickly and ended even more quickly. From Zhu Tianyu's attack, to the abyssal sword cauldron breaking the saber and the shield, to Lin Sun's punch, it all happened in the blink of an eye. That incomparably domineering punch seemed to have smashed into everyone's hearts, causing their expressions to change. Many people couldn't bear to see it. There were also many people who were so shocked that they stood there in a daze. This is called being too smart for one's own good. He forced Lin Sun to fight with an immortal Tao weapon. If he didn't show mercy, I'm afraid this blow would have killed him. Xian Feiling commented with a smile. It's terrible. I thought it could be a draw. But now, he's still twitching and can't get up. Du Guyong, Fang Daoping, and other big shots of Yuan School all laughed. They also felt very happy. On the viewing platform, the big shots' faces were much more dignified. As for those old fogies of the Zhu family, they only felt that their faces were burning with shame. Lin Sun was suppressed by one move. This was even more shameful, useless, and laughable than the previous defeat of Xingjun, Xianxia, and Zhongning. Fortunately, I'm not so cunning. Mao Qiao, who regretted not choosing to do so before, felt extremely lucky at this moment. He couldn't help it. Zhu Tianyu was beaten so badly that he couldn't bear to see it. All the people of Yuan School burst into laughter, feeling that this scene was really too exciting. Don't twitch. Hurry up and leave to recuperate. Lin Sun put away the sword cauldron and sighed with pity. On the ground, Zhu Tianyu struggled for a long time before he got up and left dejectedly. Next. Lin Sun looked at the next challenger. Since the beginning of the battle, Xingjun, Xianxia, Zhongning, and Zhu Tianyu had been defeated one after another, and Mao Qiao had also admitted defeat. There were only 4 challengers left outside Tianqi Taoist Hall, including Yu Fengzi. However, at this moment, except for Yu Fengzi, the other 3 didn't have much confidence. I admit defeat. A woman said bitterly. She came from the Fu clan of the 8th heaven. When he saw this scene, Fu Wenli's face turned ugly. That woman was a junior of his and was extremely powerful in the heavenly longevity realm. But now, he had admitted defeat in front of everyone. This made Fu Wenli feel that he had lost face. However, he also knew that although it was a bit shameful, this was the wisest choice. I admit defeat. I also admit defeat. 2 more people admitted defeat one after another. All of them looked gloomy, revealing unwillingness and unconcealable shame and anger. Lin Sun didn't make things too difficult for them. He just recorded the scene of them admitting defeat with a jade slip. Witnessing this scene, there was also a commotion outside the arena. All the people of Yuan School naturally felt proud, and their faces were full of relief and joy. The atmosphere on the viewing platform was very depressing and heavy. Whether it was those who were defeated by Lin Sun before or those who admitted defeat at this moment, they all came from the world's top forces, such as the Witch Cult and the 10 Immortal Giants. It could be said that except for the ancestral court of the Spirit Church and some forces of the 7th heaven, these cultivators who came to watch the ceremony were all suppressed by Lin Sun alone. Is this the power of the immortal supreme path? some old antiques whispered. If the immortal supreme path was a legend, then this legend seemed to have really come true with the successor of Feng Xiyuan. Now, he was only at the middle stage of the heavenly longevity realm, but he still had the absolute power to crush those at the peak of the heavenly longevity realm. This was undoubtedly incredible. His Taoist weapon is also very magical. Someone sighed. Lin Sun had finally used the sword cauldron to destroy the yin and yang fish shield and the desolation cleaver in one fell swoop, revealing earth-shattering power. This also attracted the attention of many big figures, and they were all shocked. This kid, heh. I'm afraid he will be plagued with disasters in the future. Someone chuckled, the meaning in his eyes was difficult to understand. This sentence poked the minds of many big figures. Most of these forces who came to watch the ceremony were enemies of Feng Xiyuan. This time, they came to test and understand Lin Sun's strength. Now, the combat strength that Lin Sun had shown made waves of killing intent surge in the depths of their hearts. This is still not his limit. Then let's see if the natural Buddha of the Zen ancestral court, Yufengzi, can give us a surprise. If Yufengzi wins, the so-called immortal supreme path is also nonsense. If he loses, then we really have to treat it as a top priority. As these big figures talked, they all looked at Yufengzi, who was the only one left outside the Xianxia Taoist field. At the same time, the eyes of the people in the field gradually gathered on Yufengzi. He was dressed in a white monk robe, ethereal and extraordinary. In the previous battle, he had been waiting there with a calm expression, like an ancient well. It's your turn. Lin Sun said casually. He could also see that Yufengzi was unusual. At least, the latter's state of mind and aura were not comparable to those before. Yufengzi put his palms together and then floated up the stage. Taoism fellow Lin, if I win, can you come with me to the Zen ancestral court? Yufengzi said softly, his voice like the morning bell and evening drum. His words attracted the attention of all the people present. Many people in Yuan's sect were unhappy and conflicted. What did this monk mean? Was he trying to steal from Yuan sect's territory? How dare he? Xian Failing, Du Guyong and others couldn't help frowning. But Lin Sun laughed and said, if you let me be the head of Zen sect, you don't need to win at all. I will agree immediately. Otherwise, don't think too much and fight here honestly. As he said, he glanced at Shiyi in the distance, intentionally or unintentionally. He suspected that Yufengzi made such a request at the behest of the old bald ass. This request is not impossible. Shiyi smiled slightly, with your foundation and cultivation, if you join our Zen sect, you will have a great chance to take charge of our Zen sect in the future. Everyone was surprised and doubtful. Humph. Shiyi, Lin Sun is the deputy deacon of Yuan sect. How can he join your Zen sect? Don't mention such ridiculous words again. Fang Daoping snorted coldly. He was a little angry at the moment. Taoism fellow Lin, please calm down. Shiyi's voice was calm and light. Sure enough, he didn't mention this matter again. I'm sorry. On the Xianxia Taoist field, Yufengzi put his palms together solemnly, without sadness or joy. Thanks to Red and Black 02 and other brothers and sisters for their gifts, cousin Goldfish is getting married tomorrow. He asked me to help, but I will try my best to keep updating normally. Don't worry, when I'm done, Goldfish will continue to update. As soon as his voice died away, a wooden fish appeared in Yufengzi's palm. It was shaped like a Buddha's head and was slightly purple-green. He knocked it lightly. Dong, the world trembled, and a huge green lotus condensed in the void. A Buddha was born in the lotus. He was bare-chested and was 300 meters tall. He was full of Buddha's light and looked compassionate. The Buddha stepped on the green lotus, pinched a mysterious seal with both hands, and hit Lin Sun across the air. Boom, the void exploded, and the torrent like immortal law was full of brilliant momentum. It was full of golden light and great power to cleanse the universe. All the people present were attracted by this magical scene. As soon as Yufengzi made a move, the power seemed very unusual, far from what Xingjun, Xianxia, and others could compare with. In the distance, Lin Sun waved his sleeve. A bright and blazing sword formation appeared in the sky with a rumbling sound. The atmosphere was solemn, interweaving with mysterious and unpredictable killing intent. The two collided, and the seal was shattered by the sword formation. But before the end, Yufengzi knocked the wooden fish again. Dong, a huge golden lotus condensed, and a golden Buddha appeared in it. The figure of 300 meters tall was like immortal gold, shining brightly. The Buddha held the Buddhist commandment blade and waved it down. The world seemed to be torn apart, and the dazzling blade chi showed the Zen charm of great perfection, great wisdom, and immeasurable. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, stepped forward, and waved his fist. Boom, the fist and the blade collided, setting off a violent and monstrous torrent of destruction. The blade was smashed by Lin Sun again, but Yufengzi seemed to be unaware of it. He stood there solemnly, knocking the wooden fish with his hand, and chanting scriptures year after year. Dong. Dong. Dong, a red lotus, a silver lotus, a black lotus, condensed in the Tianqi Taoist field one after another. Each lotus was a Buddha of 300 meters tall. Some sat cross-legged and lit the green lamp. Some held prayer beads and turned the prayer tube. Some waved the monk's staff and chanted Buddhist scriptures. In the void, there were billions of Buddha's fire pouring down like a long river from the ninth heaven. Countless pages of Buddhist scriptures whistled out, blooming infinite Buddha's light in the void. When the monk's staff was waved, the world was chaotic. The unimaginable scenes caused many people outside the arena to be dumbfounded and suck in a breath of cold air. He had long heard that the Zen sect Shufengzi was a Buddha that only appeared once in 10,000 years. He had an unfathomable foundation of the great Tao. However, when he truly saw him make a move, he realized that he was stronger than he had expected. At a glance, Lin Sun saw the Buddhas standing on the 5 Buddha lotuses, each displaying a terrifying and unpredictable supernatural power, and all of them rushed to kill Lin Sun. That scene was simply despairing. Lin Sun fought among them. Although he constantly smashed all kinds of Buddhist supernatural powers, he couldn't do anything to the 5 Buddhas for a while. This was shocking. The scenes of Lin Sun defeating other opponents were all witnessed by people. How domineering and powerful he was. His victory was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. But at this moment, it was clearly different. Yufengzi is indeed worthy of being a bodhisattva who has the hope of inheriting the position of present-age Buddha. A senior figure sighed with emotion. It is indeed very powerful. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought that the rumors were exaggerated. This battle is interesting, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy to defeat Lin Sun. Hearing the comments of those big shots, Buddhist Supreme Shi smiled slightly and said in a warm voice, "This is just the beginning. Yufengzi still has many magical skills that he hasn't used yet. Everyone, please wait and see." Those words made the hearts of the adults tremble. Over the years, the Zen sect has been low-key and dormant. There is very little news about them. I never thought that they would cultivate such a powerful figure. Xianxia frowned. He also saw the strength of Yufengzi. These monks are best at hiding their strength. It's not surprising. Fang Daoping said casually. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult for Lin Sun to win this time. Du Guiyong sighed softly. With their cultivation and eyesight, they could naturally see that this battle was completely different from the previous ones. Yufengzi was also different from other opponents. If Xingjun was a trump card of the ancestral court of the witchcraft sect, Yufengzi was a trump card that the Zen sect had hidden for a long time. At this moment, everyone in the Yuan sect was also holding their breath. The style that Yufengzi showed was so dazzling that it made them nervous for Lin Sun. Boom, in the Tianqi dojo, the turbulence splashed, the Buddha's light spread, and all kinds of magical techniques descended, as if covering the sky and earth, attacking Lin Sun heavily. At this time, Lin Sun finally felt the pressure. This made him raise his eyebrows, a little surprised, but immediately, his heart surged with fighting spirit. Not long ago, his cultivation broke through in the Cloud Guardian House of the Seventh Heaven, Cold Moon City, and reached the middle stage of the Heavenly Longevity Realm. It was also because of this that when dealing with Xingjun and the others, he didn't feel any threat at all. From the beginning to the end, he crushed them. But Yufengzi was different. Fighting against him made Lin Sun feel the pressure that he hadn't felt for a long time. This undoubtedly proved that his attainments in the immortal path could be said to be unprecedented and extraordinary. Not bad, I didn't expect to meet an opponent like you. Today's battle was not in vain. Lin Sun said with a trace of emotion. With his current cultivation, it was really not easy to meet such an opponent. Humph, boasting shamelessly. Some big shots who hated Lin Sun couldn't help but snort coldly. Taoism fellow Lin didn't use the immortal Dao weapon, obviously holding back. In the distance, Yu Fengzi's expression was as calm as ever. Lin Sun sneered, your current means are still not enough. When I force you to use your ability, it won't be too late to consider whether to use the treasure or not. As he spoke, his figure suddenly stretched out, bent his fingers into a palm, and slashed out a deep sword chi, sweeping in all directions. The 10,000 abyss sword swallowed all directions. Boom, the nearest golden lotus was directly torn apart by the terrifying devouring and obliterating power, and the Buddha standing on the lotus with the Buddhist commandment blade in his hand also collapsed, turning into golden light that scattered all over the sky. Immediately afterward, the red lotus, black lotus, cyan lotus, and silver lotus all suffered the impact of this terrifying sword chi, and the Buddha figures exploded one by one. Looking from a distance, it was like a violent wind passing through, tearing countless petals. This, so strong. The power of the great abyss devouring sky. There was a burst of exclamation from the audience. Lin Sun's attack was like a whirlwind, crushing all directions, extremely tyrannical. Look, it's really not enough. In the Tianqi dojo, Lin Sun said casually. Yu Fengzi smiled, put away the wooden fish, and said, my means have made you laugh. I have been practicing meditation for more than 3,600 years, listening to the Sanskrit sounds of all heavens, quietly comprehending the Dharma of ancient and modern times, and finally gained some insights on the immortal path. It's just that no one has seen it yet. In a voice as calm as water, he put his palms together and bowed slightly. Then, the aura of his whole person suddenly changed. He was thin. His thin figure seemed to be burning, reflecting boundless light. In that light, the Buddhist kingdom of all heavens and the Buddhas of all ages appeared. In the end, these visions all converged into a ray of light, appearing in his hands, like the hands of God, encompassing all the visions of all heavens and all ages. The lords outside the audience were shocked by the scene, and their faces were solemn. Only Buddha Supreme Shri showed a gratified expression. This method is called boundless, taking the meaning of the boundless sea of bitterness, turning back to the shore, and integrating my cultivation, talent, and wisdom. Now, please have a look. As Yu Fengzi spoke, he stretched out his right hand, as if he was picking a flower. Then, he casually threw out his palm. In the void, the sound of Zen resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shocking the heavens. The sound alone shook the blood of many people outside the audience, and their minds were shaken. Their expressions changed immediately. Then, the Buddha's light shone brightly, connecting the sky and the earth. It was a palm print that covered the sky, and countless Buddhist kingdoms and countless devout Buddhas appeared in the palm. It was like a palm that gave birth to the Buddha world. With this blow, the Tianqi dojo roared and shook violently, and waves of restriction power fluctuated. But Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Instead of retreating, he punched out. It was still a simple and ordinary punch, yet the might contained within it was completely different. It had become even more condensed and terrifying than before, and it carried a unique aura. It seemed as if no matter if one was a god or Buddha, the god or Buddha would be annihilated in the end under this punch. Boom, when the fist and the palm collided, everyone only felt a tingling pain in their eardrums, and their minds shook fiercely. Then, there was a stinging pain in front of their eyes, because the splashing and sweeping divine light on the Tianqi dojo was too dazzling. It was like 2 suns colliding and then exploding. Only those big shots clearly saw that Yu Fengzi's palm print, which could be said to be world-shaking, was actually resisted and resolved by Lin Sun's fist. They couldn't help but be moved. Confrontation. Yu Fengzi pinched the seal, and his robe fluttered, making him more sacred and ethereal. A strange palm print was condensed, shaped like a lion or tiger, but flowing with the luster of wisdom and perfection. As soon as it appeared, the roar of 800 arhats faintly resounded in the palm print and enveloped it. But Lin Sun sighed softly, it seems that if I don't force you, you probably won't show all your trump cards. His tall figure stepped forward, and his power rose steadily. In a trance, he seemed to turn into a great abyss moving horizontally, and also like a great furnace to suppress the past, present, and future. Boom, with a punch, the palm print shaped like a lion or tiger burst into pieces. In the splashing rain of light, Lin Sun's figure rushed out violently, and his momentum was like a thunderbolt, extremely oppressive. Yu Fengzi's eyes narrowed slightly, and his hands kept forming palm prints. Sometimes it was like a treasure bottle, sometimes it was like a wheel, sometimes it was like a lotus throne, sometimes it was like a jade pot. In the Tianqi Taoist field, the sound of Sanskrit was chanting, and the light of Buddha was surging. Thousands of palm prints were superimposed, and their shadows were indistinct, smashing towards Lin Sun overwhelmingly. Lin Sun's counterattack was very simple. He waved his fist and killed with irresistible force. Bang, 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 the palm prints exploded in front of him, like densely lit firecrackers, and countless light rains swept away like a torrent. And Lin Sun's figure was constantly approaching. That powerful and overbearing posture simply made the whole audience boil. Countless exclamations sounded, as if they couldn't believe it. How powerful was Yu Fengzi, but he still couldn't stop Lin Sun's approach. This was too unexpected. Seeing that Lin Sun's figure had already appeared 30 feet away, Yu Fengzi didn't panic. Instead, there was a trace of an incomprehensible smile on his lips. Lotus gives birth to wheel, Brahma heart becomes a realm. A solemn and calm chanting came out of Yu Fengzi's mouth. End of this chapter, a distance of 10 meters. It was an extremely close distance. However, as Yu Fengzi chanted the scriptures, a lotus bloomed in this area. At first, it was as small as a fist, but as the petals bloomed one by one, in an instant, it was as if it had turned into a vast world. There were 49 petals, and they were round and translucent, revealing a variety of colors. Looking down from the sky, this lotus looked extremely like a round divine wheel. Lotus reincarnation. As soon as it appeared, the lotus rotated slowly, and an obscure and miraculous force enshrouded the heart of the lotus. Lin Sun sensed danger at the first possible moment. But before he could dodge, his body was covered by a miraculous and obscure force, and his vision blurred. In that instant, it was as if he'd fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. In the darkness, 49 tightly closed doors were lined up in a row. Brother Lin, this is the Brahma Heart Lotus world. It's condensed from my natural talent, the 9 orifices Zen heart, and my cultivation and laws. There are 49 lotus doors within it, and behind each door is a world of reincarnation. Yu Fengzi's tranquil voice resounded in the darkness. This is my trump card. I use the number 49 to deduce my cultivation, and I think that I'm superior to most people in the same realm on the path to the eternal Tao. However, perhaps it's fated by the heavens. Only when I found out about your existence did I notice that our paths towards the Tao are actually similar. There are 50 grand Taos and 49 heavenly evolutions. One has escaped. You're the 50th inheritor of the core world, and you're regarded as the lotus that the master of the core world is waiting for. You're just like the one that escaped. Moreover, I'm the one of my own grand Tao's 49 heavenly evolutions. Don't you think it's very interesting? This is precisely the reason why I came to the Yuan sect this time. I want to compete with Brother Lin on the path to the Tao. If the path to the eternal Tao really has a supreme, then it's bound to only have one. As Yu Fengzi finished speaking, he carried a form of firmness that came from his bones. The struggle for the grand Tao was only for the supreme. Is that so? But I'm different from you. I don't believe in the escaped one. Ever since I started cultivating, my master, the master of the square inch, has never given me any guidance. If I'm the inheritor that he's been waiting for all these years, then I'll have to fight for it with my own great Tao. It has nothing to do with whether or not I'm the escaped one. Lin Sun said indifferently, whether it's a coincidence or fate, you're destined to be different from me, and I'm also destined to be different from you. But your last sentence is right. If there's an immortal supreme path in the world, it's destined to be the only one. Yu Fengzi was silent for a moment, then said, then let's fight for a higher or lower right now. Lin Sun smiled and added, you said you have cultivated for more than 3,600 years, but I have cultivated for less than 200 years. Yu Fengzi was silent for a while. He didn't know whether it was because of the blow or because of Lin Sun's words that he had some other ideas. In short, he was silent. Lin Sun ignored him and pushed open the nearest lotus door. He had already seen that these 49 lotus doors were like the 49 roots of the Brahma Heart Lotus world. Only by destroying them could he escape from this place. His vision blurred, and a gray world appeared. This is Daily Sky, one of the 6 skies of the Desire Realm. I created it with my Tao, and there are 80 million Rakshasas inside. If you get lost in it, your cultivation will be reduced by 1 realm. Yufengzi's voice sounded again. Apart from this, the other 48 worlds all contain great mysteries. As long as you're trapped, your cultivation will be reduced. I can see that you're very confident in your trump card, but now I'm not in the mood to talk to you. As Lin Sun spoke, he punched the sky. Boom, in this gray, daily sky, the world shook, and Yufengzi's voice suddenly stopped. But soon, countless Rakshasas appeared, densely packed, and like a tide, they flooded this world. This dusky sky dome was illuminated, the radiance endless. 80 million Rakshasas, that number was simply despairing. What was even more chilling was that the appearance of those Rakshasas turned into men, women, old, and young, and all kinds of figures. When Lin Sun looked over, his pupils couldn't help shrinking. Because those Rakshasas had turned into the people he was most familiar with. There were enemies, friends, and strangers, the prisoners in the mine prison, the villagers and children in Feiyun village, the enemies and friends he met along the way in Ziyou Empire. Ancient Desolation, Starry Ancient Path, Dark World, True Dragon World, Immortal Phoenix World, Kunlun Ruins, Ultimate Ruins, Kiliakosm Battlefield. In the past years, the places he had traveled and the people he met were all transformed by those Rakshasas. Even Zhao Jingxian, Lu Boya, Luo Qingxuan, and others could be seen one by one. At this time, they all turned into an overwhelming torrent and rushed towards Lin Sun. This scene was undoubtedly too shocking and terrifying. What I see in my heart is reflected in my heart. If the heart is disturbed, there will be a killing tribulation. This wonderful method is really extraordinary. Lin Sun let out a sigh of admiration, and he didn't hesitate to praise Yufengzi. Immediately, his eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and he rushed up. Boom, his body turned into a big abyss, moving across the world and sweeping forward. Wherever he passed, the dense figures of Azura were crushed and turned into colorful Buddha light. If it were others, seeing countless familiar people rushing toward them, they would probably have a turbulence in their state of mind and have a lot of thoughts. It was like meeting a loved one, a close relative, or someone they hated the most. It was the easiest to evoke the ups and downs in one's state of mind. As long as there was even a slight flaw in one's state of mind, dark benefit heaven would turn into the most terrible purgatory and kill the people trapped in it. Unfortunately, these were useless to Lin Sun. Since he had seen through the mystery, he would not be fooled. In his eyes, all the familiar faces were fake. Boom, he charged forward, and wherever he passed, countless figures dissipated, turning into Buddhist light that scattered everywhere. In just a few blinks of an eye, the world began to wither and shatter. Finally, with a roar, it completely collapsed in front of Lin Sun. It was still the dark world, but there were only 48 closed lotus doors left. I hope you don't disappoint me, Lin Sun muttered to himself. As he spoke, he'd already pushed open the second lotus door in a casual and natural manner, as if he was taking an idle stroll in a courtyard, and he was fearless and unrestrained. In merely a short moment, the second lotus door dissipated like a bubble, and Lin Sun's figure appeared. He didn't delay and entered the third lotus door. On the other hand, traces of seriousness gradually appeared on Yufengzi's handsome face that was tranquil like an ancient well that was tranquil, and tranquil was gradually suffused with traces of seriousness. From the outside world. On the heavenly enlightenment grounds, a multicolored and perfectly round lotus bloomed, and it was rotating slowly while emanating an obscure and mysterious Buddha light. On the other hand, Lin Sun's figure vanished from the center of the lotus. Yufengzi stood at the side of the lotus. Everyone outside the arena was surprised and bewildered, and most of them were unable to see through the profundities within. In the eyes of those great figures, this seemingly calm scene was actually even more dangerous and terrifying than the battle from before. This was a competition between the various grand Daos. This is the Brahma Heart Lotus realm, and there are 49 worlds within it that can sever one's cultivation realm. On the viewing platform, Buddhist Supreme Shiryi wore a smile on his face as he explained the secrets and profundities of the Brahma Heart Lotus realm to the people around him, and those great figures couldn't help but gasp in shock. Such a divine ability was simply unimaginable. Doesn't this mean that Lin Sun, who's trapped within, is very likely to have his cultivation realm severed, and his cultivation will suffer irreparable damage? Someone couldn't help but ask. This sentence attracted everyone's attention. Even the hearts of Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, and other great figures nearby tightened. Yes. Shi nodded with a compassionate expression. I only hope that Lin Sun realizes his error, repents, and admits defeat as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's very likely that his cultivation realm will be severed. The faces of Xian Feiling and the others darkened. Looking at those great figures who had enmity with Lin Sun, their eyes flickered, and there was a faint excitement and expectation between their brows. Fu Wenli, Qi Xiaoyun, and the others were pleasantly surprised. If Lin Sun's cultivation realm was severed, how could he talk about the immortal supreme path? What threat could there be? Sever realm? How could there be such a divine ability in this world? Oh no, Deputy Deacon Lin is in danger. When everyone in the Yuan sect learned of the horror of the Brahma Heart Lotus domain, their expressions changed, and their hearts were in their throats. It was indeed too terrifying. Killing was forbidden in the Tianqi dojo, but there was no rule that forbade things like severing one's cultivation realm. Once Lin Sun suffered this disaster and his cultivation realm fell, all his achievements and prestige were destined to plummet. Thinking of this, many people looked at Yu Fengzi with anger, and their teeth itched with hatred. However, to everyone's surprise, at this moment, Yu Fengzi's expression became more and more solemn. Crack, an explosion suddenly came from the colorful lotus. One of the 49 petals suddenly shattered at this moment. One was missing. This, Shi, who had a compassionate expression, narrowed his eyes. Almost at the same time, everyone present felt that something was wrong. Crack, before they could figure it out, another petal exploded and collapsed into a rain of light. Yu Fengzi's expression became more and more solemn. Could it be that Lin Sun is trying to break free? Someone murmured. This sentence made the faces of many big shots on the viewing platform become gloomy. The original excitement and expectation in their hearts were replaced by an indescribable tension. They didn't want to see Lin Sun break free. Fu Wenli, Qi Xiaoyun, and others naturally felt the same. But what happened didn't change their minds. In the following time, on the Tianqi dojo, the petals of the lotus continued to burst, making crackling sounds. It was like a slap on the faces of those big shots who hated Lin Sun, making their expressions become gloomy and ugly. Looking at Yu Fengzi, his snow-white frock was fluttering, his lips were pursed, and his delicate face could no longer remain calm. There was a flash of light. Seeing the petals wither and burst, his hands and his sleeves were clenched tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. He was trying his best to control the turbulence in his heart. The Brahma Heart Lotus domain was the most powerful talent he had in his life, and it was also the embodiment of the supreme mystery he had explored on the immortal path. This divine ability had once caused many seniors of the Zen sect to exclaim with admiration and shock. Before hearing about Lin Sun's deeds, Yu Fengzi never had any desire to win, nor was he willing to compete with people of the same realm. Not because he was arrogant, but because he stood too high. But at this moment, the great Tao that he was most proud of, the great Tao that he was most confident in, was showing signs of defeat. To Yu Fengzi, this was no less than an incomparably heavy blow, when he saw that the colorful lotus flower was riddled with holes, when he saw that only a few petals were left, gradually dimming. Yu Feng seemed as if he'd seen his grand Tao become riddled with holes at this moment and become dim and lusterless, and a strand of indescribable rage and frustration arose in his heart. How could this be? Why was this happening? I used my Tao to evolve into the 4-9 realms, and as one, why couldn't I defeat the successor of Feng Cun? Pa. When the last petal withered and shattered in his field of vision, Yu Fengzi could no longer control himself and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His delicate and pretty face was already completely pale, and his eyes were filled with disappointment, unwillingness, and disappointment. At the same time, bang! The bare lotus core exploded into pieces, and then a tall, mighty, and dazzling figure charged out and appeared in the fields of vision of everyone present here. Everyone was shocked by this. A dazzling rain of light was falling. Lin Sun's figure stood in the void like an immortal. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Yu Fengzi, the most unfathomable existence of the Zen sect, the Brahma Heart Lotus realm formed by the fusion of talent, cultivation, and law, had been broken. This was too much of a shock to everyone. Those big shots who had been excitedly looking forward to Lin Sun's cultivation being broken only felt suffocated, and their old faces were filled with gloom. Everyone in the Yuan sect was completely excited. No matter how powerful the Brahma Heart Lotus realm was, it had been broken by Lin Sun in the end. Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, Feng Daoping, and the other big shots all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Then, they looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Lin Sun's performance had also amazed them. Admit defeat? On the Tianqi dojo, Lin Sun looked at Yu Fengzi. Previously, when he was trapped in the Brahma Heart Lotus realm and experienced 49 battles, Lin Sun also understood Yu Fengzi's true attainments in the Great Way. Even he had to admit that Yu Fengzi was an extremely powerful opponent, much stronger than characters like Xing Jun and Jing Qingjia. Unfortunately, Yu Fengzi met him. The greatest danger of the Brahma Heart Lotus realm was actually related to one's state of mind, and what Lin Sun was least afraid of was a contest of state of mind. Yu Fengzi was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his eyes and let out a long sigh. I understand now. The number of the Great Way is not determined by the heavens. In the past, I boasted that I had deduced the extreme of all the ancient and modern methods and comprehended the secret of escaping. I thought that was the supreme way, but now it seems that the path of the immortal supreme has never been like this. Indefinite number, impermanent method, infinite realm, as he murmured with emotion, the confusion, unwillingness, and sadness in Yu Fengzi's eyes all disappeared. His eyes were clear and calm, and a mysterious aura emerged from his body, as if he had broken some kind of shackles. His entire body glowed with a kind of extremely transcendent charm. Shurye's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in admiration, enlightened and unrestrained. Wonderful. He seems to have broken through the mystique in his heart at this moment. The people on the viewing platform and the elders of the Origin sect were all shocked. They sensed the change in Yu Fengzi's aura. This moved them. What a terrifying perception! He was defeated by Lin Sun on the strongest Tao, but it didn't cause any problems in his state of mind. Instead, he had an epiphany through this battle. Who wouldn't be shocked? When they looked at Yu Fengzi again, everyone's expressions were filled with amazement. He was indeed worthy of being the chief protector of the Zen sect. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, interesting. Yu Fengzi clasped his palms together, a tranquil smile appearing on his lips. He was like a smiling Buddha who had achieved enlightenment. He said, I still have to thank Brother Lin for helping me break through my limits and comprehend the true secrets of a supreme being. Lin Sun laughed. How are you going to thank me? Naturally, we should continue this battle to determine who is stronger. Yu Fengzi's expression was calm. The audience was silent. Many people from the Origin sect were a bit angry. This fellow really didn't know what was good for him. He had clearly lost, and he even gained enlightenment from his defeat. If he really wanted to thank him, then he should have just left. But he still wanted to compete. Did he think that the power after the epiphany could suppress Lin Sun? As for Shi and the other big shots on the viewing platform, they couldn't help but be excited. Even they didn't expect that there would be a turning point. Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, and Feng Daoping couldn't help but frown. This Yu Fengzi was really difficult to deal with. However, Lin Sun restrained the smile on his face and said, before, your Brahma Heart Lotus had the ability to cut off one's cultivation. Although it was incomparably magical, it couldn't do anything to me. Now, what do you have to fight with me? Of course, it's still the Brahma Heart Lotus. Yu Fengzi said softly, however, it's completely different from before. I hope you can be careful. If you can't hold on, please admit defeat as soon as possible. At this time, Yu Fengzi seemed to be extremely confident. The epiphany seemed to have made him a different person. Everyone in the Origin sect felt very uncomfortable. Shi and other big shots were not stingy with their appreciation. For them, this was a pleasant surprise. However, Lin Sun said calmly, stubborn and indecisive. Yu Fengzi, this epiphany may be a great disaster for you. I can give you another chance. It's not too late to admit defeat now. Humph. Hearing this, many big shots snorted coldly. They thought that Lin Sun was very likely to be guilty and deliberately made alarmist remarks, which seemed very ridiculous. In particular, Shi couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Although he didn't say anything, his indifferent attitude made everyone realize that he was very disdainful of Lin Sun's words. Yu Fengzi didn't refute and said calmly, Taoism Pure Lin, please enlighten me. Buzz, he put his palms together, and a magnificent and colorful lotus in the shape of a round wheel condensed again. An obscure and mysterious aura filled the air. Brahma Heart Lotus Realm, compared to before, there was now a kind of pure and immaculate great perfection charm. Do you think this small Brahma Heart Lotus Realm can still trap me? Well, I'll let you see my means. A cold luster emerged in the depths of Lin Sun's deep black eyes. He stretched out his hand and put his fingers together. Wisps of magnificent and illusory space-time light quietly condensed at his fingertips, turning into a crystal-clear sharp light. It flickered gently in the void. Swish, a wisp of sharp blades swept across the sky. Time and space seemed to be cut, sweeping away violently. Everything showed a kind of rapid decline and collapse. Everyone felt a stabbing pain in front of their eyes. Even those big shots were no exception. It seemed that only a moment had passed, but it also seemed that countless years had passed. The rules of time distributed between heaven and earth were completely disordered. When all these strange and abnormal changes disappeared. In the Tianqi Taoist field, Lin Sun stood where he was. The magnificent and colorful lotus bloomed, while Yu Fengzi, opposite to him, still maintained the posture of putting his palms together. It seemed that everything that happened just now was an illusion. Many people outside the field were confused. What on earth happened just now? Even the big shots at the Immortal Realm and the Nirvana God Realm looked surprised and doubtful. They vaguely guessed something. And Shi, the Zen sect's Buddha, Xianxia, the priest of the witchcraft sect, Qingyun, the spirit sect, and the old fogies of the Yuan sect all seemed to be shocked at this moment. Their expressions changed, and they couldn't calm down at all. In the dead silence, Lin Sun said indifferently, as I said, this is a great disaster for you. As soon as his light voice fell, bang, under the gazes of countless people, the multicolored lotus instantly withered, and then it exploded with a bang and transformed into ashes that drifted into the air. If one were to say that this scene shocked everyone, then, what happened next made them tremble in fear and trepidation. Yu Fengzi, who was wearing a snow-white monk robe and standing there with his palms together, suddenly changed his appearance, as if he had suddenly become countless years younger. He turned into a thin and short boy with childish features. His monk robe that originally fitted him seemed to be loose. The most frightening thing was that his cultivation seemed to have been cut off. All of a sudden, he fell from the immortal realm of the heavenly longevity realm to the emperor realm, and then from the emperor realm to the quasi-emperor realm, the sage realm, the longevity calamity realm. Only when he reached the sea spirit realm of the lower 5 realms did he manage to stabilize his cultivation. Outside the field, there was a dead silence. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Many people's hair stood on end, and their eyes widened. This strange change was like the most terrifying thing in the world, and it made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Time. Blade of Time. Supreme Buddha Shi stood up, his expression dark and gloomy. His voice seemed to be squeezed out of his chest, revealing uncontrollable anger. Reverse the flow of time, depriving cultivation. The most powerful innate magical ability of the Lord of Tongtian. Damn it. This forbidden magical ability has appeared again. Looking at the shaman cult and the 10 immortal giants, their faces were covered with frost, and their eyes were filled with anger, as well as a trace of imperceptible fear. Old people like them naturally knew that the reason why Luo Tongtian dared to challenge the 10 immortal giants in the past was that the innate magical ability he mastered was too taboo. And now, after countless years, this innate magical ability had once again appeared in the world, and it was displayed by Lin Sun, the successor of Feng Xiyuan. How could they not be shocked and angry? At this moment, Fu Wenli, Qi Xiaoyun, Qi Wen, and other big shots who hated Lin Sun felt their hearts churning with anger and hatred. A long time ago, Luo Tongtian used the Blade of Time to seriously injure many big shots in the 8th heaven and deprive them of their cultivation, causing many voices of panic in the 8th heaven. How could they forget it? But they didn't expect that Lin Sun had awakened and inherited this forbidden magical ability. Before, it was Lin Sun's Blade of Time that reversed the age and cultivation of Yu Fengzi to the time when he was a teenager. Only his memory and wisdom remained unchanged. However, this scene was horrifying enough to make one tremble in fear. Imagine that the most dazzling immortal of Zen sect, a natural arhat who was qualified to inherit the position of present Buddha, lost all his cultivation in the blink of an eye and returned to the time when he was a teenager who had just embarked on the road of cultivation. What a terrible scene it was. Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, Feng Daoping, and others were all shocked, and then their faces changed slightly. They realized that Lin Sun's attack was equivalent to completely destroying Yu Fengzi. The loss of a natural arhat like Yu Fengzi was a great blow to Zen sect. It was absolutely immeasurable, and it was very likely that they would take revenge on Lin Sun at all costs. Xian Feiling and others looked at each other and began to be vigilant, especially paying attention to the movements of Shi Yi and other figures of Zen sect. Looking at other places, the big shots and descendants of Yuan sect finally understood what the great disaster in Lin Sun's mouth was at this moment. They couldn't help but be shocked and speechless. Previously, Yu Fengzi attacked with the Brahma Heart Lotus realm and wanted to cut down Lin Sun's cultivation. But now, Lin Sun cut down Yu Fengzi's cultivation to the Saint realm and beat him back to the time when he was a teenager. For Yu Fengzi, if this wasn't a calamity, then what was? On the Tianqi Taoist field, Yu Fengzi, who had become a teenager, kept his hands together, as if he had been hit unconscious and didn't move for a long time. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Lin Sun. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he coughed up a mouthful of scarlet blood. All of a sudden, his whole face turned ashen, and he staggered and fell to the ground. As if he had lost his parents. Yu Fengzi's bleak and miserable appearance caused the hearts of everyone present to churn endlessly. Undoubtedly, it was a great blow to him after his cultivation was cut off. He brought this upon himself. Who can he blame? Someone in the Yuan sect's camp snorted. Previously, after using the Brahma Heart Lotus world, Yu Fengzi had already lost in the struggle for the Great Tao, but he still insisted on continuing to fight. The reason was that he had an epiphany at that time and was confident that he could win. But so what if he was enlightened? His cultivation was still cut off by Lin Sun. Yes, if Deputy Deacon Lin had used the Blade of Time earlier, how could he have had an epiphany? Deputy Deacon Lin had shown mercy and reminded him not to be stubborn, but he didn't listen and ended up like this. He deserved it. Many descendants of the Yuan sect echoed. They couldn't pity Yu Fengzi at all. On the viewing platform, Buddha Supreme Shi Yi looked gloomy and didn't say anything for a long time. He couldn't blame Lin Sun. When Yu Fengzi used the Brahma Heart Lotus for the first time, he explained the mystery of this magic to a group of big shots with a smile, thinking that it would cut off Lin Sun's cultivation. But Yu Fengzi failed. Now, Yu Fengzi used the Brahma Heart Lotus again, but his cultivation was cut off by Lin Sun. It was like karma. Shi Yi had no reason to blame Lin Sun at all. If he angrily accused Lin Sun of being too ruthless, he was afraid that everyone present would laugh at him. After all, it was Yu Fengzi who tried to cut off Lin Sun's cultivation first. The faces of the big shots of the witch cult, the 10 immortal giants, and other forces were also gloomy. The appearance of the Blade of Time had deeply stimulated them. If Lin Sun, who had set foot on the path of immortal supremacy, was only a potential threat to them, then Lin Sun, who had the Blade of Time, could already be included in the list of enemies. The master of the square inch was in trouble, and so was the Lord of Tongtian. Haha, who knows what will happen in the future? In the gloomy atmosphere, a big shot of the Jing family said, as if he was recalling the past, but the meaning in his words was faintly cold and threatening. Many people's eyes flashed. How powerful was the master of the heart core? He had once forced the 10 undying giants to bow their heads and voluntarily give way to the 9th heaven. But in the end, didn't he also suffer in the 9th heaven? Luo Tongtian possessed a forbidden sacred art and was once strong enough to wrestle with the 10 undying giants. However, in the end, when he was heading towards the eternal road, he suffered a great calamity. Perhaps Lin Sun had already embarked on the path of the immortal supremacy, or perhaps he had mastered Luo Tongtian's forbidden divine art. But after all, he was still in the heavenly longevity realm. He had not truly grown into an existence like the master of the heart core and Luo Tongtian. In the future, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be in trouble. No one knows who will suffer in the future. If there is a chance in the future, I don't mind going to the 8th heaven and having a good chat in front of your Jing family's gate. I just hope that you can still remember what you said today. In the Tianqi Taoist field, Lin Sun looked at the leader of the Jing family coldly. His words didn't contain any threatening words, but anyone could hear the threat in his words. The face of the leader of the Jing family suddenly sank. His name was Jing Chaofeng, and he was also a very senior and powerful existence. Now that he was contradicted by Lin Sun in front of everyone, he was very angry. Then I really hope that you will have a chance to go to the eighth heaven. The atmosphere was tense and depressing. At this moment, Xianfeiling laughed loudly. The duel is over. Our Yuan sect has set up a banquet. Everyone, why don't you come with us? Let us be the host. It seemed like he was trying to smooth things over, but it made the big figures on the viewing platform feel disgusted. At this time, who was in the mood to attend a banquet, who wanted to see how the Yuan sect would show off? The discussion of the 9 peaks is over. We still have important things to do, so we won't disturb you any longer. On the viewing platform, some big figures stood up expressionlessly and decided to leave. Immediately after, many big forces also stood up and left. Xianfeiling enthusiastically asked them to stay, but the more he did so, the more the old monsters from the Witch sect, Zen sect, and the 10 Undying Giants felt disgusted. Seeing this, Xianfeiling couldn't help but show a look of regret. He really wanted to use today's matter to satirize and ridicule those old things at the banquet. Unfortunately, they didn't give him a chance at all. Not long after, even Yu Fengzi, whose cultivation had been cut off, was picked up by the big figures of Zen sect and left in a hurry. Lin Sun naturally wouldn't stop them. Although Yu Fengzi's cultivation was not completely destroyed, he suffered such a blow. Even if he recovered in the future, he probably wouldn't have much hope to rebuild his current achievements. In short, this natural-born Buddha was already crippled. Soon, only the people of the spirit sect's ancestral court were left on the viewing platform. Qing Yun, do you want to stay and have a drink? Fang Daoping smiled and invited Qing Yun. No. Qing Yun shook his head and cupped his hands from afar. It's an eventful time. Please take care. Fang Daoping was startled and said seriously, when you go back, say hello to those friends on behalf of our Yuan sect. That's natural. Qing Yun nodded and then left with a group of strong people of the spirit sect. Senior sister, I'll treat you to a drink next time. Lin Sun had already walked out of the Tianqi dojo. Seeing that Qing Yu was about to leave with a group of people, he couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. Junior brother, you also have to take care. Qing Yu revealed a bright smile. Lin Sun smiled and waved his hand. After watching them leave, deafening cheers suddenly erupted in the vicinity of the Tianqi dojo. The big figures and successors of the Yuan sect no longer suppressed the excitement in their hearts. They cheered for Lin Sun and expressed their joy and respect without reservation. Today was the 9 Peaks Summit that the Yuan sect held once in 1,000 years. It was also today that Lin Sun went on stage and defeated Xing Jun, Jing Qingjia, Zhou Ning, Zhu Tianyu, Yu Fengzi, and 9 other fierce figures from different forces. This not only defended the Yuan sect's face, but it also made everyone in the Yuan sect proud. So what if it was the Shaman sect? So what if it was the 10 immortal giants? In a battle of the same realm, no one was a match for Lin Sun. Thinking of what they had seen before, everyone in the Yuan sect was so excited that they couldn't control themselves. It was not that their state of mind was not strong enough, but that they were simply unwilling to suppress their inner emotions and release them wantonly. Lin Sun inevitably felt unprepared. He didn't expect that the reaction of the Yuan sect would be so enthusiastic. It was also at this time that he remembered what Taoling said, this is an opportunity to gather people's hearts. It will be of immeasurable benefit to you to establish prestige and influence in the sect in the future. Wasn't the situation exactly like this? What was prestige? The hearts of the people and the expectations of the people. Xianfeiling, Du Guyong, Fang Daoping, and other big figures couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. Brother Dugu, your Yuansu Pavilion is in charge of all kinds of rewards and rewards of the sect. How do you think Lin Sun should be rewarded based on his performance today? Suddenly, Xianfeiling's loud voice spread all over the place. Suddenly, countless people's eyes were attracted to Du Guyong. Even Lin Sun was surprised. There was a reward. The hearts of Fu Wenli, Qi Xiaoyun, and other big figures who hated Lin Sun sank. They realized that Xianfeiling was taking this opportunity to seek benefits for Lin Sun. At this time, everyone in the Yuan sect was excited by Lin Sun's previous feat. If anyone didn't agree to Xianfeiling's request for benefits for him, they would be condemned by everyone. Thinking of this, Fu Wenli, Qi Xiaoyun, and others were all depressed. But they couldn't do anything to stop it. Today, Lin Sun fought on behalf of the sect, restored the reputation of the sect, and made those big forces lower their heads one by one. This can be said to be a great achievement, and he should be rewarded generously. Du Guyong's words determined the value of Lin Sun's contribution. He must be rewarded generously. Yes, that's right. Many people echoed. Even if Deputy Deacon Lin is appointed as the deputy head now, I will support it. Someone shouted excitedly. This caused a burst of laughter, but it also showed how popular Lin Sun was at this moment. After pondering for a while, Du Guyong said, if we take out some ordinary rewards, I'm afraid it will make people laugh. Well, there are still 3 nirvana elixirs in the sect. Let's take out one of them as a reward for Lin Sun. The whole audience was shocked. The faces of Fu Wenli, Qi Xiaoyun, and others who hated Lin Sun changed. Nirvana elixir, it was a divine elixir refined by the rare 9th grade medicine spirit order. Only one could be refined every 10,000 years. It could play an incredible role when a heaven longevity realm practitioner was in the nirvana realm. It was no exaggeration to say that if one swallowed this elixir, his chance of breaking through the realm would increase by 50%. Moreover, this elixir also had an amazing effect on refining the nirvana realm. In the past, it was extremely difficult for the heaven longevity realm practitioners of the 3 pavilions to get such a treasure, no matter how many contributions they made. In order to obtain such a precious treasure, one would need the agreement of the 3 pavilion masters or the 9 vice pavilion masters. It could be imagined how rare and precious the nirvana elixir was. Lin Sun naturally knew about this elixir, but he didn't expect that Du Guyong would take out such a treasure as a reward. I agree. I agree too. Immediately, Xianfeiling, Feng Daoping, Yu Xing, and Yuan Wutian agreed. What do you think, Brother Fu? Du Guyong looked at Fu Wenli. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Fu Wenli. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help cursing at this moment. At this moment, how could he dare not agree? Fu Wenli said expressionlessly, you can do as you see fit. Du Guyong laughed and said, Brother Fu is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Then, he looked at Qi Xiaoyun. What do you think, Brother Qi? Qi Xiaoyun couldn't help but say, this man killed my great-grandson Qi Lingzhen. How dare you ask for my opinion? His voice was full of anger. The scene immediately became silent. Many people in the Yuan school felt uncomfortable. Wasn't Qi Lingzhen asking for his own death, just because he was the great-grandson of Qi Xiaoyun? Could he refuse to give Lin Sun a reward at this moment? Du Guyong raised his eyebrows and said, so, Brother Qi refused? At this moment, under the gaze of countless people, Qi Xiaoyun also felt great pressure and noticed the change of the atmosphere in the field. He was silent for a long time and said, you don't need to ask me about the decision. Du Guyong laughed, Brother Qi is broad-minded. You are really different from ordinary people. These words caused Qi Xiaoyun's expression to become unsightly. This was called being broad-minded. You forced me to do this. Du Guyong looked at Qi Wen and Tang Qiu again. Now only the opinions of the 2 deputy pavilion masters were left. No need to ask, I have no opinion. Qi Wen was expressionless. You have agreed. How dare I have any opinion? Tang Qiu pretended to tease, but in fact, he was so depressed that he was about to explode. Du Guyong smiled and felt refreshed. He hadn't seen Fu Wenli being so deflated for a long time. This feeling was great. At this point, the 9 deputy pavilion masters all agreed to reward Lin Sun with a nirvana elixir. The 9 deputy pavilion heads unanimously agreed to reward Lin Sun with the nirvana elixir, which caused a sensation in the audience. No one thought it was wrong. Lin Sun's achievements today could be recorded in the history of Yuan Church, which would shine for thousands of years. Only those old people knew that Fu Wenli and Qi Xiaoyun were reluctant to agree. Lin Sun had united the hearts of Yuan Church, and Du Guyong took advantage of the situation. At this time, Fu Wenli and others had to agree. For Lin Sun, this was really a pleasant surprise. Since Yuan Void Pavilion has offered such a generous reward, Brother Feng, shouldn't Yuan Clear Pavilion also express something? Xianfeiling asked with a smile. What else? The audience was stunned. Feng Daoping said, Yuan Clear Pavilion will not be stingy. Lin Sun is now in the middle stage of Heaven Life Realm, and he is not far from the late stage of Heaven Life Realm. Well, Yuan Clear Pavilion is willing to offer a deacon. As long as Lin Sun breaks through to the late stage of Heaven Life Realm, he can be promoted to one of the deacons of Yuan Clear Pavilion without any assessment. It was earth-shattering. The audience was in a complete uproar. Deacon, although it was not as powerful as the 9 Peak Masters, it was enough to be on an equal footing with the 9 Peak Masters in terms of duties. Generally speaking, the conditions to become a deacon were extremely harsh. Reaching the late stage of Heaven Life Realm was only the minimum requirement. In addition, one had to complete a sect task issued by the deputy pavilion head of Yuan Clear Pavilion, which was often extremely difficult. Finally, he could challenge a certain deacon of the 3 pavilions and take over his position. But now, as the deputy pavilion head of Yuan Clear Pavilion, Feng Daoping directly promised that as long as Lin Sun broke through, he could be promoted to a deacon smoothly. How could people not be shocked? This is not appropriate. Tang Qiu, the deputy pavilion head of Yuan Clear Pavilion, was the first to object. There has never been such a precedent in our sect since ancient times. Moreover, Lin Sun has just been a deputy deacon for a few months. How can we promise him the position of deacon casually? Deputy pavilion head Tang, I said before that he can become a deacon when he breaks through, Feng Daoping said calmly. Tang Qiu's face was gloomy. If Lin Sun becomes a deacon, one of the 12 deacons of Yuanqing Pavilion has to be relieved of his duties. What's more, Lin Sun is a deputy deacon of Yuankong Pavilion after all, but he has to occupy one of the deacons of Yuanqing Pavilion. Isn't it unreasonable? The atmosphere became much quieter. Everyone realized that Tang Qiu and other elders would not easily agree on the issue of the deacon's position, nor would they tolerate Lin Sun's rapid promotion. Ha ha ha, Tang Qiu is right. Lin Sun is the deputy deacon of Yuankong Pavilion. How can we let you poach him? Xianfeiling laughed out loud. Tang Qiu was secretly relieved by his attitude. However, Xianfeiling's next words made Fu Wenli and Qi Xiaoyun anxious. Xianfeiling said, since your Yuanqing Pavilion is willing to offer a position of deacon, we naturally can't be stingy. Let's do it this way. As long as Lin Sun makes a breakthrough in his cultivation, he can become a deacon of Yuanqing Pavilion. The entire audience was in an uproar, and the atmosphere became even more subtle. Authority had always been more precious than external things. In Yuan sect, the more authority one had, the more cultivation resources one could obtain, and the more power one could control. A deacon could already be on an equal footing with the 9 Peaks heads. He could dispatch deputy deacons and disciples to work for him. He could also select core disciples from the 9 Peaks for his own use. He could even, the power he held was far greater than that of a deputy deacon. That was why when Feng Daoping and Xianfeiling proposed to promise Lin Sun a position of deacon, there was such an uproar and Tang Qiu was so resistant and repulsed. At this time, Fu Wenli and Qi Xiaoyun were also anxious. They were also deputy heads of Yuankong Pavilion. Naturally, they didn't want Lin Sun to be promoted to a deacon in their territory. It's not appropriate. Fu Wenli said in a low voice, each of the 12 deacons of Yuankong Pavilion has made countless contributions to the sect. Each of them is a senior in the sect and has always been prestigious. How can they give up a position and let Lin Sun take it? Lin Sun's contribution today is indeed great, but he has already been rewarded with a nirvana elixir, which has broken the precedent. If he is rewarded with another position of deacon, it is obviously against the rules. Qi Xiaoyun also said with a gloomy face. They must fight to the end on this matter. They couldn't let Lin Sun get what he wanted, Xianfeiling frowned. He had a hunch that he would be opposed when he proposed this reward, but he didn't expect that Fu Wenli and the others would oppose it so fiercely. Thank you for your kindness, seniors. At this moment, Lin Sun opened his mouth, and his voice spread all over the audience. This reward is too great. Even if it is given, I dare not accept it. All the audience looked askance at him. Xianfeiling, Du Guyong, and Feng Daoping looked at each other and smiled bitterly in their hearts. Didn't this guy know that he was seeking great benefits for himself, Fu Wenli and other seniors who hated Lin Sun all breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, you see, even Lin Sun refused it. It's better to let it go. Fu Wenli laughed. That's how it should be. Qi Xiaoyun was expressionless. Lin Sun is sensible. You'd better not force him to do it. Tang Chopi smiled but didn't smile. This made Xian Failing, Du Guyong, and others a little embarrassed. But Lin Sun suddenly laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, when I am qualified to be a deacon, I will seek for it according to the rules of the sect, so as not to be gossiped about." Fu Wenli and others were stunned. How could they not hear the sarcasm in Lin Sun's words? Hearing Lin Sun's words, many people in Yuan school became hot-blooded and shouted. Good job, Deputy Deacon Lin. That's what a man should do. Yes, who can say anything about it? When the time comes, let's be witnesses for Deputy Deacon Lin, in case there are any twists and turns when he is promoted to a deacon. No one in Yuan school, no matter how high or low their cultivation was stupid. Each one was smarter and more talented than the other. At this moment, how could they not see Fu Wenli and Qi Xiaoyun's resistance and rejection to Lin Sun? Lin Sun's performance aroused the blood of the people present, and they cheered for him. This was probably what people wanted. Seeing this scene, Fu Wenli and others felt a lot heavier. After today's events, Lin Sun's prestige had undoubtedly been deeply rooted in the hearts of Yuan school. Old people who remained neutral, such as Yu Wuchou, the head of the first peak, appreciated and supported Lin Sun's change of attitude. These changes could undoubtedly make Lin Sun stand more firmly and take a deeper root in Yuan school. Since Lin Sun has made up his mind, let's not mention this matter anymore. But it's not reasonable to just reward him with a nirvana elixir. Xian Failing said. His words caused Fu Wenli and the others to feel depressed in their hearts. Again, was there no end to it? What do you think the reward should be? Du Guyong continued. Xian Failing said, although Lin Sun's combat strength is strong, his cultivation is only at the middle stage of heavenly longevity realm. He is far from being able to display his talent. Why don't we let him go to the extreme path battlefield to cultivate for a period of time? Maybe he can improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Extreme path battlefield, many people were shocked, and they had different expressions. Some were envious, some were shocked, some were fearful, and some were fanatical and yearning. The extreme path battlefield was one of the forbidden areas of Yuan school. It was specially created by the Yuan school's leader for the immortal realm experts. Entering it, one would suffer unimaginable extreme training. From the ancient times until now, it was unknown how many immortal realm experts had broken through their cultivation in the extreme path battlefield. But at the same time, there were many immortal realm experts who couldn't endure such terrifying training, resulting in problems in their state of mind and cultivation. Even so, not everyone was qualified to enter. In the 3 pavilions, only immortal realm experts who had made great contributions would be arranged to enter the extreme path battlefield to train. The reason was that for immortal realm experts, although the extreme path battlefield was extremely dangerous, it was also the best place to make breakthroughs in cultivation. Just this alone was enough to make those immortal realm experts unable to resist. Then it's decided. This time, Du Guyong didn't ask for other people's opinions. He immediately made the decision, because the extreme path battlefield was originally under the jurisdiction of the Yuanshu Pavilion. Fu Wenli and the others didn't have the chance to refuse. In reality, they couldn't refuse either. Previously, they had stopped Lin Sun from obtaining the deacon position. If they stopped Lin Sun from entering the extreme path battlefield now, it would probably cause conflict and opposition from the entire sect. This caused them to feel depressed in their hearts. The matter was settled, and the final reward given to Lin Sun was a Nirvana Myriad transformation pill and a chance to train in the extreme path battlefield. Lin Sun was naturally very satisfied with this result. That night, the entire Yuan school gathered in front of the central Dao Palace and participated in a celebration banquet. After the 9 Peaks discourse, there would usually be such a celebration banquet. However, this time, Lin Sun became the focus of the celebration banquet. As for Fu Wenli, Qi Xiaoyun, and the others who hated Lin Sun, they all left after a while. After they left, the atmosphere of the banquet became livelier. Many familiar and unfamiliar people of the Yuan school took the initiative to toast. Lin Sun naturally didn't refuse any of them. This grand banquet didn't end until the early hours of the morning. Yuankong Mountain. In the blessed enclave, after Lin Sun returned, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he thought about today's experience. He originally thought that the Nine Peaks discourse had nothing to do with him, but after the Nine Peaks discourse ended, the major forces that came to watch the ceremony all pointed at him. The witchcraft sect, the Zen sect, the 10 immortal magnates, they clearly came prepared and wanted to use this opportunity to test his strength. It could be foreseen that after they left this time, the forces behind them would probably put him on the list of great enemies. Lin Sun wasn't worried about this. At least with the Yuan school's protection, those enemies wouldn't dare to act rashly. The only thing he had to be wary of was that he had to be more careful and cautious when he traveled in the future. Thinking about today's harvest, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. Obtaining the Nirvana Myriad Transformation Pill and the chance to enter the Extreme Path battlefield could be considered a pleasant surprise. But more importantly, after today's incident, he had obtained the approval and support of most people in the Yuan school. This was the most precious. While thinking, Lin Sun suddenly thought of one thing. He made a gesture with both hands. The finger between his eyebrows suddenly glowed. Immediately, a wisp of mysterious chaotic light rushed out. In an instant, it expanded countless times and turned into a bronze coffin. The coffin lid was engraved with ancient patterns such as the starry sky, the sun, the moon, the mountains and rivers, flowers, birds, insects, fish, and other ancient patterns. It gave off a strong sense of vicissitudes. Staring at it, Lin Sun was in a trance. The eternal coffin, at that time, the gate to heaven was like a key that had a perfect fit with the coffin. And in the center of the bronze coffin, the gate to heaven had turned into a mysterious star chart symbol. It was like a mysterious vortex, but also like a black hole in the starry sky, but in Lin Sun's eyes, the star map symbol was more like a big abyss. Now, Lin Sun understood that the eternal coffin needed to be awakened by his devouring abyss bloodline, and the gate to heaven was a key that could open the coffin. However, because of Master Lu's obstruction, Lin Sun didn't open the coffin and didn't know what was hidden in it. The reason was that Lin Sun didn't have enough cultivation at that time and didn't step on the path of immortality. But now, he was already in the middle stage of heavenly longevity realm and could open the coffin. Staring at the eternal coffin, Lin Sun couldn't help but think of what Master Lu said. This coffin is called eternal. It was obtained by your great-grandfather in the ruins of fate when he was young. With this coffin, your great-grandfather had the forbidden talent of devouring abyss. It is precisely with this talent that your great-grandfather changed his fate. After leaving the ruins of good fortune, he advanced all the way on the path of cultivation, showing unparalleled brilliance. At his peak, the power he possessed was so tyrannical that even the top 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven were afraid of him. Your great-grandfather once said that the eternal coffin was related to the way of eternity. It was also from this coffin that your great-grandfather found the secret map to the eternal star path. As for the secrets hidden in it, you have to explore it yourself. Thinking of the past, Lin Sun's heart fluctuated. After a long time, Lin Sun took a deep breath and stood in front of the coffin of eternity. He reached out and pressed the mysterious star map symbol in the center of the coffin lid. All of a sudden, Lin Sun felt his whole body shake, and the blood vessels in his body seemed to be boiling, producing a strange rhythm. In the end, even his spiritual vein became scorching hot. Buzz, at the same time, the eternal coffin, which was full of vicissitudes, produced a slight tremor, which resonated with Lin Sun's chi. As Lin Sun pressed his hand on the ground, the mysterious star map symbols rotated and turned into abyss-like light and shadow, which seemed to swallow Lin Sun whole. This scene was extremely strange. Soon, with a dull sound of friction, the lid of the bronze coffin became loose. Lin Sun pushed it hard with his palm, revealing a gap. A strand of a faint sigh seemed to resound from the depths of the crevice. At this moment, Lin Sun's hair stood on end, and he felt a fatal fear. His heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. Almost subconsciously, he abruptly closed the lid of the coffin, and withdrew his hand from the center of the coffin lid. Suddenly, the unspeakable fear disappeared. But the back of Lin Sun's clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and his face was uncertain. The feeling just now couldn't be an illusion. It was so horrible that he even had a premonition that if he continued to push the coffin open, he would probably encounter an unimaginable disaster. Master Lu said that when I set foot on the path of immortality, I could open the coffin. But now it seems that the secret hidden in the coffin is far more terrible than what Master Lu said. Lin Sun took a deep breath. Is it possible that my current cultivation is not enough to open the coffin? At this moment, a sudden fluctuation came from the abyssal sword cauldron. Lin Sun probed it with his spiritual awareness and immediately heard Xiaxhi's cry, "Lin Sun, don't leave me. I don't want to go." Her voice was full of anxiety and panic. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. Inside the abyssal sword cauldron, Xiaxhi was curled up on the ground, hugging her knees tightly with a look of panic and fear. Lin Sun felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was the first time that he saw Xiaxhi so panicked, helpless and scared since he was a child. What was wrong with Xiaxhi? In the past, she wouldn't even frown in the face of death. "Xiaxhi, don't be afraid. I'm here," Lin Sun said softly, restraining his inner doubts. Xiaxhi, who was curled up in the abyssal sword cauldron, suddenly raised her head. A trace of confusion and trance flashed across her clear and beautiful eyes. Gradually, she calmed down and stopped trembling, as if Lin Sun's existence made her feel incomparably safe. "What happened just now?" Lin Sun asked softly. Xiaxhi shook her head. "I don't know. I just felt that someone was calling me and wanting to take me away." The voice was instinctively irresistible. Lin Sun clenched his hands quietly. He recalled that when the coffin of eternity revealed a sliver of a gap just now, there seemed to be a faint sigh. It was very likely that this voice caused such great panic to Xiaxhi that she was afraid of being taken away from him. "Don't worry. It's all right now." Lin Sun comforted her softly. "Lin Sun, don't leave me behind," Xiaxhi said seriously. At this moment, she was like a pitiful and helpless deer, which made Lin Sun's heart ache. "I won't. No one can take you away from me. I swear." Lin Sun looked unprecedentedly serious. Xiaxhi grunted. At this time, she seemed to be extremely tired and gradually fell asleep. Her slender and graceful body was curled up there, and the black brim of her hat covered her pretty face, revealing only a section of her snow-white and crystal-clear chin. After a long time, Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and gradually calmed down. Then, he looked at the eternal coffin again and recalled a secret that Master Lu had told him years ago. This secret was related to his great-grandfather, Luo Tongtian. Not long after Luo Tongtian obtained the eternal coffin in the ruins of fortune, he once told Lu Boya that obtaining this item gave him a chance to change his fate. But at the same time, it also tainted him with the karma of fate. For this, Luo Tongtian was deeply worried. He did not know whether this karma was good or bad, but he deduced that this karma would appear on his descendants, and according to Lu Boya's analysis, this karma related to fate had come true for Lin Sun. Because there was the power of the shackles of fate in Xiaxhi's body, when Lin Sun learned this secret, he felt that it was incredible. The eternal coffin from the ruins of fortune gave Luo Tongtian the talent of devouring abyss, but it also tainted him with a karma related to fate. This karma, after countless years, came true for his great-grandson because of the appearance of Xiaxhi. Anyone who heard such a thing would probably feel that it was incredible. But at this moment, Lin Sun faintly felt that this seemingly unimaginable karma of fate was very likely to be true. The ruins of fortune, the eternal coffin, the devouring abyss, karma of fate, if all these were causes, then he and Xiaxhi were effects. The intersection of fate was just like a drink and a peck, and cause and effect were born together. The ruins of fortune. Lin Sun had a strong impulse to go to the ruins of fortune immediately. Because the mysterious ruins of town not only involved the eternal coffin, Xiaxhi, and him, but also his parents were still trapped in it. In the past years, he did not go to the ruins of fortune because he was not strong enough. But now, this was no longer a problem. The next morning, Lin Sun went to Wild Cloud House to visit the deputy pavilion master Xianxia. Xianxia was one of the big shots in the Yuan sect that he trusted the most. "You plan to go to the ruins of fortune?" Xianxia could not help but be surprised when he learned of Lin Sun's intention. Since ancient times, among the 4 ruins of Tao, besides the ruins of wonders, the ruins of fortune are the most mysterious and dangerous. A long time ago, many old guys in the eternal world went to explore the ruins of fortune, but there were only 2 results. One was that they could not find the ruins of fortune at all. The other was that after entering the ruins of fortune, they would encounter great danger. They would either die or retreat in a sorry state. Very few people could obtain fortunes and opportunities from there. Speaking of this, Xianfeiling looked at Lin Sun. I said this not to dissuade you, but to remind you that with your current cultivation, it is too dangerous to go to that place now. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, Senior, I have made up my mind. Xianfeiling smiled, as if he was not surprised, and said, if you really want to go to the extreme battlefield to train first. If you can break through to the late stage of Heaven Longevity Realm, you will have more confidence to go there. After a pause, he said, when you come out of the extreme battlefield, I will introduce you to a person. With his guidance, it will be of great help to you when you go to the ruins of fortune. Who? Xianfeiling smiled meaningfully, when you see him, you will know. Lin Sun could not help but feel a little helpless. Senior, why do I have to wait until I break through? Xianfeiling stared at him and said, the place to enter the extreme battlefield to train is precious. Du Guyong and I went through a lot of trouble to get it for you. Don't you cherish it? Lin Sun had no choice but to agree since he had put it this way. Go. With your ability, you may be able to break through the extreme battlefield in less than a year. At that time I will give you a surprise. Xianfeiling said with a smile. Then I will take my leave first, Senior. Lin Sun did not delay. He saluted and turned to leave. Those old things in the eternal world know that Luo Tongtian's eternal coffin and devouring abyss were obtained from the ruins of fortune. Boy, you are now in the teeth of the storm. If you go to the ruins of fortune at this time, you will be chased by those enemies. Xianfeiling murmured in his heart, it is not too late to go after this period of time. Shaking his head, he stood up. He decided to go to the Yuanshu pavilion and see the pavilion master who had been concentrating on cultivation for countless years and ignored the affairs of the world. P.S. I will update tonight. Yuanshu pavilion. At the entrance of the polar battlefield. You need to stay there for at least half a year. Within half a year, you can't leave even if you are seriously injured. Du Guyong introduced warmly on one side. When Lin Sun came here, he, the deputy head of Yuanshu Pavilion, was alarmed, so he personally led Lin Sun to the entrance of the polar battlefield. Lin Sun was a little flattered. When he first entered Yuan sect, it was almost difficult for him to meet a big shot at the level of deputy head, not to mention that the other party took the initiative to entertain him. Half a year, Lin Sun didn't think for too long. If you are ready, you can go in now. Du Guyong said. Thank you for your guidance. Lin Sun cupped his hands and saluted, and then walked straight into the entrance of the polar battlefield. Buzz with a burst of light rain, Lin Sun's figure disappeared. Yuran, why are you here? At this moment, Du Guyong turned around and saw a beautiful figure in a cyan dress coming from afar. It was Du Guyuran. Can't I come to see you? Du Guyuran said with a smile. Du Guyong pointed at Du Guyuran with a smile, you don't mean what you say. Du Guyuran blinked her watery eyes and said, Granduncle, what did you say? Why can't I understand? Well, can't I see through your mind? Du Guyong sneered, I just want to tell you that Lin Sun carries a heavy burden on his shoulders. In the future, he will experience extraordinary storms. If you really want to be with him, you have to think clearly about what you will face after being with him. Du Guyuran blushed and said, Granduncle, when did I say I would be with him? I just regard him as a friend. Just a friend? Du Guyong's eyes were complicated. Du Guyuran lowered her head and said, Granduncle, don't worry about my affairs. Looking at her appearance, Du Guyong inexplicably felt pity for her and said, Yuran, you can make your own decision. I only have one request. Don't wrong yourself. Du Guyuran raised her head and said with a bright smile, Granduncle, I'm not the kind of person who will wrong myself. That's good. Du Guyong laughed heartily. However, he added in his heart, I hope that's the case. Time flew by, and a month quickly passed. Extreme Dao Battle Zone. Under the gray sky, Lin Sun and the other Lin Sun were fighting fiercely. They fought so fiercely that the sky and the earth were turned upside down. This scene was very strange. If others saw the fight between the two Lin Sun, they might not be able to tell which one was the real Lin Sun. Moreover, even though the combat methods they utilized were different and the energy of the grand daos they grasped were different, their combat strengths were practically on par. This was even more terrifying. It should be known that Lin Sun had already stepped onto the path of the Eternal Supreme Exalt. Even though his cultivation was at the middle stage of the heavenly longevity realm, he seemed to be invincible in this realm. But now, his opponent was so powerful. This was unbelievable. Die. Suddenly, Lin Sun let out a long roar. His figure, like a violent furnace of chaos, smashed down fiercely. Bang! His opponent's body trembled violently before exploding with a loud bang, turning into an obscure rain of order light that filled the sky. Lin Sun let out a long breath of turbid air and felt exhausted all over. The battle went on for more than 4 hours. He had been unleashing his full strength at all times. By now, his cultivation base had been almost completely exhausted. Without delay, he floated to the ground, sat cross-legged at the first time, took out an immortal pill of sun and moon, and began to restore his cultivation with all his strength. There was silence between the heaven and the earth. Only Lin Sun's chi was roaring, and his divine light was flowing. Over the past month, he had fought a total of 14 times. Each time, his opponent came from the rules of this world. This rule was called Tao Mirror, which was extremely incredible. It could create an opponent that was exactly the same as himself, just like a mirror image of himself. Moreover, the combat strength of his opponent would change every time. If Lin Sun's extreme combat strength was 1 when he defeated his opponent, then the combat strength of his opponent would transform into 1 in the next battle. This also meant that if Lin wanted to defeat the next opponent, he had to exhaust all means to tap his potential, improve his combat power, and turn himself from 1 to 2 within 1 day before he met the next opponent. Only in this way could he defeat the opponent. This was the extreme battlefield. Every battle forced him to tap his own potential. Only in this way could he have a chance to defeat his opponent in the next battle. Defeating the opponent could be exchanged for a day's rest. Once the time passed, a new opponent would be born from the rules of Tao Mirror. Lin Sun didn't know what would happen to him if he was defeated, because he had never been defeated in 14 battles since he entered the extreme battlefield. This meant that every single time he won a battle, the potential in his body would be excavated slightly, and his strength would grow slightly stronger. Now, after a full month, even Lin Sun noticed the significant changes in his strength. The most obvious was that his cultivation had been honed to the peak of the middle stage of heavenly longevity realm. According to this situation, I can achieve a breakthrough in cultivation in less than 3 months. Lin Sun meditated while feeling the subtle changes in his strength. Every battle was like fighting with himself. It was extremely fierce. Occasionally, even Lin Sun would be suppressed and injured. At the same time, this could be regarded as an excellent tempering, so that he could get the best beating in the battle, so that he could tap more potential and realize the transformation of his strength. My cultivation and physical strength can no longer be improved. If I want to defeat my next opponent, I can only improve my immortal law. Lin Sun didn't dare to delay and devoted himself to tapping his own potential. There were only 24 hours in a day. For Lin Sun, it was like an extreme cultivation, so that he didn't dare to have any distracting thoughts, and he didn't dare to waste any time. This was an invisible oppression and restriction. If it were someone else, they would have been unable to bear this pressure. But Lin Sun was willing to endure it. Nothing could make people happier than the continuous transformation of strength. Unknowingly, a day had passed. With a strange fluctuation between heaven and earth, a figure like Lin Sun's mirror image condensed in the void. The powerful aura emitted from it was the same as that of Lin Sun in the last battle. This was the abnormal part of the extreme battlefield. The opponent's combat power would also improve with the improvement of the practitioner's own strength. However, the practitioner had a day to temper himself, tap his potential, and improve his cultivation, so as to gain a certain advantage in the battle. It was worth mentioning that in the extreme battlefield, it was impossible to use any external objects except his own cultivation, including immortal weapons. Whoosh, as soon as the mirror image of Lin Sun appeared, it rushed over. Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up. Time passed quickly. 3 hours later. In the extreme battlefield, Lin Sun, who had just experienced a fierce battle, was covered with blood, his clothes were broken, and his hair was disheveled. He was injured. And he was seriously injured. Not every time after a battle, one would be able to tap one's potential and transform one's combat strength within a short day. Just like this time, when he fought with his opponent, their combat power was almost the same. This battle was also extremely hard and tragic. In the end, it was Lin Sun who comprehended some essence in the battle and realized Tao in the fighting that let Lin Sun seize the opportunity to kill his opponent. Otherwise, Lin Sun didn't know how long this battle would last. Whoosh, with a long breath, Lin Sun landed on the ground. He took out the mutton fat jade bottle and poured more than a dozen immortal sun moon elixirs into his mouth. Then he began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Boom! In less than a quarter of an hour, the aura around him rumbled, and a terrifying aura surged from his body and surged into the sky. The injuries on his body healed at an incredible speed, and his whole body glowed with unprecedented vigor, as if he had been reborn. At this moment, Lin Sun broke through to the late stage of longevity realm. It was only 3 months. Before entering the extreme battlefield, Xianxia had speculated that Lin Sun would break through to the late stage of longevity realm within a year. If he saw this scene, he didn't know what he would think. Lin Sun felt the amazing changes in his body wantonly and greedily, and his heart was full of joy and satisfaction. If one counted the time, it hadn't even been a year since he stepped foot into the heavenly longevity realm, yet he'd already attained the advanced stage of this realm. Such a speed of breakthrough could absolutely be said to be world-shocking. Ordinary immortals might not be able to improve their cultivation in thousands of years. Lin Sun's rapid progress could be seen from such a comparison. One day later, a new mirror image of Lin Sun appeared with amazing power, but its strength was the same as before Lin Sun broke through. Soon after the battle began, it was killed by Lin Sun. I have to stay in the extreme battlefield for half a year before I can leave. Now there are only about 3 months left. I have to take advantage of this opportunity. Lin Sun made a decision secretly. According to the rules, he had to fight in the extreme battlefield for at least half a year. If it weren't for his concern about the ruins of fate, Lin Sun really wanted to stay in the extreme battlefield. Half a year later. Yuansu Pavilion, the entrance of the extreme battlefield. Xianxia had been waiting there for a long time. He was sure that Lin Sun would not stay in the extreme battlefield for one more day. I just don't know if he has broken through. While he was thinking, there was an obscure fluctuation at the entrance of the extreme battlefield, and a tall figure came out. It was Lin Sun. However, when he saw Lin Sun on the first day, Xianxia couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Compared with half a year ago, Lin Sun at this moment was like a different person. His whole body was surrounded by wisps of extremely faint killing intent, and when his eyes opened and closed, he gave people an oppressive momentum of killing. Lin Sun was like a peerless sword that had been tempered thousands of times. Although he tried his best to suppress his sharpness, the breath that inadvertently overflowed was enough to shock the world, but immediately, this wisp of faint killing intent and oppressive breath disappeared. Looking at Lin Sun again, he was as indifferent as before. His breath was natural, and there was no trace of uncomfortable sharpness anymore. Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. P.S. Send more updates to me. I didn't expect you to break through in half a year. Xianxia exclaimed. It had been more than 2 years since Lin Sun joined the sect. Now he had reached the late stage of longevity realm. This speed of breakthrough was undoubtedly amazing. Moreover, Lin Sun's Tao was very special, which made Xianxia doubt that Lin Sun's current combat power was enough to surpass the ancient and modern times and be unrivaled in this realm. Lin Sun smiled and cupped his hands. Senior, you flatter me. He didn't tell Xianxia that as early as 3 months ago, he had stepped into the late stage of longevity realm. After 3 months of tempering, his cultivation was faintly approaching the full completion of longevity realm. Let's go, I'll take you to see someone. Xianxia smiled and turned away with Lin Sun. Yuansu Pavilion. Mysterious enlightenment, forbidden land. When Lin Sun saw Xianxia bring him here, he couldn't help but be stunned and said, "This seems to be, yes, the place where the head of Yuansu Pavilion practices in seclusion. This old guy has been practicing in seclusion for almost 80,000 years. Xianxia said with emotion. 80,000 years, the matters of the world had gone through ups and downs, And it was an extremely long period of time for old fellows like them who were on the eternal path towards the Tao. Lin Sun was shocked. How could he not have heard of the most mysterious and low-key head of Yuansu Pavilion? In Yuan sect, Yuanqing Pavilion head Yu Beihai agreed to step down after 100 years in order to prove the Tao eternity. Yuansu Pavilion head Yan Ji had a big problem with his Tao when he was practicing, leaving only a spirit. On the other hand, the Origin Void Pavilion master had been cultivating in seclusion in the Forbidden Mystic Comprehension area for the past 80,000 years and had paid no attention to the affairs of the world. Even until now, no one knew exactly what he was comprehending in his closed-door cultivation. At this time, when Lin Sun learned that the person Xianfeiling was going to introduce him to was Yuansu Pavilion head, he couldn't help but be curious. The entrance of the mysterious Enlightenment Forbidden Land was covered with an obscure and mysterious sword formation. Xianfeiling stepped forward and coughed softly, saying, "Old guy, I brought him." "Wait a minute." A clear and clean voice came out. It was just 2 words, but it was full of great majesty. Xianfeiling rolled his eyes and muttered, "He's getting more and more arrogant." His current appearance was exactly the same as Xian Jiuyin. This made Lin Sun feel a little weird. As expected of the Xian family. "When I was young, I befriended this old thing. We traveled the ancient path of the galaxy together, crossed the galaxy together, and traveled through the eternal true world together." Xianfeiling's eyes were suffused with reminiscence, and he sighed. "It's just like you and Little Nine. You're of the same Tao, of the same generation, and even more so, you're brothers. No matter how much time passes, no matter how the world changes, it can't erase the relationship between you and Little Nine." He smiled. "Of course, I have always been unconvinced by him, just like how Little Nine has always been unconvinced by you. But this is where the joy of cultivation lies. Fighting with others is endless joy." Lin Sun was surprised that Xianfeiling and Yuanshu Pavilion master had such a deep friendship. "So what if you're not convinced? After so many years, aren't you still unconvinced?" That clear and bright voice rang out once more, but this time it was filled with ridicule and laughter. Then, the sword Tao restriction power around the mystic enlightenment Forbidden Land immediately dissipated. Xianfeiling snorted coldly and walked straight in. Lin Sun hurriedly followed him. Inside the mystic enlightenment Forbidden Land was a vast starry sky. Billions of stars were spread out in it, circulating and changing, sprinkling endless starlight. In the starry sky, a figure was sitting cross-legged. He was extremely tall, dressed in a linen robe, with long hair hanging loosely over his shoulders, and an elegant appearance. Behind him, there were billions of auspicious lights flowing, and a Taoist sword was faintly visible, floating and sinking in the billions of lights. It was a shocking and terrifying scene. When Lin Sun saw this figure for the first time, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Taishan Sword Emperor. Ha ha ha, this man seems to have seen through your identity." In the laughter, Xianfeiling had led Lin Sun to the center of the starry sky, in front of the stalwart figure. Looking at Lin Sun's stunned and shocked expression, Xianfeiling was very interested. In the past, Lin Sun was calm and had a sense of propriety, but he rarely showed such an expression. At the same time, the stalwart figure raised his head slightly and said with a smile, "The successor of Feng Xiyuan is really extraordinary. Old weirdo Xian has told me about you." "Very good. It turns out to be you, senior." Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. When he came here, he was very curious about the identity of the mysterious Yuanshu Pavilion master, but he never expected that he was Taishan Sword Emperor. Lin Sun couldn't help but think of many things in the past. He still remembered that in the absolute domain of the ancient desolation, by chance, he once got the inheritance of Battle Emperor Wuyang, no return. He once got the killing Buddha heart of Xingjiao Buddha. He also got the inheritance of Taishan sword scripture left by Taishan Sword Emperor. Later, Lin Sun knew that Taishan was the first sword emperor in primitive times. He once united a group of great figures in primitive times to seize the origin of chaos from the dark world of the ancient way in the starry sky, and thus created the absolute domain. They did this in order to leave inheritance, preach Taoism, gather the luck of heaven and earth, and reopen the absolute path for future generations. Lin Sun didn't know how many times he admired and was shocked by such supreme broad-mindedness and boldness. Later, Lin Sun knew that Taishan Sword Emperor and Sky Punisher Sword Master once had a sword discussion in the Dark World. Even the master of the square inch couldn't tell which one was stronger. But Lin Sun knew that both of them were respectable people. In primitive times, Taishan was known as the first sword emperor in primitive times. He created Taishan sword scripture. He was broad-minded and bold, and he influenced an era alone. Battle Emperor Wuyang, Xianxia Buddha, Divine Elephant Emperor, Dark Blood Emperor, Chen Lin Kong and other great figures in primitive times had accompanied him to conquer the world. And Sky Punisher Sword Master was the first sword master in the dark world of the Starry Sky Ancient Way. He was born as a red fish in the chaotic Styx River and created Sky Punisher sword scripture. A long time ago, Lin Sun inherited their swordsmanship, so he naturally knew how amazing their attainments in swordsmanship were. However, Lin Sun didn't know that the Taishan Sword Emperor he knew was already the Yuanshu Pavilion Master of Yuan School. At this time, it was obviously inappropriate to call him Taishan Sword Emperor. Junior Lin Sun greets Senior. After a long time, Lin Sun came to his senses and saluted. He was still a little excited. This feeling was like seeing the person he admired when he was young. It was a different feeling in his heart. Don't stand on ceremony. Taishan smiled and waved his hand. Sit down and wait for me to put down another piece. Lin Sun noticed that in the void in front of Taishan, there was a chessboard made of intertwining strands of sword qi, but there were no pieces on the chessboard. Xian Feiling said casually, "This old guy is playing chess with his own Tao and the billions of stars in the starry sky." Taishan looked at the chessboard calmly and silently. Obviously, he was deducing something. Lin Sun was about to stare at it, but he was stopped by Xian Feiling. He said, "The mystery of this chessboard is deduced by this old guy. If you perceive it, you will be backfired." Lin Sun's pupils shrank, and he silently dispelled the curiosity in his heart. Xian Feiling sat down in the void and said, "According to what he said, this game of chess is called contending with me, but it has been 80,000 years. Until now, it seems like nothing has come out of it." Dealing with me, Lin Sun repeated it in his mouth and vaguely realized that this was probably a competition between Taishan and his own Tao. The biggest enemy of cultivators was often themselves. As the saying went, it was easy to kill the enemy in the world, but difficult to kill the enemy in the heart. If one didn't have great perseverance and boldness, it was very easy to fall into qi deviation and cause problems in the state of mind. And Taishan had been doing this for 80,000 years. This shocked Lin Sun. What on earth was this senior going to do? As if seeing through Lin Sun's mind, Xian Feiling said lazily, "After this old guy arrived in the eternal true world, he was chosen by the head of Yuan Church, who wanted to take him as a disciple to cultivate in Yuan Church. But he, on the other hand, directly refused. Furthermore, he made an agreement with the Origin Sect's sect master. After 10,000 years, he will compete with the Origin Sect's sect master on the Great Tao." Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. He looked at Taishan, who was focused on playing chess, and said in a low voice, "And then?" I don't know what the head of Yuan Church was thinking, but he actually agreed to the challenge. Xian Feiling's expression was strange. Unfortunately, 10,000 years later, although this old guy stepped into the transcendent realm, he was still defeated by the head of Yuan Church. Then, this old guy obediently followed the head of Yuan Church to Yuan Church. After hundreds of years, he became the head of Yuan Void Pavilion. But not many people know that this old guy has been suppressing his anger. He swore that he would fight with the head of Yuan Church again in the future, and he could only win, not lose. Lin Sun was shocked. He vaguely guessed it, so, Senior Taishan has been in seclusion here and has been dealing with himself, trying to grasp the power to win? Xian Feiling nodded, yes, he has been suppressing his anger for 80,000 years, his voice was full of sorrow. Taishan, such an amazing existence, but in order to defeat the head of Yuan Church, he had been struggling here for 80,000 years, how great was his perseverance, but Lin Sun thought more. How terrifying was the head of Yuan Church, that Senior Taishan couldn't find a way to win, he couldn't help but ask. Xian Feiling laughed and said, "This question is in the hearts of everyone in Yuan Church. Even if you ask Taishan, I'm afraid he won't dare to give you a clear answer. It can only be said that the head of Yuan Church has already reached the eternal realm. As for how high he is, no one knows." Eternal realm, Lin Sun gasped and then asked, what realm is Senior Taishan in? Xian Feiling's eyes were complicated, and he said, among the 3 pavilion masters, if there is no accident, Yu Beihai should have a great chance to reach the eternal realm within 100 years. Yan Ji has a problem with his state of mind. Otherwise, he should have reached the eternal realm a long time ago. As for Tai Xian, speaking of this, Xian Feiling said helplessly, he is better than Yu Beihai and Yan Ji, and he stepped on the eternal path one step ahead. Lin Sun was shocked at once. P.S. If I have been dealing with myself for a long time, I'd rather be myself. This sentence came from Shishua Xianyu. Eternal realm, for Lin Sun, this was a realm that only the eternal gods in the 9th heaven could reach. Just like the legend. And now, there was a living eternal realm in front of him. A peerless figure that he had admired since he was a teenager. Tai Xian, all of a sudden, Lin Sun looked at Tai Xian differently, with curiosity and shock. Could the eternal realm really be unafraid of the 5 decay Tao and be immortal in the destruction of the era? At this moment, Tai Xian flicked his finger on the chessboard in front of him. Without making a sound, the position of the myriad of stars in this vast universe instantly changed, and it was like the stars had moved in an instant, causing the mortal world to change. I don't understand, I really don't understand. Xian Feiling stared at it for a moment and shook his head. Tai Xian raised his head and said, if you can understand it, you would have proven the eternal realm long ago. Why are you trapped in the transcendent realm for so many years? Xian Feiling sighed softly, why do I feel that you are reprimanding your juniors now? Can you save me some face in front of this kid? Tai Xian ignored him, looked at Lin Sun, and said, old monster Xian has told me that you plan to go to the ruins of fate. Lin Sun nodded. Tai Xian said, there are many ancient ruins in that place. In each era's ruins, there are immortal creatures that belong to that era. They can be called the God Clan. God Clan? Lin Sun was surprised. Yes, they are the strongest race in their era. They survived the destruction of the era. Naturally, they can be called God Clan. Tai Xian said, the only difference between them and the eternal gods in the 9th heaven is that no matter which era they come from, they can't get out of the ruins of fate. To put it simply, you can view the ruins of creation as an era prison, and the era ruins within it are like numerous cells. The god clans that survived the destruction of every single era are imprisoned within them. Of course, this is just a metaphor. In fact, each era's ruins can be called a vast world, and the god clan living in it is not as bad as the prisoners. In fact, if you enter it, you will think that the ruins of the eons are not that much weaker than the eternal true world. A look of reminiscence flashed in Tai Xian's eyes. A long time ago, I went to the ruins of good fortune with Wu Yang, Chen Linkong, Xianxia, and the others. We accidentally entered a place called the Era Ruins. That place is like a legendary miracle. The god race living in it is almost the same as the eternal god race in the 9th heaven. Their ancestors were true eternal realm masters. Lin Sun was shocked. He had never expected the ruins of fate to be so incredible. Epic ruins, epic civilizations, god race, everything seemed so inconceivable. Tai Xian restrained his thoughts and said seriously, no one knows exactly how many era ruins there are in the ruins of creation. But what we can be sure of is that a complete cultivation civilization exists in every single era ruin. There are dangers and fortuitous encounters there. If you're heading there, it's best that you don't offend the god clans in those era ruins. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Of course, if you're lucky, you can also get unexpected fortuitous encounters. In the past, I also got a great fortuitous encounter from a Sword Tao civilization, which helped me achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation. Hearing this, Xian Feiling on the side couldn't help but ask, is there a fortuitous encounter in that place? Tai Xian bluntly said, the eternal god race in the 9th heaven can't be achieved by fortuitous encounters. You have to think about it yourself. Xian Feiling disagreed and said, not everyone in the eternal god race in the 9th heaven is like you. You can only rely on your own understanding and perseverance to achieve the eternal Tao. In my opinion, if you want to achieve this Tao, you will get twice the result with half the effort if you have the help of fortuitous encounters. Tai Xian sighed softly, if you always think like this, I'm afraid you will never be able to touch the threshold of the eternal realm. Xian Feiling laughed heartily and said in a heroic manner, let's wait and see. Tai Xian looked at Lin Sun again and said, "My little friend, may I ask what is your intention in going to the ruins of fate this time?" Lin Sun thought about it and told him about going to save his parents. After listening, Tai Xian asked, "So, the sword of fate of your great-grandfather Luo Tongtian has also fallen into your hands?" Lin Sun said, "Yes, in addition to the sword of fate, there is also the eternal coffin." Eternal coffin, Xian Feiling and Tai Xian's eyes lit up. They obviously knew about this treasure brought out by Luo Tongtian from the ruins of fate. "My little friend, can you let me have a look?" Tai Xian couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun immediately took out the eternal coffin and appeared in the vision of Xian Feiling and Tai Xian. Tai Xian stood up and stared at the eternal coffin for a long time. Suddenly, he showed a look of surprise and said, "There seems to be an extremely mysterious and terrifying power sealed in this coffin. Did you know about it before?" Lin Sun was shocked. He remembered the deadly fear he felt when he opened a gap in the coffin. He immediately nodded, "I did feel it, but I didn't know what kind of power it was." Xian Feiling also stepped forward and looked at it carefully. After a while, he wondered, "Why can't I feel it?" Tai Xian's eyes were shining with a mysterious luster, and he said, "The power covered in this coffin has exceeded the scope of the immortal realm. If my judgment is right, it needs a special secret method to open this coffin. Otherwise, even I can't do it." "Not even using external force to destroy it?" Xian Feiling said in surprise. "No." Tai Xian pondered for a long time and said, "My little friend, can you open this coffin and let me have a look?" Lin Sun was stunned, then took a deep breath and said, "Senior, the power in this coffin is very likely to affect the person I care about the most." Then, he told them about Xia Ji. Whether it was Tai Xian or Xian Feiling, they were all elders he could trust, so he didn't mind letting them know about the existence of Xia Ji. After listening, Tai Xian and Xian Feiling looked at each other and became more and more interested. Lin Sun made a decision and said, "If it's possible, I also hope to borrow Senior's hand to look at the mysteries hidden in this coffin." Tai Xian was an eternal realm existence, and Xian Feiling was a transcendent realm immortal. With the two of them around, even if an accident were to happen, there was a high chance of resolving it. "Alright, old monster Xian. You'll be the protector. Remember not to let anything happen to Xia Ji," Tai Xian instructed. Xian Feiling revealed a disdainful look, "How could anything happen to an old thing like you in the mystic comprehending forbidden land? Leave it to me." Lin Sun inserted his spiritual sense into the abyssal sword cauldron and communicated with Xia Ji. He told her not to panic if she felt any horrifying aura. Xia Ji said that as long as he was here, she wouldn't care. Lin Sun felt warm in his heart. Without any delay, he walked forward and pressed his palm on the star map symbol in the center of the coffin. Buzz, very quickly, Lin Sun's blood boiled and produced a strange roar. The eternal coffin seemed to have awakened from its slumber and resonated with Lin Sun's aura. Divine light surged in Tai Xian's eyes, and his clothes fluttered. It was as if he had instantly turned into an eternal dominator. Behind him, billions of lights revolved, and a sword floated within. Xian Feiling didn't dare to be careless. With a solemn expression, he waved his sleeves and waited. Silently, Lin Sun pushed open the bronze coffin's lid a little. Suddenly, the mysterious and horrifying aura reappeared. Lin Sun's expression suddenly changed, and his hair stood on end. That familiar deadly power of fear was like an invisible hand, squeezing his heart tightly, almost suffocating him. Duo. At the crucial moment, Tai Xian made his move. With a swipe of his fingers, a blurry sword light scattered and bathed Lin Sun's figure within. At the same time, he waved his sleeves, and countless complicated and mysterious sword Tao symbols emerged, completely enveloping the eternal coffin. Only then did Lin Sun act like a drowning person who had been saved. The fear all over his body dissipated. He immediately sent his divine sense into the abyssal sword cauldron and saw Xia Ji curled up there. Her slender body was shivering, and she obviously felt the terrifying power. But compared to last time, she was much calmer. "Don't worry, I'm always here," Lin Sun said softly. Xia Ji nodded and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm here." Tai Xian's voice was clear, clean, and filled with a reassuring power. Lin Sun nodded and took a deep breath. He pressed his palm against the star map symbols and pushed open the heavy bronze coffin lid. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. As the coffin lid slowly opened, wisps of mysterious mist came out of the coffin. Boom, the seemingly ethereal mist seemed to be filled with a terrifying and boundless power. It shook the surrounding sword Tao symbols violently, and there were signs of them collapsing. Xian couldn't help but be moved. He waved his hands, and countless sword Tao rainbows covered the sky and fell down densely, continuously suppressing the mist. However, as the coffin lid was pushed open bit by bit, more and more mysterious mist came out of the coffin. As if it had a life of its own, it kept tumbling and trying to rush out. Xian's expression gradually became serious. His movements were not slow either. He had practically circulated all of his cultivation in order to suppress the terrifying power. But it was obvious that he was starting to find it difficult. Xianfei, who was watching from the side, was secretly shocked. He knew Xian's power very well, but even Xian, who was in the eternal realm, had to use all his strength to suppress the mysterious power in the coffin. It was too terrifying. When the coffin lid was opened by 1/3, Lin Sun could vaguely see that there was a dark world inside the coffin. It was extremely vast and boundless. A slender figure floated in the darkness that caused one's heart to palpitate. Roiling mist coiled around the figure, causing the figure's face to be faintly discernible. But even if it was extremely vague and hazy, when Lin Sun saw the figure, he immediately felt as if he was struck by lightning and his eyes widened. His expression was full of disbelief. P.S. If you want to add more chapters tonight, do you have a monthly ticket? Lin Sun was stunned. His heart was in turmoil and he couldn't calm down at all. She is Solstice. The slender figure floating in the dark world inside the coffin looked exactly the same as she is Solstice. Even if it was vague and hazy, how could Lin Sun not recognize it? How could this be? He tried to calm himself down. He opened his eyes wide and looked over. After a long time, he saw clearly that in the darkness of the eternal night, the slender figure was floating quietly, motionless. She wore classic black clothes and a black crown on her head. Her hands were crossed on her abdomen. In her white and slender right hand, she held a scepter that looked like it was made of black jade. An obscure mist spread out from the scepter and covered her entire figure. But he could still vaguely see that her eyes were closed. On that beautiful face that could make the world dim, there was a serene look. As if she was sleeping. That look was really like Xia's Solstice, so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. It didn't seem like she could be in this world. How could this be? Lin Sun was in a daze. If this was Xia's Solstice, then who was in the abyssal sword cauldron? At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly felt an unspeakable panic. Could it be that Xia's Solstice, who had been with him since he was a child, was a clone of the woman in the coffin, or was it a Taoist body of hers? Lin Sun tried to calm himself down. The woman in the coffin wore a crown and held a scepter in her hand. The style of her clothes was extremely classic and exuded a noble aura. From this, it could be judged that this woman's identity should be extremely unusual. In addition, Lin Sun keenly noticed that there was a black jade pendant hanging on the woman's waist. It was filled with time rain. That was the most primitive breath of time that lingered around her body. In addition, the crown and scepter were all filled with obscure power that Lin Sun couldn't understand. It was too terrifying. All these external things made this woman even more extraordinary. But the more it was like this, the more surprised Lin Sun was. What was the relationship between the woman in the coffin and Xia's Solstice? At this moment, Xian's voice sounded with a solemn and urgent tone. Little friend, close this coffin quickly. Lin Sun was instantly jolted awake from his deep thought. Only now did he notice that Xian's elegant and peerless face had actually turned pale. The sword principal power that covered the eternal coffin was on the verge of collapse. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun closed the lid of the coffin at once. Instantly, all the terrifying auras disappeared. On the other hand, Xian heaved a long sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He waved his hand and dispelled all his energy. When he looked at the eternal coffin once more, there was surprise and bewilderment in his eyes. What a terrifying power! Xianfei, who had been guarding by the side, had a grave expression on his face. The scenes from before were all witnessed by him, and he was unable to imagine how such a bronze coffin could be so strange and terrifying. Before it was completely opened, even Tai Xian couldn't hold on and had no choice but to give up. Just how shocking was the power of the coffin this time? Lin Sun's expression was uncertain and his mind was in a mess. He didn't know if he should tell Summer Solstice what he had seen. He didn't know how Xiaxia would react when she learned of these things. An indescribable irritation lingered in Lin Sun's heart. At this moment, Tai Xian said, "This eternal coffin is indeed terrifying. The staff held by the person in the coffin is emitting the power of the great Tao related to the power of karma. The crown she is wearing is faintly fluctuating with the aura of the great Tao of destiny. This is simply unbelievable. Karma and destiny." Xian Feiling was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. These are the supreme great Tao that only Eternal Realm experts can comprehend. No, once you step into the Eternal Realm, you can indeed comprehend a little bit of destiny. You can also vaguely see through the mysteries of karma. But if you want to grasp it, it's not that easy. Tai Xian shook his head. "Among the people I know, only the master of the Yuan Church has grasped some methods to control the destiny law. As for the power of karma, it's very likely that the master of the Zen Church has comprehended it a long time ago. But the person in the coffin is different. The treasure she wears and controls is imprinted with the aura of karma and destiny. This is too unusual." At the end of his words, Tai Xian was in a trance. He was in the Eternal Realm. Only he knew how taboo and terrifying the supreme great Tao of destiny and karma were. Just mastering one of them was enough to benefit him greatly in the Eternal Realm, but the person in the coffin was really different. "Who is she?" As soon as he said this, Xian Feiling couldn't help but look at Lin Sun. He noticed Lin Sun's abnormality and couldn't help but suspect that Lin Sun might have recognized something. In addition to karma and destiny, there is also the power of time. At this moment, Lin Sun said, "The black jade hanging on her waist is full of mysterious and indescribable time aura." Tai Xian and Xian Feiling looked at each other and were even more shocked. Karma, destiny, time, who was the woman in the coffin? How could one person master three supreme great Tao alone? Lin Sun's expression changed for a long time. Then he said bitterly, "Seniors, she is very likely to be the original body of the person I care about the most." What? Both Tai Xian and Xian Feiling were stunned. Lin Sun put away the eternal coffin and said, "Senior, can this place resist the investigation of Yuan Church?" "Yes." Tai Xian flicked his finger. Suddenly, the starry sky kept rolling. Countless stars swayed and scattered clear light. Vaguely, the entire starry sky seemed to have turned into a mysterious forbidden formation. At the same time, Lin Sun felt that the omnipresent Yuan Church order disappeared. Without hesitation, he took out the abyssal sword cauldron. With a rain of light, Xiaxia, who was wearing a black robe and a hat, appeared. She immediately grabbed Lin Sun's hand and said, "Lin Sun, what happened just now?" "I only felt indescribable panic and fear." Her clear voice was filled with unconcealable uneasiness and confusion. Her cold hand held Lin Sun's hand tightly as if she was afraid that she would lose it if she loosened her grip. "It's all right now. Don't be afraid," Lin Sun said softly. Indescribable pity surged in his heart. At this moment, Xiaxia was like a child in urgent need of care and comfort. "Seniors, this is Xiaxia." As Lin Sun spoke, he gently lifted the hat that covered Xiaxia's face. Instantly, her beautiful face was revealed. Even though Tai Xian and Xian Feiling were prepared, they couldn't stay calm when they saw Xiaxia. They were stunned and their expressions changed. Other than the difference in clothing, the appearance and figure were not similar, nor were they similar in spirit. They were exactly the same. Xian Feiling was speechless for a moment. The woman in the coffin actually looked like the person that Lin Sun cared about the most. This fact was too unbelievable. Tai Xian fell into silence as if he was thinking about something. Xiaxia didn't care about this. She kept holding Lin Sun's hand. This made her feel at ease. As for other things, she never cared. As long as Lin Sun was here. "Senior, did you see anything?" Lin Sun couldn't help but ask as he looked at the silent Tai Xian. "Please leave the lady beside you for a while," said Tai Xian. Lin Sun nodded. He looked at Xiaxia and said softly, "Let's return to the abyssal sword cauldron first. I'll tell you about this later." Xiaxia obviously hesitated for a moment, as if she was reluctant to leave, but she still agreed, okay. Until Xiaxi's figure disappeared in the abyssal sword cauldron, Xian said, this Xiaxi is probably the life soul of the person in the coffin, that is, the natal fetus in our eyes. Life soul, Lin Sun's head buzzed. How could he not know what life soul was? All cultivators had life soul. Once it was destroyed, there was no possibility of resurrection. However, this result caught Lin Sun off guard. It was not the Tao doppelganger, but the life soul. Didn't this mean that if the person in the coffin wanted to wake up, he had to take Xiaxi back into his body and integrate with her? But at that time, would Xiaxi still be Xiaxi? Don't worry. This is not a bad thing. If Xiaxi can find her former body, maybe she can also get back her past memories and experiences. It should be a good thing for her. Xianfeiling stepped forward and patted Lin Sun on the shoulder. He could see that Lin Sun was uneasy. But after hearing this, Lin Sun's heart became heavier and he couldn't help saying, but at that time, the person I care about the most will completely become another person. Xianfeiling was stunned. Only then did he understand Lin Sun's feelings. He couldn't help but have a burst of complex emotions in his heart. This was indeed a problem. If Xiaxi was not allowed to return to her body, she was doomed to be unable to know her origin in the future and who she was. But if she integrated with her body, she would definitely awaken her past memories and inherit her past wisdom. At that time, would she still recognize Lin Sun? What a dilemma. Xianfeiling had a headache. Xian said, it's obviously unnecessary for you to worry about this now. I have already felt that the power of fate is sealed in Xiaxi's body. If this seal is not completely lifted, she will never have a chance to integrate with her body. If I guess right, this seal is very likely to be left by her body. If Xiaxi doesn't have the ability to unlock the seal in her body in this life, she will be Xiaxi in this life and it will be impossible for her to have any interaction with the person in the coffin. In my opinion, this may be something that the person in the coffin has already considered. In other words, this is an arrangement she made for her life soul. After hearing this, Lin Sun was stunned and said, but why did she do this at the beginning? Xian's eyes were deep and he said, there are no more than two possibilities. One is that in order to break through her own cultivation, she decided to take another way to separate her life soul and cultivate the Tao again. Just like reincarnation, she finally achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. The other possibility is that she encountered an irresistible disaster and had to be forced to separate her life soul in exchange for a chance to awaken in the future. Lin Sun couldn't help being stunned. Was all this really as Senior Xian said? At this moment, Xianfeiling said, I suspect that the person in the coffin did this to avoid disaster. P.S. More updates are sent here. His heart felt stifled. The number of people who cast their monthly votes was really few. Avoid disaster, Lin Sun was shocked. Xianfeiling continued, if it's not to avoid disaster, you don't have to leave your body in the eternal coffin. This is undoubtedly very passive. Xian nodded, it should be so. Lin Sun was silent, trying to calm himself down little by little. He cupped his fists and said, thank you for your guidance. He thought of the cause and effect that Master Lu said. From the moment Luo Tongtian obtained the eternal coffin, it meant that a cause and effect would appear on his descendants. This cause and effect was naturally Xiaxi. However, Lin Sun didn't realize until now that Xiaxi's life was so bizarre and incredible. Should he tell Xiaxi about this? It was the first time Lin Sun felt so conflicted since he started cultivating. If he didn't tell Xiaxi, as long as he told her not to remove the seal in her body, she would have nothing to do with the person in the coffin in this life. In this way, they could always be together. But would it seem too selfish? On the contrary, if he told this to Xiaxi, one day, she integrated with the person in the coffin and inherited the memory and wisdom of the past, would she still be the Xiaxi he knew? Lin Sun was confused. Maybe you can ask Xiaxi to solve this problem, Xianfeiling couldn't help but remind him. Lin Sun shook his head, she will definitely not choose to integrate with the person in the coffin. He knew Xiaxi too well. Xian asked, then what have you decided to do? Do you still want to go to the ruins of fate? Yes. Lin Sun said without hesitation, my parents are still trapped in it and waiting for me to bring them back. In addition, I also want to inquire about the origin of the eternal coffin. Maybe I can know the identity of the person in the coffin. At that time, maybe I can make a decision whether to tell Xia about this or not. Taishan said, this is a wise way to do it. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a sword-shaped command token floated up into appearance. This command token contains the energy of my will. Take it. If you encounter danger at the ruins of creation, then you can rely on the will within this command token to deal with the calamity. You can also take this command token to head to the Netherworld ruins. So long as you activate this command token, someone will provide you assistance at the first possible moment. Lin Sun took the token and said, thank you, Senior. Taishan smiled. Don't be so polite. Although we are not master and disciple, we are master and disciple. Senior, may I ask if you have any contact with Senior Chen Linkong? Lin Sun asked after hesitating for a moment. Years ago, he met with a force of his mother, Luo Qingxuan, in the bronze box given by Master Lu. It was then that he learned that his parents were trapped in a secret realm transformed by a space-time boundary in the creation ruins. At that time, a mysterious expert with the surname Chen had passed by this place and helped Luo Qingxuan bring the bronze box out of the ruins of creation and hand it over to Lu Boya. After that, Lu Boya handed it over to the Xian clan, and in the end, it fell into Lin Sun's hands, allowing him to obtain the Sword of Fate from the bronze box. At that time, Lin Sun suspected that the mysterious strong man surnamed Chen was probably Chen Linkong. In fact, when he met Master Lu later, Master Lu did tell him that the one who gave him the bronze box was Chen Linkong, the self-proclaimed burning immortal. Now, Lin Sun knew that there were many era ruins in the creation ruins. If he searched blindly, he did not know when he could find the place where his parents were trapped. But if he could know Chen Linkong's whereabouts, he might know the exact location where his parents were trapped. A strange look appeared in Taishan's eyes. We haven't seen each other since I came to the eternal true world. Why do you suddenly ask about him? Lin Sun told him the whole story. Taishan seemed to understand and said, he really went to the creation ruins. It seems that he is also investigating the mastermind behind the destruction of the era. What do you mean? Xianfeiling was shocked. Was there a secret behind the destruction of each era? Taishan said, when you reach the eternal realm, you will understand. Xianfeiling said angrily, I hate mysterious and secretive people like you the most. You don't even say what you want to say clearly. It's disgusting. Taishan didn't care and said to Lin Sun, Chen Linkong is not an ordinary person, or rather, he doesn't belong to this era. Although I have known him for many years, to be honest, I still can't see what kind of person he is, because there are too many mysteries about him. In the end, his eyes became subtle. My little friend, have you ever seen any cultivator surnamed Chen besides Chen Linkong since you started cultivating? Lin Sun was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but shake his head, no. Taishan asked, the surname Chen is very common, but in this world, there is no Chen family. Don't you think it's strange? Xianfeiling realized something and asked in surprise, why is that? The surname is the symbol of a family. For us cultivators, the name, Taoist name, Dharma name, honorific name, are all very particular. Chen is a common surname, but we can't see any descendants of a similar family in this world. There is only one possibility. Taishan said, although his surname is widely known, it can't be easily seen. There was a hint of amazement in his voice. So, the family behind Chen Linkong is too mysterious, isn't it? Xianfeiling was surprised. His surname was Xian, the Xian of Xian. Naturally, he knew how special his surname was. It wasn't something that just any clan could use. Because of this surname, Xianfeiling had brought great fortune and foundation to Xian family, which was still protecting the continuation of Xian family. Because of this, Xianfeiling was surprised when he learned that the surname Chen was so mysterious. All this is enough to prove that Chen Linkong's origin is not simple. Taishan said, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find him. However, you said that he appeared in the ruins of fate before. If he is still there, I have a way for you to find him. Lin Sun's spirit was lifted, Senior, please enlighten me. Taishan took out a fiery red jade from his sleeve. The word Chen was engraved on the front of the jade. The handwriting was strong, clear, and elegant. Just looking at this handwriting, it immediately attracted Xianfeiling and Lin Sun's attention. There was nothing special about the strokes. However, when they looked at it carefully, it was as if they had seen the Great Way. It gave people an invisible pressure that shocked them. Xian Feiling was in the transcendent realm and had lived for tens of thousands of years. Lin Sun was also on the immortal supreme path. However, when facing the word Chen, they felt a sense of shock and awe. This, Xian Feiling was moved. A look of reminiscence appeared in Tai Xian's eyes. This is Chen Linkong's token. It was personally engraved by his grandfather. This fellow said that he didn't have anything else but tokens. When we parted, he gave this to me. Now, I have achieved eternal Tao. Every time I see this token, I can't calm down. The aura contained in this handwriting is too extraordinary. It is also because of this that I concluded that Chen Linkong's grandfather was an extremely terrifying existence. He was so powerful that his own momentum was imprinted in the handwriting. At least, with my current realm, I can't imprint such an incredible aura in an ordinary handwriting. The voice was filled with emotion. Chen Linkong. In Tai Xian's heart, this person was also a mystery. Xian Feiling couldn't help but exclaim, there is actually such a person in the world. Amazing, really amazing. Lin Sun looked at the two big shots' expressions and couldn't help but think of something. Xiaxia once said that after the game of chess in the ancient Desolation domain, Chen Linkong and Golden Cicada went to the last Dharma impasse and saw her. At that time, Chen Linkong saw through the fate law in her body. This senior is indeed mysterious. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. Thinking of the past, not only was Chen Linkong full of mysteries, but even Golden Cicada, who was praised by the master of the heart core as higher than the heavens, was also extremely mysterious. Take this token. When you arrive at the ruins of fortune, wear it on your body. If Chen Linkong is in the ruins of fortune, he will definitely notice the existence of this token. As Tai Xian spoke, he handed the token to Lin Sun. Thank you, senior. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel flattered. Before, Tai Xian gave him the token that was branded with his willpower. Now, he also gave Lin Sun the token that Chen Linkong gave him. This was a great favor. Xian Feiling laughed, what are you thanking me for? We both came from the starry sky ancient path. Your master, the master of the heart core, was a mighty figure that Tai Xian respected when he was young. He still regards your master as the starry sky ancient path. You have also inherited his sword scripture, so you are no longer an outsider. Tai Xian also nodded with a smile. Starry sky ancient path, unique, Lin Sun murmured and couldn't help but ask, seniors, if my master is still alive, where do you think he will be now? I don't know. Tai Xian and Xian Feiling shook their heads. Lin Sun was just asking. He didn't have much hope. When do you plan to go to the ruins of fortune? Xian Feiling asked. If it's possible, I plan to go now. Lin Sun didn't want to waste any more time. After understanding some of the mysteries in the eternal coffin, he was eager to know the identity of the person in the coffin. Moreover, he already had the power to save his parents, so he didn't want to waste any more time. If you leave the Yuan sect, you will definitely be noticed. How about this, let old monster Xian send you out of the Yuan realm. This way, at least no one will know where you are going. Tai Xian thought for a while and made a decision. Aren't you going to send me off personally? Xian Feiling said unhappily. Tai Xian pointed at the chessboard in front of him and said, I have to deal with myself. I can't leave. Then you can continue to deal with me. Lin Sun, let's go. Xian Feiling said impatiently and brought Lin Sun out of the mystic enlightenment forbidden land. Could the variables involved in the lotus that bloomed on the Heartcore Mountain be about to break the heavens? In the starry sky, Tai Xian sat cross-legged in front of the chessboard and pondered silently. P.S. Cavan is breaking down. The second update will be very late, probably before midnight. After walking out of the mystic enlightenment forbidden ground, Lin Sun was silent. There were too many things that he had experienced before, and they were all too thrilling and mysterious. He didn't expect the most mysterious and low-key Yuanxi pavilion master to be Tai Xian. He also didn't expect the secret in the eternal coffin to be so mysterious. The relationship between the person in the coffin and Xiaxia also made Xiaxi's background even more confusing. The ruins of fate that Tai Xian mentioned shocked Lin Sun. There were many eras of ruins scattered around, and each era represented a complete cultivation civilization. There was a god clan in all of them. This was unbelievable. Lin Sun couldn't help but worry about his parents who were trapped in it. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun finally understood why Xianfeiling brought him to see Tai Xian. If it wasn't for Tai Xian, how could he know that there were so many eras of ruins in the ruins of fate? How could he know the secrets and mysteries in the eternal coffin? You really don't plan to stay for a while? With your current cultivation, you are already qualified to seek the position of deacon, Xianfeiling asked on the way. No, it's not too late to seek for a promotion after returning from the ruins of fate. Lin Sun shook his head. Xianfeiling nodded and said no more. The two went straight through the teleportation ancient formation and left the primordial realm. Next, I'll bring you along. As soon as they left the primordial realm, Xianfeiling waved his sleeve. Boom, the heaven and earth shook, and his and Lin Sun's figures suddenly disappeared. 10 minutes later. Xianfeiling and Lin Sun's figures appeared out of thin air on a lonely and steep mountain peak. The ruins of fate is unpredictable. This jade pendant contains a part of my willpower. You should accept it. When you are in danger, you can use this jade pendant first. As for the token that Tai Xian gave you, don't use it unless it's a matter of life and death. Xianfeiling said and handed a black jade pendant to Lin Sun, not allowing Lin Sun to refuse. Lin Sun was touched and felt warm. In this world, he had countless enemies, but there were also many people who took care of and treated him well. Go. Take advantage of the fact that no one has noticed our tracks. Hurry up and act. Xianfeiling ordered. Lin Sun nodded and took out a wooden hairpin. Clang, with the change of Lin Sun's mind, a sword rushed out of the wooden hairpin. It was 2 feet and 3 inches long, with a simple and unadorned blade and an illusory and transparent body. Occasionally, it would reflect magnificent and colorful light and shadow, like a flash of flowing light. The Sword of Fortune. This sword was a key to the ruins of creation, and one would be able to reach there by activating this sword with all their strength. Take care, Senior. Lin Sun cupped his hands in obeisance, took a deep breath, and drove the Sword of Fate with all his strength. Buzz, instantly, a shocking ray of sword light flashed out and charged into the sky, causing a dazzling and gorgeous spatial tide to arise in the heavens and the earth, and it roiled and surged. All of this only lasted for an instant before disappearing. Lin Sun was nowhere to be found. What a good sort of good fortune, it actually refined the space-time coordinates into it. No wonder those old things in the 8th heaven coveted it so much. Xianfeiling exclaimed. He naturally knew that after Luo Tongtian's disaster, the immortal giants of the 8th heaven spent a lot of effort to find the eternal coffin, Sword of Fortune, and other treasures left by Luo Tongtian. After staring silently for a while, Xianfeiling was completely at ease. Nothing unexpected happened. However, just as he was about to leave, a ripple appeared in the void far away, followed by a terrifying aura sweeping out. Xianfeiling sneered in his heart. The old things of the 8th heaven are really unwilling to give up. Unfortunately, you are a step too late. Shaking his head, he suddenly let out a long roar. Fellow Taoists, what are you here for? His voice spread through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the extreme distance, an old voice sounded. Deputy Pavilion Master Xin, what are you here for? To give someone away. Xianfeiling said with a smile. Where is he? A cold voice rang out. Of course, he's gone. Xianfeiling smiled happily. If you want to continue to stay here, please do as you please. I won't accompany you any longer. After speaking, he laughed loudly and gradually walked away. As soon as his figure disappeared, one figure after another with terrifying aura appeared on the top of that mountain, sensing around. Each of these figures had the aura of a transcendent realm master. After a while, the faces of these figures sank. They couldn't sense and capture any trace of useful aura. This Xianfeiling must know where this kid went. Should we go and find out what he said? Unless we capture him, he is destined not to reveal any information to us. Capture? This old monster Xian has been in the transcendent realm for tens of thousands of years. It is said that he has already reached the great perfection realm. Moreover, he is arrogant and ruthless. Even if we attack together, it will not be easy to capture him. Damn it, sooner or later, I will find old monster Xian to settle today's account. Let's go. We don't have a chance to capture him this time, but there will be another chance. No matter where he goes, he will eventually return to Yuan's sect, won't he? Let's go. As they conversed, these figures with boundlessly terrifying auras vanished into thin air. From beginning to end, there was no trace left. It was as if everything that had happened just now was an illusion. Xian Failing stood under the sky, silently sensing for a long time, and then sneered silently. The reason why he wanted to take Lin Sun away from Yuan's sect was that the power of order covering Yuan's sect would capture the traces and aura of Lin Sun when he left. Through these, those enemies would be able to detect Lin Sun's whereabouts. But it was different in the outside world. Without the power of order of Yuan sect, it was destined that no one would know where he went this time. Lin Sun was in a trance. As if being dragged in a space-time tunnel, the colorful and magnificent light twisted and changed. Lin Sun was unable to resist the terrifying power of teleportation. He could only firmly hold the sword of fate in his hand. Nobody knew how long it had been. All of a sudden, boom, a violent tremor sounded. Lin Sun only felt a tingling in front of his eyes, and then his figure became light and fell down uncontrollably. Then, with the operation of his cultivation, Lin Sun suddenly became sober, and his figure steadily stopped in the void. The first thing that came into his sight was a blue sun hanging high in the sky. It was shining with a magnificent icy color, and the light it emitted was also piercingly cold, which looked extremely strange. The earth was covered with ice and snow, and the vast mountains and rivers were all wrapped in silver. Heavy snowflakes like goose feathers fluttered in the air, just like broken jade. This was a vast and magnificent world of ice and snow. The airflow in the mouth and nose was mixed with coldness like a sharp blade. Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure landed on the thick white snow. As he spread out his divine sense, he roughly judged that he was in the depths of an inaccessible mountain range. The rules of the great way of this world are so strange, Lin Sun showed a strange expression. Anyone who stepped into the sixth heaven of Emperor Path, lawless realm, could adapt to the power of the rules of this world at once, no matter which strange world or universe they went to. In other words, the rules and power of heaven and earth could no longer hinder the path of the cultivators. Now that Lin Sun was already in the late stage of heavenly longevity realm, he naturally wouldn't care about these things. But at this moment, in this world of ice and snow, he felt a strong repulsive and oppressive aura emanating from heaven and earth. It was as if the world regarded him as an alien and resisted his arrival. Is this a world transformed from an era's relic? Lin Sun pondered in his heart. Between eras, there was bound to be repulsion and resistance. When this kind of repulsion and resistance was reflected in the cultivators, there would be a problem like the one Lin Sun was facing at the moment. He came from the Linggu era, and this place was very likely to be another era's world. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to suffer from this invisible repulsive and oppressive force. Sure enough, as Lin Sun ran his cultivation and restrained his aura, the repulsive and oppressive aura of heaven and earth disappeared at once. After standing silently for a moment, Lin Sun put away the sword of fate and hung the fiery red jade engraved with the word Chen on his waist. He decided to leave this place and search for a place where living beings resided. He wanted to find out where he was. However, when he found out, Lin Sun let out a muffled groan and stopped. There was something wrong with the rules of heaven and earth. It was okay to restrain his aura, but as long as he ran his cultivation, the world seemed to want to kill him, producing a terrifying oppressive force. Even with Lin Sun's cultivation, he couldn't resist it. Moreover, Lin Sun had a strong premonition that if he insisted on running his cultivation, it was very likely that he would be killed by the power of rules covering this world. Lin Sun immediately stopped and stood in the flying snow, his expression uncertain. If he couldn't use his cultivation, didn't it mean that in this strange world, he was no different from ordinary people with his cultivation? Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun tried again. He slowly ran his cultivation and released the aura belonging to the Emperor realm. But soon, his figure shook and he almost coughed up blood, so he quickly restrained his aura. Even the aura of the Emperor realm couldn't be used, and it would also be fatally suppressed. Lin Sun didn't give up and continued to try. The aura of the quasi-Emperor realm, no. Not even the Sage realm. When Lin Sun released the aura belonging to the 9th level of the Longevity realm, the terrible oppressive force of heaven and earth finally weakened a lot. According to Lin Sun's deduction, even if he suppressed his cultivation to the longevity realm, he could only maintain it for about an hour. Once the time passed, he was doomed to be unable to bear the oppression of the rules of heaven and earth. With such an inference, Lin Sun was speechless and surprised. The relic of an era represents a complete cultivation civilization system. Does it mean that only by practicing the cultivation inheritance of this civilization can I not be suppressed and rejected by the rules of heaven and earth? Lin Sun pondered. He had obtained the power of the immortal path inheritance belonging to the last era, so he was very clear that the cultivation system born in different era civilizations was also different. For example, in the last era, the cultivation realm was divided into Zifu, Golden Hall, Yinyang Jindan, Nether Transformation Realm, Nirvana Realm, Earthly Immortal, Fairy Immortal, and so on. In such a comparison, if the world he was in at this time was a new and complete cultivation civilization, then its cultivation system was destined to be different. And the cultivation system was often derived from the deduction of the rules of heaven and earth. For example, the cultivation system of the last era. It was deduced from the laws of the heavens and the earth after countless years of comprehension and deliberation by countless cultivators, and it was deduced from the order of the immortal Tao. Thinking of this, Lin Sun immediately came up with a good way to solve his predicament. Lin Sun immediately sat cross-legged, got rid of distracting thoughts, and calmly sensed the phenomenon of heaven and earth. A blue ice sun hung high in the sky, sprinkling biting cold air, which turned into heavy snow all over the sky. The earth was covered with ice and snow, and the mountains, rivers, grass, and trees all showed a cold breath. Gradually, Lin Sun sensed the rules of heaven and earth belonging to this era, from which he comprehended the mystery of the Great Way. The Great Way was invisible, nameless, indescribable, and indescribable. Every epoch of civilization had a complete cultivation system. The birth of this cultivation system came from the cognition and summary of the Great Way of Heaven by countless practitioners. After countless years, it was perfected little by little and formed a complete and huge system. For example, the division of realms, the understanding of the Great Way, the understanding of the nature of all things in the world, and the definition and elaboration of the way of cultivation all belong to the category of the cultivation system. Generally speaking, the rules of the Great Way of an era could be generally called the Great Way of Heaven. The world was heartless and treated all things as dogs. This sentence was the most accurate exposition of the Great Way of Heaven. There was no such thing as benevolence and righteousness in the Great Way. Therefore, under the Great Way, there was no difference between the cultivators and the ordinary people. The core was that practitioners could comprehend the mystery of the Great Way of Heaven, so as to realize their own transformation and evolution. But the ordinary people were trapped in the cycle of birth, old age, sickness, and death. For those who had never cultivated, they might not succeed in comprehending the breadth of the Great Way of heaven and earth even if they spent their whole lives. But for people like Lin Sun, it was absolutely a piece of cake to comprehend a completely strange Great Way of Heaven. The reason was very simple. Although the rules of the Great Way were different, they reached the same goal by different means. Gradually, there were plentiful wisps of the Great Way of Heaven around, which turned into wisps of blue mist and gathered to Lin Sun. With the nourishment of these wisps of spiritual qi, Lin Sun's own breath began to rise gradually. Martial Realm, Gang Spirit Realm, in less than an hour, Lin Sun's breath was emitting the breath of Sea Spirit Realm. At this time, as the breath around him gradually increased, the spiritual qi became more and more vast. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth within a radius of thousands of meters swarmed over like clouds and mist. From a distance, Lin Sun's cultivation place was like a blue funnel. This was not the path of recultivation. After sensing the rules of this world, Lin Sun deduced a brand new way of cultivation and transformed his cultivation step by step. Simply speaking, it was equivalent to changing a method of cultivation, and it was for the sake of allowing one's strength to gradually adapt to the laws of this world. Just like at this moment, as Lin Sun's comprehension deepened, his understanding of the rules of heaven and earth deepened. With his understanding and wisdom, it was easy for him to deduce the most suitable cultivation trick from it. The aura of the Great Way of Gang Spirit Realm emanating from him was no longer oppressed by the rules of heaven and earth. Suddenly Lin Sun, who was meditating, frowned and opened his eyes quietly. In the distance, several figures flashed over, and they emitted a wave of fine sounds of the air being torn apart. In the boundless snowy world, it was extremely striking. There really is someone. How could this be? Could it be that the ancient legend is true? They were 3 men and 1 woman. They talked to each other with their spiritual awareness, and their chi immediately shrouded Lin Sun. When they were only thousands of meters away from Lin Sun, a powerful man in black armor with a spear in his hand showed a relaxed look. Oh, it turns out to be a little guy in Yin Yang realm. Don't panic, everyone. He waved his hand as if he had seen through Lin Sun's cultivation, but his eyes were still extremely cold. A black-robed old man with a malicious look frowned and said, "It's really Yin Yang realm. But it's strange that with his insignificant cultivation, how did he enter this forbidden area? For countless years, no one has ever been able to break into this place under our eyes. At first, I thought it was very likely that he was the outsider that the great Qin clan wanted to catch. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. He is too weak. How could a person who can come from outside the great Qin realm be so weak?" Another rugged middle-aged man shook his head. "Why don't we capture him and ask him?" The only woman among them said coldly. Her snow-white long hair was combed into a long braid, and she was dressed in black. Her figure was vigorous and her breath was swift and fierce. She was about to take action immediately. At this moment, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly stood up and said, "Everyone, let's talk nicely. If you have doubts, I also have something to ask you. There's no need to fight and kill." The 3 men and 1 woman were all stunned, and then a strange look appeared on their faces. "You're just a little martial artist in Yin Yang realm, but you talk big." The malevolent-looking black-robed old man's eyes were cold and fierce. "Since you appeared in this forbidden area, you have already broken the rules. I have no interest in talking to you. Come over." Boom, he directly made a move and grabbed at Lin Sun through the air, wanting to capture him. Cultivation comparable to the true saint realm, Lin Sun could tell the old man's cultivation at a glance. His figure flashed, and he easily avoided the attack. The old man was stunned. A little guy in Yin Yang realm had actually avoided his capture. The pupils of the others also shrank. Something was wrong. "Everyone, don't you think it is a little too rash to take action without knowing the situation clearly?" Lin Sun sighed softly. In the eternal world, with his cultivation at the late stage of heavenly longevity realm, he could easily kill a small fry like this with just a hint of his breath. But now, he had just arrived here, and in the face of the strange rules of heaven and earth, he could only bear with it. "Rash?" The man in black armor said coldly, "For countless years, this place has been designated as a forbidden area by the great Qin divine clan. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Those who violate this rule will die. Do you know that?" Lin Sun shook his head, "No." The great Qin divine clan? Could it be the divine clan in the ruins of this era? Can you muddle through by pretending to be deaf and dumb? Go to hell. The old man attacked again. Lin Sun had avoided his attack before, so he seemed to be quite unconvinced. So this time, when he attacked, he used his real strength. Boom, he stretched out his hand and grabbed. The wind and snow all over the sky burst into chaos, and a dazzling red hand shrouded Lin Sun. "Don't kill him." The white-haired woman in black reminded him immediately. But this time a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Swish, a sword chi flashed. A bloody head was thrown into the air. The old man in black robe, who had a cultivation comparable to the true sage realm, died on the spot. The man in black armor and others were all shocked, and their expressions changed greatly. Was this the power of a small warrior of Yin Yang realm? "Now, can we talk properly?" Next to the headless body of the old man, Lin Sun asked indifferently. What he used before was the power of the 9th level of longevity tribulation. Although he was oppressed by the rules of heaven and earth, it was enough for him to hold on for half an hour. Kill. But to Lin Sun's surprise, the man in black armor did not hesitate at all. He rushed to kill Lin Sun at the first time, waving his spear, and the sharp light shot between heaven and earth. His combat power was comparable to that of the great sage realm. At the same time, the rugged man and the white-haired woman in black also took action. The former waved a saber with surging green flames, and the latter took out a long black and white sword. All of them had amazing chi. The three moved together and besieged Lin Sun. Lin Sun couldn't help frowning, and he didn't hesitate anymore. Boom, he waved his sleeves, and in the deafening roar, the three figures flew out as if they were crushed by a holy mountain. Among them, the bodies of the man in black armor and the rugged man directly burst into pieces, turning into blood splashing. They died directly on the spot. The white-haired woman in black was seriously injured. She rolled on the ground like a gourd, with blood spurting from her mouth and nose. She was dying. One blow overwhelmed the whole field. This made the white-haired woman in black scream in horror, feeling unprecedented fear. "Shut up." Not far away, Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep and terrible. His words made the white-haired woman's voice stop abruptly, and she trembled all over. However, she did not notice that a trace of blood dripped from the corner of Lin Sun's mouth, which evaporated in an instant. In the previous blow, he used the power beyond the 9th level of longevity tribulation. Although he defeated the enemy in one fell swoop, he was also injured by the oppression of the rules of heaven and earth. The blood in his body was rolling, and he was extremely uncomfortable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun stepped forward, stared at the white-haired woman in black, and said, "I'll give you a chance. Let go of your defense and let me check your soul. In this way, you can live. If you refuse, I'll break it directly." Before he finished, the white-haired woman in black had already said in a trembling voice in horror, "I promise." Lin Sun nodded and did not ridicule her timidity and weakness. Half a quarter later, Lin Sun had got the information he wanted from the soul of the white-haired woman in black. After a moment of silence, he used a secret method to restrict the cultivation of the white-haired woman in black, and then left with the woman. 7 days later, the restriction will be lifted. During this period, you can stay here. In a cave covered with ice and snow, Lin Sun left the white-haired woman in black, walked out of the cave, looked around, and left directly. He really let me go. In the cave, the white-haired woman in black was in a trance, as if she couldn't believe it. The snow was swirling, and the world was white. 2 hours later, in the depths of a mountain, thousands of meters below the ground, Lin Sun carved out a cave residence here and set up a lot of magical restrictive power. Unfortunately, the realm of the power I can use is too low. At most, I can avoid the detection of the Emperor-to-be. Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground and sighed in his heart. Because of the different rules of heaven and earth, everything he did was hindered. Immediately, Lin Sun shook his head, got rid of distractions, and began to meditate. According to his speculation, within 3 days, he would be able to exert the power of the Saint Realm without being suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth. If he had more time, it would not be difficult to restore the power of the Emperor-to-be or the Emperor-to-be. At the end of the day, he didn't lack anything but time. P.S. Let me explain. Every civilization has its own language, but it doesn't affect the plot even if it's not differentiated in the text. From the memory of the white-haired woman in black, Lin Sun understood this world. This world was called the Qin Celestial Realm, and there was a complete cultivation civilization. The cultivators here were called martial artists. The cultivation realms were first origin realm, 2 forms realm, 3 talents realm, 4 symbols realm, 5 element realm, 6 combination realm, 7 star realm, 8 desolate realm and 9 extreme realm. Above that were the 3 martial honored realms and the legendary martial god realm. After understanding the names of these cultivation realms and combining it with his own understanding of the rules of heaven and earth, Lin Sun immediately understood. In the Qin Celestial Realm, from first origin realm to 5 element realm corresponded to the true martial realm to the reincarnation developing realm. 6 combination realm corresponded to the immortal realm, 7 star realm corresponded to the sage realm, 8 desolate realm corresponded to the quasi-emperor realm and 9 extreme realm corresponded to the 9 stages of the emperor realm. In this way, the 3 honorable realm corresponded to the 3 immortal realm. And the legendary martial god realm probably corresponded to the eternal realm. This discovery made Lin Sun quite interested. Although the era he was in was different from the Qin Celestial Realm and the names of the cultivation realms were different, the pursuit and division of the path of Tao vaguely corresponded with each other. This further proved Lin Sun's judgment. The era, the cultivation system, the rules of heaven, these could be different, but the cultivator's understanding and pursuit of the path of Tao, as well as the control of power, were all different paths leading to the same goal. In short, no matter what the names of the cultivation realms were, they were all about the transformation and evolution of one's body. When I can use the power of the immortal realm, I will be able to comprehend the rules and the power of order in this world. At that time I will not be hindered in this world, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. Apart from this, Lin Sun learned that the area he was in was called the Ninth Forbidden Area and it had existed since countless years ago. The Ninth Forbidden Area covered an area of 30,000 miles. A long time ago, it was regarded as an ominous place by the Qin celestial clan, so they sent forces to seal off the area. The many large forces under the great Qin god clan's command had taken turns to guard the Ninth Forbidden Area for countless years until now. From the memories of the white-haired woman, Lin Sun learned that these forces had another purpose for guarding the Ninth Forbidden Area: capture the outsider. This was because the Ninth Forbidden Zone was viewed as an entrance to the great Qin divine realm from the outside world. Cultivators who did not belong to the great Qin celestial realm would appear in the Ninth Forbidden Zone if they came to the great Qin celestial realm. This was the decree of the great Qin divine clan, and it had been passed down to this day. But in the memory of the white-haired woman in black, Lin Sun learned that there had been no other outsiders in the Ninth Forbidden Zone for countless years except himself. This was too abnormal. The Sword of Fortune placed itself in the Ninth Forbidden Area of the great Qin divine realm, and this place was seen as an entrance to capture outsiders. It was tightly sealed, and it was ordered by the great Qin divine clan. Lin Sun was puzzled. A god race controlled an epic ruins world, so why did they muster such a large force to seal off the Ninth Forbidden Area? Until now, Lin Sun realized that the identity of the white-haired woman in black was not high enough to know the real secret behind the blockade of the Ninth Forbidden Zone. And if he wanted to know this secret, perhaps he could only start with the great Qin divine clan. According to this woman's memories, the great Qin divine clan was fully deserving of being the supreme overlord of this realm. Their ancestor had once produced a true martial god. For countless years, in the eyes of the billions of cultivators in the great Qin divine realm, the status of the great Qin divine clan was like the eternal divine clan in the eyes of the cultivators in the eternal world, unreachable and legendary. After thinking for a long time, Lin Sun shook his head and continued to meditate. He had come to the ruins of fortune for two purposes. The first was to rescue his trapped parents. The second was to find clues related to Xiaxhia's background. As for the other things, he was not interested at all. As time passed, the aura that Lin Sun exuded grew stronger and stronger, showing signs of rising steadily. Occasionally, it would reflect many flying divine light rain, and the sound of Tao was like thunder. Fortunately, the underground cave abode was covered with restrictive power, so he did not have to worry about being detected by the outside world. 3 days later, Lin Sun's aura was already comparable to the Sage King realm, roughly equivalent to the cultivation of the 7-star realm in the great Qin divine realm. I wonder if with my current strength, if I display the power of the quasi-emperor realm or the emperor realm, the pressure of the laws of heaven and earth will be much weaker, Lin Sun pondered. At this moment, a subtle sound of conversation suddenly came from the restrictive formation of the cave abode. This was a wonderful restrictive formation called the slightest movement of grass, which could capture the movement within a range of 10,000 feet in the first time. Haven't you found the murderer who killed Feng Ying and the others? No, but it can be inferred that the murderer must still be in the Ninth Forbidden Zone. The forces stationed nearby have already set up an inescapable net. It is almost impossible for the murderer to escape. It's been countless years, and nothing out of the ordinary has ever happened in the Ninth Forbidden Zone. But something so bloody happened today. Could it be that an outsider has really appeared? Don't talk. Nonsense, continue to search. In any case, we must find the murderer. Otherwise, when Lord Fengyan arrives tomorrow and learns that Feng Ying has died, who can bear his anger? Hurry up. The sounds of conversation soon disappeared. Lin Sun's black eyes surged. There was no doubt that in the past 3 days, the great forces stationed near the Ninth Forbidden Zone had sent forces to search for him. And they had learned the death of the 3 men and 1 woman. Feng Ying, Lin Sun remembered the information he got from the memory of the white-haired woman in black. Feng Ying was the man in black armor who was killed by him. He came from the Feng clan, a great force in the great Qin divine realm. In the past 10,000 years, the Ninth Forbidden Zone had been guarded by the Feng clan. Lin Sun thought for a while and decided to stay put. However, for the sake of safety, he got up and rearranged the restrictive formation around the cave abode. Now he could exert the power of the Sage King realm, so the power of the restrictive formation was naturally completely different from before. After doing this, Lin Sun meditated again. According to his estimation, in less than 2 days, he could exert his strength to the level of the quasi-emperor realm without being suppressed by the rules of this world. However, it was impossible for him to increase his strength as easily as before. The reason was that the higher the realm, the more mysterious and obscure the mystery of the Great Way needed to be comprehended and mastered, and the longer it would take. However, Lin Sun didn't care. No matter how long it took, it would not take more than a year for his strength to completely recover to its previous peak. This was not a recultivation path, but just to adapt to the rules of a strange cultivation civilization. But just 1 day later, Lin Sun, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Boom! At practically the exact same moment, this abode that was established 3 kilometers underground seemed to have suffered a terrifying bombardment, and it suddenly shook violently while the energy of the restrictions that covered the surroundings rumbled while a rain of light sprayed down, and the sound of being unable to endure such a heavy burden resounded out. Someone was coming, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. The thief is really hiding here. Get out of the way. An indifferent and cold old voice sounded outside. Boom, the earth was smashed, mud and stone splashed, and the terrible light poured down, as if to completely erase this place. The restrictive formation Lin Sun had arranged finally couldn't bear the heavy load and burst into pieces. At this moment, Lin Sun's figure broke through the air. Thief, why don't you hide? As soon as Lin Sun rushed out of the ground, a loud shout rang out, and a silver halberd chopped at his head. The destructive breath was like a falling galaxy, terrifying and boundless. Clang, Lin Sun hit the halberd with his palm, and the silver halberd shook violently. Dazzling divine light burst out between the two. At the same time, Lin Sun moved and stood far away. Only now did he clearly see that the person that attacked was an old man that was completely covered in silver armor. His hair was crimson red like fire, his eyes were like a pair of golden lanterns, and he held a bright silver halberd in his hand and possessed an extremely ferocious might. Not far from the silver-armored old man, there stood about 30 strong men, each holding a weapon, with a strong breath and dazzling light flowing all over their bodies. Thief, was my grandson Fengyin killed by you? The silver-armored old man looked cold and full of killing intent. The others all looked at Lin Sun. Yes. Lin Sun looked calm, he wanted to kill me, so I had to kill him. The silver-armored old man was comparable to the first level of the Emperor realm. In the eyes of others, he might be extremely powerful, but for Lin Sun hadn't paid attention to such a weak cultivator for a long time in the eternal world. It wasn't disdain, it was almost impossible to meet such a weak cultivator. The weakest cultivator in the Yuan clan was a peerless ancestor. The silver-armored old man's face turned livid when he saw Lin Sun admit it so calmly. He shouted, "You're courting death." Boom, he waved his silver halberd and moved towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't retreat, he just stood there, made a seal with his hand and lightly punched. Clang, the silver-armored old man felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The silver halberd almost flew out of his hand. His facial expression changed. In his eyes, Lin Sun was only at the Bahuang stage, but he could resist the power of the first level of the extreme stage. It was unbelievable. He didn't slow down. He used his full power and the silver halberd was like a galaxy in the sky, it was raining lights as it attacked Lin Sun. I don't have time to waste with you. Lin Sun frowned and firmly grasped the silver halberd that was coming towards him. He stretched out his left hand like lightning and broke the silver-armored old man's defense. He grabbed the old man's neck and lifted him up like a chicken. He had captured an extreme stage cultivator with one strike. The all-powerful scene instantly shocked everyone present, and it caused them to be horrified and feel as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. P.S. There will be more tonight. Fengyan's whole body was stiff. He had difficulty breathing, and his face was full of horror. He was captured with one blow. He couldn't accept it for a moment, but he still had many years of fighting experience. Almost immediately, he roared, "Send the message." The powerhouses in the distance were like waking up from a dream. They were about to take action, but it was too late. Boom, as Lin Sun waved his sleeve, the sky full of sword chi fell from the sky, dense like a storm, covering all those powerhouses. Puff, after a muffled sound, scarlet flowers of blood blossomed in the snowy white sky. No one survived. Feng Yan's eyes almost popped out. Who are you? Lin Sun said, an outsider. Feng Yan's eyes widened as if he was struck by lightning. The legend is true. This ninth forbidden area is really an entrance, Lin Sun said calmly. I need to get some information from your soul. Do you mind? Feng Yan's face was pale. Even if I know what you want to know, in this ninth forbidden area, no, in this great Qin divine realm, you will only have a dead end. This is not something you should worry about. Lin Sun said, twisted his wrist, and broke Feng Yan's neck. He grabbed Feng Yan's spirit and began to search his soul. After a long time. Bang, Feng Yan's primordial spirit exploded between Lin Sun's palms and fingers, and Lin Sun looked a little excited. He finally understood, in Feng Yan's memory, a long time ago, there was an outsider who broke into the great Qin divine realm with the Sword of Fate, and the place he appeared was this ninth forbidden area. This person ran amok in the great Qin divine realm, and in just a few years, he stirred up the world. It was said that he came to find a treasure in the great Qin divine realm, but on the way to find the treasure, he offended the great Qin divine clan, so a bloody battle broke out. Later, this person left with the treasure. After many years, a man and a woman appeared in the ninth forbidden area with the Sword of Fate. Their appearance caused a sensation in the great Qin divine realm again. The reason was that the Sword of Fate in their hands had appeared a long time ago, and they took away a treasure from the great Qin divine realm. This attracted the attention of the great Qin celestial clan, who sent out their forces to hunt down the man and woman. Although these memories were messy and lacked a lot of important information, Lin Sun was able to judge immediately. Back. Then, the one who had barged into the great Qin divine realm with the Sword of Creation was undoubtedly my maternal great-grandfather, Luo Tongtian. Feng Yan's memories did not mention what the ultimate treasure that Luo Tongtian had taken away from the great Qin divine realm was. However, Lin Sun vaguely guessed that the treasure was most likely the eternal coffin. Many years later, the man and woman who entered the great Qin divine ruins with the Sword of Fortune would be his parents. How could Lin Sun not be excited when he heard the news? After calming down, Lin Sun gradually sorted out his thoughts. After his parents reached the great Qin god domain, they had been hunted down by the great Qin god clan. However, they had been fine, and they had been trapped in a secret realm formed by a space-time barrier. Otherwise, the mysterious man surnamed Chen would not have had the chance to help and bring the bronze box containing the Sword of Fortune and his mother's willpower out of the ruins of fortune. However, Lin Sun was still unable to confirm whether the space-time barrier where his parents were trapped was in the great Qin divine realm. In Feng Yan's memories, there was no such information. Obviously, Feng Yan, a first-level Emperor realm cultivator, had only heard of these things, and did not know the details behind them. However, Lin Sun had obtained another important clue. A long time ago, the great Qin god clan had sealed off the ninth forbidden area and sent a large force to be stationed here all year round. It was to wait for a rabbit to come to the great Qin divine ruins, waiting for the day when someone would come to the great Qin divine ruins like Luo Tongtian and Luo Qingxuan. This was the clue in Feng Yan's memories. However, what was the purpose of the great Qin god clan doing this? Lin Sun thought for a while and vaguely guessed that they had most likely already known the relationship between his parents and his maternal great-grandfather. It was also very likely that as long as his parents were trapped in the ruins of fortune, someone would come to rescue them sooner or later. If so, the great Qin god clan was most likely waiting for his maternal great-grandfather, Luo Tongtian. The reason was very simple. They wanted to capture his maternal great-grandfather and take away the treasure that was taken away by his maternal great-grandfather. If that treasure was the eternal coffin, then it was enough to explain why the great Qin god clan would still send forces to wait near the ninth forbidden area after so many years had passed. The eternal coffin was too precious, enough to make any god clan yearn for it. Of course, this was only Lin Sun's own speculation. As to what the truth was, further investigation and verification were still needed. But in any case, the information from Feng Yan's memories allowed Lin Sun to determine a lot of valuable information. At least now he knew that if he wanted to find out the whereabouts of his parents, it would not be wrong to go to the great Qin god clan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun stood in this snowy world and gradually calmed down. The top priority was to leave the ninth forbidden area first, then find time to completely restore his cultivation, and then decide to go to the Great Qin God clan to investigate. Swish, thinking of this, Lin Sun's figure flashed and he dashed into the distance. Half a quarter of an hour later, Lin Sun sensed the fluctuation of restrictive power from far away. There were many buildings standing on a snow-capped mountain far away. That was one of the sentry posts stationed in the ninth forbidden area. Within the 30,000 miles of the ninth forbidden area as the center, there were many similar places. Between each sentry post was covered with restrictive power, forming a tight blockade. People from the outside had no chance to enter at all. Similarly, it was extremely difficult to leave the ninth forbidden area. Most importantly, there was a power of order in the restrictive power that covered the blockade. Even if a Dao Tattoo Grandmaster came, he might be able to break the restrictive power, but he would definitely alarm the power of order. In Feng Yun's memories, even those who had stepped into the realm of Venerable would be attacked by the power of order if they tried to cross the blockade. Venerable was comparable to an immortal. But these could not trap Lin Sun. He quietly moved forward and soon came to the blockade, holding up the abyssal sword cauldron in his hand. It was not difficult for Lin Sun to break the restrictive formation. It didn't take long for him to see through the mystery and walked straight into it. Soon, a fluctuation of order appeared in his field of vision, like a strange and mysterious light screen, spanning between heaven and earth. Just by looking at its aura, it was at least at the level of heaven rank. Lin Sun did not stop. He moved forward with the abyssal sword cauldron. When he touched the fluctuation of order, the Nirvana sword cauldron swept out at once and silently resisted and dissolved the fluctuation of order. Lin Sun's figure directly passed through without encountering any obstruction. Walking out of the blockade, Lin Sun felt his vision blurred, and the world suddenly changed. The vast mountains and rivers were magnificent, green and beautiful, and colorful. The icy blue sun hanging above his head disappeared and was replaced by the vast green sky. It turns out that the ninth forbidden area was covered by the power of order, which formed the snow-capped and white world. While Lin Sun was enlightened, he could not help but frown. Doesn't this mean that everything I did in the ninth forbidden area has been spied on by the power of order? Thinking of this, Lin Sun did not dare to stay for a moment. His figure flashed and swept forward. In any case, he had to get far away from here first. Half an hour later. Oh no, Deacon Feng Yun and the others are all dead. A sharp scream resounded in front of a sentry post on the blockade line. Not long after, the experts stationed at every sentry post received the bad news. Inform the clan. The legend is true. There must be an outsider who broke into the ninth forbidden area. What are you waiting for? Quickly send some people to search for traces of that outsider. All kinds of shouts rang out constantly. In next to no time, numerous figures charged into the ninth forbidden area, and they seemed as if they were sweeping through it. They covered the heavens and the earth as they searched, yet they came back empty-handed. Until a few hours later. In the distance, a dazzling golden rainbow cut through the sky. It was a bald man in black, carrying an ancient sword on his back, who looked like a teenager. As soon as he arrived in front of the ninth forbidden area, his terrifying aura swept out. It's a big shot of the Protoss. Many of the experts stationed nearby trembled, and they actually knelt on the ground in unison. Their faces were filled with reverence. Because the bald man with the ancient sword on his back was a martial venerable from the Great Qin divine clan. Have you found the outsider's trace? The bald man stood under the sky with a cold look. Your Excellency, we have sent all our forces to search in the ninth forbidden area. I believe we will find him soon, a strong man said in a trembling voice and cold sweat. The bald man frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, when I got the news, it was said that the outsider appeared 3 days ago. Haven't you found him until now? These words caused the nearby experts to shiver, and their hearts were filled with terror and unease. A bunch of trash. The bald man didn't bother to care about them. He went straight forward and put his right hand into the light curtain of order that blocked the sky and the earth. Suddenly, the bald man had a panoramic view of what happened in the past 3 days. From Lin Sun's appearance to his killing of Feng Ying and others, to his meditation in the underground cave residence, to being discovered by Feng Yun and others, and then fighting, every scene was clear to the slightest detail. When they saw Lin Sun easily walk into the blockade line with the abyssal sword cauldron in his hand, all the scenes seemed to be blocked by a terrible force and suddenly disappeared. The bald man's expression became gloomy little by little. How could he not see that Lin Sun had probably escaped from the ninth forbidden area? He can actually avoid the blockade of the order power set up by our clan. It seems that this person came prepared. The bald man's eyes flickered. Although this person is not Luo Tongtian, he also came with the sword of fate. In this case, he must have a close relationship with Luo Tongtian. It has been 8 hours since he left. We must catch him as soon as possible. Otherwise, when he adapts to the power of the rules of heaven and earth in the great Qin divine realm and completely recovers his strength, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult to catch him. Thinking of this, the bald man made a decision. He took out a bone talisman and threw it gently. Suddenly, it turned into a dazzling line of fire and rushed into the sky, disappearing. P.S. Additional updates. Great Qin Divine Realm. Floating Cloud World. This was where the Great Qin Divine Clan resided. In an ancient palace, Xianxia, the clan leader of the Great Qin Divine Clan, was reading an ancient book. Whoosh, a fiery red light shot into the palace and turned into a bone talisman floating in the air. Xianxia raised his head and pointed at the bone talisman. Buzz, with a strange ripple, the bone talisman turned into a young man in black. Clan leader, I've already investigated. The person who entered the Great Qin Divine Realm 3 days ago is most likely Luo Tongtian's descendant. As he spoke, scenes appeared. They were the scenes from when Lin Sun entered the ninth forbidden zone until he left. When the light screen disappeared, the bald man cupped his hands and said, "It's very likely that this person has not adapted to the rules of heaven and earth in the Great Qin Divine Realm. He can't use his cultivation to its fullest. Clan leader, please send people to hunt this person down." With that, the bald man's figure also turned into a rain of light and dissipated. Crack, the bone talisman floating in the air also exploded. A light flickered in Xianxia's eyes as excitement appeared on his face. How many years has it been? 200,000 years? 300,000 years, he couldn't remember. He only remembered that a man called Luo Tongtian broke into the Great Qin Divine Realm with the Sword of Fate and took away a treasure that should have belonged to the Great Qin Divine Clan. This had become a sore point for the Great Qin Divine Clan. For countless years, they had been waiting for the day they could take back that treasure. And now, the opportunity seemed to have come. Although that person isn't Luo Tongtian, he must have a close relationship with him. If we can capture him and obtain the Sword of Fate, we won't have to worry about not being able to kill our way out of the ruins of fate. Xianxia's eyes flashed with terrifying divine flames. By then, no matter where you hide, the Great Qin Divine Clan will make you pay 100 times, 1,000 times the price. He hated. Unparalleled hatred, that supreme treasure was extremely important, hiding world-shocking mysteries. Back then, because of this matter, even the Great Qin Divine Clan had suffered many storms and paid an extremely heavy price. Someone, summon the third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder. Xianxia said in a deep voice. His voice reverberated throughout the hall. Not long after, the third elder Qin Jingtian, the fourth elder Qin Jingguan, and the fifth elder Qin Jinglu appeared in the hall. Luo Tongtian's descendant has appeared. If I'm not mistaken, his descendant has come to rescue Luo Qingshuan and her husband who are trapped in the flowing light forbidden zone. Patriarch Qin Jinghe went straight to the point and told them the news he had just received. The 3 elders immediately revealed expressions of excitement. How many years has it been? Has Luo Tongtian finally remembered that his daughter and son-in-law are still trapped in the ruins of fortune? Third elder Qin Jingtian said coldly. His voice was filled with mockery and excitement. Why didn't Luo Tongtian come personally? Fourth elder Qin Jingguan frowned. I wish for nothing more than to kill that old geezer. If it wasn't for him seizing that precious treasure all those years ago, then how could our clan have been implicated? His voice was filled with undisguised hatred. Does the patriarch intend to send the 3 of us out to capture this person? The fifth elder, Qin Jinglu, asked in a deep voice. That's right. Patriarch Qin Jinghe nodded. Although Luo Tongtian didn't come, since this person dared to come with the Sword of Fortune, he must not be underestimated. Right now, this person hasn't completely adapted to the laws of heaven and earth of the great Qin divine realm. This is the best time to capture him. I hope the three of you can go out and capture this person as soon as possible. The three elders agreed without hesitation. Remember, don't leak the news. Patriarch Qin Jinghe hesitated for a moment before saying, don't forget that there are people from the other three top-notch clans stationed near the flowing light forbidden zone. If they find out about this, things will be bad. The three elders' eyes flickered. Ever since the news of that precious treasure had been leaked, it had caused a great commotion in the ruins of fortune. It had also attracted the attention of the God clan in the epic world. Moreover, because of this matter, the great Qin divine clan had become the target of public criticism and had been greatly implicated. In order to resolve the dispute, they had to pay a great price. Although the flowing light forbidden zone that bound Luo Qingxuan and her husband was discovered by the great Qin divine clan, the three top-notch clans had been keeping an eye on it for countless years. Obviously, the three top-notch clans had their eyes on that precious treasure and were unwilling to give it up easily. Go, there's no time to lose. Let's solve it quickly. Patriarch Qin Jinghe urged. On that day, the great Qin divine clan left the floating clouds world with 3 second-level ultimate god realm elders. The great Qin divine realm was vast with countless mountains, rivers, cities, and billions of living beings living in it. The Tao fire was at its peak and was not inferior to the 7th heaven at all. Condensing Cloud City. In a bustling city more than 100,000 miles away from the 9th forbidden zone. After leaving the 9th forbidden zone, he trekked all the way and saw many cities and villages along the way. It wasn't until a day later that he entered Condensing Cloud City. The city was bustling with shops. Cultivators could be seen coming and going. Apart from the cultivation civilization and cultivation system, there wasn't much difference between it and the eternal true world. Boss, I need some ancient books related to our great Qin divine realm. After wandering in the city for a while, Lin Sun walked straight into a shop that specialized in selling all kinds of ancient books related to cultivation. Please wait a moment, sir. The shopkeeper was very enthusiastic, and it didn't take long for him to collect dozens of jade slips. These are all the books that you need. There are maps of mountains and rivers, maps of territories, scrolls that describe the history of our great Qin divine realm, and, before he finished, Lin Sun interrupted, I want all of them. The shopkeeper was startled and said, Sir, although these ancient books are not precious, they are still valuable. Lin Sun directly threw a storage bag over, Is this enough? The shopkeeper opened it and his eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled happily, more than enough. Lin Sun smiled and put away the jade slips. The storage bag contained some of the spoils of war Lin Sun obtained after killing Feng Yun, Feng Ying, and other enemies in the 9th forbidden zone. For him, it was not of much use, but it could buy some things he urgently needed. Shopkeeper, do you know where I should go if I want to inquire about information? Lin Sun asked casually. The shopkeeper smiled mysteriously, Of course it is the Wind Smell Pavilion. As long as you can pay the price, I guarantee that you will find out everything you want to know. Lin Sun cupped his fists and said, Thank you. He turned around and left. The Wind Smell Pavilion was very easy to find. It was located in the busy area of the city. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Sun walked out of the Wind Smell Pavilion. He frowned slightly, shook his head, and left straight away. In the Wind Smell Pavilion, he didn't find out anything he wanted to know. This made Lin Sun realize that any information related to the great Qin divine clan was destined to be difficult to find out. However, this trip also had other gains. In the great Qin divine realm, there was a transmission formation. Through this formation, one could leave the great Qin divine ruins and go to other epochs in the ruins of fate. However, this formation had been controlled by the great Qin divine clan since ancient times. If one wanted to borrow it, he had to pay a huge amount of wealth. Or he could get a nameplate given by the great Qin divine clan. This kind of nameplate could only be obtained by those great forces that served the great Qin divine clan. Ordinary cultivators couldn't get it at all. When my strength recovers, I'll go to the transmission formation and have a look. Lin Sun secretly made a decision. According to the information he obtained, the ancestors of the great Qin divine clan did have a martial god who was comparable to the eternal realm. However, that was in the past and belonged to the past. In the current Great Qing Divine Clan, the highest cultivation was only the third level of Martial Venerable Realm, which was equivalent to the Transcendent Realm. Even so, the Great Qing Divine Clan was still worthy of being the overlord of this world. Even the Eighth Heaven's immortal giants were slightly inferior in terms of foundation. On the same day, Lin Sun left Ningxia City. On the way, he had already read all kinds of ancient books he bought from the city, and finally had a comprehensive understanding of the Great Qing Divine Realm. Most importantly, he already knew that the Great Qing Divine Clan was located in the Floating Clouds world. However, Lin Sun wouldn't rashly go there unless he had no other choice. With his current cultivation, even if he completely recovered to his previous peak, going to the Great Qing Divine Clan was no different from courting death. However, Lin Sun wasn't in a hurry. He had a hunch that when the news of him breaking out of the Ninth Forbidden Zone was known, the Great Qing Divine Clan would definitely send forces to find him. This was undoubtedly an opportunity. As long as he could capture the big figures in the opponent's camp, it would be enough to get the information he wanted to know. For Lin Sun, the most important thing now was to recover his cultivation as soon as possible. The Seventh Forbidden Zone, Lin Sun held a jade slip in his hand, which recorded the landscape map of the Great Qing Divine Realm. In it, there was a place called the Seventh Forbidden Zone 80,000 miles away from Ningxia City. Unlike the Ninth Forbidden Area, since the ancient times, the Seventh Forbidden Area had been a place where calamities occurred frequently, and it was filled with all sorts of dangers and terror. Ordinary people didn't dare to enter it. But for Lin Sun, the Seventh Forbidden Zone was undoubtedly an extremely suitable place for cultivation. Hiding in it, those dangerous disasters could become a kind of shelter instead. Let's go there. Lin Sun made a decision and immediately took action. 2 hours later. When Lin Sun's figure shuttled through the sky above a golden desert, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and stopped. Boom, almost at the same time, in the distant sky, a dazzling divine rainbow fell and turned into a thin figure. It was a bald man in black who looked like a young man. He carried an ancient sword on his back and looked aloof. The aura emitted from his body was earth-shattering and not weaker than the immortals of Heaven Longevity Realm. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't panic, but he was very puzzled. How did the opponent find him in such a short time? Along the way, he hid his tracks and restrained his aura, never leaving any traces. Qin Xiaoming of the Great Qing Divine Clan. In the distance, the bald man in black put his hands behind his back and stared at Lin Sun with sharp eyes. He said indifferently, "If you don't want to die, kneel down and surrender." His words were calm and indifferent. P.S. Second watch before 7:30, and will continue to update tonight. If you don't want to die, kneel down and surrender. It was a casual sentence, but the contempt in it was obvious. Lin Sun hadn't been threatened like this for many years. He raised his eyebrows and nodded, "That's right. This is the world of the Great Qing clan. It's not strange for them to act like this. You think I'm arrogant? That's because you don't know the truth." In the distance, Qin Xiaoming looked calm. "No matter how strong you were before, now you're just a nobody in the Bahuang province." The Bahuang province was equivalent to an emperor to be. Lin Sun understood what Qin Xiaoming meant. He smiled and said, "Then why don't you attack me? A man who dares to come to the Great Qing clan with the Sword of Fate must be well prepared. Maybe you haven't adapted to the rules of this world yet, but you might have a trump card," said Qin Xiaoming. "I won't make a mistake like this." Lin Sun asked, "Then what are you going to do?" "Wait." Qin Xiaoming said casually, "When those elders of my clan arrive, even if you have a trump card in your hands, you will no longer be a threat." "But what if I want to leave now?" asked Lin Sun. "I might not be able to stop your trump card, but I can retreat and catch up with you. Do you think you can win?" Qin Xiaoming looked like he had everything planned out and was very confident. "I have to say that you're a smart man," said Lin Sun. "In that case, I won't leave. Why don't we have some time to talk?" Young Master Qin frowned. He could see that Lin Sun seemed to be extremely confident without any trace of panic, which made him a little puzzled for a while. "What do you want to talk about?" asked Qin Xiaoming. "How did you find me?" asked Lin Sun. Qin Xiaoming said expressionlessly, "There's no one in the world that the Great Qing clan can't find. Lin Sun said with a smile, that's nonsense. Qin Xiaoming said, if you tell me your name, your relationship with Luo Tongtian, and why you came to the great Qin clan, I don't mind telling you. Lin Sun nodded quickly, Lin Sun, Luo Tongtian is my great-grandfather. I'm here to rescue my trapped parents. As he spoke, under his gaze, Qin Xiaoming's expression changed subtly. There was no shock or surprise, but an expression of realization. This made Lin Sun immediately conclude that this guy knew that his parents were trapped. It's your turn. Lin Sun said calmly. Qin Xiaoming said, there's no harm in telling you. Anyone who appears in the 9th Forbidden Zone will have their aura memorized by my tribe's order force. As long as you possess an order artifact, no matter how you try to conceal your aura, it will still be able to sense and capture your tracks. Lin Sun's heart sank. That explained it. This also meant that even if he killed Qin Xiaoming, the great Qin divine clan would still be able to use the order's secret treasure in their hands to track him down on the way. Unless the energy of order that enveloped the area around the 9th Forbidden Area was completely destroyed, thinking of this, Lin Sun was a little tempted. The forces stationed around the 9th Forbidden Zone were not much of a threat, and the great Qin God clan already knew that he had escaped from the 9th Forbidden Zone. Under such circumstances, who would be able to guess that he would return, who could know that the order nirvana in his hands could easily destroy the energy of order in the 9th Forbidden Area? You really don't want to try and run away? Or could it be that the trump card in your hand gives you the confidence to deal with the upcoming crisis? Said Qin Xiaoming calmly. Lin Sun smiled and said, just like you said, it's useless to run away. Why should I run away? Qin Xiaoming frowned. He couldn't understand Lin Sun's background. Normally, he could crush a cultivator from the Bahuang province. He didn't care about them at all. But Lin Sun was different. He wasn't from the real Bahuang province. He hadn't adapted to the rules of the world yet. Besides, he had dared to come to the sacred region of the Qin divine region, so he must have a trump card to protect himself. That was why Qin Xiaoming couldn't understand Lin Sun. Let's see if I'm bluffing or not. Do you dare to take my attack? Said Qin Xiaoming. Lin Sun said casually, you're a smart man. I suggest you don't risk your life. Qin Xiaoming remained silent. I have a trump card too. It's not impossible for me to block your attack. After a while, Qin Xiaoming raised his head and looked at Lin Sun coldly. When Qin Xiaoming spoke, whoosh, suddenly, a ray of sword qi appeared out of nowhere and moved towards Lin Sun at an incredible speed. From the beginning until the end, young Master Qin stood towering on the spot without the slightest movement, and it gave others the feeling that this sword strike was utterly not made by him. It was precisely because of this that it seemed sudden, terrifying, and impossible to guard against. Bang! This wisp of sword qi exploded in front of Lin and was easily crushed by a slender and broad hand. The owner of that hand was Xianxia's Dharma. Is this the good fortune ruins? What a special rule of heaven and earth. Xianxia sighed, it's a pity that my original body is not here. Otherwise, I can meditate here. Maybe it will help me break through the eternal realm. The Dharma of will condensed the power and consciousness of a cultivator. But as long as the power was exhausted, it would dissipate. Xianxia was a transcendent realm great perfection. The Dharma of will condensed by him was naturally powerful. Qin Xiaoming's pupil shrank. A Dharma of will of divine venerable 3rd level. Senior, this is one of the great Qin realm's relics of the good fortune order. More importantly, can you get rid of that eyesore in front first? Lin Sun felt helpless. Xianxia's Dharma laughed, don't worry. It's just a punch. As he said, he waved his fist. Bang! In the distance, divine light exploded. A golden edict that Qin Xiaoming had placed in front of him exploded under this punch. Under the impact, Qin Xiaoming's figure was shaken and flew backward. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose. He couldn't care about anything else. He immediately teleported to escape. He was already extremely shocked in his heart. The golden talisman was also his trump card. It contained a powerful order power. But it was destroyed by a punch. Humph. Xianxia's Dharma of will was embarrassed that he couldn't kill Qin Xiaoming with one punch. He snorted and waved his fist again. No dash. Don't kill, Qin Xiaoming screamed at the same time as Lin Sun. But it was too late. Boom, in the distant sky, Qin Xiaoming's body exploded like a scarlet firework blooming there. It was sad and beautiful. Following that, the blood mist also dissipated into thin air. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. He wanted to capture Qin Xiaoming and find out where his parents were trapped. But obviously, he couldn't do that now. He's just a small fry. So be it. Xian Feiling said disapprovingly. Lin Sun suddenly realized something and said, Senior, why is your Dharma of will not be suppressed by the rules of this world? What is transcendence? It is above the Great Way, beyond the rules of this world. At that time, the unique power of the Great Way in an era can no longer restrain your cultivation. Xian Feiling said casually, when you reach the transcendent realm, you will understand. At this moment, there was a whistling sound in the distance. Then, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. They were the 3rd elder Qin Jingtian, the 4th elder Qin Jingguan, and the 5th elder Qin Jinglu. Qin Xiaoming was killed. Qin Jingtian's face turned pale as he glanced around. He looked at Lin Sun and Xian Feiling's Dharma of Will. It seems that you did it. A Dharma of Will of the 3rd level of Martial Venerable. This is this person's trump card. Qin Jingwen's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Cut. Qin Jinglu was more direct and attacked immediately. A sword emitting dazzling silver light tore the sky and slashed towards Xian Feiling's Dharma of Will. That sword was imprinted with an obscure and terrifying power of order. Obviously, although Qin Jinglu was angry, he also knew that he had to use his trump card to deal with Xian Feiling's Dharma of Will. Xian Feiling frowned, grabbed Lin Sun's shoulder, and dodged the blow without danger. At the same time, he quickly sent a telepathic message. They've obviously come with all sorts of trump cards. They're not afraid of the power of my Dharma idol. If it's just one of them, it'll be fine. But if 3 of them come at me together, I'm afraid I won't be able to get rid of them even if I use all the power of my Dharma idol. Senior, don't say more. Let's run first. Lin Sun said quickly. Okay. Xian Feiling nodded. Boom, the next moment, he turned into a light and moved away with Lin Sun. It's impossible to escape. Qin Jingtian and others directly chased after him. Thus, a pursuit began. On the way, Lin Sun transmitted his voice quickly, Senior, there is a place called the 7th Forbidden Area 80,000 miles away from here. There may be a chance to turn things around. Damn it, I haven't been chased by people in Nirvana realm for a long time. If I didn't use the power of my Dharma of Will this time, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Xian Feiling was annoyed, but immediately reminded, boy, don't use the power of Will left by Tai Xian old monster at this time. It's too wasteful and not cost-effective. If you don't meet some old guys in Transcendent Realm, you won't be worthy of Tai Xian old monster. As he spoke, he moved the void at an amazing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away. Behind him, Qin Jingtian and others followed closely. Although they couldn't catch up with him for a while, their speed was extremely amazing. Senior, let's go to the 7th Forbidden Area first. When my cultivation recovers, we can fight together. At that time, it will be easy to kill these 3 old guys. Lin Sun transmitted his voice quickly. He had a lot of trump cards in his hand. For example, Abyssal Sword Cauldron, Time Blade, Door of Exile and so on. Even Xia Ji could unleash a kind of heaven-defying forbidden power with him, which was enough to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Back then, the evil god Tishi was beaten by him and Xia Ji into a young dog egg. But these trump cards couldn't be used now. Because the cultivation he could use now was only at the Quasi-Emperor realm. Even if he used time restriction, it was very likely that it wouldn't have any effect. That's the only way. Fortunately, it's just an escape. It doesn't consume much of the power of my Dharma of Will. I can still support it for a while. Xian Feiling's voice was depressed. He was a transcendent realm great perfection. In the eternal true world, he dared to ignore the threat of the top 10 giants in the 8th heaven. But now, he was only a Dharma of Will, but he was being chased by 3 Nirvana realm characters. This feeling made Xian Feiling feel like a dragon trapped in a shoal. The 7th Forbidden Zone. The broken space-time turbulence turned into a storm, raging and rolling. In the distance, Qin Jingtian and others stopped with gloomy expressions. With their realm, they didn't dare to rush into the spacetime turbulence. When they chased after Lin Sun and Xian Failing, they hid in a sword cauldron and rushed into the spacetime turbulence, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Qin Jingtian was full of anger. Will this person die in there? If that's the case, wouldn't our mission be considered a failure? Qin Jingwen frowned. No. Qin Jinglu took a deep breath. If they knew that they would die, they would choose to fight with us, but they didn't. This undoubtedly proves that they are confident that they can resist the impact of the spacetime turbulence. Hearing this, Qin Jingtian and Qin Jingwen also calmed down. Jingwen, go to the place where Xiaoming died and use the power of order reversal to investigate the previous battle. See if you can find some useful information. Qin Jingtian made a decision. Jinglu, send a message back to the clan and tell the patriarch what happened. Ask him to send people here to block all the entrances of the 7th Forbidden Zone. As for me, I'll stay here. Yes. Qin Jingwen and Qin Jinglu took the order and left. Half an hour later, Qin Jingwen returned and said, before Xiaoming died, he asked about that person's identity. His name is Lin Sun, the great-grandson of Luo Tongtian. This time, he came to the Great Qin Divine Realm to rescue Luo Qingxuan and her husband who were trapped in the flowing light Forbidden Zone. Lin Sun, Qin Jingtian silently remembered this name. That night, Qin Jinglu also returned with a large number of experts from the 9 great forces under the command of the Great Qin Divine Clan. The clan leader has said that we cannot mobilize a large amount of the clan's power. Otherwise, it is extremely likely that we will attract the attention of the 3 top god clans. Hence, we have mobilized the experts from the 9 forces under our clan. Qin Jinglu said, the 9 forces each sent a level 1 martial venerable with 300 clansmen. Now, they have completely blocked the entrance of the 7th Forbidden Zone. After hearing that, Qin Jingtian felt much more at ease. He asked, have you released the news to the public? Qin Jinglu smiled. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the outside world, I've already spread the news that we're entering the 7th Forbidden Zone to capture an enemy. I've also fabricated an impeccable reason. I believe that even if the outside world finds out, they won't be able to guess what we're doing. That's good. Qin Jingtian nodded. If he doesn't come out, are we going to keep wasting time here? Asked Qin Jinglu. I've been observing this place for a long time. The position of this spacetime storm isn't fixed. Instead, it will change every once in a while. Qin Jingtian pointed into the distance. According to my deductions, in less than half a year, we will have the opportunity to avoid this chaotic flow of spacetime and enter the place where that kid disappeared. Half a year. I'm afraid it's enough for Lin Sun to recover completely. Qin Jinglu frowned. No matter how strong he is, he can't be that strong. Didn't you see his trump card? It is the will of a rank 3 martial honorable. This also means that it is impossible for him to have reached the rank 3 martial honorable realm. Qin Jingtian said calmly. Qin Jinglu nodded and said, that's right. If he had reached the rank 3 martial honorable realm, he wouldn't have been suppressed and rejected by the rules of heaven and earth. This is enough to prove that his strength is equal to ours at most. The strongest was only the rank 2 martial honorable realm. What was there to be afraid of? On a desolate star, there were undulating mountains. Lin Sun sat cross-legged and meditated on the rules of heaven and earth. Although the spacetime storm was terrible, it couldn't tear up the abyssal sword cauldron. Lin Sun passed through the spacetime storm safely and came to the depths of the 7th Forbidden Zone. There were many desolate and broken stars scattered here. It was dark and silent. Xian Failing's Dharma form had returned to his token. Perhaps stimulated by the strong sense of crisis, Lin Sun's state of mind and consciousness were unprecedentedly focused, ethereal and clear when he meditated. In just 7 days, his Qi recovered to the rank 1 martial emperor realm. Moreover, as he continued to meditate and experience, his understanding of the rules of heaven and earth in the Great Qin realm became more and more profound. The birth of a brand new era of civilization was enough to prove how extraordinary the rules of heaven and earth in the Great Qin realm were. Lin Sun also gained a lot of experience and gains that he had never had before. This is a very strange feeling. It wasn't like practicing again, but it gave him more insights than practicing again. Several months passed in a hurry. Lin Sun's chi would improve by a level almost every once in a while. Half a year later, Qin Jingtian, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, suddenly showed a touch of joy. He let out a long breath and said, "It's done." In half a year, the space-time storm in the distance had deviated a lot. It was just enough for them to pass through the place where Lin Sun disappeared. Qin Jingwen and Qin Jinglu looked at each other and felt refreshed. "Let's go. I'd like to see where he can escape to this time. Remember, when you attack later, don't give the Dharma form a chance to escape. We must kill him with one blow and end the battle quickly." Qin Jingtian was full of murderous intent and took the lead to fly away. Qin Jingwen and Qin Jinglu followed closely behind. All of them had withdrawn formidable trump cards in their hands. There was a green-colored Dao bell that revolved as it floated in midair, a gorgeous jade scepter that flowed with multicolored flowing lights, and a Dao sword that was suffused with a chilly silver glow. Each of them was branded with a terrifying forbidden aura, which was the power of the great Qin divine clan and could threaten a LV3 martial venerable. Now, it was more than enough to deal with the Dharma form of a LV3 martial venerable. In fact, in the entire great Qin realm, there were very few people who were qualified to fight with the three elders at the same time. To be more precise, they hadn't fought like this for a long time. The reason was very simple. The great Qin realm was the territory of the Qin clan. In this world, they were the gods in the eyes of billions of creatures, who had the gall to provoke them. Only the top divine clans and other epics could suppress them. But at least in the great Qin realm, they were like the gods. Over there. Soon, Qin Jingtian and the others' divine senses captured a barren star, and Lin Sun's figure was sitting cross-legged in it. Instantly, their murderous intent surged. Clang, a green bell rang out in Qin Jingtian's hand, and it emanated rings of sound waves that seemed like burning flames that spread into the distance. Everywhere the sound wave passed, the scattered remnants of the stars silently transformed into ashes and vanished, and even space was melted to reveal horrifying rifts and black holes. At this moment, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged, stood up and disappeared. The star fragment he had been on had also been reduced to ashes the moment he left. In the void, Lin Sun's sleeves fluttered, and his black eyes were cold. Behind him, the immortal divine ring rotated slowly, attracting obscure and mysterious fluctuations of the immortal law. At this moment, his strength had already recovered to its peak, and at the same time, he had reached the great completion of the heavenly longevity realm. However, such an aura was not a threat to Qin Jingtian and the others in the distance. The cultivation of the first level of martial venerable. "It seems that we overestimated him," Qin Jinglu said indifferently. Previously, they thought that Lin Sun was at the second level of martial venerable at most. Obviously, Lin Sun was only at the first level of martial venerable. "Young man, quickly use that Dharma form of will, or you won't have a chance," Qin Jingtian said coldly. The trump card in their hands was not to deal with Lin Sun. "I can deal with the three of you by myself," Lin Sun said, and his figure flashed in the air. He activated the abyssal sword cauldron and rushed over. Boom, the void shook, and hundreds of millions of lights flowed, making Lin Sun's power extremely shocking. But this scene surprised Qin Jingtian and the others. They could not imagine how a character at the first level of martial venerable dared to act so recklessly. "Don't kill him. Capture him alive," Qin Jingtian said, and his sleeves fluttered, and he reached out to grab Lin Sun. It was simple and direct, and the power was extremely tyrannical. Qin Jingwen and Qin Jinglu did not move, and they were waiting. They were waiting for Lin Sun to use the Dharma form of will. In the final analysis, they did not care about Lin Sun at all, and they were too lazy to use their trump cards on Lin Sun. What they cared about was Xian Feiling's Dharma form of will. But it was precisely because of this contempt and carelessness that Lin Sun had a chance to take advantage of. He did not intend to hold back and decided to end the battle quickly. Because there was only one chance, once the opponent was vigilant, it would take some effort to kill him. Lin Sun did not want to waste time. He was not sure how many enemies there were in the 7th Forbidden Zone. So what he needed to do now was to end the battle quickly. Swish, the moment Qin Jingtian made his move, a vast expanse of white light of time suddenly spread. Forbidden time, the world suddenly became still. At the same time, a sharp light swept out from Lin Sun's fingertips. The time and space here seemed to be cut, and everything showed a kind of exhaustion and collapse. The rules of time distributed between heaven and earth were completely disordered. The third stage of Forbidden Time Blade, when all the lights and shadows disappeared. In the distance, Qing Jing Tian still kept the action of reaching out his hand, but the power he released was not threatening at all, like that of a king in the longevity tribulation realm. Qin Jingwen and Qin Jinglu stood still, waiting for the attack. But the appearance of them and Qin Jingtian changed at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 3 young boys with immature faces. And their cultivation directly fell from the second level of martial venerable realm, which was comparable to the nirvana realm, to the 6 directions realm, which was comparable to the longevity tribulation realm. All of these changes happened in the blink of an eye. The sudden and unexpected event caused them to be stunned on the spot. Their expressions were gradually replaced by terror and frustration, and their entire bodies started to tremble uncontrollably. How could it be? Qin Jingtian cried out as if he had gone mad. No, it's impossible. How could it be? Qin Jingwen murmured, lost. The power of time, this is the legendary forbidden power, that belongs to that supreme treasure. Yang Qi murmured. Qin Jinglu was the only one who remained relatively calm. However, his complexion had completely changed. He seemed to know what kind of power Lin Sun had displayed, but it was hard for him to accept it. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult for him to bear the blow if he suddenly returned to his youth and lost almost all his cultivation. It was too cruel. The higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it was to bear such a price. Yufengzi, the successor of Zen sect, was like this, and so were Qin Jingtian and the other 2 at this moment. Lin Sun had come forward, stretched out his hand and patted Qin Jingtian's youthful cheek, saying, if you had tried to kill me at the first moment, perhaps all of this wouldn't have happened so smoothly. Of course, you probably wouldn't have thought that someone like me, whom you've underestimated, would possess such power. So much so that, it's already too late for you to salvage the situation. Clap, 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 her palms gently patted Qin Jingtian's face again and again. Her casual voice made Qin Jingtian feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation. More chapters. I'll kill you. Stimulated by the strong humiliation, Qin Jingtian slapped Lin Sun's head furiously. However, he had forgotten that he was only a 6 Unity Realm cultivator and was no longer a level 2 martial honorable who could do as he pleased. Crack, Lin Sun stood there without moving, but Qin Jingtian's wrist was shattered. Blood splattered everywhere, and the intense pain made Lin Sun realize the reality. This is the great Qin realm. You can't leave here alive if you kill us, Qin Jingtian hissed with bloodshot eyes. Then I'll send you to hell first. Lin Sun waved his sleeve. With a bang, Qin Jingtian's figure turned into ashes and vanished without a trace. Not far away, Qin Jingwen and Qin Jinglu looked numb as if they had lost their parents. Remorse was eroding their hearts like a poisonous snake. A moment ago, they didn't take Lin Sun seriously. After a while, they fell into the abyss like gods in the sky. If they had taken action earlier and captured Lin Sun at the first time, how could such a shocking change happen? In the final analysis, they didn't expect that Lin Sun had mastered such a forbidden and heaven-defying power. Reversing time and depriving their cultivation was such a great blow that their state of mind was about to collapse. You want to save your parents? Qin Jinglu suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Sun. Of course, said Lin Sun. I can help you. Qin Jinglu took a deep breath. I can even ask my Qin clan to help you save your parents, as long as you give us a chance to live. Want to live? Even ants are greedy for life, let alone cultivators like us, Qin Jinglu said calmly. Then how are you going to help me? Asked Lin Sun. Qin Jinglu said without hesitation, your parents are trapped in the flowing light restricted area. In these countless years, the outside of the flowing light restricted area has been heavily sealed off. It's absolutely impossible for you to have any chance to rescue your parents with your strength. Forbidden land of flowing light, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. But if you have my clan's help, we can create a chance for you to save your parents. Otherwise, even if you master the forbidden power of time, it will be useless. Qin Jinglu said calmly. How can I believe you? Lin Sun was deep in thought. Qin Jinglu's heart shook, and he realized that a turning point might have come. He pondered for a moment and said, "To tell you the truth, there are 3 other top god race forces guarding outside the flowing light forbidden zone. They are the Cloud Shadow Era's deity clan Ying clan, the Prime Clear Era's deity clan Yen clan, and the Royal Wei Era's Lianqiu clan. These 3 great god clans can be ranked in the top 10 in the ruins of creation. They're top-notch god clans with terrifying figures at the martial god stage guarding their clans. Compared to them, our Qin clan can only be considered a second-rate god clan. Moreover, our Qin clan has enmity with them, but because we are weaker than them, we have no choice but to obey their orders." Hearing this, Lin Sun's brows rose up and he said, "My parents were trapped, but it alarmed your Qin clan and the other 3 top god clans. Why is that?" There was a complicated look in Qin Jinglu's eyes. "Didn't your maternal great-grandfather Luo Tongtian tell you how important the supreme treasure he took away from the great Qin divine realm is to the gods in the ruins of fortune?" Lin said. Coffin Lin Sun frowned. "Yes." Qin Jinglu nodded. "This treasure is of great significance and contains shocking mysteries. It is said that the biggest secret of the ruins of creation is hidden in it. The person who obtains this treasure will be able to become the true overlord of the ruins of creation, and over 100 eras of civilization will have to submit beneath him." Lin Sun was enlightened. "Of course, this is just a legend. Since ancient times, the Coffin of Eternity has been like a legend. Few people have seen its true appearance. Moreover, even the divine clans in the ruins of creation can only speculate that the Coffin of Eternity contains the forbidden power related to time, fate, and cause and effect." Qin Jinglu said, "But no one can be sure whether the biggest secret of the ruins of creation is hidden in it. No one can be sure whether the treasure can really dominate the ruins of creation. The only thing that can be concluded is that the Coffin of Eternity must exist." Speaking of this, a deep bitterness and disappointment appeared on his face, but, who would have thought that the legendary Coffin of Eternity would appear in our great Qin divine realm? He clenched his fists tightly. Lin Sun said indifferently, "Although the treasure appeared in your territory, it was taken away by my maternal great-grandfather. This made you so angry that you almost went crazy, right?" Qin Jinglu's expression was uncertain. "Yes, my clan did hate you very much back then, but we also paid a great price for it." "What price?" asked Lin Sun. Qin Jinglu said in a low voice, "The news that the Coffin of Eternity appeared in the great Qin divine realm soon caused a sensation in the entire ruins of creation. All the divine clans came to the great Qin divine realm in an attempt to fight for the treasure. But the treasure was taken away by your maternal great-grandfather at that time. It was impossible for a second one to appear. But those divine clans wouldn't let it go so easily. They suspected that the Qin clan had stolen the treasure and deliberately made up a reason to deceive them." Qin Jinglu's expression was gloomy and ugly, revealing unconcealable anger. But Lin Sun almost burst out laughing. The great Qin clan was made a scapegoat for no reason. It was really a case of people sitting at home, but the scapegoat fell from the sky. Taking a deep breath, Qin Jinglu said, "At that time, the Qin clan became the target of public criticism. We couldn't defend ourselves and suffered a great loss under the torment of those divine clans. We paid a great price to resolve the storm." Lin Sun said, "So you put all the blame on my maternal great-grandfather?" Qin Jinglu's expression froze. "Well, not really." Lin Sun said, "You haven't answered me yet. How can I believe that you can really help me?" Qin Jinglu said, "The 3 top divine clans are your obstacles and also the enemies of the Qin clan. This means that we have a common enemy." Lin Sun sneered, "Liar. If what you said is true, do you dare to lower your defense and let me check your soul?" Qin Jinglu's expression changed. Bang, Lin Sun waved his sleeve. Qin Jingwen, who had been standing on one side, suddenly turned into flying ash and dissipated. This scene of death made Qin Jinglu's eyes red. He said angrily, "I said that the Qin clan can help you. Why did you kill me? I'm afraid that even you don't believe that I can fight against the 3 top divine clans alone. In this case, how can your clan help me at the risk of offending the 3 top divine clans?" Lin Sun said indifferently, "Or it's just a delaying tactic. If I really believe it, I may be killed by your clan before I reach the so-called flowing light forbidden zone." Qin Jinglu was stunned. His face turned pale, and he said, "If you don't believe it from the beginning, why do you still talk so much nonsense?" Lin Sun said, "I thought you could give me a surprise, but now it seems that I think too much." As he said, he suddenly put his hand on Qin Jinglu's shoulder, and his eyes were cold. "Do you want to kill yourself? Well, after I search your soul, it doesn't matter how you die." At this moment, Qin Jinglu's body was stiff. His whole body was imprisoned, and his face was gloomy. As Lin Sun said, he did intend to commit suicide, so that he could avoid the fate of being searched by Lin Sun. But he didn't expect that Lin Sun's reaction was so sharp that he was restrained just as he was about to kill himself. Boom! The next moment, Qin Jinglu only felt that his soul was shaken as if it was being torn apart. After a quarter of an hour, only then did the boundless pain disappear like the tide. "Now, you can kill yourself," Lin Sun patted Qin Jinglu's shoulder and said casually. Qin Jinglu's face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. He said, "I used to see my enemies curse or threaten me before they died. I always felt it was ridiculous. Is cursing useful? Is threatening useful? Why is it that even though they know that all of this is useless, so many people still behave in such a pathetic manner when they are on the verge of death? Now, when it's my turn, I can't wait to curse you to be burned to ashes, and I can't wait to use all kinds of means to threaten you. In the final analysis, it's because I'm not reconciled." Qin Jinglu let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he laughed. "Lin Sun, I'd like to know whether you will be so miserable when you die." "It's a pity that you can't see that moment," Lin Sun said calmly. Qin Jinglu was stunned and said absent-mindedly, "It's not a pity. It's better to die than to be deprived of my cultivation. At least I won't be so unwilling and helpless." His voice gradually became low and disappeared. On the other hand, his body melted like a block of ice, dispersing bit by bit until it vanished. So far, 3 elders at the second level of martial venerable realm of the Great Qin clan had died here. If this matter was spread out, it would cause a great disturbance in the Great Qin realm. But in the 7th forbidden area, at least at this moment, Lin Sun was the only one who knew about it. He didn't sigh with emotion and began to clean up the battlefield. The 3 elders of the Great Qin clan were extremely rich, but unfortunately, there was nothing useful for Lin Sun. After doing all this, Lin Sun didn't leave in a hurry. He sat cross-legged in meditation, recovering the power consumed by the forbidden passing and the blade of time, and sorting out all kinds of information collected from Qin Jinglu's spirit. Finally, Lin Sun confirmed one thing: the flowing light forbidden area was located in the depths of a chaotic starry sky outside the Great Qin realm. Nearly 200 years ago, his parents were trapped in it. From then on, the forces of the 3 top clans and the Great Qin clan were stationed outside the flowing light forbidden area, forming a heavy blockade. On this point, Qin Jinglu didn't lie before. In addition, Lin Sun also knew that the Great Qin clan deliberately covered up the news of their action against him, so that the other 3 top clans were not alarmed. The ultimate purpose of their action was to take back the eternal coffin. Or to take the eternal coffin for themselves. In addition, Lin Sun also learned that there was a blockade line formed by 9 major forces outside the 7th forbidden zone. There were 9 heavenly longevity realm martial honorables guarding the place. 10 minutes later, Lin Sun got up from meditation and walked out of the 7th forbidden zone. With his current cultivation base, he would consume about 30% of his power after using the time blade and the time restriction divine ability in a row. In other words, with his current cultivation base, he could only use the blade of time 3 times at most. But it was enough. The key to a divine ability like this was to come out of nowhere and catch the enemy off guard. Once the enemy was alert, it would be difficult to succeed. Therefore, it couldn't be used easily. But if it was used, it must be used at the right time to kill. Someone is coming out. No, it's not the 3 elders of the Qin divine clan. Be careful. Outside the 7th forbidden zone, there was a burst of surprised voices from all directions. Taking a closer look, there were densely packed figures of experts stationed in different directions, and there were 300 people in each camp. Obviously, they were the strong figures of the 9 major forces. In their sight, in the dark and dangerous 7th forbidden zone, a figure walked out slowly. His clothes and black hair were fluttering, and his body was surrounded by wisps of divine aura. He didn't hide his tracks at all. This person was Lin Sun. Stop. Suddenly, an extraordinarily valiant man in golden armor shouted. You are also working for others. You'd better get out of the way now. In the distance, Lin Sun walked forward as if he was taking a stroll. His calm voice resounded through the world. There was a commotion in the crowd. The man in golden armor shouted, Everyone, the 3 elders of the Qing divine clan have given a death order. No one is allowed to leave the 7th forbidden zone. No matter who retreats this time, the Qing divine clan will settle the score with them in the future. Many people showed their killing intent and were ready to make a move. But Lin Sun said with a smile, You mean the 3 old guys? They are all dead. You'd better leave. Don't make a mistake. His words were casual, but it stunned the strong figures of the 9 major forces. Dead. How was this possible? In their eyes, the Qing divine clan was the supreme ruler of the world, high and mighty, inviolable and inviolable. Who would believe that the 3 elders of the great Qing divine clan would be in trouble? This is impossible. Everyone, don't listen to his alarmist talk. No matter what, capture this person first. The golden-armored man shouted. That's right. Everyone, we cannot hesitate any longer. If we allow this person to escape, none of us will be able to bear the consequences. Attack together. All kinds of voices were heard. Then, 9 big shots in the first level of Martial Venerable took the lead to attack Lin Sun. Each of them held a combat weapon in their hands and their bodies were filled with terrifying Taoist light. They were all experienced fighters who had killed countless people. Even if they were facing Lin Sun alone, they would not hold back at all. He would only use the most powerful force to crush Lin Sun into pieces. Rumble, how terrifying would it be if 9 heavenly longevity realm martial saints attacked together? The void between heaven and earth collapsed as if it had been sucked dry in an instant. 9 different kinds of power converged into a torrent of the great path, like a heavenly river exploding, smashing down from the 9 heavens. In the face of such a destructive attack, the heavens and earth-shattering strike. The experts of the 9 forces who were stationed in the distance were all trembling in fear. If this happened in the outside world, it would probably be able to destroy an entire region of mountains and rivers. However, the next moment, Lin Sun waved his long sleeves as if he was sweeping away dust. The torrent of the Grand Tao that swept through the sky was a terrifying attack that was capable of blasting mountains and rivers into pieces, yet it actually vanished into thin air and vanished without a trace. How is this possible? The 9 martial venerables could not believe what they had seen. Again, the valiant golden-armored man shouted. The 9 martial venerables joined forces again and an endless amount of power came crashing down. However, when they rushed in front of Lin Sun, they still disappeared as easily as before. Not even a strand of Lin Sun's hair was moved. This time, not only the 9 martial venerables, even the thousands of experts of the 9 forces in the distance were speechless and watched with their mouths agape. Too weak. I've already given you a chance, but you won't listen. Lin Sun finally spoke. He was a little dispirited. Now that he had reached the great completion of the heavenly longevity realm, even when facing 9 martial venerables of the same level, he could no longer pose any pressure or threat. This was naturally boring. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a soft sigh, under the dumbfounded gaze of countless experts, Lin Sun casually pointed out with one finger. But the golden-armored man who had been clamoring, a strong man at the great completion of the martial venerables, was directly blown up in the air. Countless scarlet blood scattered in the void, and broken limbs flew all over the sky. Later, Lin Sun waved his sword finger again. The tens of thousands of meters long cyan sword chi directly cut 2 martial venerables into 2 pieces at the waist, making them scream in horror and scatter their souls. In the end, Lin Sun directly jumped up and turned into a divine rainbow, rushing straight out of the 7th forbidden area. At that moment, it was like a sharp awl tearing the sky and crossing the sky, or like an extremely sharp knife cutting butter, rushing through the enemies. Boom! On the spot, several martial venerables were hit by Lin Sun in the air and instantly exploded into blood mist. Their indestructible Taoist body was like a piece of paper, and even their souls were shattered in an instant. These martial venerables were not without resistance. They even desperately used their trump cards, but it was still of no use. Lin Sun's figure abruptly opened a bloody path. From a distance, a long line of blood spread in the void, scarlet, dazzling and shocking. Boom, and the thousands of experts in the distance were unable to stop Lin Sun at all. Lin Sun rushed all the way, bringing a rain of terror along the way. Until Lin Sun's figure disappeared in the distant sky, there was a burst of shrill, frightened, desperate screams. It was as bloody as a painting. At that moment, the two surviving martial exalts and the other cultivators present here seemed as if they'd collapsed. All of their bodies trembled while their faces were ashen. The scene just now had been imprinted in each of their hearts like a shadow. Half a day later, in the ninth forbidden area, Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air. This area of 15,000 kilometers was covered in numerous sentry posts, and they were covered in restrictive formations to form a complete blockade. Most importantly, this place was enveloped by the energy of order. When Lin Sun entered the ninth forbidden area that day, his aura had been captured by the energy of order here, and that was why Qin Xiaomeng was able to catch up to him in such a short period of time after he left the ninth forbidden area. Lin Sun had come here this time to refine and absorb the energy of order. The abyssal sword cauldron soared through the sky while flowing with a myriad of strands of light, and it charged towards the restrictive formation in the distance. Bang! At the first possible moment, the energy of order that was distributed in the restrictive formation was alarmed, and a misty rain of light surged out like ice and snow. But at practically the exact same moment, the order of nirvana transformed into a lotus pattern. It suppressed the energy of order that was comparable to the 8th grade of the heavenly rank, and then it started to obliterate and refine and absorb it. The area of 15,000 kilometers within the ninth forbidden area that was originally covered by the energy of order started to quake. At this moment, the mountains and rivers that were covered in ice and snow seemed as if they'd suffered a terrifying impact, and they started to collapse and be destroyed. What happened? How could this be? Shit! The energy of order is being destroyed. At this moment, the powerhouses stationed at the various sentry posts were alarmed, and they immediately rushed out. Then, they saw that the energy of order that the great Qin celestial clan had set up in this place for countless years was collapsing and dissipating like melting glaciers. At that moment, they felt as if the sky had collapsed. There were also people who saw a tall figure that was like a god standing in the distant sky, and the aura he emitted shook the heavens and the earth. However, no one dared to step forward. An existence that could destroy the energy of order that the great Qin celestial clan had set up was not something they could stop. Not long after, Lin Sun put away the abyssal sword cauldron. Master, are you really going to let me enjoy the 8th grade heaven rank order alone? Inside the abyssal sword cauldron, Wu Shuang, who was dressed in white and looked like a pure young girl, asked in surprise. Of course. Lin Sun replied casually. In the past, when he was in the Emperor realm, he might have cared about and cherished the heaven rank order. But now, unless it was the 9th grade of heaven rank order, he really did not care about it. Thank you, Master. After refining this energy of order, I can restore my strength to the 7th grade of heaven rank. When I recover to the 9th grade of heaven rank, I can help Master fight. Wu Shuang's voice was sweet and obedient, and her big eyes were filled with joy and longing. She was the spirit of order of the heavenly way in the Genesis world of the last era. She was extremely special to be able to survive the destruction of the era. It could be said that the ordinary spirits of order could not be compared to Wu Shuang. In the past, Wu Shuang was so severely damaged that she could only repair herself in the Nirvana order. But over the years, she had absorbed and refined a lot of order energy, and her origin energy had been greatly restored. As she said, when she recovered to the 9th grade of heaven rank, she could help Lin Sun fight. Lin Sun was looking forward to seeing how powerful Wu Shuang could be when she could fight. In fact, in addition to Wu Shuang, there were 2 kinds of order energy in his abyssal sword cauldron. One was the order of the netherworld, and the other was the order of the immortals. Both of them were extremely powerful. But these 2 kinds of order energy were rebuilt by the Nirvana order. Although they were constantly nourished by the Nirvana order, the change was extremely slow. Until now, the aura of these 2 kinds of order energy was barely maintained at the 8th grade of the earth rank. It was also Lin Sun's fault that he gave most of the order energy collected over the years to Wu Shuang. Of course, Lin Sun did not care about this at all. At present, he still could not find anything worth paying attention to from little Ming and little Xian. Since they were not useful for the time being, he would rarely pay attention to them. It's time to go. Putting away the abyssal sword cauldron, Lin Sun turned around and soon disappeared into the horizon. On this day, news came from the 7th Forbidden Area. 3 elders of the great Qin divine clan, Qin Jingtian, Qin Jingguan, and Qin Jinglu, were in trouble, and the 9 forces stationed nearby suffered heavy casualties. On this day, there was a drastic change in the 9th Forbidden Area. The order energy set up by the great Qin divine clan was completely destroyed. The 2 news came out on the same day, causing a great disturbance in the world. Floating Cloud World. Great Qin divine clan. The 3 elders are all dead, and the 9 forces also suffered heavy casualties. It is said that the killer is called Lin Sun, the great-grandson of Luo Tongtian and the son of Luo Qingxuan and her husband. In the hall, the guard who came to report the news was trembling with fear and his body was stiff. Qin Jinghe, the patriarch of the clan, emitted a terrifying murderous intent. The air seemed to solidify, making it hard for people to breathe. His calm expression was faintly suffused with a livid expression as he said, "Have you found out where this kid is?" The guard said in a hoarse voice, "On the day this disaster happened, Lin Sun appeared in the 9th Forbidden Area and completely destroyed the power of order that our clan had set up, so that we can no longer find out his whereabouts." Bang! The tables and furnishings in the hall all exploded and turned into powder. The piercing murderous intent drowned the hall like a rolling tide. Qin Jinghe's face was completely livid. He hadn't been so angry for a long time, but at this moment, he couldn't control the anger in his heart at all. After a long time, Qin Jinghe said, "Anything else?" The guard who'd been terrified to the point his body shivered a long time ago gulped down a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and said, "This matter has already shaken the world, and it's impossible to conceal or suppress it any longer. Presently, countless powers and cultivators in the Grand Qin Divine Domain are waiting to see my clan's next move." Qin Jinghe took a deep breath and said, "Then, what do you think we should do?" The guard was stunned. He didn't expect that the patriarch would ask his opinion. He forced himself to calm down and said, "In my opinion, we must capture this bastard as soon as possible. Otherwise, the dignity of our clan will be affected and we will be criticized by the world." "Nonsense, I'm asking you what to do." Qin Jinghe frowned. The guard shivered and stammered, "It's all up to you, patriarch." "Get lost." Qin Jinghe pointed outside the hall angrily. The guard hurried out of the hall. In the hall, Qin Jinghe was the only one left. He sat there alone, looking gloomy and silent. The great Qin divine realm was vast and boundless. Although it was the world of the Qin clan, it was undoubtedly more difficult to find a person in the vast sea of people. Previously, the power of order in the 9th Forbidden Zone had captured Lin Sun's aura, allowing them to accurately lock onto his tracks. But now that the power of order had been destroyed, he didn't know where to start even if he wanted to kill Lin Sun. Moreover, Lin Sun was able to kill Qin Jingtian and the other 2 elders and get out of the 7th Forbidden Zone. This made Qin Jinghe realize that Luo Tongtian's great-grandson's combat strength was strong enough to threaten a level 2 martial venerable. Under such circumstances, sending ordinary powerhouses to hunt them down was no different from sending them to their deaths. Being suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth proves that he has yet to step into the rank 3 martial honorable realm. He has come to the great Qin celestial realm to save his parents. After a long time, Qin Jinghe's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered, "Men." The guard who had been scolded to get out immediately rushed into the hall and prostrated himself on the ground in fear and trepidation. Seeing his cowardly appearance, Qin Jinghe felt a wave of anger, but he still endured it, and said, "Convey my order, from now on, close the ancient teleportation formation to the outside world." "Here." The guard obeyed the order and left. In the hall, Qin Jinghe stood up and said with a solemn expression, "Granduncle, please come and see me." A moment after he spoke, a skinny figure appeared out of thin air, covered in golden light, like a blazing sun, and emitted an aura that caused Qin Jinghe to hold his breath. He had long gray hair that draped down to his waist, a handsome face, and a pair of eyes that were like a fiery abyss, surging with terrifying divine light. Qin Wenzhong, a level 3 martial honorable old man with a high seniority. "What's the matter?" Qin Wenzhong asked. Qin Jinghe did not hide anything and told him about Lin Sun. He then cupped his hands together and said, "Granduncle, please make a trip to the ancient teleportation formation. If you encounter this person trying to barge into the formation, you must capture him." Qin Wenjiang nodded and turned to leave. In the entire Great Qin celestial realm, there was only one ancient teleportation formation that led to the ruins of fortune, and it was under the control of the Great Qin celestial clan. In the eyes of the world, this formation was also known as the Realm Divine Formation. There were only two ways to use this formation to leave. One was to pay a huge sum of money, and the other was to hold a nameplate issued by the Great Qin celestial clan. After Lin Sun left the ninth forbidden area, he immediately rushed to the location of the Realm Divine Formation. In just 2 days, at the shore of the Cloudfall Sea, Lin Sun's figure appeared here. Looking from afar, a layer of snow-white clouds covered the vast blue sea, and mist curled around it. That was how the Cloudfall Sea got its name. The Realm Divine Formation was located in the depths of the sea. Lin Sun now knew that the flowing light forbidden area where his parents were trapped was located in the depths of a chaotic universe outside the Great Qin celestial realm. This meant that if he wanted to save his parents, he had to leave through the Realm Divine Formation and go to the flowing light forbidden area. Lin Sun did not delay and flew towards the depths of the Cloudfall Sea. At this moment, he had changed his appearance and concealed his aura, so ordinary people would not be able to see through his true appearance. Not long after, a huge city appeared on the surface of the sea in the distance. It was completely dark green, like a colossus lying on the sea. Cloudfall Divine City, the Realm Divine Formation was located in it. In the past, this city was extremely prosperous and bustling, and many practitioners came from all over the world. But when Lin Sun looked at it from afar, the city was deserted. There was no one on both sides of the 300-meter-high city gate except for the guard stationed there. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and sensed that something was wrong. After thinking for a moment, he flew straight over. "Stop!" Seeing Lin Sun flying over, a guard guarding the city gate shouted, "The Realm Divine Formation has been closed. Don't come any closer. Retreat quickly." "It's closed?" Lin Sun asked. "Why?" "Cut the crap. Get out of here if you don't want to die." The guard shouted. Lin Sun smiled and said, "There's a saying that those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Since you're so rude, don't blame me for being ruthless." He flew straight towards the city gate. The guards stationed on both sides of the city gate were furious and wanted to stop him. But they felt darkness in front of them, and they immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Lin Sun's figure had entered the city. The row upon row of streets were completely empty while the doors of the various shops were closed, causing it to be extremely deserted like a city of the dead. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed and he flew straight forward. The Realm Divine Formation was located in the center of the city. However, as soon as Lin Sun moved, there was a sudden change. Bang! 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 Numerous divine arrows shot over explosively from all directions. They were like peerlessly sharp bolts of lightning, and they tore through the sky while dragging along dazzling and blazing divine radiance. Every single arrow was tyrannical and had the power to kill a heavenly longevity realm expert. When they whistled through the air, it was enough to make one despair. Boom! Lin Sun didn't dodge. With a wave of his sleeve, endless sword chi spread out. With a series of ear-piercing explosions, the divine arrows exploded in the void, and a rain of light rained down, destroying all the nearby buildings. Go! Lin Sun waved his finger. A sword chi flew out of thin air. In a courtyard far away, a vigorous man was holding a big black bow, and the bowstring was still trembling violently. The previous round of dense arrow rain was his doing. But in just a moment, the vigorous man's face changed greatly. He flashed and turned into a ray of flowing light, drilling into the void and escaping with all his strength. But he was one step late. Puff, a sword chi slashed down, and the void was cut open like a piece of paper. Then 2 bloody corpses fell from it and smashed to the ground. It was the vigorous man, but he was cut in half, and his soul had long been erased. Clang, the big black bow in his hand also fell to the ground, and the bowstring had been broken. In the blink of an eye, such a man in the first level of martial venerable realm was killed by a sword. However, all this was just the beginning. When Lin Sun was about to move forward, the closed doors of the shops on both sides of the street suddenly burst open, and figures rushed out. Kill! 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 The roar was earth-shattering, and the horrible killing intent swept across the sky like a raging storm, breaking the desolation and silence on the street at once. More than 20 martial venerables comparable to the heavenly longevity realm attacked. There were men and women, old and young. They took out flying swords, sabers, Taoist seals, spears and other treasures. The power emitted from their bodies was enough to cover the sky and suppress the void. It was so tyrannical that it made people tremble. This scale was even more horrible than the 9 martial venerables Lin Sun met outside the 7th forbidden area. If it were others, their first reaction would be to run away. But Lin Sun didn't retreat. Buzz, Abyssal Sword Cauldron was released. Hundreds of millions of lights drifted along with Lin Sun's figure. The power of Abyssal Sword Cauldron was also extremely horrible. Boom! When the war broke out, the densely packed buildings and streets in the city almost collapsed and burned in an instant. The whole divine city of cloud shook violently. The divine light roared and the weapons clashed. Lin Sun pushed forward with a crushing momentum all the way. All kinds of flying swords, weapons, and ancient seals were either destroyed by the Abyssal Sword Cauldron or smashed by the Taoist swords in the Sword Cauldron, producing a rumbling sound and a rain of light. In next to no time, shrill cries and furious roars resounded, and they were mixed with severed limbs and blood. Lin Sun was unstoppable. In a few breaths, he killed 6 or 7 people like slaughtering chickens and monkeys. He was invincible. Die. Suddenly, an unusual aura came from afar. It was a black-robed man holding a bronze halberd, releasing the aura comparable to the Nirvana realm. There was no doubt that he was in the 2nd level of martial venerable realm. Lin Sun looked calm. He didn't dodge and just charged forward. At the same time, the 5 Taoist bodies, greenwood, scarlet fire, platinum, yellow and black water, rushed out together and directly surrounded the black-robed man. Lin Sun's 5 Taoist bodies were not inferior to Lin Sun's. At this moment, they attacked together with all their strength. The martial venerable who was comparable to the Nirvana realm was seriously injured. It didn't take long for him to be beaten up. His body was broken and his spirit was burned. The horrible and bloody scene stimulated a burst of screams in the surroundings. Unbelievable. P.S. The second one is a little later. Ever since Lin Sun embarked on the immortal path, he had only fought against a Nirvana realm expert. Not long ago, in the 7th forbidden area, he killed Qin Jing Tian and the other 2 Nirvana realm martial venerables. He used the forbidden passing technique and the blade of time to defeat them. Now, he destroyed a Nirvana realm martial venerables with the help of his 5 Tao bodies. If Yuan family saw this scene, they wouldn't know what to think. Boom, the battle continued. While killing the Nirvana realm martial venerables, Lin Sun's main body also killed a few more opponents. At this moment, he was indeed too domineering. He was unstoppable and invincible. Blood splattered everywhere, and horrified screams resounded. Such a battle was rare even in the Great Qin Divine Territory. Dozens of heavenly longevity realm martial venerables couldn't stop a single person. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. All of you, back off. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice resounded in the sky. Almost at the same time, an indescribably horrifying aura swept over like dark clouds. Lin Sun's body suddenly turned cold, and he raised his head. A figure appeared out of thin air before the teleportation formation in the extreme distance. The figure had gray long hair that hung to his waist, a handsome face that seemed like that of a young man, and a pair of eyes that were like flaming abysses that surged with a terrifying and shocking glow. He wore a jade robe and stood there casually. However, the aura from his body had already spread throughout the city and enveloped the sky. Great Qin Divine Clan's 3rd-level martial venerables, Qin Wenzhang, the remaining 10 or so people on the battlefield all fled at the first possible moment and disappeared. Lin Sun didn't chase after them. They were all insignificant figures. The biggest threat to whether he could lead the Great Qin Divine Territory was the man in the jade robe in the distance, a horrifying existence with transcendent realm cultivation. Such a figure could be considered as a heavyweight in the Yuan family. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with some of the elders in the 3 pavilions. In terms of cultivation, he could be considered as the same generation as the three deputy pavilion masters. However, there were differences between the transcendent realm. At least the three deputy pavilion masters of the Yuan family had already reached the transcendent realm great perfection. Their foundation was terrifyingly deep. Lin Sun didn't know how profound the man in the jade robe was in the transcendent realm, but it was enough to pose a fatal threat to him. The city fell silent once more. The streets were cracked and the buildings had collapsed. It was a scene of ruins, and the smell of blood still lingered in the air. You clearly know that this place is filled with danger, yet you still dare to enter alone. Amazing. You are even better than your great-grandfather. In front of the ancient teleportation array, Qin Wenzhong slowly spoke as he surveyed Lin Sun. The formless pressure radiating from him caused Lin Sun to feel as though he was suffocating. The power of the transcendent realm was too terrifying, even though he was at the great circle of the heavenly longevity realm, even though he had stepped onto the path of an undying supreme, there was still a difference of two great realms. But Lin Sun didn't flinch. Instead, he took a deep breath and walked forward step by step on the ruined street. Qin Wenzhong furrowed his brows. Why must you seek death? There are 8 third-stage martial venerables guarding the place where your parents are trapped. Even if you go, isn't it no different from seeking death? Lin Sun walked forward step by step without stopping and said, previously, there was a guy called Qin Xiaoming who was like you. He was full of nonsense. In the end, he didn't dare to act rashly because he didn't know my trump card. After a pause, he sneered, to put it nicely, it's called being cautious. To put it bluntly, it's called being a coward. Coward, Qin Wenzhong's expression turned cold. He stretched out his hand and pointed. Boom, it was just a finger force, yet it crushed the heavens and the void. Lin Sun didn't dodge. Under this attack, he had no chance to dodge at all. The finger force enveloped all directions, and it was omnipresent. There was no way to escape or avoid it. If he were to face it head-on, it would be like an ant trying to shake a tree, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He would be easily crushed to death. This was the difference between the heavenly longevity realm and the transcendent realm. It was like a natural chasm, and there was no way to make up for it. But Lin Sun didn't retreat. In front of him, Xianxia's will avatar appeared, and he threw a punch. Boom, the huge cloudfall divine city shook violently, as if it was about to sink. As the smoke and dust dispersed, Qin Wenzhong said, previously, before you escaped to the 7th forbidden area, this was the trump card that allowed you to escape from death. He wasn't surprised at all. As he spoke, he pinched his thumb and fingers together, and a strand of sword chi slashed out. Swoosh, the heavens and earth seemed to have been sliced apart. When the unparalleled sword intent slashed down, the deity's praises resounded. Kill your way over. Xianxia's sleeves fluttered, and he threw another punch. The fist and the sword clashed. The unparalleled sword intent crumbled inch by inch in the void, which made Qin Wenzhong's pupils shrink. As a third-level martial venerable, every move of his was filled with the power to break free from the rules of Tao and destroy everything in the universe. With such power, even a flick of his finger could easily crush anyone below the transcendent realm. The reason why Qin Wenzhong didn't make a move earlier was because he knew that Lin Sun had another trump card. However, he didn't expect the power of a will avatar to be able to block 2 of his attacks. Without a doubt, the owner of this avatar was destined to be unbelievably powerful in the 3rd-level martial venerable realm. Fortunately, it was just a will avatar. A murderous intent flashed in Qin Wenzhong's eyes. Clang, a gorgeous and resplendent flying sword flashed out, and the aura it emitted was so powerful that it caused the heavens and the earth to dim down, and everything in the world showed signs of withering and collapsing. This was an incredible power, completely beyond Lin Sun's understanding. Go. Qin Wenzhong waved his sleeves, and the flying sword suddenly disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, Xianxia's figure suddenly rushed out. Lin Sun used the forbidden passing supernatural power. Buzz, in an instant, the magnificent flying sword stopped between Lin Sun's eyebrows. It was only 3 inches away from cutting Lin Sun in half. It was incredibly fast and terrifying. But at that very moment, as Lin Sun's figure retreated, a huge space-time crack emerged in front of him, like a black hole in the depths of the starry sky, emitting a terrifying aura. The Gate of Exile, a series of actions all happened at the same time. When Qin Wenzhang recovered from his shock, he saw that when the true dragon flying sword that he'd nurtured for countless years slashed down, it seemed to have lost all its might, and it vanished soundlessly within the mysterious rift door. As if it had delivered itself to him, Qin Wenzhang only felt a stabbing pain in his mind, and his connection with the true dragon flying sword was completely cut off. His expression immediately changed, and he was extremely furious. Damn it! This abnormal scene caught him off guard, and he was even a little confused. Even with his countless years of cultivation experience, he couldn't understand what kind of power this was. Without giving Qin Wenzhang a chance to react, Xianfeiling had already seized the opportunity and rushed towards him. A mysterious and unpredictable sword qi slashed down from Xianfeiling's palm. When this slash was unleashed, his will avatar became much dimmer. Obviously, the power contained in this slash was too strong, and the energy consumed was also great. However, Qin Wenzhang was a martial venerable comparable to the transcendent realm. At this moment of danger, he suddenly took a deep breath, and the aura of his body suddenly skyrocketed. Condense. A round and dazzling golden light shield condensed in front of him, and it radiated brilliance. Boom, the sword and shield collided, and a horrifying torrent of Tao light burst forth. The heavens and earth violently trembled, and countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the entire giant city. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the only ancient teleportation array that led to the outside world, and that there were many ancient forbidden arrays set up in the city would have already been destroyed. Bang! Qin Wenzhang's figure flew out, and blood flowed out from his lips. Even though he reacted in time, he was still being attacked, and he was injured by this attack. Xianfeiling, who was far away, didn't have the time to regret not being able to kill Qin Wenzhang with a single slash. He took this opportunity to step into the ancient teleportation array with Lin Sun. You won't be able to escape. The array plate that activates this array is in my hands. Qin Wenzhang said coldly from afar, and a white array plate that resembled a tortoise shell appeared in his hand. Come and take it if you want it. Within the ancient teleportation array, Lin Sun looked around and said, Senior, I can activate this array in 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Sure. Xianfeiling stretched his body, and his sleeves fluttered. Anyway, it's just a manifestation of will. I'll buy you some time before it's destroyed. His figure had become much dimmer, but his aura was still domineering and domineering. Senior, why don't we kill this old thing together? Lin Sun transmitted his voice, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Your blade of time can't stop a transcendent realm expert now. Don't talk nonsense and act quickly. Xianfeiling just finished transmitting his voice. Whoosh, Qin Wenzhang, who was far away, had already rushed over. He obviously didn't intend to give Lin Sun any chance. Humph, I've been in the transcendent realm for countless years. Although I'm only using a manifestation of will, it's not difficult to stop you for 15 minutes. With a cold snort, Xianfeiling stepped forward and punched. Boom, Qin Wenzhang's figure stagnated. The power he released was destroyed by the terrifying fist energy, and he staggered backward. If you were here, I'm afraid I would have already escaped. But with the current power of your manifestation, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on for 15 minutes. As he spoke, Qin Wenzhang rushed over again. His terrifying aura pierced through the heavens and earth. Boom. Boom. Boom, he was shaken back again and again. Although he seemed to be in a difficult position, he didn't suffer much damage. On the contrary, with the consumption of power, Xianfeiling's manifestation gradually became dimmer. It was no longer as solid as before, and became illusory and blurry. Ha ha ha, it's only been less than 15 minutes, and you can't hold on anymore? Qin Wenzhang looked up and laughed. He could see that Xianfeiling's manifestation was about to collapse, but Xianfeiling showed a pitiful expression as if he was looking at a fool, and sighed. I said it's 15 minutes, and you really believe it? Qin Wenzhang was stunned. At this moment, the ancient teleportation array suddenly lit up. Not good. Qin Wenzhang's face suddenly turned ugly. He realized that he had been fooled. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward. Get out of my way. He waved his fist to kill. Good timing. At this moment, Xianfeiling's manifestation suddenly exploded as if it was burning. Boom, when looked at from extremely far away, it seemed as if a sun had exploded within Cloudfall City, and a boundlessly violent torrent of destruction suddenly charged out. The nearby sea seemed as if it had instantly evaporated, whereas the sky seemed as if it had been set ablaze, and it was dazzling and resplendent for an area of 1,500 kilometers. That scene was utterly shocking. In the city, Qin Wenzhang couldn't help but roar in anger when he saw the ancient teleportation array. His hair was disheveled, his body was charred, and his clothes were tattered. Xianfeiling's self-immolation attack had heavily injured Qin Wenzhang. But compared to his injuries, what made Qin Wenzhang suffer even more was the fact that Lin Sun had escaped. After a long time, Qin Wenzhang gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath, and the external injuries on his body disappeared. However, the internal injuries on his body would take at least 3 to 5 months to recover. I can't let this go. His eyes surged with a frightening cold light. Lin Sun was Luo Tongtian's great-grandson, and he controlled the power of time. He had clearly obtained great fortune from the eternal coffin. If they let Lin Sun escape just like that, the Qin clan's countless years of waiting would be destroyed. This was something Qin Wenzhang couldn't tolerate. Whoosh, he waved his hand, and a transmission jade slip tore through the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Then he walked into the teleportation ancient formation. With a strange rumble, Qin Wenzhang's figure also disappeared. Cloudfall City that used to be extremely bustling had already been reduced to an expanse of deathly silent ruins now, and it seemed to be silently narrating the terror of the battle from before. Floating Cloud World. Great Qin Divine Clan. When Qin Jinghua received the news from Qin Wenzhang, it was already 2 hours later. Crack, the transmission jade slip exploded into powder in Qin Jinghua's hand. His expression was gloomy, and his eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Not long ago, Qin Jingtian, Qin Jingguan, and Qin Jinglu had met with disaster in the 7th Forbidden Zone. But now, even his granduncle, Qin Wenzhang, had let Lin Sun escape. This series of blows almost made Qin Jinghua go berserk. I can only hope that granduncle can capture this kid before he goes to the flowing light Forbidden Zone. Otherwise, everything will be in danger. Qin Jinghua sighed and slumped back into his chair. Lin Sun had escaped the Great Qin Divine Realm, which was equivalent to escaping the territory controlled by the Qin Divine Clan. All of this meant that no matter how much power they sent, it would be of no use. The ruins of creation was too big. It was spread across hundreds of epochs. Outside the Great Qin Divine Realm, the Qin clan wouldn't be in charge of the outside world. What troubled Qin Jinghua the most was that once Lin Sun appeared in the flowing light Forbidden Zone, he would definitely be discovered by the other 3 top forces. At that time, their Qin clan couldn't even dream of taking the eternal coffin for themselves. Once such a thing happened, to their Qin clan, these countless years of waiting were destined to be for naught. Now, Qin Jinghua only hoped that his granduncle Qin Wenzhang could capture Lin Sun as soon as possible. In a vast starry sky, there was an ancient city floating in the air. This city was called Qin. If one wanted to go to the Great Qin Divine Realm from other epochs, they would have to go through Qin City's teleportation formation. Similarly, Qin City was a place one had to pass if one wanted to travel from the Great Qin Divine Realm to other epochs. To put it simply, Qin City was a door opened in the ruins of creation. Inside the door was the Great Qin Divine Domain, and outside the door was the entire ruins of creation. For countless years, the Qin City had always been guarded by the forces of the Great Qin Celestial Clan. Currently, the city governor stationed in Qin City was a martial highness with strength comparable to the Nirvana God realm. His name was Qin Huailin. My lord, in the 2 days since the ancient teleportation formation was closed, the number of experts that remained in the city has reached tens of thousands. City Governor's Mansion. One of the subordinates reported, there are many complaints and accusations coming from the streets and alleys, saying that we've delayed their business. Qin Huailin lay lazily on a soft couch and said, ignore them. The Great Qin Divine Realm is our Qin family's territory. No matter how much they complain, it's useless. He was thin, wore a luxurious robe, and carried himself gracefully. My lord, someone has opened the ancient teleportation formation from the Great Qin Divine Realm to Qin City. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded outside the hall. Qin Huailin was startled. He stood up and said with a flicker in his eyes, could it be that they succeeded? Let's go and take a look. With that, he strode out. The ancient teleportation formation was in the huge square in front of the city governor's mansion. However, when Qin Huailin arrived, there was no one in front of the ancient teleportation formation. Where is he? Qin Huailin's heart sank. The guards guarding the teleportation formation looked at each other in dismay. They immediately felt that something was wrong. One of them said in a trembling voice, "My lord, that person was in a hurry. He left as soon as he appeared." Qin Huailin's face darkened. He forcefully suppressed the bad premonition in his heart and said, "Did you see where he went? He tore through the sky and left." A guard pointed at the starry sky in the distance. Qin Huailin felt that something was wrong even more, and he said, "Did any of you recognize him?" "My lord, I saw him clearly. He looked like a young man." A guard quickly described Lin Sun's appearance to Qin Huailin. Qin Huailin took out a jade slip when he finished listening. As light and shadow flowed, the scenes of Lin Sun appearing in the ninth forbidden area appeared. "Is it him?" Qin Huailin asked. "It's him," all the guards said in unison. Qin Huailin's mind buzzed as if he'd been struck by lightning. In order to prevent the news of Lin Sun's appearance in the great Qin divine realm from leaking out, he was the only person in the entire Qin city who knew the reason why the teleportation formation was closed. But now, the target had escaped right under his nose. A bunch of trash. Why didn't any of you stop him? Qin Huailin was so angry that he slapped the guard closest to him, and the latter was blasted flying with blood spraying from his mouth and nose. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Everyone was able to discern that Qin Huailin was extremely furious at this moment. However, they felt very wronged in their hearts because they weren't the ones who'd opened the teleportation formation, and they didn't know the identity of the person who'd escaped. Not to mention that person had left right after he'd appeared, so how could they have had the chance to stop him? Numerous figures appeared on the distant streets. All of them were cultivators that had stayed in the city, and they'd obviously been drawn over by the incident that was occurring here. Especially the furious appearance of city governor Qin Huailin, it aroused the curiosity of countless people. What exactly is going on? In next to no time, the teleportation formation rumbled once more, and then a figure appeared out of thin air. Surprisingly, it was Qin Wenzhong. Qin Huailin's figure trembled when he saw the senior of his clan appear, and then he bowed and said, "Ancestor." "Where's he?" Qin Wenzhong swept the surroundings with his gaze, and he'd realized the situation, causing his expression to become unsightly. He fled towards that direction earlier. Qin Huailin pointed towards the distant starry sky. Earlier, he was boundlessly furious and possessed a terrifying imposing aura, yet at this moment, he was trembling with fear while cold sweat broke out from his forehead. "Trash. I asked you to guard the teleportation formation, yet you just watched as the target fled. Do you know that it's very likely for the clan to be spoiled because of your carelessness?" Qin Wenzhong was angered to the point he couldn't help but curse loudly. "I'll get even with you once I capture that little bastard." Swoosh, his voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when he'd teleported off into the distance. Qin Huailin's expression changed indeterminately, and he felt rather aggrieved, just like those guards he'd reprimanded earlier. "Even you, ancestor, weren't able to stop him in the Grand Qin domain. Why are you placing all the blame on me now?" When he saw those guards standing there like idiots, Qin Huailin's belly full of rage and grievance erupted, and he said, "What are you looking at? If the clan blames you this time, then all of you won't be able to escape as well." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and left. Those guards had a bitter taste in their mouths, and they were dumbstruck like clay statues. What could they do? No matter how innocent and aggrieved they were, as nobodies, they could only take the blame for a great figure. "What are you looking at? Quickly disperse." When they saw that there were many spectators in the distance, those guards flew into a rage out of humiliation, and they reprimanded. Even so, the spectators still saw through many mysteries. So the teleportation formation was closed to capture a person. Who's that person? He was actually able to escape from the Grand Qin clan's territory, and he even alarmed a level 3 Marshal Venerable to personally pursue him? This matter is too unusual. The crowd discussed animatedly. Quickly send the news back. Just say that something extraordinary has happened in the Grand Qin domain, and ask the clan to send a level 3 Marshal Venerable to investigate. In the crowd, a purple-robed woman swiftly branded a strand of thought on a mysterious jade talisman, and then she lightly pinched it with her fingers. The jade talisman soundlessly turned into a strand of light, and it shot deep into the boundless starry sky. At the same time, in other parts of the city, many people had the same thoughts as the purple-robed woman. They'd realized that what had just happened was unusual, and they'd all sent messages using secret techniques. It could be foreseen that what had happened today in the Grand Qin domain and Qin City would soon be found out by the big shots of other epics. At that time, there would probably be another wave in the ruins of fate, in a restaurant in the city. Lin Sun, who had already changed his appearance, drank up the wine in the pot in one gulp, and stood up. Previously, as soon as he stepped out of the teleportation formation, he teleported into the void and rushed deep into the starry sky, which was seen by many people. But in fact, it was just a camouflage. When no one noticed him, he had already returned to the city. At this moment, when he saw Qin Wenzhong flying away, Lin Sun finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had decided to leave, not to the flowing light forbidden area, but to the divine city of fate. Lin Sun had once searched Qin Jinglu's soul, and he knew that there was a magical giant city in the ruins of fate, which was regarded as a place that the deities didn't care about. That was the divine city of fate. Since ancient times, the divine clans of hundreds of epics in the ruins of fate had tried to occupy the divine city of fate, but without exception, all of them had failed. The reason was that the divine city of fate was filled with a strange taboo power, and anyone who entered the city would have their cultivation suppressed. Even an immortal's cultivation would be suppressed to the Emperor realm. As for Eternal Realm experts, they would be repelled by the city, and once they approached, they would be attacked by the strange taboo power. In history, there had been more than one Eternal Realm expert who had retreated in a sorry state in front of the city. Because of this, the divine city of fate got its name, which meant that even if the divine clan came, they would be helpless in front of the city. Now, the divine city of creation seemed to have become a place where the civilizations of the various eras converged. Every single day, experts from over 100 eras would come and go. Some came to exchange their experiences in cultivation, some came to exchange treasures, and some. It made the divine city of fate bustling and extremely prosperous. When Lin Sun learned of the existence of the divine city of fate from Qin Jinglu's memory, he immediately remembered this magical city that was not cared about. Outside the flowing light forbidden zone, there were 3 top Protoss clans and the Qin clan's forces. To be more precise, there were at least 8 transcendent realm existences guarding outside the flowing light forbidden zone. Lin Sun learned all of this from Qin Jinglu's memory. There was no mistake. This was also the reason why Lin Sun decided to go to the Fortune Divine City instead of the flowing light forbidden zone. It was too dangerous. Even if Lin Sun had other trump cards, he couldn't guarantee that he could successfully rescue his parents from the flowing light forbidden zone if he went there rashly. At the end of the day, Lin Sun couldn't determine whether the power of Tai Xian's will could suppress the 8 transcendent realm antiques. Even if Tai Xian was in the eternal realm, Lin Sun could only use the will left in the token by Tai Xian. As for those transcendent realm antiques, they were all characters who had lived for countless years. Of course, the core problem was that Lin Sun really didn't know anything about the power controlled by the eternal realm. That was why he had to analyze the situation calmly and adopt the safest method, which was to go to the Fortune Divine City. As long as he reached the Fortune Divine City, Lin Sun would no longer be afraid of any enemies. This was because the taboo power that covered the city suppressed all cultivators. No matter how strong they were, they could only exert the cultivation of the Emperor realm. In the Emperor realm, how could Lin Sun be afraid of anyone? Moreover, in the Fortune Divine City, he could also come into contact with the cultivators of the Great Ming Ruins and find out the path to the Great Ming Ruins. At that time, he could go to the Great Ming Ruins first. Tai Xian once said that as long as he arrived at the Great Ming Ruins with his token, someone would immediately sense the aura of the token and provide help. While thinking, Lin Sun had already walked out of the restaurant. His figure flashed, and he swept towards the distant starry sky. The starry sky was vast and boundless. The ruins of creation was like a universe world, with hundreds of era ruins dotting it. It was unimaginably large. It was different from the ultimate ruins and Kunlun ruins. According to Lin Sun's calculations, with his current cultivation, it would take him 10 days to travel from Qin City to the Fortune Divine City. Moreover, this journey was not peaceful. It was full of unimaginable dangers. There were often natural disasters such as space turbulence, time storms, and so on. Fortunately, Lin Sun had obtained the route to Fortune City from Qin Jinglu's memory, so he didn't have to worry about anything when he crossed the starry sky. However, only half a day later, Lin Sun, who was trekking in the starry sky, stopped abruptly and took out the abyssal sword cauldron at once. Bang! A terrifying palm force appeared out of thin air and slammed down ruthlessly, causing the abyssal sword cauldron to wail and tremble while Lin Sun's figure was sent flying. Puff, he coughed up blood, and his aura surged. When Xiaochen looked up, he saw a figure covered in golden divine flames and exuding a berserk aura in the distant starry sky. It was actually Qin Wenzhong. However, at this moment, his expression was icy cold while his eyes surged with ghastly killing intent. He was like an ancient ferocious god that had gone berserk, and the might he emanated was so powerful that it caused this expanse of the starry sky to tremble and roil. Run! Why aren't you running? Qin Wenzhong's voice was cold and filled with hatred. The fact that Lin Sun had seized the opportunity to escape from the great Qin divine realm was a great humiliation to him, and he was on the verge of going mad. Previously, he listened to Qin Huailin's words and foolishly chased after Lin Sun in the direction of the flowing light forbidden zone. Only when he was halfway there did he realize that something was amiss and immediately turned back. After searching the entire Qin city and not finding any traces of Lin Sun, Qin Wenzhong immediately deduced that Lin Sun had most likely escaped to the Fortune Divine City. After all, the Fortune Divine City was a place where the gods didn't care about. Only there would Lin Sun be unafraid of the great Qin divine clan's pursuit. After making this judgment, Qin Wenzhong immediately chased after Lin Sun. After spending several hours of frenzied teleportation, he finally saw Lin Sun. Why are you in such a hurry to die? Lin Sun couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Little brat, without the protection of the will avatar, you still dare to be so stubborn. As Qin Wenzhong spoke, he extended his hand towards Lin Sun. Boom, a dazzling golden hand swept across the sky, releasing a golden light of the Tao that incinerated all the stars in the nearby area. This was the power of a transcendent realm expert. It wasn't something that Lin Sun could resist at all. Even if he used the forbidden passing magical power, the Blade of Time, and the Door of Exile, it wouldn't change the outcome of being suppressed. Lin Sun naturally understood this. So, he immediately took out the token that Tai Xian gave him. Swish, the first thing that appeared was a simple sword aura that gently flashed in the starry sky. The dazzling golden hand was sliced apart like a piece of paper, and it dispersed and vanished in the air. Then, Tai Xian's majestic figure appeared out of thin air. He was dressed in linen clothes, and his long hair was loose. His appearance was elegant and refined. Behind him, there were billions of auspicious lights circulating. One could vaguely see a Tao sword floating in the billions of lights. It was faintly discernible. The scene was shocking and terrifying. Elder, I have no choice. I have to trouble you to come out personally. Lin Sun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said helplessly. On the Great Way, who will reach the end of the road? In my opinion, when you achieve the transcendent realm, people like him will be as weak as chickens and dogs. Tai Xian's voice was clear and crisp. He stood there like a supreme ruler. In the distance, the pupils of Qin Wenzhong, who was originally surging with murderous intent and terrifying power, suddenly dilated. He said involuntarily, Martial. Martial God. At this moment, his expression was extremely interesting. He seemed to be in disbelief and unconcealable fear. It was as if he was struck by lightning. However, Qin Wenzhong was a transcendent realm existence after all. His reaction was extremely fast. When he sensed that something was wrong, he immediately turned around and fled. Boom, the aura on his body was terrifying. He seemed to be going all out. All of his cultivation was madly running. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. As a third-level martial honored realm existence, no one knew better than him how terrifying a martial god was. After all, there was a martial god in the great Qin divine clan's ancestor. Even if it was just a martial honored will, it had the ability to easily kill a martial-honored realm expert. Tai Xian's will avatar gently grabbed in the void. Suddenly, Lin Sun saw an incredible scene. Qin Wenzhang, who had escaped without a trace, was forcibly dragged back. His figure seemed to be grabbed by the hand of God. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. No. No. Qin Wenzhang was so shocked that his soul almost left his body. He screamed. If he knew that Lin Sun had such a trump card, he would have given up on chasing after Lin Sun. However, it was too late to regret now. At this moment, Lin Sun was also shocked. He finally realized that he was completely wrong. He had underestimated the strength of the Eternal Realm. He thought that it was just a will avatar. No matter how strong it wouldn't be able to suppress 8 transcendent realm existences. However, from the looks of it now, it wasn't the case at all. With just a grab, a transcendent realm existence like Qin Wenzhang was caught like a fly. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Should I spare his life? Tai Xian's voice was calm. Lin Sun shook his head. At this moment, a bold idea popped up in his heart. Bang, Qin Wenzhang's body exploded. Even his spirit was crushed. The blood rain evaporated in the blink of an eye. There wasn't even a trace of his death left behind. He was completely wiped out. Lin Sun's heart trembled, and he took in a deep breath. Eternal Realm, how could it be so strong to such an unimaginable extent? In the eternal true world, it was rumored that only the 9th Heaven's Eternal God clan possessed the supreme existence of Eternal Realm. In the Yuan school, Tai Xian was the only Eternal Realm figure that Lin Sun had seen. Perhaps it was because Lin Sun was too ignorant about this realm that he didn't know how terrible the power of this realm was. But now, he understood. A will avatar that wasn't even Tai Xian's original body could kill a transcendent realm expert like killing a chicken. This completely subverted Lin Sun's understanding. As if sensing the shock in Lin Sun's heart, Tai Xian explained softly, he only has transcendent realm intermediate cultivation, and he was severely injured. If it was an opponent like Xian failing in the transcendent realm great perfection, it would take a lot of effort to kill him. It would be better if he didn't explain. After explaining, Lin Sun felt that his brain wasn't enough. It wasn't that he couldn't kill him, but it would take a lot of effort. And this was the power possessed by a mere Dharma form of will. No words could describe Lin Sun's inner feelings. He suddenly realized that in front of the Eternal Realm, his cultivation was not worth mentioning at all. This is the fate star. In the past, I also crossed this endless starry sky. I never thought that this time I would come here again with the power of will avatar. Tai Xian put his hands behind his back, looked around, and sighed. I don't know if those old friends are still here. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, have you found your parents? Lin Sun nodded and said, they are trapped in the flowing light forbidden area. He immediately told Tai Xian the news he got. 8 transcendent realm. Tai Xian pondered for a while and said, as long as there is no eternal realm old thing like me, it should be enough to help you rescue your parents. Lin Sun's spirit was refreshed. He cupped his hands and saluted, Senior, please help me. Since I left my will avatar to you, I naturally want to help you. Tai Xian smiled. Soon after, his expression turned solemn. I also know about the 3 top god clans that you mentioned earlier. Each of them has a deep foundation and can be ranked in the top 10 of the god clans over 100 epochs. There are living eternal realm old monsters in their clans. Once they notice me, I may be able to fight against them with the power of my will avatar, but I won't be able to hold on for long. So, you have to think of a way out after rescuing your parents. As he said, he looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, Senior, what do you think of Fate Divine City? That is indeed an incomparably mystical place. Tai Xian's eyes were full of surprise, and he said, however, if you hide in this city, once you are besieged by the enemy outside the city, it will not be easy for you to leave. Immediately, he thought of something and said thoughtfully, speaking of which, it is not impossible to choose the city as a way out, a way out. Lin Sun was stunned. Tai Xian smiled and said, it's too early to say this. I will take you to the flowing light forbidden area first. As he said, he waved his sleeve. He and Lin Sun suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Outside the flowing light forbidden zone, magnificent palaces stood towering, bathed in starlight, divine and solemn. Ever since Luo Qingxuan and her husband were trapped in the flowing light forbidden zone, the three top-notch Protoss clans and the Qing clan's forces had built many palaces here and stationed them in the nearby Starry Sky area. Over the years, the three top-notch Protoss clans and the Qing clan had each sent 2 Transcendent Realm experts to guard here. In other words, there were 8 Transcendent Realm experts guarding outside the flowing light forbidden zone. It was a terrifying lineup that could intimidate most of the Protoss forces in the Ruins of Fortune. Apart from that, the Qing clan had also sent 300 cultivators to guard here, specifically to serve the 8 Transcendent Realm experts. The Starry Sky was silent and vast. The flowing light forbidden zone in the distance was filled with chaotic aura. Occasionally, dazzling arcs of light that were thousands of feet long would flash across, like narrow and dazzling lightning. That was the power of space-time. The entire flowing light forbidden zone was covered by the chaotic space-time turbulence, which was extremely terrifying. However, since Luo Qingxuan and her husband were trapped for nearly 200 years, the flowing light forbidden zone was extremely peaceful, without any disturbances. In fact, with 8 Transcendent Realm experts guarding the flowing light forbidden zone, there weren't many who dared to cause trouble in the entire Ruins of Fortune. Fellow Taoists, this old man had a sudden impulse and used a secret technique to perform a divination. I've captured some signs of trouble. I'm afraid that something big will happen soon. Please come and have a chat. On this day, a hoarse and old voice suddenly resounded in the depths of a doctrine palace outside the flowing light forbidden zone. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emerged in the starry sky, and all of them rushed towards the Doctrine Palace. In the depths of the Doctrine Palace, the 2 experts, Liang Qiushui and Liang Qiuyun, were sitting cross-legged on a futon. The one who spoke was Liang Qiushui. His hair was as white as snow, and his cheeks were thin. He was holding a black jade ruler that emitted a gloomy aura. Beside him, Liang Qiuyun had a skinny figure. His face was covered with wrinkles, and he wore a black robe. His body was surrounded by a bone-piercing chill. They came from the Qing Path Era's Protoss clan, Liangqiu clan. Among the hundreds of eras in the Ruins of Fortune, Liangqiu clan's foundation and forces could be ranked in the top 5. Liangqiu clan was also the strongest among the 3 top-notch Protoss clans stationed outside the flowing light forbidden zone. Calamity? Haha, I'm not afraid of trouble, but I'm afraid of having nothing to do. For the past 200 years, I've been guarding this place, and I've had nothing to do. Along with this voice, a beam of divine light rushed into the hall and transformed into a young man in a fiery red Taoist robe. He had slanted eyebrows and starry eyes, and every single move he made revealed a domineering aura. Xiaoyuan, he was a transcendent realm master of the Cloud Shadow era Protoss clan's Ying clan. Although he looked like a teenager, he had lived for tens of thousands of years. Following closely behind him was a beautiful and cold purple-clothed woman. She held a white jade rui scepter in her hand, and the rui scepter was inscribed with 2 strange Dao markings of celestial lightning. Ying Qing, just like Ying Xiaoyuan, he came from the Ying clan of the gods race. As soon as they appeared, they casually sat on a futon placed on the ground. Brother Ying is right. We do hope that something will happen near the flowing light forbidden zone. A hearty laughter rang out. Then, 2 figures entered the palace at almost the same time. The person who spoke was tall and had large sleeves that fluttered in the wind. He wore a purple-gold lotus crown on his head and held a snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand. Yan'an said. He was a transcendent realm master of the Upper Qing era's god clan, Yan clan. Beside Yan Andao was an elegant-looking man in plain clothes with his hair coiled into a bun. He carried an ancient bronze sword that was mottled with blood on his back. His name was Yan Anqing, and like Yan Andao, he came from the Yan clan of the celestial race. Regardless of whether it was the Ying clan that Ying Xiaoyuan and Ying Qing came from or the Yan clan that Yan Andao and Yan Anqing came from, they were all ranked within the top 10 deities clans across the 100 epochs. Even though it was slightly inferior to the Liangqiu clan, it was still a colossus in the ruins of creation. In short, these 3 god clans were the top god clans in name and in reality. Each of their clans had terrifying figures at the Eternal Realm. Soon, the great Qing Divine clan's 2 transcendent realm masters arrived as well. They were Qin Wenjin and Qin Jiui. Qin Wentian's skin was bronze, his chin was like a swallow's and his beard was like a tiger's. Qin Jiui was emaciated like a bamboo with sunken eyes, and he seemed as if a gust of wind would be able to blow him away. After the two entered the doctrine palace, they took their seats. However, they sat on the two futons at the end. It couldn't be helped. Although they were on par with everyone else in terms of cultivation realm, the forces behind them were far inferior to the three top-notch god clans. They could only be considered as second-rate. Now, all 8 Transcendent Realm Masters had arrived. Since Taoist brother deduced some signs of disaster, it must be related to the flowing light forbidden region. Does this mean that someone is coming to rescue that couple? Asked Xianxia, who wore a fiery red robe and looked like a teenager. Everyone else looked towards Liang Qiushui. That should be the case. Liang Qiushui nodded. Could it be that Luo Tongtian has returned? Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up. We can't be sure yet. As Liang Qiushui spoke, he turned his gaze towards Qin Wenjin and Qin Jiui. If Luo Tongtian returns to the ruins of fortune, he will definitely bring the sword of fortune with him and enter the great Qin divine domain. May I ask the two of you, has anything major happened in the great Qin divine domain recently? Qin Wenjin and Qin Jiui looked at each other and shook their heads. We haven't received any news recently. We haven't received any news, but it doesn't mean that nothing has happened. Said Liang Qiushui in a deep voice, the signs of disaster that I deduced previously might have come from the great Qin divine territory. Qin Wenjin's expression changed slightly, and he said, really? Xiaoyuan said, Brother Liang Qiushui wouldn't joke about such matters. Could it be that Luo Tongtian has already arrived in the great Qin divine territory, but the Qin clan covered up this news? His voice was filled with suspicion. Qing, Yan Andao, Yan Anqing, and the others also looked towards Qin Wenjin and Qin Jiui. Everyone knew that Luo Tongtian was the one who took the eternal coffin from the great Qin divine territory. If the great Qin divine clan wanted to keep the treasure for themselves, they wouldn't leak the news. Qin Wenjin and Qin Jiui's expressions changed. The two of us really don't know about this matter. If you have any doubts, I'll go and investigate it myself. Qin Wenjin took a deep breath and said. Liang Qiushui said indifferently, there's no need. The signs of disaster that I deduced will happen in the flowing light forbidden zone. This also means that if Luo Tongtian comes, your Qin clan probably won't be able to stop him, and he'll be able to charge out of the great Qin divine territory. That's indeed the case. Xiaoyuan and the others became spirited. Qin Wenjin and Qin Jiui's hearts sank at the same time. Liang Qiushui's deduction made them acutely aware that if Luo Tongtian had really charged out of the great Qin divine territory, then their Qin clan would have probably paid a great price. The great Qin divine territory will take the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Please wait for a moment, I'll go and investigate. Qin Jiui, who had a skinny figure and sunken eye sockets, immediately stood up and walked out. No one stopped him. What they had discussed before were all speculations. If they could let Qin Jiui find out more accurate information, it would naturally be better. No matter what, everyone must be prepared. If it's really Luo Tongtian, since he dared to return, he must have something to rely on. We can't be careless. Liang Qiushui stroked his beard and muttered. Back then, it was the Qin clan that chased after Luo Tongtian. But now, our 3 god clans are also here. If Luo Tongtian dares to come, he'll only be courting death. Xiaoyuan's eyes were full of disdain. The others also smiled. What Xiaoyuan said was exactly what they were thinking. Could a single Luo Tongtian resist the power of their 3 top god clans? Only Qin Wenjin felt very depressed. Xiaoyuan's words were obviously mocking the Qin clan for being too useless back then. They failed to stop Luo Tongtian and instead allowed him to escape with the eternal coffin. If it's really Luo Tongtian who comes, have you thought about who will get the eternal coffin after we snatch it? Yan Andao, who had not spoken since entering the Dao Palace, suddenly asked. His words caused the air to become silent. Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at each other. Although they did not speak, the gradually oppressive atmosphere proved that none of them was willing to give up the treasure. It's too early to talk about this now. If it's really Luo Tongtian who comes, then we'll discuss this matter after we kill him. Liang Qiushui spoke, breaking the silence. In the vast starry sky, Tai Xian's Dharma idol stepped forward. The scene in front of Lin Sun was like a flickering light and passing shadow, changing so quickly that it was impossible to see clearly. The speed of the teleportation was too shocking. Even with Chen Lingkong's power, he couldn't bring your parents out of the flowing light forbidden zone back then. From this, it can be seen that the space-time boundary covering the flowing light forbidden zone is destined to be extremely unusual. On the way, Taishan said, however, according to what you said, I have a vague feeling that the key to open the space-time boundary is very likely to be the eternal coffin. Eternal coffin? Lin Sun was surprised. Yes, your parents came to the ruins of fate to take refuge. However, they were chased by the great Qin divine clan, so they were trapped in the flowing light boundary. But don't you think that your parents should have known the existence of the flowing light forbidden zone for a long time? Otherwise, how could they know such a mysterious place when they first entered the ruins of fate? Taishan said slowly, if your parents fled to other places, they were destined to encounter many dangers. But the flowing light forbidden zone is different. Even the transcendent realm figures can't do anything to them. Even the eternal realm figures can't open the space-time boundary. Because of this, it is the safest choice for your parents to hide in it. Lin Sun suddenly understood and said, if this is the case, my mother must have learned about it from my great-grandfather. Taishan nodded and suddenly said, I even have some doubts that the place where Luo Tongtian obtained the eternal coffin is the flowing light forbidden zone. Lin Sun was shocked. Before he asked, Taishan suddenly stopped and looked at the starry sky in the distance. He said softly, there is an aura of the transcendent realm rushing over at full speed in the distance. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves. His and Lin Sun's figures suddenly disappeared in the void, not even leaving a trace. P.S. The second update is a bit late. Qin Jiu's heart felt heavy. The disaster that Liang Qiushui had deduced made him realize that the great Qin divine realm had most likely undergone a great change. This meant that if Luo Tongtian had really come, the Qin clan had not captured him immediately and had even paid a hefty price to do so. How could this be? Qin Jiu was full of questions as he used all his strength to teleport in space. He desperately wanted to know the answer. Suddenly, Qin Jiu stopped in the starry sky. His pupils that were deep in his eye sockets were suffused with a frightening divine light. Who? Just as he spoke, terrifying laws of the great path surged from his body. They turned into countless black divine flames in the void and spread out. Your reaction is not slow. A clear and clean voice sounded. Taishan's avatar appeared and he waved his sleeve. Boom, the black divine flames in the sky seemed to be engulfed by a storm and instantly dispersed. All that was left was the void that was burned and full of holes. Martial God. Qin Jiu's expression changed and he almost couldn't believe his eyes. You just came from flowing light forbidden area? Taishan asked. Qin Jiu took a deep breath and cupped his hands. Yes, I am Qin clan's Qin Jiu. May I ask for your name? Taishan instantly smiled. What a coincidence, I was just about to look for you. Qin Jiu was startled. What do you mean? Taishan explained patiently, I was planning to go to flowing light forbidden area to save someone. I didn't think I would run into you. Hearing the word save someone, Qin Jiu's heart thumped. Before Taishan finished, he couldn't help but ask, who do you want to save? Luo Qingxuan and her husband, Taishan said casually. Qin Jiu's expression changed completely. Sir, do you know that Liangqiu clan, Yan clan, and Ying clan, the three top god clans' forces are stationed near flowing light forbidden area? If you do this, I'm afraid, Taishan smiled, I know them. You don't have to threaten me. Qin Jiu's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. A martial god had suddenly appeared, and even after knowing that there were three top-notch celestial races, he was still unafraid. This was too terrifying. Who was he? Why did he get involved? Could it be for the eternal coffin? If you're really not afraid of completely offending the three top god clans, then I don't mind leading you to the flowing light restricted area. Qin Jiu calmed his mind and spoke in a low voice. He was stalling because he knew very clearly that when facing a martial god, not to mention him alone, even the entire Qin clan wouldn't be able to go against him. Sure. Taishan agreed readily. However, before Qin Jiu could heave a sigh of relief, Taishan continued, however, you only need to leave your head to lead the way. Whoosh, before Qin Jiu could finish his words, Qin Jiu fled. His reaction was so fast that Lin Sun, who had been watching in the dark, was amazed. Tai Xian didn't panic, he tapped the air lightly. Huh. The faraway starry sky instantly shattered like a mirror. Xianxia, the transcendent realm almighty expert, fell out from within. His entire body was bathed in blood, and his hair was disheveled. He was heavily injured by just a tap of his finger. Lin Sun's mouth was dry, and his heart was in turmoil. The Eternal Realm's strength was too strong. There was no way to counter it. Just a martial image could easily injure an immortal level 3 Transcendent Realm expert. You can't escape. As Tai Xian spoke, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Xianxia. Boom, Xianxia roared furiously. The Tao radiance on his body seemed like it was going to burn, illuminating the entire starry sky. He struggled with all his might and used all of his strength to try and escape. In that instant, Lin Sun felt a sharp pain in his eyes. His heart trembled, and he couldn't see anything. A battle of such a level wasn't something he could peek at right now. Lin Sun heard Tai Xian sigh softly, "Since you know that it's futile, why don't you take your own head? If so, I might consider that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, and leave a strand of your spirit behind." Lin Sun was shocked by this sentence. Persuading the enemy to take his own head and give it to me, Senior Tai Xian, isn't he too overbearing? When Lin Sun's vision recovered, he saw Tai Xian holding a bloody head in his hand. The head belonged to Xianxia. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and fear. Lin Sun was stunned. A transcendent realm existence died just like that? Hurry up and leave. The battle here might have alerted the opponent. As he spoke, Tai Xian waved his sleeves and brought Lin Sun away. Outside the flowing light forbidden domain, Liang Qiushui, Liang Qiuyun, Xiaoyuan, and other transcendent realm experts were gathered in the void. All of them had a shocked expression on their faces. Previously, they had immediately sensed the fluctuations of the battle. The aura sent chills down their spines, and they immediately rushed out. It's the aura of a Tao God realm expert. Liang Qiushui's hair and beard were all white, and he looked kind. However, his expression was filled with solemnity. In the King Path era, the Tao King realm referred to the Eternal Realm as the Divine King realm. In the Cloud Shadow era where Xiaoyuan came from, the Eternal Realm was referred to as the Divine King realm. In the Prime Qing era where Yan Ondao came from, the Eternal Realm was referred to as the Heaven's Gate realm. In short, different names were used to describe the Eternal Realm. If that's the case, the calamity this time is much more serious than we imagined. Even the overbearing Xiaoyuan revealed a solemn expression. I'm curious. Which old fogey came from the ruins of creation? Is he planning to interfere with the eternal coffin? Yan Ondao pondered. Since we've deduced that it's a calamity, I think we should prepare for battle. Liang Qiushui took a deep breath and said. At that moment in the distant starry sky, a majestic silhouette slowly walked over. Behind him, a Tao sword was faintly discernible amidst the billions of rays of light. Taking a closer look, he was dressed in hemp clothes. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his appearance was elegant. He held a bloody head in his right hand. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian felt as though he was struck by lightning. His eyes widened as he shouted, "It's Joey's head." Looking at the others, their expressions changed drastically. Only then did they realize where the battle aura they had felt had come from. At the same time, they also saw through Tai Xian's aura. Their hearts churned. Indeed, those who came with ill intentions and those who were kind didn't come. However, what puzzled them was that the other party wasn't Luo Tongtian. His appearance was too unfamiliar, and he couldn't be one of the supreme experts in the ruins of creation who had proven their Tao. Then, they saw Lin Sun, who was protected by Tai Xian. In comparison, Lin Sun's celestial longevity realm aura wasn't enough. It was completely suppressed by Tai Xian. At that moment, Tai Xian's voice slowly said, "If you don't want to follow in his footsteps, then leave this place now." His voice spread across the entire place. "Are you planning to declare war on us?" Liang Qiushui forcefully suppressed his emotions and said in a low voice. "If you don't leave, then it's a declaration of war," Tai Xian said casually. Beneath his calm attitude was an unquestionable tone. This made the hearts of Liang Qiushui and the others sink. Liang Qiushui suddenly said, "No, he's just an avatar. Don't be scared." Avatar? The transcendent realm old monsters were stunned. Only then did they realize what Tai Xian was trying to do. The pressure on their bodies lessened. So what if it's an avatar? It's enough to kill all of you. Tai Xian laughed, 3 breaths. If you don't leave, then we'll start fighting. 1. He started counting down. In the distance, Liang Qiushui and the others' expressions changed. As members of the top 3 celestial clans, how could they be willing to lower their heads and leave like that? However, Qin Jiuyi's death made them feel threatened. So what if it was an avatar? The power controlled by such a realm wasn't something that anyone could go against. 2. Tai Xian's voice resounded once again. It was like a bell announcing a death sentence. Liang Qiushui and the others felt immense pressure. At such a tense moment, Liang Qiushui said in a low voice, "If you can block my clan's Dao God's avatar, we'll leave immediately." As he spoke, a jade pendant appeared in his hand. Crack, the jade pendant shattered into pieces, and then a figure surged out from within it. He wore a Taoist robe, had jet black hair, a pair of peerlessly sharp brows, and a tall figure that was coiled with strands of dazzling and resplendent divine radiance. His entire body emanated an eternal and imposing aura that suppressed the grand Tao. Xiaoyuan and the others instantly felt relieved, and their bodies relaxed. Evidently, an eternal realm's avatar gave them a lot of confidence. However, some people immediately realized something, and their expressions changed. Liang Qiushui had an avatar of such a level. If he used it to snatch the eternal coffin, who would be able to fight against him? However, they didn't say anything. It wasn't the time to care about such things. "Old ancestor, thank you for fighting." Liang Qiushui cupped his hands. The figure in the Taoist robe nodded slightly and looked towards Tai Xian in the distance. "I'm Liang Qiushui from the Liangqiu clan." After a pause, he added another 2 words, "Sword Cultivator." It was a simple word, and it was a very ordinary way of calling himself. However, when it appeared on the avatar of an eternal realm figure, the meaning behind it was different. So what if he was a sword god? So what if he was a sword immortal? At the end of the day, he was still a cultivator on the path of sword Tao. As such, it was appropriate to call himself a sword cultivator regardless of his cultivation. "I'm also a sword cultivator." Tai Xian laughed heartily, and his voice spread to Zhou Su. "Your name?" Liangqiu Tianwu asked. "Defeat me, and I'll tell you." Tai Xian's smile became even more carefree, and his robe fluttered in the wind. "All right." Liangqiu Tianwu nodded. Boom, the starry sky suddenly trembled. Countless stars trembled and were on the verge of collapsing. An indescribably horrifying aura spread from Liangqiu Tianwu's body. The aura suppressed Liang Qiushui and the other transcendent realm cultivators, causing them to subconsciously retreat far away. They didn't want to be affected by it. "Little friend, you should step back as well." Tai Xian waved his sleeve, and Lin Sun's figure was teleported far away. After that, he extended his hand and grabbed onto the Dao sword that was floating behind him. It fell into his palm, and a clanging sound resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The might of Tai Xian had also become extremely powerful at this moment. As he inhaled and exhaled, even the starry sky seemed to be drawn in, producing a tide-like trembling rhythm. Such a scene was simply unimaginable. P.S. I'll update tomorrow. A battle between Eternal Realm experts. According to Lin Sun's understanding, it could be considered as a battle between the strongest experts in the world. After all, in the eyes of countless cultivators, the Emperor Realm was already in existence that they could only look up to. The immortal path was as invisible as the divine dragon in the sky. As for the Eternal Realm, it was definitely a legend, even for Lin Sun, who had stepped into the heavenly longevity realm. The Eternal Realm was a realm that he didn't even dare to think about. Until now, the first Eternal Realm expert that he saw was Tai Xian, and he was the only one that he had ever seen. At this moment, outside the flowing light forbidden zone, Tai Xian's will avatar was about to battle against an Eternal Realm expert from the Liangqiu clan. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel shocked and expectant. How terrifying was the power of the Eternal Realm. At this moment, Lin Sun was even a little worried that he wouldn't be able to witness the battle with his current cultivation. The 7 transcendent realm experts in the distance were also unable to remain calm. Even in the ruins of fate, a battle of this level was extremely rare. Usually, when such a battle occurred, it would mean that a great upheaval would occur that would affect the world's situation. But now, a battle of this level was about to begin outside the flowing light forbidden zone. Xianxia Tianwu wore a Daoist robe, and sword intent revolved around his body. He casually grabbed the void. Boom, the starry sky trembled. It was as if a piece of the heaven and earth law was grabbed and fell into Xianxia Tianwu's palm. It condensed into an illusory sword aura. Casually refining the heaven and earth law into a sword, the unparalleled power made the 7 transcendent realm experts feel suffocated. Lin Sun was completely shocked. The heaven and earth law was like the heaven's way that maintained the operation of the world. Just like the great Qin divine territory. Due to the difference in the heaven and earth law, an outsider like him would be suppressed the moment he entered. Normally, cultivators would comprehend the great Tao in order to continuously transform and transcend. In the end, they would be able to contend against the heaven and earth law, or even surpass the heaven and earth law. For example, the reason why the transcendent realm immortals weren't afraid of the heaven and earth law's suppression was because their cultivation already possessed the power to surpass the heaven and earth law. But now, Xianxia Tianwu's grab had refined the heaven and earth law for his own use. This was undoubtedly too terrifying. The grand Tao laws are born from the power of order, and the power of order is born from the rules of heaven and earth. The transcendent realm is not bound by the rules of heaven and earth of the epic world, while the eternal realm can use the rules of heaven and earth to destroy or create with a single thought. In the distance, Tai Xian's clear voice rang out. Little friend, in this battle, I will use the sword in my hand to describe this realm to you. Even if you cannot understand the mysteries within, you can see its form and feel its spirit. When you achieve eternity, you will have both form and spirit and truly understand the mysteries of this realm. His clothes were fluttering. As he spoke, a wisp of sword chi swept out of his fingertips and appeared between Lin Sun's eyebrows out of nowhere. Suddenly, Lin Sun's perception and vision changed. The starry sky was still the same starry sky, yet countless obscure and miraculous auras surged into appearance. They were like the foundation stones and pillars that held up a house, and they maintained the operation of this expanse of the starry sky. The obscure aura was everywhere, and it filled every inch of space. The stars, dust, light, and even every single person was surging with this sort of aura. When the 7 transcendent realm experts circulated their qi, they seemed to have detached themselves from the ubiquitous obscure aura. They seemed to be extremely transcendent. As for Tai Xian and Xianxia Tianwu, the obscure aura seemed to have surrendered to them. As their qi circulated, it produced a mysterious rhythm and change. Especially Xianxia Tianwu. The sword qi in his hand was formed by the obscure aura. He seemed to be the supreme ruler that controlled the sword of heaven Wei. Lin Sun was shocked. He knew that the ubiquitous obscure aura was actually the power of the rules of heaven and earth. Previously, he could only comprehend it, but couldn't see it. Clang, Xianxia Tianwu attacked, and the sword qi in his hand stabbed out. It was a simple sword. In the starry sky, countless stars burst like a punctured ball. Those transcendent realm experts were all stiff. They had to circulate all their qi to resolve the omnipresent destructive aura. The sword qi lingered between Lin Sun's eyebrows, like a natural barrier, which resolved all the influence. Through the power of the sword qi, he could clearly see the trajectory and aura of the sword. However, because of the huge gap in qi, although he could see the power of this sword, he couldn't feel its mystery. But the power of this sword was firmly remembered by Lin Sun. It felt like an immortal performing martial arts, and he was like an ordinary person. His mind was attracted by a kind of momentum. In a flash, Tai Xian also drew his sword. He raised his sword and chopped down. It was also extremely simple. However, the power of this chop seemed to be able to split heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, and Tao. It gave people a domineering power that could kill even gods. Xianxia Tianwu squinted his eyes slightly. The sword that he stabbed out suddenly turned around and rolled back to the sky. Tai Xian took back his sword and swept it horizontally. For a time, the two fought with their swords. There was almost no superfluous movement, such as stabbing, chopping, cutting, picking, curling, collapsing, or slashing. They were all the simplest and simplest sword movements. It felt like watching two swordsmen fighting in the secular world. There were no moves. There were no secret methods. However, the might released by every single strike had already reached a terrifying level that could shock the world. In Lin Sun's eyes, each sword was the extreme use of the power of heaven and earth, which showed the terrifying attainments of the two Eternal Realm experts in Sword Tao. If an outsider was here at this moment, then the scene they saw was an expanse of destruction, collapse, and chaos. Countless stars were falling while the Grand Daos were collapsing. The ultimate of Sword Tao, in the final analysis, is one. Within one sword, there can be as many changes as the grains of sand in the Ganges River. The power of one sword can break the infinite method of heaven and earth. Tai Xian's voice sounded leisurely in Lin Sun's mind. One gives birth to two, two gives birth to three gives birth to infinite, infinite gives birth to one, just like the eternal realm. In the past, the path of Tao was born from one, constantly transforming and evolving. In the end, when the mystery of the rules of heaven and earth is broken, everything can be eternal. Lin Sun suddenly felt enlightened. He stared into the distance and saw Tai Xian's mighty figure killing with his sword. His bearing was like a god. Between the sword essence, the rules of heaven and earth changed, and infinite mystery was integrated into his sword. It was the same for Xianxia Tianwu. Every sword move was extremely simple, and every sword move contained infinite mystery. It was incredible and beyond imagination. Although he couldn't comprehend the mystery, Lin Sun felt a real form and spirit momentum. Looking at the form and feeling the spirit, his mind was immersed in it, and he completely forgot the time. After a long time, Lin Sun's heart trembled. Then he saw that the battle between Tai Xian and Xianxia Tianwu had ended. The starry sky was still the same. The destroyed stars and void were vast and quiet as before, as if they hadn't suffered any damage at all. But Lin Sun noticed that the 7 transcendent realm existences in the distance were either shocked, frightened, confused, or stunned. Their minds seemed to have just experienced the impact of a storm, and they couldn't calm down at this moment. Tai Xian put his hands behind his back, and there were billions of auspicious lights flowing behind him. With his hands behind his back, his power was still so strong that it made people feel small and insignificant, and they could only look up to him. Xianxia Tianwu in the distance let out a long sigh. This sword principle is really amazing. His voice was filled with emotion, satisfaction, and a trace of unwillingness. Tai Xian smiled. You flatter me. Can you let them leave? Xianxia Tianwu asked. Tai Xian smiled and shook his head. I set the rules. 3 breaths have passed, and they have no way out. Xianxia Tianwu was silent for a while, and then he said, if so, I'll have a life and death battle with you. Without a sound, a sword mark appeared on his willpower, and his figure was split into 2 halves, disappearing without a trace. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. Only then did he realize that the battle had ended because Xianxia Tianwu had been split into 2 by a sword. In the distance, Xianxia Shui and the other 6 transcendent realm experts felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Even Xianxia Tianwu's will was slain. Let's go. Yan Andao and Yan Anqing immediately teleported and fled with all their might. Tai Xian's reply to Xianxia Tianwu was equivalent to sentencing them to death. But who would sit still and wait for death? Almost at the same time, Xianxia Shui, Xianxia Yun, Ying Xiaoyuan, Ying Qing, and Qin Wenjin also took action. The 7 transcendent realm experts fled at full speed. Such a scene was an eye-opener for Lin Sun. At least in the past, he had never thought that such terrifying old monsters would flee in such a hurry. This undoubtedly proved that the threat of Tai Xian was too great. It was so serious that they didn't dare to resist and struggle at all. I asked you to leave before, but you didn't. Now I don't want you to leave, but you just want to leave. Why do you have to humiliate yourselves like this? Tai Xian let out a long sigh. He shook his wrist, and the Taoist sword in his palm suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Whoosh, suddenly, countless sword auras filled the starry sky like a chaotic flood. The sword chimes resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. 840 million swords filled the starry sky. Lin Sun was immediately shocked. In the distance, a series of groans, screams, and shouts sounded. After that, everything returned to silence. The sword auras that filled the starry sky disappeared silently like a stream of light. Dead? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. I guarantee that he won't come back to life. Tai Xian smiled brightly. Lin Sun took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He said, "Senior, is this the power of the Eternal Realm?" Tai Xian thought for a while and said, "Strictly speaking, it can only be regarded as the power of the will." Lin Sun smiled bitterly. He couldn't help but think that the will of Tai Xian was already so tyrannical. How terrifying would Tai Xian's original body be? P.S. The second watch is around 7:30 p.m. Don't worry, there will be an extra update tonight. Seeing how surprised Lin Sun was, Tai Xian couldn't help but smile. He explained in a gentle voice, "Once an Eternal Realm character makes a move, it will definitely cause a change in the rules of heaven and earth. They might even suffer from the backlash and attacks of the rules of heaven and earth. Just now, if my original body was here, the rules of this starry sky would definitely suppress me after sensing the danger. In the eternal true world, only the ninth heaven can withstand the battle of Eternal Realm characters. It is an eternal world, and Eternal Realm characters can also cultivate there. All of this means that it is almost impossible for you to meet a true Eternal Realm powerhouse in other places. At most, you will only meet a Dharma idol like mine." After listening to this, Lin Sun suddenly understood something. The rules of heaven and earth could be used by Eternal Realm characters, but it would also cause a backlash to Eternal Realm characters. This place is no longer safe. Hurry up and go to the flowing light forbidden zone. Tai Xian pointed into the distance. That place was suffused with primal chaos. Long and narrow arcs of light were faintly discernible, flickering with terrifying radiance. That was the power of the space-time barrier. Within the space-time barrier was the flowing light forbidden zone, the place where Lin Sun's parents were trapped. Lin Sun took a deep breath and walked straight forward. "Remember to hurry up," Tai Xian reminded him. Lin Sun nodded. He took out the abyssal sword cauldron to protect his body. However, when he really entered the chaos and saw the scene inside, Lin Sun immediately stopped. Boom! Countless thick and dazzling space-time cracks were like violent hurricanes. They constantly wreaked havoc and intertwined, showing a chaotic scene of destruction. With just a glance, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. It was too terrifying. No wonder no one could enter the flowing light forbidden zone for countless years, even if they knew that his parents were trapped in it. Even those transcendent realm existences didn't dare to enter this place. The space-time barrier covering this place was too terrifying. Just based on his intuition, Lin Sun concluded that the abyssal sword cauldron's power might not be able to withstand the invasion of space-time power. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun took out the eternal coffin. Suddenly, Lin Sun keenly felt that as the aura of the eternal coffin spread, the space-time turbulence closest to it gradually calmed down. Senior Tai Xian's speculation is indeed correct. The eternal coffin is most likely a key to open the space-time barrier. Lin Sun was enlightened, but he couldn't help but wonder, but how did my parents enter the flowing light forbidden area without the eternal coffin? Thinking up to here, his heart stirred, and with a clang, the sword of fortune appeared in his palm. Buzz! At this moment, the sword of creation produced a strange buzzing sound, as if it was cheering in joy. Ripples of time spread out from the trembling sword. Instantly, a miraculous change occurred in the chaotic flow of time. It was as if numerous tamed beasts had fallen into stillness and remained motionless. The sword of creation, the eternal coffin. These two treasures should be closely related to the flowing light forbidden area, and regardless of whether it was my great-grandfather or my parents, they probably relied on the sword of creation to enter this place. Lin Sun completely understood. Without hesitation, he put away the coffin of eternity. Holding the sword of creation, he walked towards the depths of the space-time boundary that had fallen into a state of stillness. Boom! When Lin Sun's figure completely disappeared in it, the originally stillness of the space-time boundary suddenly became violent again, rolling and shaking constantly. In the distant starry sky, Tai Xian sat cross-legged. There were a few hundred cultivators of the Qin clan hiding within the palaces in the vicinity, and they were shivering while feeling terrified and uneasy. However, Tai Xian didn't bother to pay attention to them at all. Inside the space-time boundary, it was a mystic realm with verdant hills and limpid waters. In the center of this world, there was a black mountain standing straight into the sky, like a heavenly pillar supporting the blue sky, extremely majestic and spectacular. At the peak of the mountain stood an ancient palace that was bathed in the eternal darkness of the night, mysterious and solemn. On one side of this palace, there was a thatched cottage. In front of the cottage were planted flowers, vegetables, fruits and vegetables, which were trimmed in a wild manner. A wall made of bluestone surrounded the cottage, forming a courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, there were tables and futons. A man and a woman were sitting on the futons at this time, and the man was meditating quietly. The woman was knitting clothes, and her slender and white fingers were twirling a thin and transparent cloud essence that she had just picked, constantly intertwining at her fingertips. Soon, a plain and clean robe was completed. The woman got up, picked up the robe, looked at it, and said happily, "Wen Jing, what do you think of this robe?" The man who was meditating opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Good, very good, very good. Did you make it for me?" The woman put away the robe like a treasure, and said with a smile, "It's for Sun, don't worry about it." The man smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "I expected it, but we don't know how long we will be trapped here. No matter how many clothes you make for him, he won't have a chance to wear them." The woman's eyes glistened, and she said seriously, "He will definitely be able to wear it in the future." The man nodded and said in a gentle voice, "Xianxia, I know that you've been thinking about that child all these years. It's just that he left us when he was still an infant. Even if we have the chance to meet in the future, I'm afraid that it'll be difficult for us, his parents, to interact without any estrangement. The MHM, we actually don't even know what this child looks like or what character he has." As he spoke, his voice became low, and his eyes dimmed. This was his sore point. He even felt that he was too useless as a father. The woman walked up, hugged the man from behind, and said softly, "No matter what this child looks like now, and no matter what personality he has, in my heart, he is the best. You, don't blame yourself anymore. If it wasn't for me, how could your Lin clan be in such a mess?" The man took a deep breath, gently grabbed the woman's hand, and said with a smile, "This is fate, we deserve to be together." The woman also smiled, and said, "I don't believe in fate, but don't you think it's strange? Back then in Xiao Empire, I fell in love with you. Even after I recovered my memory, I never had the thought of leaving you." The man couldn't help but feel proud, and said, "To be chosen by a proud woman like you, I can only say that I, Lin Wenjing, am not that unbearable." The woman pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Of course, you are ugly, but if you are chosen by me, you will be the best ugly in the world." The man pretended to be angry, and said, "Well, you dare to mock me as ugly." He got up and was about to pounce on the woman, wanting to hug her. At this moment, the man suddenly found that something was wrong. The woman's eyes stared straight out of the courtyard, as if she was crazy, and as if she had lost her soul. The man looked in the direction of her gaze. He saw a tall figure standing outside the courtyard's wooden door. He was dressed in moon-white clothes, and his black hair hung loosely on his shoulders, revealing a handsome and firm face. The man was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. For a moment, the inside and outside of the courtyard was silent, and it seemed as if some inexplicable emotion was silently fermenting and surging. After a while, the woman said with a trembling voice, "Sooner, is that you?" Her voice was choked with sobs, and 2 lines of tears flowed down her fair and beautiful face. Her graceful figure was trembling slightly at this moment. Her eyes were dazed, and there was surprise, anxiety, and excitement in them that was difficult to conceal. It was as if she was afraid that everything before her eyes was a dream. Even if he was mentally prepared, even if he had seen his mother's Dharma idol in the eternal true world, when he saw her in person, Lin Sun's heart still went out of control like a raging sea. "Mother, it's me." His voice was dry, and every word seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 caddies. The scenes of the past years swept through his mind like a storm, and it caused his eyes to become dazed. Luo Qingxuan seemed to be unable to control herself any longer. She rushed forward and hugged Lin Sun tightly. "Sooner, I finally see you." As she spoke, she couldn't help crying, and her tears wet Lin Sun's clothes. He hugged Luo Qingxuan tightly, and indescribable joy and excitement surged in his heart. He wanted to say something several times, but he found that any words seemed to be so pale at this moment. After a while, Luo Qingxuan raised her head, took 2 steps back, and wiped her red eyes. She looked at Lin Sun seriously, and an indescribable joy gradually surged in her eyes. She said, "Sinner, I've been thinking about what you look like and what kind of character you will have all these years, but when I saw you just now, I forgot everything. There's only one thought in my mind, and that's that you're my child. I can't be wrong." As she spoke, she thought of something, turned her head, and said, "Wenjing, Sinner is here. Why don't you come over?" Lin Wenjing, who had been in a daze, was also extremely excited at this moment. He seemed to be at a loss as if he didn't know how to contact his long-lost child. "Father." Lin Sun took a deep breath, stepped forward, and hugged Lin Wenjing with his arms. "I'm here to pick you and mother up from here. After that, our family will be reunited." Lin Wenjing seemed to be unable to control his emotions any longer. He patted Lin Sun's back with trembling hands and said, "Son, I've wronged you these years." As he said, his nose was sour, and he couldn't help crying. Guilt, excitement, joy, all kinds of emotions intertwined, making him, a big man, seem to lose his composure. "What's wrong? As long as our family is reunited, it's more important than anything else." Lin Sun laughed. Not far away, watching the scene of the father and son hugging, Luo Qingxuan smiled brightly, but tears flowed down from her eyes. These were tears of joy. After so many years, the family had finally reunited. There was nothing more joyous than this in the world. After a long time, Luo Qingxuan took a deep breath and rushed into the hut. When she came back, she was holding a thick pile of clothes in her arms, as if holding a small hill. "Sinner, I've made a lot of clothes and shoes for you over the years. Come and try them on," Luo Qingxuan said expectantly. Looking at these clothes and his mother's happy and expectant look, the softest string in Lin Sun's heart seemed to be touched, and his eyes became slightly moist. After the goldfish finished eating, he would continue to write the third chapter. Lin Sun took the thick pile of clothes and said, "Mother, we shouldn't stay here for a long time. Otherwise, something might happen. Let's have a good talk after we leave." With a single sentence, both Luo Qingxuan and Lin Wenjing calmed down from their excitement and joy. "I'm going to pack up," Luo Qingxuan said and turned to walk into the cottage. Lin Wenjing pointed to the palace not far away, bathed in the darkness of the everlasting night and said, "Sinner, my great-grandfather took the eternal coffin from this place all those years ago. However, this hall is covered in a temporal restriction, and even the sword of creation is unable to open the door to this hall. Thus, your mother and I have never entered to take a look until now." Lin Sun looked over and saw that the palace was extremely old. It was filled with the breath of time. Wisps of dark light and shadow intertwined and covered the palace, making it look extremely mysterious. "I'll go and have a look." Lin Sun thought of the body of Xia Ji who was silent in the eternal coffin. His heart was slightly stirred, and he walked directly over as he spoke. In front of the ancient palace, there were 9 stone steps. At the end of the stone steps, the door of the palace was closed. The obscure power of time, like a light curtain, covered the place. Lin Sun walked up the stone steps and fell into thought. Even the sword of fate couldn't open the restriction of time here. How did my great-grandfather enter this palace and take the eternal coffin away? This was destined to be an unsolvable problem. Unless they saw Luo Tongtian, no one would know how he had entered this mysterious palace hall back then. Lin Sun took a deep breath. When he was about to take out the eternal coffin, he felt a sudden heat in his heart. The power of time was suddenly released and rushed to the door of the palace. Boom, Lin Sun's eyes blurred. The scene in his sight seemed to go back to countless years ago. In front of the Black Palace, the 9 steps were soaked with blood. A graceful and slender figure was sitting on the highest stone step. She wore a black crown on her head and held a magic wand made of black jade in her hand. Her classical black clothes were soaked with blood. Her face was white and crystal clear, and her beauty was impeccable. It was a kind of beauty that could make all living things fall in love with her. Against the bright red pool of blood and the blood-stained black clothes, she was still so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. Xia Ji, Lin Sun was shocked. In other words, this should be the body of Xia Ji. The scene suddenly changed. A thin man with a damaged figure and damaged armor knelt before the 9th layer of stone steps, and his cold and handsome face couldn't help but reveal sorrow as he said in a hoarse voice, "My lord, please take action immediately and flee from the ruins of creation. It's useless. The woman's expression was calm, and her voice was chilly and indifferent. However, they're bound to be wishful thinking if they want to seize the fortune in my possession while I'm injured. Clang, a divine sword appeared in her fair and beautiful left hand. 13. Take this sword and leave. Lin Sun recognized that it was the sword of fate. Master, are you going to? The expression of the thin man called 13 changed abruptly, and he seemed to be in a daze. The woman said softly, after you leave, I will use my entire cultivation to seal this world and treat it as a safe place. If there is a chance in the future, I will wake up from my slumber. If there is no chance, I will bury all of this good fortune here. Master. 13 roared sadly, I'm willing to fight with my life to protect you. The woman sighed softly, and a trace of softness appeared in her eyes. She said, 13, I'm not really dead. If there is a chance in the future, you and I will meet again. As she said, she handed out the sword in her hand. Take it to the divine city of creation. The scene suddenly changed again. The woman got up and walked into the depths of the palace step by step. There seemed to be a faint sigh, in this darkness, there is no one to accompany me, the door of the palace slowly closed. Boom, all the scenes disappeared. Lin Sun's expression was uncertain. The previous scenes were bloody, sad, and depressing. If it was the body of Xianxia, what kind of predicament did she encounter at that time that she sat alone on the bloody stone steps and exhorted about her funeral affairs? The only thing he could be sure of was that the body of Xianxia was severely injured at that time. It was in such a situation that she was besieged by people who wanted to rob her of her fortune. In such a predicament, the body of Xianxia chose to be confined here and settled down. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun tried to calm himself down. Only then did he find that the time restriction covering the door of the palace had been quietly opened. He pushed the door straight in. Inside the door, it was as dark as the eternal night, which swallowed all the light. Nothing could be seen clearly, leaving only thick darkness. At that time, my great-grandfather took away the eternal coffin from here. When the body of Xianxia walked into this hall, she placed herself here with the eternal coffin. A trace of trance flashed through Lin Sun's eyes. Then, a wisp of bright flame emerged on his fingertips, and the thick darkness was immediately dispelled. In the center of the hall, there was only a lonely jade platform shaped like a Taoist altar. Apart from this, there was nothing else. Lin Sun walked forward. The jade platform was polished by strange black jade, and a sentence was written in blood on it: this body has been wandering for a long time and can't be entrusted to anyone. If there is a reason, I should cut off this body's past and no longer suffer in the darkness. This body has been wandering for a long time. This body has been wandering for a long time. Lin Sun was stunned. He suddenly remembered that when he met Xianxia in Feiyun village when he was young, she once said, Lin Sun, my world used to be dark. Until I met you, there was light in my world. She also said, my world is so small that it can only accommodate you. As long as you are by my side, I don't care about anything else. She no longer suffers the pain of being alone in the darkness. Is it because she used to live in the darkness? Lin Sun felt distressed inexplicably. He reached out and gently rubbed the line of words written in blood with his fingertips. How lonely and helpless she must be to write such a sentence in this darkness. At this moment, Lin Sun had a strong impulse to ask Xianxia to come out and see everything here. But in the end, he held back. He was afraid, he was really afraid that if something happened, Xianxia would become another person. If that happened, would she still be the same as before, relying on each other and never abandoning him? It was a selfish thought. But Lin Sun was really afraid that Xianxia would leave his life like this. Lin Sun's fingertips stopped on the words, cut off this body's past. He stared at it in a daze, and couldn't help but have unspeakable complex emotions in his heart. He deeply understood this sentence. The original body of Xianxia would rather cut off everything in the past in order to not suffer in the darkness. In other words, before she chose to enter the eternal coffin, she'd actually already made her choice. She would rather live eternally here than suffer the pain of darkness, loneliness, and helplessness that she'd experienced. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun took a deep breath and restrained his inner emotions. Xianxia, when I find out your background and what you experienced in that year, I will definitely make a decision. The next moment, Lin Sun turned around and walked out of the eternal dark palace. Luo Qingxuan and her husband had been waiting outside the hall. Sooner, what did you see in this hall? Lin Wenjing asked. It's empty. There's nothing here. Lin Sun shook his head. Lin Wenjing was stunned and wanted to ask more questions. But Luo Qingxuan pinched his waist, which made his lips twitch in pain. Don't ask so many questions. Can't you see that the child is uneasy? If he wants to tell us, he will tell us. If he doesn't want to, don't force him. Luo Qingxuan transmitted her voice to Lin Sun. She was a woman. As soon as she saw Lin Sun coming out of the hall, she was keenly aware that Lin Sun seemed to be in a low mood. Mother, why do you treat father like this? Lin Sun was amused. How could he not see the scene of Luo Qingxuan pinching Lin Wenjing? Your father likes me to treat him like this. I'm used to it. You can ask him if you don't believe me, Luo Qingxuan said with a smile. Lin Wenjing laughed heartily. Yes, I like your mother like this. For so many years, if she doesn't pinch me from time to time, I'm really not used to it. Luo Qingxuan raised her eyebrows. Why do I feel that you are complaining to Sun? Lin Wenjing quickly waved his hand. I dare not. Lin Sun was immediately happy, and the remaining gloominess in his heart dissipated a lot. He said, Father, Mother, let's leave here first. Senior Tai Xian is still waiting outside. Lin Wenjing was relieved and nodded. Let's go quickly. Don't let him wait for a long time. It seemed that he was afraid that Luo Qingxuan would argue with him again. Lin Sun couldn't help admiring his mother secretly. His mother was really good at making his father so obedient. They went out of the secret realm. Sooner, you can't be like your father. It's naturally a very good thing that he listens to me, but if you have a wife in the future, you can't be soft-hearted, nor can you listen to your wife's every word. On the way, Luo Qingxuan transmitted her voice to Lin Sun. Lin Sun was speechless. How could this kind of thing be treated differently? At first glance, I can tell that you don't understand the way of getting along with mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Well, let's not talk about this first. I'll tell you the truth later. It's more obscure and profound than the way of cultivation. You must learn it well, so that you don't stumble in front of women in the future, Luo Qingxuan sighed softly. Lin Sun originally planned to tell them about Zhao Jingxian and his son Lin Fan, but seeing this situation, he still held back. He decided to wait until the time was ripe to tell his parents, so that they wouldn't worry too much. Outside the flowing light forbidden zone. When he saw Lin Sun coming out with a couple, Tai Xian immediately got up and walked over. He said with a smile, It's only been half an hour. It seems that things went well. Thank you for your help this time, Senior. Lin Sun cupped his hands and introduced his parents one by one. Luo Qingxuan and her husband immediately stepped forward and bowed, expressing their gratitude. Tai Xian said with a smile, We're not strangers. You don't have to be so polite. The most important thing now is to leave this place. Yes, leave here first. When we reach Fortune Divine City, we'll be safe. Lin Sun immediately placed Luo Qingxuan and her husband in the abyssal sword cauldron. Let's go. Tai Xian didn't talk nonsense. He waved his sleeve and disappeared with Lin Sun. Not long after they left, a figure suddenly appeared. Boom, outside the flowing light forbidden zone, there was a sudden roar. Tens of thousands of stars trembled. Someone tore the sky and came. P.S. Send more updates to me. Boom, outside the flowing light forbidden zone, the light swept across and the stars trembled. And that figure was like a god? He was dressed in golden armor, his long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was surrounded by killing intent. Everyone, the target left the flowing light forbidden zone half an hour ago. If I'm not wrong, he must be heading to the divine ruins of creation. The golden armored figure scanned the surroundings and then sent out a terrifying thought that spread far and wide. Then he took a step and disappeared into thin air. Chase. No matter what, we can't let him escape. Go. Almost at the same time, terrifying thoughts appeared one after another in the depths of the starry sky. The undisguised killing intent seemed to want to overturn the starry sky. It was extremely terrifying. On the way, Tai Xian raised his eyebrows and said, They came quite quickly. His figure suddenly sped up, like a ray of flowing light shuttling through time and space, heading in the direction of the divine ruins of creation. But only for a moment. Clang, a golden halberd appeared and crushed a part of the starry sky. It emitted an eternal power that was enough to shock the world as it slashed towards Taixian's path. The starry sky seemed to have been cut in half, and a chasm that was tens of thousands of feet long appeared. On both sides of the chasm, countless stars exploded. Open! Behind Taixian, a Taoist sword swept out. Clang! The golden halberd trembled and the terrifying sound of collision resounded through the universe, shattering piece after piece of Zhou void. The nearby star paths were completely chaotic. Boom! In the end, the golden halberd couldn't block it and was blasted away. Taixian stepped on the Taoist sword, his sleeves fluttering as he flew away. However, all of this was just the beginning. On the way down, all kinds of terrifying killing tribulations descended. There was a fiery red cauldron, a jade ruler that was as white as snow, a picture scroll that was branded with countless twisted Dao patterns, a bronze bell, an ancient sword, a battle spear. These attacks all came from the power of the eternal realm. Every attack had the supreme power to collapse the sky and disturb the starry sky. But now, these killing tribulations blocked the way forward and attacked Taixian. Lin Sun couldn't see the dangerous scenes at all. His mind was protected by Taixian's power, so he couldn't see the peerless battles along the way. But even so, Lin Sun still felt the fatal danger coming to him. That was a big shot in the eternal realm, not just one, but a group of them. Such a murderous calamity could make anyone in the world despair. Even though Taixian had charged forward and avoided danger every single time, Lin Sun noticed that the power of his Dharma idol was rapidly being consumed and becoming dim. This made Lin nervous and worried. Little friend, don't worry. Even if my Dharma idol is destroyed, I'm confident that I can send you to the Fortune Divine City. Taixian's clear and clean voice sounded in Lin Sun's heart. Boom! An earth-shattering rumble resounded and Taixian's figure shook violently. His Dharma became even dimmer and showed signs of becoming blurry and illusory. However, he smiled and said, "Do you see that? Even though those old geezers are powerful, none of them dare to move out with their true bodies. It's none other than because they're worried about suffering the backlash from the laws of the heavens and earth." Lin Sun took a deep breath and said, "Senior, if I step into the eternal realm in the future, I will definitely return to the ruins of fortune to take revenge." Ha ha ha, your ambition is commendable. But you don't have to do this. A battle between eternal realm experts can't be decided in a day. Taixian laughed heartily. Lin Sun's eyes were cold and calm. If I can't do it in a day, then I'll spend more time. In short, I have to take revenge. At this moment, he thought back to when he was outside the God's Relic, when his fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi and senior uncle Kong Ju brought him away. His heart was filled with depression and resentment. You've cultivated for less than 200 years. As long as you're alive, with your immortal realm cultivation, you will definitely be able to stand above the heavens. When he spoke up to hear, Taixian seemed to have thought of something and said, "Since ancient times, there has been a mysterious and unfathomable starry sky within the divine creation city, and it's called the creation starry sky. Every single star that adorns the starry sky is formed from a complete cultivation system, and it's extremely miraculous. Why don't you take a look once you arrive there? Perhaps you'll be able to obtain great benefits." Stardome of Fortune. Lin Sun was stunned and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Senior, why are you still worried about me at this time?" Taixian smiled and said, "These murderous tribulations are nothing to me. It's nothing more than losing a spiritual image. In less than 100 years, I can condense another one. It won't affect my cultivation." He paused for a moment before he said, "On the other hand, you can't be careless after you arrive at Divine Fortune City. Even though those Eternal Realm experts are unable to enter the city, there are numerous experts from the powers that stand behind them in the city. If they intend to harm you, then you'll definitely cause a great deal of trouble." Lin Sun's eyes were surging with killing intent. "I can't wait for these troubles to happen." The Divine City of Fortune was covered with strange and mysterious rule power. Any cultivator who entered the city, no matter how strong he was, would be suppressed to the Emperor Realm. Once an Eternal Realm expert got close to the Divine City of Fortune, he would even be repelled and attacked by the city, and in the Emperor Realm, how could Lin Sun, who already had the foundation of the ancestor of all Tao, be afraid of others' provocation and attack? Tai Xian's words reminded Lin Sun that he might not be able to fight against the Eternal Realm experts, but in the Divine City of Fortune, he could deal with the disciples of the Eternal Realm experts. Boom, a battle. Spear flew across the sky, setting off a green glow in the starry sky. Tai Xian immediately stopped talking with Lin Sun. Along the way, there were murderous tribulations and obstacles. Although Lin Sun couldn't see them, the depression and hatred in his heart became more and more intense. Suddenly, Tai Xian said, "Young friend, the Divine City of Fortune is in front of us. Get ready." Lin Sun suddenly raised his head. In the distant starry sky, a grand, majestic, and ancient city stood. The sky above it was covered in a thick layer of obscure clouds, and billions of stars were faintly visible in the clouds. This city was truly too grand and magnificent. How enormous were those stars? Yet before this city, they were actually tiny like grains of sand. This was the Divine City of Fortune. A place that gods didn't care about, a city that many god clans couldn't occupy as their own. Over the countless years, this place had become a place of communication for hundreds of eras. Every day, countless cultivators from different eras came. Lin Sun couldn't help but think of the scene he saw in front of the dark palace in the flowing light forbidden area. A long time ago, Xiaxhi's original body had given the Sword of Fortune to a man called 13 and instructed him to bring the sword to the Divine City of Fortune. Now, was 13 still in this city? "Young friend, I'll send you here." Tai Xian's voice resounded. After that, Lin Sun felt his figure shake, and then he was teleported uncontrollably. The scene before his eyes changed, and when he steadied himself, he'd arrived before a lofty city gate. A wave of exclamations resounded in the surroundings, and it was an expanse of chaos. Numerous cultivators were entering and exiting the city gate, so they were shocked when Lin Sun's figure suddenly arrived here. Lin Sun swept the surroundings with his gaze, and he paid no attention to the surprised and bewildered gazes of the cultivators in the surroundings. He directly shot his gaze towards the distant starry sky. What's that? What a terrifying aura. At practically the exact same moment, all the cultivators near the southern heaven's gate of fortune noticed that something was off, and they shot their gazes towards the distant starry sky. Right, strands of boundlessly terrifying aura suddenly surged into appearance in the distant starry sky, and it threw the starry sky into disorder while countless stars rustled down. One after another, supreme and imposing figures appeared out of thin air. They were either holding golden halberds, bronze battle spears, holding burning cauldrons, or wielding ancient swords. There were over 10 of them. The Tao God Realm. The Divine Ascension Realm. The Divine King Realm. A wave of exclamations resounded, and all the cultivators near the southern heaven's gate of fortune were astounded. They were obviously from different eras, and they called the Eternal Realm by different names. But at this moment, they were all shocked by this shocking scene. How could they not be shocked by the arrival of over 10 Eternal Realm experts? Then, they noticed Tai Xian, and realized that the 10 Eternal Realm experts were targeting Tai Xian alone. "Little friend, didn't you ask me what the turning point for the Divine City of Fortune is? I can only tell you that the turning point is in this city, and all you have to do is wait here." At this moment, Tai Xian's voice resounded in Lin Sun's heart. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, his mighty figure suddenly transformed into countless dense strands of sword chi that covered the starry sky and spread in all directions. Lin Sun felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and he couldn't see anything. The cultivators near the city gate cried out in shock, and their minds were shaken, and everything before their eyes was a vast expanse of whiteness. At this moment, all the cultivators in the entire Divine City of Fortune were shocked, because the aura was too terrifying, and it affected the entire Divine City of Fortune. Rumble. 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 Then, in the thick layer of clouds above the Divine City of Fortune, an obscure and mysterious taboo power surged out, and it turned into violent divine order chains that lashed out towards the distant starry sky. Obviously, the power of the Eternal Realm had caused the Divine City of Fortune to reject it, and it attacked at this moment. Oh my God! How long has it been since something like this happened? What exactly is going on? An uproar broke out in various areas of the city. All of this happened so suddenly that it caught everyone off guard, and they were shocked again and again. But soon, The divine city of fortune returned to its usual calm, and the mysterious taboo power disappeared. It was also at this moment that the people's minds and vision recovered from the shock. However, when he looked at the starry sky in the distance, Tai Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. There were only a dozen eternal realm figures standing in the void. They had restrained their auras and they were like gods. Lin Sun clenched his fists, and his black eyes were terrifyingly cold. Even though he knew that Tai Xian had died because of a Dharma idol, when he saw this scene, an indescribable anger surged in his heart. How could he not take revenge for this enmity? P.S. Around 8 o'clock, I will continue to update tonight. The area around the Fortune Divine City's South Heaven's Gate was quiet and oppressive. The dozen-plus eternal realm existences in the distance hadn't left, and this caused the cultivators near the city gate to feel anxious and bewildered. Lin Sun knew that these old things were not reconciled. He took a deep breath and sensed the changes in his aura. As soon as he arrived at the Fortune Divine City, his cultivation was suppressed to the Emperor realm, maintaining it at the Emperor Ancestor realm. Looking at the other cultivators nearby, most of their auras were at or below the Emperor realm. He couldn't sense any power belonging to the Immortal realm. Obviously, the rumors were true. Any cultivator that arrived at Divine Fortune City would be suppressed once their strengths exceeded the scope of the Emperor realm, and they could only maintain their cultivation at the Emperor realm. Experts of the Way of the King era, heed my command. If anyone is able to kill this kid, then they can join my Xianxia clan to cultivate. Suddenly, in the distant starry sky, a man in golden armor who was as imposing as a god opened his mouth. His voice rumbled and pointed at Lin Sun. There was an uproar in the field. All the cultivators nearby looked at Lin Sun in disbelief. Who is this person? How did he incur the killing intent of the Xianxia clan? There were also many cultivators whose eyes flickered as they were tempted. Who didn't know that the resources, reserves, and might of the Xianxia clan could be ranked in the top 5 amongst the 100 eras in the ruins of creation? Prime Clear Era's experts, heed my command. My Yen family is willing to offer a chance to prove the Tao of Eternity as a reward to whoever captures this child alive. Deep within the starry sky, another Eternal Realm expert spoke. A single sentence caused the mouths of countless cultivators to go dry and their hearts to surge. A chance to corroborate the Tao and become everlasting. This was a supreme fortune that could only be chanced upon and not sought for. This was incredible. They couldn't imagine what Lin Sun had done to make such a great force of the God clan pay so much. Experts of the Cloud Shadow era, listen up. As long as we kill this kid, whether it's the chance to attain immortality or to enter my Ying clan to cultivate, we'll be satisfied. There was a complete uproar near the southern gate. Many people looked at Lin Sun with eagerness. However, this was not the end. Then, one by one, the Eternal Realm experts issued their decrees. Experts of the Qinglong era, listen to my order. Experts of the Great Chu era, heed my command. Crimson Light era, one imperious voice after another appeared, causing the area around the South Heaven Gate to become lively. The god clans of the 9 epochs have joined hands to kill this person. Who is he? Someone was dumbfounded. It doesn't matter who he is. He offended the 9 great god clans. How can he still be alive? Some people were eager to have a try. Their eyes on Lin Sun became hot as if they were staring at a tempting prey. Vile spawn, I'll give you a chance to surrender. Otherwise, now will be the day you die. Someone directly rushed out. He was dressed in a green robe, had a tall figure, and held an ancient sword in his hand. His eyes were like lightning, and he did not conceal his killing intent at all. This was an Emperor Ancestor character. He was a supreme existence in Divine Fortune City, and that was why he was so fearless. Lin Sun didn't pay attention to this person, or he didn't even look at him from beginning to end. He waved his sleeve. An unparalleled force rushed out and pressed down on the green-robed man. Bang! The green-robed man didn't even have the time to struggle before he was directly blasted into pieces, and he transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky as it rained down. Some of the cultivators in the vicinity were shocked to the point of letting out sharp cries and hurriedly retreated. How strong! The expressions of many cultivators changed, and they felt terrified in their hearts. He'd annihilated an Emperor Ancestor with a casual strike. Such strength was something that most cultivators in Divine Fortune City could only look up to. Some of the cultivators who were ready to make a move earlier felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, and their bodies stiffened while their hearts shrunk back. Even though the reward was tempting, one had to be alive to take it. I'll definitely take revenge for today in the future. Lin Sun glanced coldly at the 10+ eternal realm existences in the distant starry sky for a moment, and then he turned around and walked into the southern heaven gate. The cultivators in the vicinity instinctively moved aside to form a path. Some were unwilling to give up, and they encouraged the others, "Everyone, let's attack together. We'll definitely be able to capture." Pooh, he hadn't finished speaking when he was slashed to death by a strand of sword chi, and blood flowed all over the ground. The bloody scene of death caused everyone's scalps to go numb. He was too domineering. Even though he'd been ordered to be killed by the 9 god clans, he still showed no fear, and he killed decisively and coldly, causing the hearts of others to tremble. Seeing Lin Sun walk into the southern heaven gate, some cultivators hesitated and sighed inwardly, dispelling the unrealistic thoughts in their hearts. There were also many cultivators who gritted their teeth and followed behind Lin Sun. Quickly spread the news that a great fortune has come knocking on our door. More people chose to spread the news towards the city, hoping to use the forces behind them to capture and kill Lin Sun. Lin Sun paid no attention to them. He was filled with accumulated anger, and he couldn't wait for trouble to come knocking on his door so that he could vent his anger. Soon, Lin Sun's figure disappeared. Humph. This is just the beginning. I'd like to see how long this kid can survive in this city. An old monster in the distant starry sky snorted coldly. The order had been issued, and when all the major forces in Divine Fortune City knew about this, Lin Sun would definitely fall into a situation where the entire city was his enemy. "Everyone, news has just come from the Great Qin Divine Realm. This kid has come with the Sword of Fortune, and it's very likely that he's Luo Tongtian's descendant." Suddenly, an old monster spoke, and his words shocked everyone present. Luo Tongtian, this name caused them to think of the eternal coffin at the first possible moment. So in this way, wouldn't killing this kid be equivalent to finding out the whereabouts of the eternal coffin? No wonder he intends to enter the flowing light restricted area by force. So that's why. The expressions of these eternal realm existences changed slightly, and their gazes flickered as they started to plan. "We absolutely can't miss this opportunity no matter what." After a short while, the gold-armored man from the Xianxia clan who led the group spoke in a low voice. "Everyone, such a major incident has occurred, so news of it is bound to be impossible to conceal. According to my inference, it probably won't be long before the various divine clans in the Ruins of Fortune will definitely find out about this." The eyes of the others suddenly narrowed when they heard this. "I can use the name of the Xianxia clan to guarantee that if the powers you belong to join forces with me, then I'll definitely share this fortune with all of you once we seize this fortune." The gold-armored man from the Xianxia clan spoke indifferently. The others pondered briefly before they agreed successively. The resources and reserves of the Xianxia clan was sufficient to be ranked in the top 5 divine clans, so it was naturally a good thing to join forces with them. "Then it's decided. From today onward, we'll hold down the fort here. At the same time, we'll mobilize all the forces of our clans to capture and kill this kid in Divine Fortune City." The gold-armored man said, "Even if some setbacks and mishaps occur, we'll be able to deal with them one by one with our strength." Everyone had no objections, and they nodded in agreement. Divine Fortune City. This city was so large that it completely exceeded Lin Sun's imagination. As soon as he entered the city, he saw intersecting streets and buildings that stood like trees in a forest, and they stretched out towards the surroundings. There was no lack of mountains and rivers scattered throughout the city, and he couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. It was like this city was a large world. The mountains, rivers, and the geography had all become a part of this city, and it formed a magnificent world city. Every single street and every single building was covered in an obscure and mysterious force. This caused Lin Sun to realize that even if he fought here, he would probably be unable to destroy a single plant here because it would be dispersed by the taboo force. At this moment, a storm was brewing in the city, and the various powers that resided here had taken action at the first possible moment. It was truly because the commotion that occurred in the starry sky earlier was too terrifying. A group of great figures at the Eternal Realm had arrived jointly, and it even alarmed the energy of the laws within Divine Fortune City, causing it to strike at those great figures, Now, even though all of this had come to an end, everyone was clearly aware that a great storm was bound to descend upon Divine Fortune City. What exactly happened? The god clans of the 9 eras have given the order to pursue and kill a man surnamed Lin. What? Who's this fellow surnamed Lin? What generous rewards? Where's this fellow surnamed Lin? Along with the news spreading incessantly, wave after wave of exclamations of shock and commotion arose in Divine Fortune City. Since the ancient times, the Divine Fortune City had always been a place where the gods didn't interfere, and it had become a place where cultivators from over 100 eras conversed, causing it to be flourishing and prosperous. For example, the powers of the various god clans were stationed in the city, and numerous cultivators came from all over the world every single day. Presently, there were even busybodies that proclaimed Divine Fortune City to be the #1 divine city in the ruins of fortune over 100 eras. Today, Lin Sun's arrival had caused a great stir in Divine Fortune City. Moreover, the stir was still spreading. The powers that resided in the city, like the Xianxia clan, the Ying clan, and the Yan clan, had taken action as soon as they received the news. Indeed, since the ancient times until now, no power had been able to monopolize Divine Fortune City, but the various god clans were still the fully deserving overlords in the city. They were scattered in different areas of the city, and each of them was in charge of an area. Even though the experts that resided in these areas were all at the Emperor realm, it didn't affect the fear and reverence the other cultivators had towards them. Quick, that fellow surnamed Lin is coming through the southern heaven gate. Our people have already set their eyes on that fellow. He can't escape. Let's go. If one looked down from the sky, they would find that groups of figures were moving out from different areas of the city. They were like groups of tides, rushing towards the area where the southern heaven gate was located. Along the way, these aggressive and murderous experts of the god clans attracted the attention of many people. At this time, even the stupidest fool knew that something big was going to happen today. After Lin Sun entered the southern city gate, he walked straight along the street. He still didn't know that because of his arrival, there was already a turbulent undercurrent in the city. But even if he knew, he didn't care. At this time, there were many cultivators following behind him, and more of them were gathering. No matter where he went, he would definitely attract the attention of countless people on the way. It was too conspicuous, but Lin Sun didn't care. At this moment, he just wanted to vent the anger that had accumulated in his heart, and he couldn't wait for the enemy to come quickly. P.S. The third time will be a little later. Goldfish eat a mouthful of rice first on the street. Lin Sun seemed to be strolling leisurely, but in fact, his killing intent was brewing. He couldn't restrain himself. Behind him, more and more cultivators followed. Some of them were ready to make a move with killing intent on their faces. The bustling street seemed to be aware of the dangerous atmosphere. All of a sudden, there were fewer pedestrians and it became deserted. Boom, a tall figure broke through the air and blocked Lin Sun's way like a golden light. It was a man in a purple robe, exuding the terrifying aura of Xianxia Emperor. Are you that Lin Sun? The purple-robed man revealed undisguised excitement and killing intent. Remember, I'm from the primordial god clan of the Great Wu era. Before he finished speaking, an unparalleled palm force slapped him. It was simple and direct, but destructive. The next moment, the excitement on the purple-robed man's face froze. His nose and lips suddenly sunk in, leaving a clear palm print on them. Following that, his entire body was sent flying. Before he could even land on the ground, his body exploded with a loud bang, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. Lin Sun withdrew his hand and continued to move forward with a calm expression. The accumulated anger in his heart made him not in the mood to understand the origin of the other. The cultivators following from afar couldn't help but change their expressions. One slap had smashed a Xianxia Emperor into pieces. This terrifying power made them feel incredulous. Xianxia Emperor was at the peak of the Emperor realm. How could he be so weak? It should be noted that in this divine city of fortune, there was no power at the immortal realm. Even if he borrowed external forces or objects, it wouldn't work. The long street became more and more deserted. The shop doors on both sides of the street were closed one by one, as if they were afraid of being affected. In front of the street, there were pedestrians fleeing in all directions. At this time, it gave people the feeling that Lin Sun was an ancient fierce beast that broke into the city, causing panic along the way. Here. Not long after, a clear voice rang out. Boom, then, a dense group of dazzling escape lights whistled over and turned into more than a dozen figures. There were men and women, old and young, and all of them had an amazing aura. It's the power of the Yan clan. In the distance, there was a sound of surprise in the crowd following Lin Sun. Then the crowd became restless and looked forward to it. The Yan clan had gathered more than a dozen Zhu Shui great ancestors. This meant that all the divine clans in the city had received the news and were on the move. Now, it was the Yan family. It wouldn't be long before the forces of the other divine clans would arrive. Under such circumstances, how could that fellow surnamed Lin possibly hold on? Go, capture him. As soon as they arrived, the leader of the Yan clan ordered to kill Lin Sun at the first time. Boom, more than a dozen sovereign ancestors took out their treasures and activated their Dao arts. Their terrifying aura spread out, causing the nearby streets to tremble violently. The buildings on both sides of the street were visibly emitting an obscure and forbidden aura that dissolved the aura of destruction. Otherwise, this street would have been instantly leveled to the ground. Lin Sun looked calm and his eyes were deep and terrible. He didn't stop but stepped forward. Streaks of sword chi condensed from his body and spread out in all directions. Each ray of sword chi was like an invincible divine weapon. It tore through the sky and smashed the enemy's treasures. It rushed into the group of Yan clan cultivators like a hot knife through butter. Puff, puff, puff. In the dense explosions like firecrackers, the dozen or so Zhu Shui great ancestors were cut down like weeds by the dense sword chi. Scarlet blood splattered and dyed the void red. For a moment, the bloody scene was like a painting. It was poignant and chilling. The people following in the distance were all stunned. They were completely shocked, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. Facing one person, he killed them with one strike. Facing a group of people, he killed them with one strike. Who could believe this? Seeing Lin Sun's figure continue forward, the expressions of some of the followers changed. In the end, they dispiritedly left the group, not daring to continue the chase. There were also some who were not afraid of death and continued to follow Lin Sun. Here, quick! Not long after, another group of Zhu Shui great ancestors came charging at them. Almost at the same time, in other directions, groups of people appeared one after another. They were obviously from different camps. At this time, they were like a tide coming from all directions, converging on this block. As far as the eye could see, there were no less than 100 of them. The Ying clan, the Wing clan, the Nong clan, the Shen clan. When the people recognized the camps that came one after another, there was an uproar. Since ancient times until now, there had been numerous battles and killings in the Fortune Divine City, and blood had been shed without end. But there had never been a scene like today, where all the clans in the city moved out together to kill a single target. This in itself was incredible. What was even more unbelievable was that, at least until now, their target was still alive and unharmed. Haha, it seems that everyone is here for the reward. A man in a white robe held a feather fan and said with a smile. His voice rang out. However, I advise you to leave. With me here, this thing is already in the Ying clan's pocket. That's not necessarily true. A woman in a fiery red dress said in a sweet voice, there are so many forces here. Who can guarantee who will be the winner if they act together? These overmatches from all clans besieged Lin Sun from all directions. Their murderous intent made many onlookers in the distance shudder. Under such a siege, no matter how strong Lin Sun was, could he still survive like before? That's a lot of nonsense. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. He never stopped his steps, and it was the same at this moment. Seeing so many enemies coming, he finally stopped suppressing his inner anger and killing intent. His tall figure roared and evolved into an abyss, as if to devour the world. Boom, he stepped into the air and attacked directly. Although he was alone in a tight encirclement, it gave people the feeling that he was the hunter who was going to hunt all the enemies. Do it. Kill him. Don't let him fall into the hands of others. Kill. All kinds of shouts resounded, shaking the universe. The tide-like figures rushed to Lin Sun one by one, trying to capture him in one fell swoop by using their strongest means. Lin Sun's clothes were fluttering, and his inner killing intent was burning. All of it was channeled into his fist and struck out. Boom, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Countless terrible visions of the end of the world were reflected. Lin Sun's punch was like a god lifting an ancient mountain and smashing it on the world. Several bodies of Xianxia Emperor ancestors were blown up on the spot, and blood splashed like a waterfall. As the fist spread, the siege was shaken and there were many signs of chaos. This domineering scene made many people's faces change. They no longer dared to be careless and rushed forward with all their strength. They were all Xianxia Emperor ancestors. They didn't believe that they couldn't capture Lin Sun when they had an absolute advantage in numbers. And this was exactly what Lin Sun wanted. He really needed to vent. He couldn't beat those old guys in the Eternal Realm, but couldn't he beat a group of people in the same realm? No matter how many people there were, it was doomed to be in vain. Boom, Lin Sun released his cultivation, and his momentum was like a demon god as he swept through the battlefield. Countless Taoist techniques and Taoist soldiers whizzed over, but before they could get close to Lin Sun, they were crushed and destroyed by the big abyss that emerged around him. Invulnerable to all techniques, people couldn't believe their eyes. As Lin Sun attacked, every attack he made would blow up his opponent. At least one person, at most several people. Wherever he passed, the bodies of the enemies exploded like fireworks, and blood splashed like waterfalls. That kind of disdainful and powerful strength shocked everyone present. If the emperors from the Eternal World were here, they would have fled at the first moment, not daring to fight Lin Sun at all. Who didn't know that Lin Sun had once killed an immortal realm cultivator? Who didn't know that in those years, Lin Sun had killed countless Xianxia Emperor ancestors? Right now, in this divine city of fortune, the power of the Emperor realm was the limit. Who in the same realm could fight Lin Sun? Boom, the battle was fierce, and blood splashed. Screams, furious roars, and shouts were mixed with the rumbling sounds of the Tao and the splashing divine radiance, and it interweaved into a bloody scene that seemed like purgatory. The enemy's eyes were bloodshot, and they charged at Lin Sun with their lives on the line. But to Lin Sun, they were like a group of moths flying into a flame. No matter how many of them there were, they were just moths playing with fire. Boom, his black hair fluttered, and his black eyes were like two abysses. Fist force, palm prints, finger force, sword energy. He released them with every single move he made, and every single one of his attacks carried the might of an invincible cultivator in this realm. Moreover, the number of enemies was ceaselessly decreasing. The heavens and the earth seemed to have turned scarlet red. Amidst the chaotic flow of destruction, the scene of death rose and fell. The people watching from afar shivered, and they felt a bone-piercing cold. No one could have imagined that Lin Sun was actually terrifying to such an extent. He killed Xianxia Emperor ancestors as if he was harvesting grass, as if he was slaughtering chickens and dogs. Just looking at him from afar caused people to feel despair, and helplessness. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than half of the hundreds of Xianxia Emperor ancestors dispatched by various god clan forces were either dead or injured. The thick blood transformed into a river that spread on the limestone street, and the buildings on both sides of the street were covered in a mysterious energy that seemed like a taboo, and it resisted the impact of the destructive aura. Everything was so ghastly and shocking. In the end, the remaining enemies seemed to have collapsed. All of their fighting spirit had collapsed, and they fled in panic in all directions. They were terrified and didn't dare to continue fighting. How could Lin Sun let them leave? Then, he suddenly took a deep breath, and then countless dazzling and resplendent strands of sword chi surged out amidst deafening rumbling sounds from the acupoints in his entire body. They covered the surroundings and shot explosively towards the fleeing enemy. Poo, 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 in different directions, in different voids, figures were slashed down by the sword chi, and they fell like dumplings. In the end, all of them were mercilessly slaughtered, and not a single one escaped. The spectators in the distance were completely awed at this moment. They stood there in a daze, and there was only a single thought in their minds: is this the power that Xianxia Emperor Ancestor Realm can possess? P.S. Send more updates. If you have a monthly vote, please vote. Recently, the monthly vote data has been a bit dismal. On the long street, blood flowed like a river, spreading like a river. All the enemies had been killed. Only Lin Sun's tall figure stood there alone, spotless and unscathed. Shock surged in the hearts of the onlookers in the distance. Many people were terrified. Too strong. In less than a quarter of an hour, one person had killed hundreds of Xianxia ancestors. Such a bloody massacre had never happened in the long history of Fortune City. Who was he? How could his combat power be so terrifying? The cultivators who had been following Lin Sun from afar felt their legs go soft and their eyes glazed. They had followed Lin Sun all the way and witnessed the whole process of Lin Sun killing all the way from the southern heavenly gate. Many times, they were frightened and had the urge to retreat and flee. But in the end, they held back because they firmly believed that with the experts sent by the major divine clans, Lin Sun would be besieged by the ocean-like army. But now, the conviction in their hearts suddenly collapsed, and it was completely replaced by terror and panic. The atmosphere was oppressive and silent, making it hard for people to breathe. Lin Sun brushed his clothes casually and was about to move forward when he suddenly thought of something. Who knows where the Liangqiu clan, the Ying clan, the Yan clan, the 9 divine clans are entrenched in the city? His voice resounded through the area. Countless onlookers were shocked. What was Lin Sun going to do? Was he going to destroy the nests of the 9 divine clans? Although they were shocked, no one answered. Lin Sun had killed so many experts of the divine clans before. There was no doubt that the divine clans would not let it go. Under such circumstances, who dared to leak the news to Lin Sun? Lin Sun didn't seem surprised. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. Bang! A black-clothed man who had been following behind Lin Sun was caught in the air and rolled down in front of Lin. Tell me, Lin Sun said casually. The man in black said in horror, I will die if I tell you. You will die now if you don't tell me. Do you think I'm killing innocent people? I'm sorry, but you're not innocent. You were the first one to send the news to the city. Do you really think I didn't see it? The man's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm from the Bao clan of the divine clans. Bang! Before he finished his words, his body was smashed by Lin Sun and his spirit was pulled out. Lin Sun sighed, how stupid you are to threaten me with your origin at this time. As he spoke, his divine sense had already pierced into her soul like a sword. Soon, Lin Sun got the answer he wanted. After offending the various great god races, you are destined to not live for more than a few days. That person's primordial spirit roared. With a crackling sound, Lin Sun crushed the spirit and turned it into a rain of light. The spectators who witnessed this scene shuddered. They finally realized that this surnamed Lin did not care about any threat from the god race at all. There is nothing to fear, therefore there is nothing to worry about. What happened here? Right at this moment, another group of cultivators whistled over menacingly from afar. But when they saw the bloody and picturesque scene in the field, their faces changed, and they looked at Lin Sun with surprise and doubt. Let's go. We can't fight this person. They've already slaughtered hundreds of Xianxia the arch-ancestors. Among the cultivators watching in the distance, one of them shouted anxiously and reminded them. At this time, Lin Sun waved his sleeves, and countless sword chi intertwined and turned into a torrent of sword chi sweeping across the sky, rushing towards the group of cultivators. Let's go. Retreat. Those cultivators had sensed that something was wrong, and now they were reminded. How could they not understand the abnormality of the situation? After Lin Sun took action, they chose to retreat as soon as possible. But it was already a step too late. Boom, the earth-shattering sound of the sword resounded. In the void, one figure after another was swept by the incomparably sharp sword chi, torn apart, and blood spilled like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, they were all slaughtered. The scenes of death stimulated the spectators in the distance, and they hurriedly spread the news. Tell our clansmen not to come. Lin Sun has slaughtered more than 100 Xianxia the arch-ancestors. Tell the strong clansmen, or they will be in great trouble. Quick, stop our clansmen. All kinds of news spread in all directions. What was ridiculous was that it was also these people who spread the news outside the city gate, hoping that the forces behind them would take action as soon as possible and capture Lin Sun. Lin Sun did not stop them. He stepped into the distance. The divine city of fortune was comparable to a world city, vast and boundless. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators gathered in the city. Among them, Xianxia the arch-ancestor was the supreme existence. However, even though such figures weren't rare, they merely occupied an extremely small portion of the over 100 million cultivators in the world. Most of the cultivators in the city were below the level of Xianxia the arch-ancestor, and there was no lack of cultivators below the emperor realm. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. Lin Sun did not intend to massacre the city, so he naturally would not kill innocent people. In the final analysis, at this moment, he needed to vent the hatred in his heart by killing. Watching Lin Sun's figure getting further and further away, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Is he going to the territory of Yan Divine Clan?" The Yan clan was one of the top 10 divine clans in the divine ruins of fortune. That must be the case. Although there are many divine clans in the area of 30,000 miles around the southern heavenly gate, it has always been ruled by the Yan clan since ancient times. Is this Lin going to start a massacre today and destroy the territory of the 9 divine clans? He's crazy, the onlookers were in an uproar. They immediately spread the news of Lin Sun's movements. Breezy Ridge. The Yan clan's territory in the divine city of fortune. By the time Lin Sun arrived, all the restrictive spells in Breezy Ridge had been activated. A group of Xianxia the arch-ancestor realm experts from the Yan clan gathered behind the formation, waiting for Lin Sun. They had already received the news in the city, so they naturally knew how Lin Sun had killed his way through the southern heavenly gate alone. If we were in the outside world, this old man would have killed this madman with a single slap. An old antique from the Yan clan said angrily. He was a Nirvana god realm old antique who had come to the divine city of fortune to run some errands. He hadn't expected to encounter such a calamity. Even someone as powerful as him had been suppressed to the Xianxia the arch-ancestor realm in the divine city of fortune. This was the reason why he was so angry. "Ancestor, it's useless to say all this now," a golden-robed man said in a deep voice. "I've already given the order to gather some of the other celestial clans' forces to support us. Under such circumstances, that surnamed Lin will definitely not be able to return." His words roused the spirits of the others. In the entire divine ruins of creation, the Yan clan of the god race was a colossus that ranked in the top 10. They also had many subordinate divine clans under their command. For example, among the 9 divine clans that had ordered Lin Sun to kill him, 2 of them were subordinate forces of the Yan clan. Making such a big fuss just to deal with one person, it'll be embarrassing if word gets out. The old antique sighed. "Old ancestor, our reinforcements are here." The golden-robed man's spirits rose when he saw 2 groups of people approaching. They were the experts of the Chu clan and the Bao clan that were subordinate to the Yan clan. The experts of the Yan clan breathed a sigh of relief. There were now more than 100 Xianxia the arch-ancestors gathered near Windy Ridge, and they were protected by layers of restrictive formations. "Look, that guy can't be that madman with the surname Lin, right?" Almost at the same time, a loud shout caused a commotion among the crowd. Everyone looked up and saw a tall figure striding through the air in the distance. His white robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an otherworldly immortal. "It's him. He really dares to come to our Yan clan and cause trouble? How dare he?" The experts of the Yan clan were in an uproar, their expressions varied. "Experts of the Chu clan and Bao clan, listen up. Go kill this person," the golden-robed man roared, his voice echoing through the 9 heavens. The 2 groups from the Chu clan and Bao clan also discovered Lin Sun. After receiving their orders, they gathered together and rushed towards Lin Sun like a flood. Boom, the battle erupted and the light of the Tao flooded the area. Moments later, the experts of the Yan clan, who had been watching all this while, cried out in alarm. "How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful Xianxia the arch in this world? A character of this level is already comparable to our race's goddess. No, even the goddess is not as cruel as this Lin." To them, Lin Sun was like an invincible sword. In a short period of time, he had already killed more than a dozen opponents. The encirclement formed by the experts of the Bao clan and the Chu clan was completely defeated. This caused them to be shocked, angry, and terrified. "Should we go and help?" someone asked with difficulty. "Help? I think you're going to die. Guard this place and do not act on your own." The golden-robed man's face was livid. The others also looked gloomy and depressed. In the distance, the experts of the Chu clan and Bao clan were not weaker than them in terms of cultivation. But now, they were being killed by a single person. This made them feel threatened. What made them even angrier was that the experts of the Chu clan and Bao clan had fled not long after the battle began. They ran faster than anyone else, as if they had been scared out of their wits. These bastards! The Nirvana realm old fogey cursed. But in the next moment, his furious expression was replaced by a wisp of astonishment. Countless rays of sword chi spread out from Lin Sun's body and swept in all directions. Bang bang bang, with a series of muffled sounds, the escaping experts of the two clans were killed on the spot. Blood splashed high into the air. On Cool Wind Ridge, the experts of the Yen clan were stunned. Their eyes had widened, and they could not help but be shocked. Dozens of Xianxia the arch from the two clans had been slaughtered. All of this had happened right before their eyes, and the bloody scenes caused them to have the urge to abandon their camps and flee for their lives. At this time, Lin Sun had already arrived in front of Windy Ridge. His tall figure was covered in a layer of frightening luster under the sunlight. He was like a demon god. P.S. The name the Arch Realm is different in each epoch. In Fortune Divine City, it was replaced by the Arch Realm. Otherwise, it would look very confusing. Longyue Lake. The Xianxia clan's territory in the Divine City of Fortune. The Imperial Progenitor Realm experts of the Xianxia clan were gathered in a dazzling palace. Their brows were tightly knitted, and the atmosphere was oppressive. The news of what had happened in the city had already spread. They even received news from outside the city that the man surnamed Lin was called Lin Sun, and he came from outside the Divine City of Fortune. He was Luo Tongtian's great-grandson. This was also the reason why more than a dozen Eternal-level bigwigs joined forces to attack. I've already sent the news. If everything goes according to plan, the clan will send the 3 divine princes here soon. Liangqiu Jing said in a deep voice. He was the person in charge of the Xianxia clan in the Divine City of Fortune, an extremely outstanding imperial progenitor of the younger generation. 3 divine princes, everyone was surprised. Those were the 3 most powerful legendary figures in the clan. Normally, they wouldn't come to a place like the Divine City of Fortune. It was said that the 3 divine princes were invincible when they were still in the imperial progenitor realm, and their combat strength was terrifying. A long time ago, the 3 divine princes were among the top 30 cultivators of the same cultivation level in the 100 Races Dao discussion with the Xianxia and the Arch Ancestor. Among them, the divine princes, Liangqiu Hu, was ranked 9th. Although the 3 divine princes had broken through a long time ago, their foundation was still incomparable to ordinary cultivators in the same cultivation realm, even if they were suppressed to the imperial progenitor realm. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. What we need to do now is to defend the Longyue Lake and the territory of the Liangqiu clan. Liangqiu Jing said. Everyone was shocked. They had received news that Lin Sun had found out where the 9 divine clans were, and he had already killed his way to the Yen clan's Cool Breeze Ridge. Clan brother, aren't you thinking too highly of this person? With just his own strength, he can overturn the territory of our 9 god clans? I don't believe it. Someone said disapprovingly. At that moment, a hurried report sounded from outside the hall. Lord, we just received news that the Yen clan's Cool Breeze Ridge has fallen. 39 imperial progenitors of the Yen clan and over 100 experts have been slaughtered. Rumor has it that the Chu and Bao clan sent dozens of Jushui ancestors to support the Yen clan of the god race died. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became extremely oppressive, and everyone's expression changed. Such a grievous news was simply like a bolt out of the blue, and it caused their hearts to tremble. The territory of the god race Yen clan had been overturned. Everyone, from now on, immediately mobilize all forces to defend Moonlight Lake. No matter what, we cannot let the fate of the Shin clan's Yen clan happen to us again. Liangqiu Jing took a deep breath and said resolutely. The territory of the Yen clan of the god race was uprooted. When news of this spread to the Divine City of Fortune, it was simply like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens, and it caused the entire city to be stirred while countless clamorous voices resounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was wrong with the Fortune Divine City today? First, a group of eternal-level big shots came together, followed by the 9 god clans giving orders to the entire city to pursue a single target. But now, this target had slaughtered his way from the southern heavenly gate to Windy Ridge, destroying the Yen clan's nest. This was too terrifying. However, before the practitioners in the Divine City of Fortune could react, another piece of heavy news came out. the villain surnamed Lin broke into the Purple Star Mountain and destroyed the forces of the god race Bao clan in one fell swoop. All of a sudden, everyone felt like they were going crazy. How long had it been, and the territory of the god race Bao clan had been destroyed, and in the following time, as news came out one after another, the divine city of fortune had completely fallen into turmoil, and the atmosphere of panic spread like a storm. The Cloud Bridge Valley, where the god race Chu clan was located, was destroyed. The Green Cry Creek, where the god racing clan was located, was destroyed. The god race, similar news would spread every once in a while, and it was like a tempestuous storm that struck over and over again and struck the hearts and minds of all the cultivators in the city. Until dusk fell. When Lin Sun's figure appeared on the shore of Moonlight Lake, the place was already empty, without a single figure. Xianxia clan of the god race, which had occupied this place for countless years, had fled in advance. This made Lin Sun stunned. Among the 9 god races, the Xianxia clan was undoubtedly the strongest. So that Lin Sun also put them on the last target to kill. But who would have thought that the Xianxia clan, which ranked in the top 5 among the god races, would abandon their nest and flee? It's only the first day. It doesn't matter if I escape. I have plenty of time to play. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. When he was thinking, he had already come to the Moonlight Lake. This lake was beautiful, and its water was clear. Row upon row of ancient buildings were built on the lake, and it was quiet and vast. Golden lotus was planted in the lake, and groups of spiritual fish swam in the lake. In the twilight, wisps of smoke curled up over the lake, like a fairyland. Lin Sun immediately decided to occupy this place as a temporary shelter. At the same time, outside the eastern gate, Liangqiu Jing and other strong practitioners of the Liangqiu clan all looked gloomy and livid, and their hearts were full of unspeakable shame and indignation. Originally, according to Liangqiu Jing's decision, they would defend the Moonlight Lake to the death. But with the news that one god race force after another was uprooted, Liangqiu Jing and others were all shaken. In the end, they finally decided to evacuate in advance. It was undoubtedly a disgrace. But they had to do so. 8 of the territories of the 9 great god clans had been completely slaughtered, so how could the people of their Liangqiu clan possibly avoid such a calamity? Old ancestor, I made this decision. I am willing to bear all the punishment. Liangqiu Jing looked into the distant starry sky and bowed. His voice was bitter. The territories of the 9 god races have all been destroyed? In the depths of the starry sky, terrifying figures appeared one after another. They were the eternal realm existences of the 9 god races. Previously, it was they who had chased Tai Xian and Lin Sun all the way and destroyed Tai Xian's Dharma form in front of the southern gate. Yes. Liangqiu Jing's expression became more and more gloomy. This man should be turned into ashes. How arrogant he is. This is revenge against the 9 god races. Those eternal realm existences all looked gloomy. On the first day he entered the city, he set off such a bloody massacre, and no one could defeat him from beginning to end. Could it be that he was already invincible when he was in the ancestor realm? If so, it's not easy to deal with. After calming down, these old monsters all realized that the problem was tricky. If Lin Sun, who had such great combat strength, stayed in the divine city of fortune, who in this world could defeat him? I have a suggestion. Let's mobilize the divine sons and daughters of our clans. Maybe we can kill this man in the city. An old man said in a deep voice. Each god race had one or several divine sons and daughters, who were regarded as the heirs of the clan. Each of them was like a heaven-defying genius with a terrifying foundation. Ordinary ancestor Juzi was no match for them at all. Someone hesitated. If there are casualties, the loss will be too great. Jade can't be used if it is not cut and polished. Without such experience, how can he cultivate the invincible spirit? How can he shoulder the burden of the clan in the future? I agree. Someone said solemnly. I agree too. Soon, the others agreed. On the same day, these old men sent a message to the god race in their own name, asking the divine sons and daughters of their clans to set off immediately and come to the divine city of fortune. Seeing this, Liangqiu Jing and the others were refreshed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. To deal with evildoers, they naturally had to send out evildoers. If those divine sons and daughters came, they would definitely be able to turn the tide, deep into the night. The divine city of fortune was still in turmoil. In this divine city that was comparable to a world, every district, every street, and every place occupied by cultivators were discussing what had happened today. Lin Sun is the great-grandson of Luo Tongtian. No wonder he was hunted down by the 9 god clans. It must be for the eternal coffin. At this time, as all kinds of news spread, people in the city also learned about Lin Sun's origin and name. After countless years, the news of the eternal coffin has come out again. I'm afraid there will be another shocking storm in the ruins of fortune. The hearts of the people in the city fluctuated, unable to calm down. They'd all heard that according to legend, the coffin of good fortune contained world-shocking profundities, and whoever was able to obtain it would be able to become the Lord of Good Fortune and make over 100 eras of the world submit. Such a treasure was enough to cause the various god clans to fight over it. Lin Sun hiding in the divine city of fortune is a wise move. At least among the Xianxia ancestors, with the combat strength he displayed today, I'm afraid there are very few who can do anything to him. As long as he hides in the city, even if hundreds of god clans come, they can only stare at him helplessly. When the people recalled the bloody storm that Lin Sun had caused in the city today, they felt a chill run down their spine. 8 of the 9 god clans' territories had been completely slaughtered, and the number of Xian ancestors who had died added up to several hundred. This was definitely a terrifying bloody number. One should know that in the divine city of fortune, Xian ancestor was already a supreme existence. Now that several hundred of them had been slaughtered, how could they not be terrified? Although it's a little embarrassing that the Xianxia clan's powerhouses fled in advance, it's understandable. After all, even if they stayed at the Moonlight Lake, they might not be able to escape the fate of being slaughtered. Speaking of which, this Lin Sun is really bold. He directly occupied the Moonlight City, and now he's staying in it. He's not afraid that others can't find him at all. Under the night sky, countless voices were discussing in the city. And many god clans who originally didn't get involved in this matter, after learning about Lin Sun's background, took action. So much so that the news that spread out from the divine city of fortune was dense and numerous. The coffin of eternity. Luo Tongtian, why didn't you come in person? In a desolate, quiet, ancient, and dilapidated palace in the city, a thin figure who was sitting in the darkness suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, it was like a pair of sharp lightning tore through the dark curtain of the night. The thin figure stood up and walked out of the dark palace. Vaguely, it could be seen that he was wearing a broken armor, his beard and hair were messy, and his body was dirty. He looked very down and out. But when his eyes looked at the distant starry sky, they were as bright as the edge of a sword, and as cold as snow. P.S. Continue to add updates tonight. Longyue Lake. The night breeze was blowing, and a pavilion in the middle of the lake was brightly lit. In the pavilion, Lin Sun prepared a table of delicious dishes and was drinking with his parents. The whole family was happy and harmonious. Lin Sun told them about his experiences over the years, which made Lin Wenjing and Luo Qingshuan feel emotional. What others cared about was the legend and achievements Lin Sun had made over the years. But as parents, they only knew that their children had experienced too many hardships and dangers over the years. Alas, it's all my incompetence as a father. Lin Wenjing sighed with a lonely look. He was just a member of Xiao Empire's Lin clan. He did not have astonishing talent, nor did he have monstrous power. Forget about the eternal true world, even in the galaxy's ancient path, he was an extremely ordinary Dao cultivator. Even if he had practiced hard during the years he was trapped in the flowing light forbidden area, he had just set foot on the road to the Emperor realm. If he was in Xiao Empire, this would certainly be an amazing achievement. But in this vast world, the Emperor realm was not enough. Over the years, Lin Wenjing felt extremely guilty for failing to fulfill his responsibility as a father. Even now, he still couldn't help his children, which made him feel bad. Luo Qingshuan said softly, "If you are incompetent, why did I choose you? And now, our child is already so outstanding. As a father, you should be proud of this." "Mother is right. You can enjoy your life as long as I am here," Lin Sun said seriously. Luo Qingshuan teased him with a smile. "Yes, in the future, our son will be famous all over the world. Who dares to look down on you?" Lin Wenjing smiled bitterly. "I just feel that I owe Sun too much, but I never thought about how others would think highly of me. Pretentious. Luo Qingxuan glared at him. If you really owe him, don't say these words. Take out the spirit of a father and drink and eat. Don't talk about the things in your heart. Lin Wenjing sighed and said, it's fine, it's fine. Come, let's have a drink. He picked up his cup and drank with Lin Sun. Of course, Lin Sun did not refuse. Luo Qingxuan smiled and said, your father is just like that. I feel uncomfortable if I don't scold him. Lin Wenjing nodded happily and said, it's strange that I just like your mother. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. Originally, he was indeed slightly worried that his father's background was lowly to the point that he would be controlled and ordered around by his mother. But now it would seem like he was worrying for nothing. The relationship between the two of them was extremely good. After the banquet, Luo Qingxuan asked about Lin Sun's current situation and the situation he was facing. Lin Sun had intended to speak vaguely, but Luo Qingxuan obviously didn't intend to let it go. After repeated inquiries, Lin Sun briefly explained the current situation. Hearing this, Luo Qingxuan was silent for a moment. Then, she comforted him with a smile, don't be too stressed. It's not like your father and I haven't seen life and death. Even if something bad happens in the end, we can face it together as a family. His words were filled with calmness and magnanimity. Your mother is right. Lin Wenjing nodded beside him. Lin Sun felt warm in his heart and said, don't worry. I will definitely take you out of the ruins of fate. In the future, I will take you back to Xiao Empire. His voice was resolute. Luo Qingxuan listened with a smile and suddenly asked, how is my daughter-in-law? Lin Sun was about to say something when he suddenly realized that his mother was testing him. He considered for a moment whether he should tell her about Zhao Jingxian and Lin Fan. Luo Qingxuan said directly, oh, you really have a daughter-in-law. If you don't tell me the truth, I will be annoyed and maybe I will divorce her. Her words were fierce. Lin Sun smiled bitterly and glanced at his father. The latter showed a gloating expression and looked on indifferently. Tell me quickly. Luo Qingxuan urged. She was really curious about what kind of daughter-in-law Lin Sun had found for himself. Lin Sun could do nothing but tell his mother about Zhao Jingxian and Lin Fan one by one. She turns out to be the daughter of Xiao Emperor Zhao Yuanji. Not bad, not bad. Lin Wenjing grinned from ear to ear. Haha, in this case, am I a grandfather? Luo Qingxuan frowned and seemed to be very dissatisfied. She said, why only one? It's too few. I am looking forward to having many children and grandchildren. Lin Sun was speechless. Was she dissatisfied that he didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Lin Sun suddenly felt that he couldn't keep up with his mother's thoughts. Qingxuan, you are the only one I love. On this point, Sun is like me. Lin Wenjing said proudly. Luo Qingxuan snorted, how can your son be like you? As she said, she looked at Lin Sun with a hopeful look and said, my son, tell me honestly. Have you met a lot of excellent women these years? Lin Sun's scalp was numb and he said, of course. Luo Qingxuan's eyes were blazing, do you like any of them? Tell me and I will give you some advice. You are the only child of our Lin family. For the sake of carrying on the family line, you should marry more wives and concubines. Lin Wenjing was stunned. It seemed that he never thought that Luo Qingxuan would say these words. He couldn't help saying, why do you do this? It was not like this when we got married. Luo Qingxuan stared at Lin Wenjing coldly with her eyes as sharp as a knife. Well, Lin Wenjing, you also want to marry more wives and concubines and give Sun more brothers and sisters? Lin Wenjing immediately shut up. He didn't dare to interrupt again. When Lin Sun was about to leave, Luo Qingxuan looked at him with a smile on her beautiful face and said, tonight, we should have a good talk. Lin Sun's face was stiff. He tried to struggle and said, Mother, it's so late. What do you want to talk about? Just talk about your future marriage. Lin Sun, the next morning. Lin Sun left the Moonlight Lake. He decided to go for a walk in the city. Luo Qingxuan interrogated him for a long time last night and persuaded him for a long time, which almost made him waver. Lin Sun is out. Hurry up, be on guard. As soon as Lin Sun walked out of the Moonlight Lake, he was noticed by many strong people who had been watching him in the far distance. They all became vigilant. What was this guy, who had just stirred up a bloodbath yesterday, going to do? Lin Sun also noticed these people, but he didn't care about them and just walked on. When he left the Moonlight Lake, he had placed his parents in the Abyssal Sword Cauldron, so he didn't worry about anything. It took a whole day. Lin Sun wandered in the city. Wherever he went, he would attract the attention of countless people, accompanied by a sensation. But from beginning to end, no one dared to jump out and attack him. This made Lin Sun a little disappointed. Of course, he was not stupid enough to think that the enemy had given up on him. It was foreseeable that when the enemy attacked again, they would be prepared. However, Lin Sun was not worried about anything. At least in the Divine City of Fortune, he was not afraid of any killing. What made Lin Sun helpless was that every time he entered a shop, the owner of the shop would be frightened, as if he was the god of plague. Even though they knew that Lin Sun was here to buy some goods, they still seemed to be in fear and trepidation. In the end, Lin Sun also lost the mood to wander, and returned to the Moonlight Lake with some ancient books and jade slips he bought. At this point, many people who had been watching Lin Sun all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. This murderer did not start a massacre today. This was undoubtedly good news. Otherwise, the whole Divine City of Fortune would be tossed into chaos again. The night was getting darker. Lin Sun was reading the ancient books he bought, which were all related to the Divine City of Fortune. They recorded in detail all kinds of things that happened in the Divine City of Fortune in the past. Among them, the most described was the Star Dome of Fortune. Before coming to the Divine City of Fortune, Tai Xian once told Lin Sun that there had been a mysterious star dome in the Divine City of Fortune since ancient times. It was called the Star Dome of Fortune. Every star in the star dome was formed by a complete cultivation system, which was extremely mysterious. According to the records in these ancient books, the area of the Star Dome of Fortune was rumored to have been created by a supreme figure. A long time ago, this supreme figure had entered hundreds of epochs, and every epoch he went to, he completely controlled the cultivation system of that world. In the end, this supreme figure brought the cultivation system of hundreds of epochs to the Divine City of Fortune, and thus created the Star Dome of Fortune, which could be called a miracle. As for who this supreme figure was, there was no record in these ancient books, which made him seem extremely mysterious. When he understood this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. Walking through hundreds of epochs and mastering hundreds of complete cultivation systems, just the word complete made Lin Sun realize that this supreme figure must be in existence who had set foot in the eternal realm. Otherwise, the cultivation system he mastered couldn't be called complete. He gathered over 100 cultivation systems and created the Creation Star Sky and Creation City, and he didn't hide anything and didn't hold back in the slightest for the cultivators of the future to observe and comprehend. Such ambition and boldness can be said to be unprecedented. Lin Sun couldn't help but wonder who this supreme figure was. Whoosh, suddenly, a stream of light swept from the faraway night at an incredible speed. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed coldly, and he flicked his fingers. Bang, the stream of light exploded, followed by a cold and hoarse voice. Lonely Night Ridge in the west of the city, I will only wait for you for a quarter of an hour. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and took out a jade slip he bought today. This jade slip contained a complete map of the mountains and rivers of the Divine City of Fortune. Lonely Night Ridge in the west of the city. This place is not far from the place where the Star Dome of Fortune is located. Lin Sun put away the jade slip, and his eyes flickered. Who was this person, and why did he want to meet him in this way in the middle of the night? I'd like to see what secrets are hidden in this meeting. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun made a decision. He stood up, moved in the air, and disappeared into the vast night. P.S. Send more updates to me. Silent Night Ridge in the west of the city. In the ink-like night, the mountain was winding like a snake. At the foot of the mountain were rows of houses, dotted with sparse lights and mottled shadows. This place was close to the area where the Fate Star was located. But because of the thin spiritual chi and the barren mountains, most of the practitioners living here were below the Emperor realm. Lin Sun arrived here in less than a quarter of an hour. In order to avoid attracting attention, he restrained his breath this time, so no one followed him along the way. However, he couldn't help wondering who asked him to come here. He walked along the winding mountain road at the foot of the mountain. It didn't take long for him to reach the mountainside of the Silent Night Ridge. Further up, it was a dark night. No one followed you? A cold voice sounded. Lin Sun suddenly raised his head and looked at the darkness high above the mountain. He could vaguely see the outline of an ancient palace. When his divine awareness spread over, it was blocked by a mysterious force in the darkness, so Lin Sun couldn't see who the owner of the voice was. But he was sure that the person must be hiding in the ancient palace. No. Lin Sun said, "Your Excellency, what's the matter? Come in and talk." At this point, the voice fell silent. Lin Sun thought for a while and went straight forward. When he arrived at the dark area, he felt a layer of invisible mysterious force sweeping over him, but he didn't feel any discomfort. Without hesitation, he stepped into the darkness. There were stars twinkling in the sky, but this area seemed to be swallowed by darkness, and no light or shadow could be seen. Fortunately, his divine awareness was still there, and he could clearly sense the dilapidated and desolate ancient palace. Then, Lin Sun saw a figure. He stood in front of the palace. He was thin, wearing a broken armor. His beard and hair were untidy, and he was in a poor state. Only a pair of eyes were as cold as a sharp edge. Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank. 13? In front of the dark palace in the flowing light forbidden zone, Lin Sun had witnessed the scenes that happened a long time ago. He also saw 13, who was heavily injured, call Xia's solstice master. "Why didn't your great-grandfather Luo Tongtian come here?" The figure's voice was cold, and he did not deny being called 13. Lin Sun frowned and said, "Did my great-grandfather promise you that he would come again? He didn't tell you?" 13's eyes became colder and colder, staring at Lin Sun like a sword, extremely frightening. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, "He can't come." 13 asked, "Why?" Lin Sun realized that if he didn't tell the truth, it would be hard to gain 13's trust. After pondering for a moment, he said, "A long time ago, when he was heading to the door of eternity, someone took advantage of his misfortune and his whereabouts are still unknown." 13 was silent for a long time. Then, he turned around and walked into the great hall. "Come in." At this moment, Lin Sun felt a little nervous, which was rare for him. 13 followed the deity Xia, so he must know the identity and past of the deity from 13. "I'll have to face it eventually." Lin Sun took a deep breath and walked into the old palace shrouded in darkness. "Sit." 13 was already sitting cross-legged on a prayer mat. Lin Sun sat down on the futon opposite him and said, "Senior, why do you want to see me this time?" "The eternal coffin." 13 didn't hide it like before and said straightforwardly, "That's my master's treasure. When Luo Tongtian left the ruins of fate, he promised to bring this coffin back to the ruins of fate as long as he could find a way to wake my master up." Lin Sun was shocked and had a complicated look in his eyes. He already realized that Tai Xian was right. Xia was very likely to be the soul of the person in the coffin. "Senior, can you tell me how you met my great-grandfather?" Lin Sun asked. 13 was silent for a moment and said, "That was a long time ago. I was chased by my enemies and fell into a coma not long after I escaped to the divine city of fate. The situation was critical at that time. If I was discovered by my enemies, my life would be in danger. It was also at that time that Luo Tongtian, who had just come to the ruins of fate, rescued me. Later, Luo Tongtian was chased by those enemies and caused chaos in the divine city of fate. I originally thought that since we met by chance, he would hand me over to a stranger in such a dangerous situation. It was not worthwhile to implicate himself. After all, the origins of those enemies are truly too powerful. But I didn't expect that Luo Tongtian didn't give up. He led me to mediate and fight against those enemies. When I woke up, he was already seriously injured and on the verge of death." Speaking of this, a trace of reminiscence and emotion appeared in 13's cold eyes. "At that time I was completely shocked. I couldn't imagine that there would be such a person in this world. He obviously didn't know me, but he helped me and even risked his life. Later, I left with him, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. At that time I asked him why he did that. I even suspected that he was a spy sent by the enemy to deceive my trust so that he could steal the sword of fate from me. But Luo Tongtian said that I need a reason to save someone? 13 looked stunned. The cold and hard lines between his eyebrows softened. It was a very ordinary sentence, but I still can't forget it. When he recovered from his injuries, I planned to hand the sword of fate to him and bring him out of the ruins of fate. Who would have thought that I was rejected by him? He said that he didn't save someone for anything in return. If it were in the past, I would definitely turn my nose up at him. But I believed him. Even though in my eyes, his cultivation was low and unbearable, his character could be said to be as bold as the sea, as broad-minded as the mountain, as upright as the sea, as proud as the shore, and as unparalleled as the rest of the people in this world. 13's words were full of appreciation and admiration. It could be seen how magnificent Luo Tongtian was at that time. Spirit as vast as the sea, broad-minded as a mountain, these words alone made Lin Sun feel how great his great-grandfather was when he was young. Later, after arriving at the forbidden zone of flowing light, Luo Tongtian perceived the imprint left by my lord on the eternal coffin, and thus obtained the forbidden talent devouring the abyss. 13 said, after that, I asked him to help me take away the sword of fate and the eternal coffin. He promised me that when he found a way to save my lord, he would enter the ruins of fate again. But I didn't expect that after so many years, it was you who came. After that, he fell into silence. Lin Sun couldn't calm down either. Only now did he know what his great-grandfather had experienced after coming to the ruins of fate. He also finally understood why his great-grandfather told Master Lu that when he got the eternal coffin, he had already been contaminated with karma. It could be said that the talent of devouring the abyss also came from the eternal coffin, from a good fortune that originally belonged to Xianxia herself. Thinking of this, Lin Sun finally asked, Senior, may I ask, what is the identity of your lord? 13 said, I don't know. Lin Sun was stunned and almost thought he had heard wrong. I don't know? 13 said, only the Lord knows her origin. As a subordinate, I have never asked about it. Lin Sun was speechless for a while. He was disappointed, but he couldn't help feeling relaxed, as if, at least he didn't have to face an extremely difficult choice. What do you know about your lord? Lin Sun asked. A long time ago, the Lord walked in the era of the gods. When I met her, she was already the legendary Eternal Night Emperor in the era of the gods. 13's eyes were full of reminiscence. During those years, the Lord seemed to be hiding from something or looking for something. She was always alone and thinking. After a long time, the Lord took me out of the era of the gods and came to the divine city of fate. The Lord said that she wants to find out who created this star dome of fortune. Perhaps she will be able to find the answer she wants to know. Speaking of this, 13's eyes were full of undisguised hatred and a trace of fear, but on the way to the divine city of fate, the Lord encountered a catastrophe. That great calamity came without a sound, and it had already descended before I even noticed it. I only remember that a mysterious Dao bell tore through space and charged towards my lord. Hearing this, Lin Sun's heart shook fiercely, and he remembered something. A long time ago, when his great-grandfather, Luo Tongtian, had gone to the Eternal Gate, he had been obstructed by a golden figure. When he had paid an extremely heavy price to kill the golden figure with great difficulty, a mysterious law bell surrounded by the aura of primal chaos appeared within the Eternal Gate. Just a bell sound was enough to blast Luo Tongtian back, and now, according to 13, the terrible catastrophe that Xiaxi's original body encountered was also related to a law bell. Could it be the same law bell? And then? Seeing that 13 fell silent, Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Although my lord survived the calamity, she was gravely injured. Even with her supreme power that allowed her to look down on the gods, she couldn't recover from her injuries. It was also at that time that a group of terrifying existences from the era of gods appeared and demanded that my lord leave behind her fortunes. Speaking of this, 13's eyes were filled with deep-rooted hatred and anger. Looting a burning house again. Lin Sun frowned. 13 said, in the past, Master's strength was enough to easily suppress those terrifying existences. However, the Great Tribulation caused her great harm, and it gave them an opportunity to take advantage of her. Then, the Lord took me all the way to the flowing light forbidden area. At the cost of sacrificing her own Tao, the Lord drew the power of time and space to seal the flowing light forbidden area, which blocked the enemy's attack. But because of this, the Lord's injury became more and more serious, to the point of no cure. Later, the Lord ordered me to leave with the sword of fate, and the Lord placed herself in the eternal coffin. Hearing this, Lin Sun had completely understood. He remembered the scenes he saw in front of the dark palace in the flowing light forbidden zone. P.S. Before 7:30 p.m., there will be more updates tonight. Among the hundreds of epics in the ruins of fate, the Era of Gods was the most famous. The Gods epic was also regarded as the most ancient epic, and the three god clans that resided in it occupied the top 3 positions among the various god clans in the Fortune God ruins. The 3 major clans were Jiang clan, Hai Sun clan, and Ji clan. In addition, there were many other clans in the Era of Gods, but they were all vassals of the 3 major clans. Compared with other epics, the Era of Gods was undoubtedly the supreme and strongest existence. It could be regarded as the first world in the ruins of fate. Lin Sun now knew all this, but so far he hadn't come into contact with people and things related to the Era of Gods. But he didn't expect that a long time ago, Xianxia had walked in the Era of Gods and was even regarded as the eternal Night Emperor. On the other hand, those terrifying existences that had taken advantage of the calamity and intended to seize the fortune he possessed were all from the Era of the Gods. There was no doubt that these murderers must have something to do with Jiang clan, Hai Sun clan, and Ji clan. According to 13, before the catastrophe, Xianxia's strength was enough to easily kill those terrifying existences who chased after her. It could be inferred that Xianxia's cultivation at that time was destined to be powerful to an incredible level. No wonder she was called the Eternal Night Emperor. However, although he knew all this, Lin Sun was more and more confused in his heart because all this was only some of the past of Xianxia. Her origin and name were still a mystery. Unfortunately, 13 didn't know these. This made Lin Sun stunned for a while. He suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, Senior, you said that the reason why your master came to the divine city of fate was to find out who created the Star of Fate." 13 said, "Yes." Lin Sun fell into thought. 13 said before that Xianxia had been hiding or looking for something during those years in the Era of Gods. The answer was very likely to be related to the supreme figure who created the Star of Fate. When he was at the Moon Lake, Lin Sun had read all kinds of ancient books and learned many things related to the Star of Fate. But without exception, there was no record of who the supreme figure was. It was just like an illusory legend. But what was certain was that Xianxia herself was also looking for this supreme figure. Unfortunately, she'd encountered a great calamity on the way to Divine Creation City, and it caused her to be unable to attain her wish in the end. Have you found a way to awaken my master?" 13 suddenly asked. Being stared at by his ice-cold eyes, Lin Sun could not help falling into silence. When 13 saw this, a trace of indescribable loneliness and melancholy suddenly appeared on his face. "I concealed my identity and waited here for countless years, hoping that the day would come when my lord would awaken again would come. I wanted to tell her that the answer she had been searching for should be hidden in this creation star sky. But I also had a premonition that my lord would probably never wake up again." Lin couldn't help asking, "Why do you think so?" 13 said, "The words she left behind in the Eternal Night Temple in the flowing light forbidden zone have already explained everything." Lin Sun couldn't help recalling that sentence again. "My body has been wandering for a long time and I can't be entrusted to anyone. If there is fate, I will cut off my past and not suffer the pain of being alone in the darkness. If there is karma, cut off the past." This was the original intention of Xianxia. Her decision that year. Lin Sun asked, "Senior, since you know that the answer your master is looking for is hidden in the creation star sky, why don't you go and find it?" 13 shook his head. "I have been meditating here for countless years, but I can't crack the ultimate mystery." "I see," Lin Sun pondered. After a long time, he said, "I brought the sword of creation and eternal coffin with me, but I can't return them to you now. But I can guarantee that I won't just leave the treasures behind when I leave the ruins of creation. I'll give you a clear answer as well." Lin Sun couldn't tell the truth or tell Xianxia the truth because he didn't find out the life and origin of Xianxia. 13 stared at Lin Sun and said, "I don't care about those 2 treasures. They were originally left by my lord to the person who can make her no longer suffer the pain of being alone in the darkness. What I care about is whether there is a possibility for my lord to wake up. Before I figure out the answer, I will always wait here." Lin Sun took a deep breath and said, "It's possible." 13 was stunned. and then he suddenly lost control and said excitedly, "What did you say?" "I said that there is indeed a possibility for your lord to wake up." Lin Sun said, "Before I leave the creation ruins, I will give you a clear answer." 13 suddenly grabbed Lin Sun's clothes and said angrily, "Why do you have to wait? Why not tell me now?" He was out of control like a madman. Lin Sun looked at him quietly and said, "Senior, you have waited for so long. Are you really ready to face the answer? If your lord has really cut off the past and can't wake up, what will you do?" 13 gasped for breath. After a long time, he loosened his grip on Lin Sun's clothes and slowly sat back on the futon. His original anger and madness had calmed down. But his expression was very complicated, full of expectation, anxiety, and unspeakable confusion. Yes, he had waited for countless years. If the answer he was waiting for was not what he wanted to see, how could he face it? "It seems that there is no possibility for you to leave the creation ruins," 13 said in a low voice. "I already know what happened since you entered the city. Those gods will never give you a chance to leave. Moreover, as the news spreads, those old guys from the era of gods will know that the eternal coffin left by his lord is in your hands. They are bound to come to deal with you as they did with his lord. With their means, you are doomed to be in danger even if you stay in the creation ruins. You may be killed at any time." 13 couldn't help but sigh. "How can you leave under such circumstances?" Lin Sun said calmly, "Everything depends on human effort. Maybe there will be a turning point. At least in the creation ruins, even if I encounter some dangers, I have a way to deal with them." 13 was silent for a moment and said, "I will wait for your answer here." Late at night, Lin Sun returned to the Moonlight Lake. He couldn't calm down for a long time. The news he learned from 13 this time made him more and more aware that the origin and life of Xia Solstice were not simple. Therefore, there was a lot of struggle and hesitation in his heart. No matter what, I must give Xia Solstice an answer before I leave. After a long time, Lin Sun suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his heart and calmed down little by little. That night, Lin Sun told his parents to cultivate in the abyssal sword cauldron before leaving the creation ruins. This was also to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the opportunity to hurt his parents. The next day, Lin Sun got up from meditation and walked towards the place where the creation ruins was. The practitioners who had been keeping an eye on Lin Sun near the Moon Lake all noticed his movements at once. "What is Lin Sun going to do today? It seems that he is going to the creation ruins. He sure is carefree. Could it be that he doesn't know that many god clans have already begun to send their divine sons and divine daughters to deal with him? This person has the sword of fate. It is said that the eternal coffin can be obtained by capturing him. Now the creation ruins has been alarmed by the world. It can be foreseen that it won't be long before the creation ruins becomes a place where the world gathers. At that time, Lin Sun is bound to be in danger." All kinds of whispers sounded. Lin Sun ignored them. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the place where the creation ruins was located. It was an extremely vast plain where not even a blade of grass grew. The ground was hard and paved with a layer of hard black stones. On the other hand, the sky was densely dotted with dazzling and bright stars. Every single star revealed a different aura of the Grand Tao, and they floated there silently like numerous sky lanterns that emanated completely different divine radiance of the Grand Tao and suffused this vast expanse of the heavens and the earth. This was the creation ruins. Every single star was branded with a complete cultivation system, and it included the Tao of cultivation of over 100 eras and civilizations. When Lin Sun arrived, there were already many figures meditating on the ground paved with black stones. Some were frowning and thinking hard, some were constantly copying, some were silent, and some were scratching their ears and cheeks. Their expressions were different. The atmosphere was solemn and silent. As he gazed at such a magnificent scene, for some unknown reason, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel admiration towards the supreme figure that created the creation ruins. He'd adopted the cultivation systems of hundreds of eras in a part of the sky and didn't hold back in the slightest for the later generations to observe and comprehend. How great was his ambition and courage! However, Lin Sun's arrival still caused a commotion in the surroundings. "It's that villain surnamed Lin. My God! How could it be him? Comprehend the Grand Tao, my ass!" Leave quickly so as to avoid causing trouble for yourself. The expressions of many cultivators changed, and they stood up from their meditation. There were even some cultivators who'd already left as if they were deeply afraid of causing trouble. This obviously showed that even though Lin Sun had only entered the creation ruins for 2 days, his ferocious reputation had already been deeply engraved in their hearts. This caused Lin Sun to be speechless. I've come to comprehend the Grand Tao here. There's no need for everyone to panic. Lin Sun casually spoke these words before he casually found a place to sit cross-legged on, and he paid no further attention to the reactions of the others in the surroundings. His mind was calm as his divine sense stretched into the sky. In an instant, he sensed over 100 completely different auras of the Grand Tao, and each of them was profound. Moreover, there was an aura of the Grand Tao that he was familiar with. With a slight sense, he understood that the cultivation system branded on one of the stars belonged to the era of the Grand Qing Divine Domain. Senior 13 said that the answer that Xianxia's main body searched bitterly for is hidden in the creation ruins. Let me see if it's true. Lin Sun muttered in his heart. Before Lin Sun came here, he had heard of one thing. After creating the Fortune Star Dome, that supreme figure had once said that whoever was able to see through the final profundity within it would be able to obtain one of the treasures left behind by it. As for what this treasure was, no one knew it yet. Because in the countless years of time, no one had ever been able to truly see through the final profundities within it. Rumors said that a long time ago, many immortal realm experts came here. They didn't care about the risk of having their realms suppressed to study under the Fortune Star Dome. They wanted to see the final mystery and take the treasure left by that peerless expert. But unfortunately, they all failed. Even if they comprehended and mastered hundreds of cultivation systems in the Star of Fate one by one, they still couldn't figure out what the so-called ultimate mystery was. Lin Sun didn't care about this. What he cared about was what the answer Xianxia had been looking for. Lin Sun's mind was clear, and he immersed his divine sense in the stars in the sky. There were over 100 complete cultivation systems, and every single one of them was different. Each of them had their own wonders, and they were vast and profound. It was a cultivation system that the cultivators of an era had gradually formed after countless years of deliberation and perfection, and it was this system that had given birth to various schools and inheritances of all sorts. For Lin Sun, he had similar experience of meditation as early as in the Great Qing Divine Realm, so it was not difficult for him to comprehend the cultivation systems of other strange eras. He didn't feel that there were any obstructions. On the contrary, the more he comprehended, the calmer his mind became. It was as if the originally cloudy landscape painting in his mind was becoming clearer bit by bit. Many blank spaces that he had never thought about before were constantly being filled in, and this landscape painting was becoming more and more complete. Although the cultivation system was different, he could draw inferences about other things by analogy. As the comprehension progressed, Lin Sun couldn't help but be immersed in it. In the nearby area, many practitioners secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Sun didn't commit murder but was meditating, which made them relax a lot. However, as time went on, more and more practitioners gathered near the Star of Fate. The reason was that as the news of Lin Sun's appearance here spread, it had attracted the attention of all the major clans in the city. They couldn't figure out what he was going to do, so they sent forces to investigate. As a result, the vicinity of the Star of Fate became unprecedentedly lively today. Is that Lin Sun? He was the one who fought his way from the southern heavenly gate to the Moonlight Lake. It was the first time that some cultivators had seen Lin Sun's true appearance, and they couldn't help but feel curious and start discussing. He still has the mood to meditate here after offending so many great forces of the god race? Many people were speechless, and they felt that Lin Sun was too daring. After all, in the current Fortune Divine City, there were countless forces of the god clan that wished for nothing more than to grind his bones and scatter his ashes. But he, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and still had the leisure to cultivate here. In fact, many people were secretly admiring him. He had seen daring people, but he had never seen someone so daring. I just don't know if he'll still be able to calmly cultivate here when the god clan's godsons and goddesses arrive. Most practitioners in the city had heard that some divine clans had sent their divine sons and daughters to kill Lin Sun. This news also caused a sensation in the entire city. One should know that the god clan was the supreme ruler of an era, and they had an ancient and terrifying foundation. However, there were only a few people in the God clan who could become the divine sons and daughters. They possessed a foundation that far surpassed the masses and a talent that could amaze the ages. They were like leaders on the path of cultivation, constantly creating their own legends. There had always been an unwritten saying in the Star of Fate. There were only two kinds of people in the same realm. One kind represented the height that all living beings in the world could reach, including geniuses, 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 and geniuses. The other kind were the divine sons and daughters of the God clan. They were above the first kind, and their foundation and cultivation couldn't be measured by common sense. Each and every one of them could be called monstrous and abnormal. They represented the height that could be reached by those who were invincible in the same realm, two kinds of people, two different classifications, and the difference was like heaven and earth. In people's eyes, Lin Sun, who could alarm the divine sons and daughters of the God clan, undoubtedly belonged to the second kind. He represented the height that could be reached by those who were invincible in the same realm. Didn't they say that fighting is forbidden in the vicinity of the Star of Fate? Someone asked doubtfully. Young man, you don't know this. This rule was made by all the God clans in the city. Under the current situation, do you think they will care about it? An elder said while twirling his beard. If Lin Sun stays here, doesn't it mean that it won't be long before the vicinity of the Star of Fate becomes a place of turmoil? Some people who were meditating under the Star of Fate suddenly couldn't sit still, and their expressions changed. In fact, at this moment, as more and more cultivators gathered in the vicinity, the minds of those who were meditating under the Star of Fate were more or less affected, and they couldn't concentrate on their cultivation anymore. Gradually, these cultivators left the area where the Star of Fate was located. It wasn't long before Lin Sun was the only one left. He sat there cross-legged with his eyes closed and his aura restrained. He was like an old monk in meditation, as if he didn't know what had happened during this period of time. That kind of concentration made many cultivators sigh at their inferiority. If it were them, they would have been sitting on pins and needles and feeling uneasy. It seems that he is immersed in meditation at this moment. Do you think we can take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack and injure him? A voice came from the crowd, full of bewitchment and instigation. Many people's eyes flickered. But in the end, no one dared to make a move. Lin Sun had already established a fierce reputation all the way from the southern heavenly gate to the Moonlight Lake that day. Who dared to take their own lives as a joke? Since you've spoken, you should give it a try. If you succeed, I'll remember your merit. If you fail, it depends on whether your life is tough enough. Suddenly, a low and indifferent voice sounded, and then a majestic figure appeared in people's sight. It was a man in a pure white robe. He was extremely tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His long dark green hair was tied behind his head, revealing a fair and handsome face. What was particularly striking was the birthmark of a flame between his eyebrows. Greetings, Divine Son. As he appeared, there was a burst of excited and respectful voices in the crowd. Only now did people notice that those who bowed to the handsome man were the experts of the Ying clan. I know, he's Divine Son Yingyu. Someone cried out involuntarily. The surroundings flared up as a result. All the gazes looked towards the awe-inspiring man in robes, and their faces were filled with curiosity and respect. Divine Son Yingyu was a legend of the Ying clan. He possessed a mysterious and unfathomable bloodline, and his name had spread throughout the world a long time ago. According to rumor, he'd stepped onto the path of immortality after cultivating for less than 600 years, and he was extraordinary. In the past, a legendary figure like Yingyu would never step foot into the divine city of fortune. But now, he'd actually arrived here and appeared in everyone's field of vision. It felt as if they'd seen a legend descending into the world, and it caused all the cultivators here to be in an uproar. Yingyu paid no attention to all this. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at a gray-robed man by his side. It was this person who'd instigated Lin Sun earlier. My lord, I too, the gray-robed man's face was ghastly pale as he spoke with a trembling voice. But before he could finish speaking, Yingyu grabbed his clothes and smashed him towards Lin Sun. It was as if he had thrown a spear with great force. Many people shuddered with fear at the sight of this scene. Swoosh, a figure in a green robe suddenly flashed out from Lin Sun's body. It was Greenwood Daoist physique. As soon as Greenwood Taoist Physique appeared, he grabbed the gray-robed man with a casual wave of his hand, and then he flung the gray-robed man back. Bang! Ingyu flicked his finger, and the figure of the gray-robed man exploded in the void. A rain of blood sprayed, and the gray-robed man died completely. It caused the expressions of countless people in the vicinity to change. Perhaps this was called disaster comes from the mouth. It's already come to this, but you've only used a clone. Aren't you a little too arrogant, my friend? Ingyu's eyes were indifferent as he spoke coldly. The surroundings were silent, and the air became oppressive. The nearby cultivators subconsciously moved far away. Everyone knew that a fierce battle would probably take place next. If you've come to die, then stand there and wait. Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist Physique spoke casually. Lin Sun's body remained motionless from beginning to end like a clay statue, comprehending the great way. Die? A cold light flashed in Ingyu's eyes. Especially at this moment, Lin Sun's body had completely ignored him and didn't respond at all. This made him feel even more uncomfortable in his heart. Since you said I've come to die, why do you still make me wait? Could it be that you're afraid and are trying to stall for time so that you can think of a way to escape? Ingyu spoke coldly, and his whole body was surrounded by strands of killing intent. His power caused the hearts of many nearby cultivators to tremble. No, you've misunderstood. Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist Physique shook his head. I asked you to wait because I want to make up the numbers, and then I'll send all of you on your way, so as to avoid the trouble of killing you one by one. Everyone was stunned and almost couldn't believe their ears. When they looked at Ingyu again, they couldn't help but laugh out of extreme anger. What a madman. Since I've started cultivating, you're the first one who dares to be so arrogant. Bang! His robe fluttered, and a strand of demonic and mysterious purple divine flame of the Great Way suffused his body, causing his power to become boundlessly terrifying. It was the power that belonged to the Xian imperial ancestor, and such power was invincible amongst those in the same realm. Undoubtedly, this was a monstrous genius that couldn't be measured by convention, a peerless figure that represented the height of being invincible amongst those in the same realm. However, right when Ingyu was about to make a move, an icy cold voice resounded. Since he said that he would make a move after he gathered enough people, then why can't he wait? Is your clan in such a hurry to snatch away this person's fortune? I've already added chapters for 4 days this week, yet no one has praised me. Along with the voice, a woman appeared out of thin air. Her figure was slender, and her waterfall-like black hair was tied into a ponytail with a golden ribbon. She wore a fiery red dress and held a snow-white spear in her hand. Her aura was fierce and cold. Greetings, goddess. In the crowd, the experts of the Yan family all saluted solemnly. Xianxia, the goddess of the Yan family, was also a legendary figure with peerless elegance. The crowd was in an uproar, with awe and fanaticism on their faces. Compared with Ingyu, Xianxia was more famous. A long time ago, she had participated in the 100 Tribes discussion. At that time, she overshadowed many divine sons in the same realm. Among the hundreds of Xian great ancestors of the Protoss clan, her combat power was enough to rank in the top 50. The Protoss clan never lacked peerless geniuses. Among the hundreds of Protoss in the ruins of fate, there were countless peerless figures like her. Being able to rank in the top 50 showed Xianxia's strength. Humph, if you're not in a hurry to snatch this person's fortune, why do you come to stop me? Ingyu said coldly. That's because I'm worried that you'll be killed. Xianxia said bluntly. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist Physique in the distance. My friend, if you want to wait, you can. But I'll be frank. It won't be long before more and more fierce people come here. At that time, I'm afraid your situation will be even worse. Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist Physique said indifferently, don't worry about it. Xianxia was stunned. She looked at Lin Sun, who had been meditating, and said, Ingyu is right. You're too arrogant. So, you'd better hide away when I deal with him. Ingyu's voice was cold. He was quite unhappy that his attack was interrupted by Xianxia. Xianxia sighed softly, but didn't you notice that many fierce people have already come and are now hiding in the dark? No matter how I look at it, you'll do more harm than good by rushing out first. Ingyu's face changed slightly. He glanced around and seemed to notice something. His face became gloomy little by little. Yanqingli raised her voice and said, "Everyone, since you're already here, why don't you show yourself? It's too shameful to play the game of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware the oriole behind." His words spread far and wide. "We didn't want to steal your limelight, but since Miss Yan has said so, it would be dishonorable for us to wait any longer." A burst of laughter resounded like rolling thunder. Immediately after, a dazzling purple light appeared like a bolt of lightning, turning into an elegant and devilishly handsome young man in a purple robe. His skin was fair and he was smiling, but the aura around him was wild and violent like fire. The divine child of the Xianxia clan, Xianxia who, if one were to say that Yanqingli could be ranked in the top 50 during the 100 races discussion of the Tao, then she would be ranked in the top 50. Xianxia who can firmly be ranked in the top 30, after all, the higher one's ranking was, the more intense the competition would be. On the other hand, since he was able to be ranked in the top 30 amongst the monstrous geniuses of the various divine races, it obviously showed how terrifying Xianxia whose combat strength was. The surroundings were deathly silent while the hearts of the nearby cultivators trembled. In the past, how could these legendary gods' sons and daughters appear in the Fortune Divine City, but now, traces of them appeared one after another. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, another two figures appeared and stood by Xianxia whose side. One was a white-clothed man who carried a sword on his back, and the other was a tall and slender woman who held a golden whip in her hand. The aura of this man and woman were similarly terrifying and shocking. At this moment, a trace of seriousness appeared between the brows of Yingyu and Yanqingli. Liangqiu Jian and Liangqiu Nyang, in the Liangqiu clan, 3 divine sons would be selected in every generation, and Liangqiu Jian and Liangqiu Nyang were the divine sons and daughters of the same generation as Liangqiu Hu. Perhaps their combat strength was slightly inferior to Liangqiu Hu, but their resources and reserves were still terrifying to the extreme. The atmosphere was oppressive, and everyone present felt their mouths go dry. They were completely shocked by such a scene. The divine sons and daughters of the 3 top divine clans, Ying clan, Yan clan, and Liangqiu clan, had arrived successively. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Sun resist them? But to everyone's disbelief, Lin Sun's main body was still meditating, and his clone didn't reveal a trace of fear and was calm as before. "Now, is it enough?" Liangqiu who spoke with a smile as he stared at Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique. "You can wait a little longer." Greenwood Taoist physique spoke indifferently. Liangqiu who was stunned, and then he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Interesting, how interesting. A fellow that came from outside the ruins of fortune actually doesn't take us seriously. Is he arrogant and ignorant, or does he really have sufficient confidence to do so?" Everyone was very puzzled as well. Because Lin Sun gave others the feeling that he was completely fearless and didn't care about anything. But his seemingly casual and calm actions revealed an extremely unyielding attitude. "If you want to know the answer, why don't you give it a try?" Lin Sun, Greenwood Taoist physique spoke casually. Liangqiu who restrained his smile and said, "All right, let's give it a try." As he spoke, he looked at Yingyu and Yanqingli and said, "Do you want to go first, or should I?" Yingyu said, "I'm the first to arrive, so I should naturally be the one to hunt and kill this kid." Yanqingli said, "Judge the situation and wait for an opportunity to act." Liangqiu who nodded. "All right, then we'll stand guard here. Yingyu, rest assured and fight. I, Liangqiu Hu, guarantee that no one will disturb you. Of course, if you need us, we'll definitely not stand idly by." His words seemed heroic and open-minded. "If we accept our deaths one by one, then all of you won't have a chance." Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique spoke in a flat tone. "Humph." Yingyu grunted coldly as he stepped forward. Strands of dazzling and crystalline flames arose from his tall figure, and his aura rose steadily as he took a step forward. When he took the 9th step, he seemed to have transformed into an ancient god of fire. His entire body glowed brilliantly while divine flames flowed around him, and the flame brand between his brows surged and leaped about. Clang, a green flaming halberd appeared in Yingyu's hand, and he suddenly slashed out. Bang, the void seemed as if it was incinerated and rumbled abruptly. The dazzling green halberd was covered in divine flames as it slashed towards Lin Sun at an unbelievable speed. In the eyes of the people in the distance, it seemed as if a green sun had descended from the sky at this instant, and it smashed fiercely towards Lin Sun's greenwood Taoist physique with the intention of drowning it. Bang, but in the next moment, Yingyu was blasted flying, and the green halberd in his hand wailed and resounded through the sky. Most cultivators were horrified and bewildered because they weren't able to clearly see what had occurred during that strike from before. Liangqiu Hu, Liangqiu Jian, Liangqiu Xiang, and Yan Qingli instantly became serious. Because they saw that merely a casual punch from Lin Sun's clone had dispersed Yingyu's powerful and overbearing strike. I just said that just you alone won't be enough. The azure-robed Qing Mu stood where he was. A sliver of mockery appeared on his face. Yingyu's face was gloomy, and a divine light surged in his eyes. Die. He disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, an extremely dazzling green light appeared in everyone's field of vision. It was like the first ray of light that cut through the chaos and split the heavens and the earth. Everyone felt as if their minds were being cut apart, and fear arose in them. On the other hand, Liangqiu and the others couldn't help but be moved. Eternal spring and autumn light, this was Yingyu's strongest trump card. No one had expected that Yingyu would throw caution to the wind after merely the second strike, and he seemed to intend to end the battle quickly and put an end to it completely. Crack, an ear-piercing explosion resounded. After that, the strand of green light exploded abruptly, and it emanated countless gorgeous, multicolored, and fierce rain of light that swept towards the surroundings. After that, Yingyu's figure staggered down from midair. His countenance was ghastly pale while blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and the green halberd in his hand had actually been broken apart. Only a section remained. Lin Sun's Qingmu Taoist physique was still standing on the spot, and he was indifferent as before. The heavens and the earth were deathly silent. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Exactly what happened earlier? Yingyu, the divine son of the Ying clan, a legend of an era, and a peerless monster that possessed an impressive battle record on the path of being invincible in the same realm. Yet at this moment, he'd suffered a heavy injury in succession. This had completely exceeded everyone's expectations, and it caused them to feel disbelief and shock. Attack. At this moment, only Liangqiu Hu and the others seemed as if they'd suffered a blow, and they glanced at each other before attacking without the slightest hesitation. Earlier, they'd acutely captured the scene of Yingyu being defeated. Lin Sun had still executed a simple punch, yet it had broken through Yingyu's strongest attack like a hot knife through butter. Moreover, the strength of this punch had even heavily injured Yingyu. This was undoubtedly too terrifying. Evenly matched opponents usually had to fight intensely for a long time in order to determine the outcome of the battle. But now, Yingyu had suffered a setback since the beginning of the battle. This could only prove that even if Lin Sun was only using a doppelganger, his attainments in the ancestor realm were above Yingyu's. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yingyu to be in such a terrible state. Bang, Liangqiu Hu withdrew a golden and brilliant sword, and it swept through the sky while boundlessly brilliant divine world appeared within his sword insight, and its might was terrifying. Swoosh, Liangqiu Jian and Liangqiu Ming moved at the same time. The former utilized the sword while the latter swung the whip, and both of them revealed terrifying might that far surpassed their peers at the Juxian ancestor realm. Actually, just like Liangqiu Hu, they'd stepped foot onto the path towards the eternal Tao a very long time ago, and it was even to the extent that their cultivations were suppressed after they entered Fortune City. But even then, their attainments in the Juxian ancestor realm were far from ordinary. This expanse of the heavens and the earth shook. When Liangqiu Hu, Liangqiu Ming, and Liangqiu Ming attacked in unison, merely the might they revealed caused the heavens and the earth to dim down. Countless spectators were terrified, and they practically instinctively moved far away. Meanwhile, Lin Sun's greenwood Taoist physique moved as well. He pressed his fingers together into the shape of a sword, and then he slashed through space. The expression of Yingyu, who'd suffered a heavy injury and intended to seize this opportunity to retreat from the battlefield, instantly changed. Because this sword strike was slashing towards him. Open! Yingyu roared loudly. He sensed lethal danger, so he didn't dare hesitate at all. He circulated the strength in his entire body to its limits, and it simply seemed as if his entire body was on fire while his might was terrifying to the extreme. Bang, rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. Under the might of that sword strike, the defensive treasures and glow all over Yingyu's body were blasted apart like paper, and his body was forcefully slashed apart before exploding into a mist of blood. After that, even the mist of blood was obliterated by the boundless sword qi. He was dead to the point not even ashes remained. P.S. Before 8 p.m. the next time. Right, I'll continue updating today. Yingyu's death caused a great shock in the distant spectators. Especially the experts of the Ying clan, all of them were furious. On the other hand, Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique was already fighting the three divine sons of the Xianxia clan. Bang, divine radiance rumbled while Taoist arts whistled. The area around the fortune star was completely covered by the terrifying fluctuations of the battle. At least in the Fortune Star City, such a battle could be considered as a battle of the highest standard, and it belonged to the competition between the invincible ancestor realm experts of the Zhu clan. Yingyu's death deeply stimulated Xianxia Hu and the others, and they didn't dare hold back and released their Taoist arts to the extreme. But the longer they fought, the more terrified they became. Because Lin Sun's clone was far stronger than they'd imagined. Even though he was besieged, not only was he not suppressed, but every single strike he struck caused an extremely great impact and threat to them. Rumble, amidst the seething divine radiance, Lin Sun's punch almost knocked Xianxia Feng's snow-white spear out of her hand. Before she could react, Lin Sun flashed forward while his sleeve fluttered, and then countless strands of sword qi whistled out. It just happened to be like a myriad of swords. Xianxia Feng let out a shrill cry. When he dodged, it was already a step too late, and he was slashed by a few strands of sword qi. Blood sprayed all over his body, and he was almost dismembered. Kill! Xianxia Hu and Xianxia Jian came to Lin Sun's rescue in time, and they attacked with all their might. However, Lin Sun didn't dodge, and he forcefully resisted such attacks with his body while he raised his fist and smashed it out in one go. Bang! Xianxia Feng, who'd already suffered a heavy injury, was directly killed by the punch, and his blood sprayed high. This? My God! How could he be so strong? A wave of exclamations resounded in the distance. All the spectators were shocked by this bloody scene, and they stood there in a daze. A clone was so domineering, and he killed Yingyu and Xianxia Feng as if he was invincible. Damn it! Xianxia Hu and Xianxia Jian's faces were extremely gloomy and furious, and the power they emanated grew even more terrifying. Every single move they made carried the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. Futile. Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique sneered and waved his fists like a god. Every blow had the power to destroy mountains and rivers and crush the 9 heavens. In fact, Lin Sun didn't hold back from the beginning of the war. In such a situation, the greatest taboo was to be besieged and entangled. So, no matter if it was killing Yingyu or annihilating Xianxia Shi, both of them were the embodiment of his cultivation to the extreme. If he had held back, it would have been impossible for him to kill his opponents so quickly. In the eyes of outsiders, Yingyu and Xianxia Yu seemed very weak, but in reality, it was only because Lin Sun's attainments in the ancestor realm of Zhu Shi Great Emperor far surpassed those two. One should know that as early as when he became the Zhu Tian Emperor and the God's Relic, Lin Sun could suppress Qi Lingyun, Zhong Li Shao, Mu Yi, Qi Pijuan and other Zhu Tian emperors who had been practicing for many years. Later on, when he entered the eternal true world, his level of cultivation in Zhu Shui's progenitor realm continued increasing. When he reached the 6th heaven, he could even fight against those in heavenly longevity realm who were of a higher realm than him. How could an ordinary Zhu Tian emperor's progenitor compare to such strength? Yet now, even though Lin Sun was using the Greenwood Taoist physique, he possessed the same combat strength as his main body. Simply speaking, this was the might of a Tao ancestor who had reached the peak. In the past, he was invincible in the eternal true world. In the current ruins of creation, he was absolutely not someone that any divine son or goddess could go against. So what if he was a legend? So what if he was a monstrous genius? Lin Sun had long since become fearless in the battles on the path towards the Emperor realm. Bang! Xianxia Jian was injured during the battle. Lin Sun's sleeve struck his body, and it was simply like he was struck by a divine whip. His skin split open, his bones broke, and his entire body was blasted flying. He let out a muffled groan, and his face was covered in pain. At this moment, it was already too late for Xianxia Hu to help him. Bang! In the next moment, Xianxia Jian's body exploded into pieces by Lin Sun's slap. My lord! The experts of the Xianxia clan in the distance couldn't help but cry out sorrowfully. Xianxia Yu was dead, and now, Xianxia Jian was dead as well. This was a huge blow to them. As for the others present, they were completely terrified. Even if they racked their brains, they wouldn't be able to imagine that even the divine princes couldn't suppress Lin Sun at all. Instead, they were slaughtered by Lin Sun one by one. This was as unreal as a dream. Now, do you think it's enough? Lin's Greenwood Taoist physique spoke. Now, only Xianxia remained. However, his expression was extremely terrible. The veins on his forehead bulged, his eyes were red, and he was filled with hatred. So what if you're arrogant now? You won't be able to walk out of Divine Fortune City in the end. Liang Qiuhu hissed. As long as I'm alive, there will be a chance. If I'm dead, there's nothing to talk about. Lin Sun said calmly. Whoosh, Liang Qiuhu's figure flashed, and he transformed into countless clones that teleported towards the surroundings. He actually escaped. Lin Sun waved his hand unhurriedly. A ray of sword chi condensed in the clear hum, and then split into 2, and then into 4. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dense sword chi that covered the entire universe and flew away. This was extremely domineering. I don't care which of the figures you transform into is real and which is fake. I'll just crush them all. Bang. Bang, the countless figures of Xianxia burst like bubbles. Soon, a muffled groan resounded, and one of the figures sprayed out scarlet blood like a waterfall. It was Xianxia's real Taoist physique. He was heavily injured by a single sword strike and almost killed. Lin Sun, he intended to say something, but his figure was drowned by a rain of swords before he could finish speaking. He was minced into countless pieces of blood and dissipated in the void. You're going to die. Stop talking nonsense. Lin's Greenwood Taoist physique shook his head. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the shock in their hearts couldn't be described in words. Since the beginning of the battle, the 4 divine sons of Liangqiu clan and Ying clan had been killed on the spot in less than a quarter of an hour. Looking at Lin Sun, he was unscathed and calm. The difference between the two was obvious. The most shocking thing was that Lin Sun was meditating from the beginning to the end, and he didn't pay attention to what was happening around him. Lin Sun, you'll die a horrible death. Just you wait. Unless you hide in the city for the rest of your life, you'll definitely be cut into pieces. Numerous furious and resentful voices resounded in the crowd. Those were the experts of Liangqiu clan and Ying clan, and all of them were furious. What answered them was numerous sword chi that slashed down explosively. Every single sword chi seemed as if they had a mind of their own, and they accurately locked onto the enemies in the crowd before stabbing, slashing, slicing, twisting. For a time, it was like numerous blood-red fireworks were blooming in the crowd, and it shocked the nearby crowd to the point they fell into chaos while screaming and dodging without end. On the other hand, the experts of Liangqiu clan and Ying clan had actually been slaughtered. This overbearing and iron-blooded scene caused the legs of many to go weak, and they couldn't help but recall the scene of Lin Sun killing all the way from the southern Heavenly Gate to Moonshine Lake when he'd just entered Fortune City. Do you want to die now, or do you want to wait for a sufficient number of people to die together with us? Lin Sun paid no attention to all of this, and he gazed at Yan Qingli, who hadn't made a move until now. Yan Qingli's beautiful face was pale while her slender and delicate figure was tense, and an indescribable coldness filled her entire body, causing her to feel as if she'd fallen into an icy pit. Especially when she was stared at by Lin Sun, she even had the impulse to turn around and flee at that instant. Yan Qingli was just about to say something when Lin Sun pointed into the distance and said, "Of course, you can also leave now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to live." It was a very casual statement, without any humiliation or slander. But to Yan Qingli, this was already the greatest contempt. After a long time, Yan Qingli turned around with difficulty and left. The gazes of countless gazes were like numerous bright and sharp knives that fiercely stabbed into her heart, and it also minced her self-esteem into pieces. For a goddess like her, retreating without putting up a fight was destined to be the shame of her life. It might even leave a shadow in her Taoist heart and affect her future cultivation. But if she wanted to live, this was the only way. Watching her leave, the expressions of the people present were very complicated. Some were shocked, some were sighing, and there was also deep fear and reverence. Lin Sun had only sent out his doppelganger to suppress a group of divine sons. This had completely exceeded their expectations. Originally, they'd only thought that Lin Sun could at most be considered to be on par with those divine sons. but now, they deeply realized how extraordinary Lin Sun was. Those monstrous geniuses could far surpass the masses, and he could slaughter all of them. Who else wants to die? In the silent and oppressive atmosphere, Lin Sun's eyes swept around. All the practitioners who met his eyes subconsciously avoided him, not daring to look into his eyes. Is that the place? Suddenly, a cold and aloof voice rang out in the distance. Then, a divine rainbow moved at full speed from the far horizon. Looking carefully, it was a black-robed man with an extremely terrifying aura. But when he was halfway there, he was stopped by a panicked and anxious voice. "Young master! Don't go!" The anxious voice quickly recounted everything that had just happened. Whoosh, under countless astonished gazes, the black-robed man turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That guy, many people were speechless and felt strange. That seems to be the divine son of the Dacha divine clan. He's too cowardly. Cowardly? If I were him, I would also run away as soon as possible. People were talking about it. Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique didn't pay attention to them and went straight back into his body. The storm also came to an end. But the practitioners gathered here realized that as the news of today's event spread out, those divine sons who were on their way here might have to weigh the consequences of dealing with Lin Sun. It could also be inferred that if there was another assassination against Lin Sun like today, those who did it must have come prepared. Gradually, the crowd dispersed and spread the news of what had happened here. It could be foreseen that today's Fortune Divine City would be in a sensation again. In next to no time, the surroundings of the Star Vault of Creation had calmed down, and only a few cultivators were standing there. They were hesitating about whether they should enter the area of the Star Vault of Creation to comprehend the 100-plus complete cultivation systems. Lin Sun didn't seem to notice this at all. He just sat there like an eternal statue, motionless. P.S. It's a little late to add more chapters. 7 days passed in a row. Lin Sun, who was meditating and comprehending the secrets of hundreds of cultivation systems, was no longer disturbed. But in Divine City of Fortune, it wasn't peaceful during this period. Following the death of Liang Chuyan and the other divine sons, all the cultivators in the city realized that it wouldn't be easy to kill Lin Sun even if they sent out divine sons. As a result, during this period of time, no one went to make trouble for Lin Sun despite the commotion caused by the arrival of divine princes in the city. They all went into hiding. But the more it was like this, the more terrified the cultivators in the city became. Everyone was clearly aware that it was absolutely impossible for the various god clans to let Lin Sun off just like that, or perhaps an unprecedentedly great storm would erupt when more and more god children gathered here. Someone counted and found that in just 7 days, there were close to 30 divine sons from the divine clans. Every one of them was a legend of their era, and they'd once possessed unparalleled potential and achievements in the ancestor realm. Some of these peerless geniuses even had extremely dazzling rankings in the 100 Clans discussion of the way a long time ago. And now, these existences that would never step foot into Divine City of Fortune in the past had gathered close to 30 people in just 7 days. This caused an uproar in the city. Fortunately, these divine princes had chosen to lay low for the time being after learning about Lin Sun's actions. They didn't take any action. Only the atmosphere in the city grew more and more oppressive, and undercurrents were surging. During this period of time, a white-robed man with an outstanding appearance appeared near Star Dome of Fortune. He looked at Lin Sun, and his gaze quickly fell on a fiery red jade pendant hanging at Lin Sun's waist. He stared at the word Qin on it for a long time. Then, the white-robed man turned around and left. From beginning to end, no one paid attention to where he went. Even Lin Sun didn't notice. Half a month passed quickly. The number of divine sons that appeared in Divine City of Fortune increased gradually. During this period of time, many cultivators left Divine City of Fortune. On their way back, they also discovered that there were many extremely terrifying auras in the depths of the starry sky around the city. Every single one of them had the power of an eternal realm expert. They were like a group of gods that had descended to the mortal world, hiding in the depths of the starry sky and sealing off all paths of retreat for the Fortune Divine City. Undoubtedly, these were the seniors of the various divine clans. For the sake of the eternal coffin in Lin Sun's possession, all of them didn't hesitate to personally take charge here. Such a scene caused countless cultivators in the city to be astounded. Not to mention the divine princes of the various god clans, even the terrifying existences of the various god clans had arrived. Since ancient times, when had something like this ever happened, this was absolutely unprecedented. Because of this, they couldn't help but feel even more doubtful. Could it be that the secret hidden within the eternal coffin is really related to becoming the Lord of Creation, who could obtain it and make the 100 races submit? There were all kinds of speculations, but they all pointed at Lin Sun. However, to everyone's surprise, even in such a situation, Lin Sun was still sitting under the star of fate day and night, as if nothing had happened to him. Such temperament, such courage, who wouldn't be convinced? Even if Lin Sun suffered a disaster, the movement he caused today is enough to be recorded in history. Countless people sighed and sighed with emotion. In fact, in recent days, many practitioners often came to see Lin Sun from a distance because of his fame in the vicinity of the fortune star. There were also many peerless geniuses of the divine princes. But no one went to provoke or disturb them, so that under the huge star of fate, only Lin Sun sat there alone. Time flew, and a month had passed since Lin Sun began to comprehend the great way here. On this day, as usual, there were still many cultivators coming here. But what was different from the past was that a voice sounded in Lin Sun's ears while he was meditating. "I'm Lu Zong. I'm here to pay a visit to you by the order of my master." Lin Sun's expression remained unchanged, but his divine awareness spread out. He immediately saw a handsome young man in gray standing in the crowd in the distance. The young man's eyebrows were full of heroic spirit, and he carried an ancient sword on his back. "Who's your master?" Lin Sun asked. "My master is an old friend of Senior Tai Xian. His name is Wu Yang." Lu Zong replied. Wu Yang. Lin Sun was shocked, and an indescribable surprise surged in his heart. How could he forget that it was Battle Emperor Wu Yang who gave him the inheritance of no return in the Absolute Summit domain? How could he forget that the wisp of willpower of Battle Emperor Wu Yang once called him a kindred spirit? However, as time passed, Battle Emperor Wu Yang at that time might have already been like Tai Xian, and could no longer be called a Battle Emperor. "It turns out that you're an outstanding disciple of Senior Wu Yang. But where is Senior Wu Yang now?" Lin Sun suppressed his excitement and asked. "My master didn't come to the divine city of fate, but she has already known what happened to you." Lu Zong said, "My master said that the divine city of fate is now surrounded by the eternal realm of various divine clans, so you shouldn't be in a hurry to leave. In addition, she also said that she has made contact with some old friends. When the opportunity arises, they will help you leave the star of fate together." Lin Sun's heart was filled with indescribable warmth and emotion. With so many divine clans besieging the city, it would be impossible for anyone else to take such a huge risk to help him. But Senior Wu Yang did so. Maybe it was because of Senior Tai Xian. Perhaps there were other reasons for this. But no matter what, Lin Sun only felt grateful. It was also at this time that he understood what the turning point Tai Xian had mentioned was. "Thank your master for me. Just say that I will never forget such a great favor." Lin Sun's voice was solemn. Lu Zong said, "You're welcome. My master said that you and she both came from the ancient desolation realm. No matter what, she can't just leave you in the lurch. You should also take care of yourself. There are many divine sons in this city, so don't be careless." After saying that, Lu Zong quietly turned around and left. Lin Sun took a deep breath, calmed his heart, and continued to meditate. Before leaving the Star of Fate, he had to figure out one thing. What was it that Xianxia had been searching for? At the same time, he had to give 13 a clear answer, as for the divine sons in the city, it wasn't that Lin Sun didn't care. It was just that these things couldn't affect him anymore. Before he knew it, another half a month had passed. "I can't wait any longer." In a palace in the city, a group of divine sons gathered. There were more than 10 of them. One of them sat on the main seat in the center. He wore an official robe, and his black hair was loose. His eyes were as clear as a lake. As he sat there casually, he looked like a king, domineering and intimidating. Pu Yun, a divine son from the Pu clan of the Divine Clan, a peerless genius who ranked 15th in the 100 clans sparring of Dao. Moreover, the Pu clan's foundation and power could also firmly rank in the top 5 among the various god clans. That was why he was able to gather the dozen or so divine princes in the main hall with his name and prestige. If we wait for the divine sons of the three divine clans to come, we won't have a chance to take away Lin Sun's creation. Pu Yun's voice was clear, like a morning bell. The world of gods, the divine sons of the three divine clans, everyone in the palace narrowed their eyes. They naturally knew the meaning behind Pu Yun's words. Brother Pu, there are at least 60 divine sons and divine daughters in the city now, excluding us. If we make a move now, we'll definitely become the target of public criticism. I'm afraid others will take the opportunity to rob us. Someone said with a frown. During this period of time, everyone has been lying low in the city. No one dared to be the first to make a move. They're not afraid of Lin Sun, but the potential competitors, another person said. But this way, everyone will be restraining each other. This isn't a solution after all. Moreover, if the forces of the three divine clans from the world of gods come, which divine clan in the city would dare to rob them? These words made everyone hesitate. I agree with Pu Yun's decision. A moment later, someone said with a resolute expression. Count me in. If that's the case, I'll accompany Brother Pu. Count me in as well. Immediately, many people agreed. Seeing this, Pu Yun immediately stood up and said, Everyone, if we can seize the fortune this time, I swear in the name of the clan that I won't forget your help. Let's go. After saying this, he strode out of the palace. The others followed closely behind. As soon as they walked out of the palace, they rushed at full speed toward the Fortune Star Dome. It wasn't that they didn't want to conceal their aura. But now, the Fortune Divine City was full of people watching them. They could learn the movements of their competitors at the first instance, and those competitors could also learn their movements at the first instance. All this meant that it was futile to hide. Their top priority was to kill their way to the Fortune Star Dome as fast as possible and capture and kill Lin Sun in one fell swoop before their competitors could react. However, what Pu Yun and the other divine sons didn't expect was that when they arrived at the Fortune Star Dome's area, they saw a group of people rushing toward the Fortune Star Dome at full speed from another direction. Moreover, they were one step ahead of them. The other party was also a group of divine sons, but the scale was even larger than theirs. There were nearly 20 of them, and they were led by a handsome young man in azure divine armor. Pu Yun couldn't help but frown when he saw this person. Gongya Hui, the divine son of the Gongya clan, was a strong opponent that even Pu Yun had to take seriously. A long time ago, Gongya Hui was ranked 12th in the Ancestor realm, 3 places higher than him. As I expected, Pu Yun, you've gathered these friends today with the intention of launching a surprise attack to kill Lin Sun. Fortunately, I've already led my friends to act together when I figured out your intentions. Otherwise, you might really have gotten ahead of me. Gongya Hui also saw Pu Yun and couldn't help but laugh heartily. End of chapter 28-21. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.